A shipwreck left the poor boy Duan Yu, the proud rich girl by, and a group of social elites stranded on a primitive desert island that in this place forgotten by modern civilization. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. Billionaire tycoons? Elite families? Here, they are nothing but lambs to be slaughtered. Those wealthy young masters, with their proud financial abilities, might end up worse than toilet paper after 3 days of heavy rain. Those well-trained bodyguards would still be scared to shivers upon seeing an 8-meter-long green anaconda. From ants gnawing on tree bark to the ruler of the desert island, Duan Yu awakens through the trials of blood and fire. When the goddess he once worshipped trembles while offering him fresh water, and when those arrogant young masters crawl to beg him for scraps, he finally understands the ultimate law of this island: only those who survive are the kings of the New World. Chapter 1. Stranded on a desert island with a beauty. Wife, give me a kiss. Duan Yu muttered as he leaned in to plant a kiss on the pretty face of the beauty in front of him. Pervert. Bad guy. Slap. The sky was a bright blue, a particularly pure shade. Seagulls soared between heaven and earth, and the air seemed to be filled with the scent of freedom as refreshing sea breezes blew by. Not far away, 2 tall coconut trees stood quietly, and the golden beach stretched endlessly. Gazing at the clouds rolling by and watching the tides rise and fall at the shore, what a charming tropical scene it was. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and hitting the beach filled the air, while a coolness washed over his legs. Duan Yu then realized he was lying on a beach, with his lower body submerged in the waves and his clothes completely soaked. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Who are you? Chu Wanqing. Wasn't I supposed to be getting married? How'd I end up here? Getting married. Uffed. Chu Wanqing covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. You pervert. How dare you say that? I saved you out of kindness, and you dare to take advantage of me. Getting married? I think you're just dreaming. Wait. Why do you look so familiar? It's you. You're the brick mover. TCH. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. He was a young man from the countryside, without education, culture, or any skills. Upon arriving in the big city, he couldn't find a good job. In desperation, he followed a fellow villager to the construction site to move bricks. With his youth and strength, although it was hard work, he finally had a job. But unexpectedly, the construction project was completed and the boss ran away. Many workers were left unpaid for half a year, and they all went together to demand their wages, but to no avail. In the end, they found out that all the money had been embezzled by a project head named Chen Jinhai. Fishing at sea is indeed dangerous, but if one doesn't have the burden of 1,000 pounds, who would be willing to gamble their life for tomorrow? The ship had been sailing for more than half a month, and barring any accidents, it might only be a few days until they reached their destination that a lively party was being held on the deck, with colorful flags waving and a dazzling array of decorations. Every stranger coming to the deck could enjoy free red wine and pastries. Tonight, everything was being paid for by a young master with the surname Chun. 5,200 red roses were neatly arranged in the shape of a heart, and countless fireworks exploded brilliantly in the sky above the S. It was clear that this was a love confession or perhaps a proposal party. They hadn't dared to order a single drink since boarding the ship, as even a regular drink cost several hundred, equivalent to several days' wages for them. The fireworks were more than what several villages would set off together during the New Year back home. As for the roses, some of the higher quality ones were said to cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars each. How much would 5,200 roses cost? A laborer wouldn't even dare to think about it. Life is indeed wonderful. Fate is a strange thing. As the saying goes, enemies meet on narrow roads. Who would have thought they would meet again on this ship, in the open seas of a foreign land? As expected, just as Chun Jinhai was tenderly holding the girl's hand and preparing to pull out a diamond ring to confess his love, 4 or 5 migrant workers rushed over, grabbing Chen Jinhai and pinning him to the ground. Only the young lady, Chu Wanqing, who was being proposed to, stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do to tea that moment. A storm arrived without warning. A thunderclap made everyone shiver. Rain mixed with wind and waves poured onto the deck in an instant, with waves crashing toward the cruise ship like giant walls. It was as if the apocalypse had come. Before they could react, in less than a minute, the massive cruise ship carrying thousands of people was overturned, and everyone was plunged into the vast sea. He remembered the first time he had drowsily dreamt of all sorts of chaotic things, and just as he was about to marry his wife, he suddenly woke up, only to see an extraordinarily beautiful face and kissed a couple of times. Then he was knocked unconscious with a slap. Did I kiss her? Duan Yu felt dizzy. If he had such a beautiful companion, then even if he didn't get his wages, it wouldn't be a loss. It would still be worth the trip. What is this? 808. What kind of eyes do you have? This is SOS, the International Distress Signal. Do we need to write it as big as possible on this beach so that passing helicopters might see us and we'll have a chance to leave this deserted island? Chu Wanqing said with a hint of annoyance. Does this woman have a body fragrance? Duan Yu drew letters in the sand, and a faint fragrance wafted over, a scent unique to young girls. He took a deep breath, his face filled with intoxication. Hey, why are you so close to me? Do you believe it'll slap you unconscious? Do you know my identity? As a toad, you shouldn't be dreaming of eating swan meat. Chapter 2. The Chu family girl named Wanqing. A toad? Want to eat swan meat? Duan Yu. In reality, it really is like this. He had heard others talk about Chu Wanqing's family background. Chu Wanqing was the young lady of the Chu family and also the future heir designated by the Chu Tian group. In Huan country, and even internationally, the Chu Tian group was a renowned family. It could be said that describing them as wealthy beyond measure was not an exaggeration. And what about himself? He was just a poor kid from the countryside, with nothing to his name, working as a bricklayer. If it weren't for being stranded on a deserted island, a beauty like this would probably not even spare him a glance in normal circumstances. Duan Yu knew that girls like her usually had a princess mentality, were temperamental, and had many issues, so it was best not to provoke her. Duan Yu found a quiet corner by himself and began to consider the problems at hand. As a child raised in the countryside, surviving in the wild was not too difficult. Rural children were used to hardship from a young age and could adapt to their circumstances. To survive in the wild, there are 3 basic elements that cannot be lacking: food, water, and shelter. He patted himself down and found that aside from his sneakers, pants, and a black shirt, he only had a lighter. Looking further afield, there were rolling hills and dense forests, dark and intimidating. Given his current physical condition, it was better to rest first before taking action. Under the coconut tree, there were many dried coconut shells, especially some that had been weathered over time, completely rotted after being exposed to wind, sun, and rain. After a few days of heavy rain, some of these rotten coconut shells had collected a bit of rainwater. Although the water was not very clean and in short supply, it was at least fresh water, enough to relieve immediate thirst. Chu Wanqing had been busy for a while, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of the beach was filled with various SOS signals. Duan Yu treated them like treasures, wrapping them in a piece of dried coconut leaf and holding them in his palm. He sat down on the sand, while squeezing the slimy oysters into his mouth. He picked up a shriveled coconut shell and sucked out the meager rainwater inside. Hey, big beauty wants some? No way. That's disgusting. Chu Wanqing shivered, forcing back the churn in her stomach, waving her hand. What a joke. You want me, the little princess of the Chu family, to eat that? That dirty, slimy stuff would give me diarrhea for sure. And that water? It's dirtier than the ditches by the roadside. Who knows how many bacteria are in it? You should know that the water Chu Wanqing usually drinks is specially supplied. Ordinary people can't even buy it. It's filtered through many layers of technology to produce extremely pure water. This oyster is very nutritious. It's a great supplement. We usually can't even afford to buy it when we get our paychecks. Now that there are so many on this deserted island, I'll have endless oysters to eat. Country bumpkin, no standards at all. What kind of person are you? You get shipwrecked and still seem so relaxed? Chu Wanqing thought to herself, unable to hold back her inner complaints. However, Gulyalu, her stomach growled. Chu Wanqing squatted awkwardly on the ground. When on Earth would help arrive on this damned deserted island? She dialed her phone over and over, but the signal bar remained gray. Still no way to contact the outside world. What to do? Duan Yu had finished eating and drinking, squinting his eyes to rest for a while. When he looked up, the red sun had begun to tilt westward. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the sun set. He knew that although it was warm and sunny in the afternoon, once night fell and the sea breeze picked up, the temperature would drop to a frightening level. Stranded on a deserted island without rescue, if he were to suffer from hypothermia or high fever, the consequences would be dire. The immediate priority was to build a shelter. Building a shelter was not a simple task. It required ample time and considerable physical strength. Moreover, he had no tools, with only a lighter to his name. It seemed he would have to come up with a solution on site. Thus, the scene that Chu Wanqing did not understand unfolded. Duan Yu chose a patch of sand, squatting down and digging with his hands. Before long, he had dug out a sand pit. What are you doing? Digging for crabs? Chu Wanqing blinked her watery eyes, asking curiously. At that moment, a touch of sunset appeared on the horizon. Chu Wanqing had never seen such a beautiful sunset. At this moment, she seemed to forget her hunger and various unpleasant feelings, taking out her phone to snap pictures excitedly. What are you doing? Help me take a picture. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanqing even acted spoiled. Duan Yu reluctantly took a few pictures for her. When Chu Wanqing looked at the pictures, she found her long, fair legs had been photographed as if they were only 1.5 meters long. She immediately huffed and walked aside to pose for pictures by herself. After covering the top with a few large coconut leaves and pressing down some wet sand from the beach to secure it, a simple little nest was completed. Duan Yu knew that so-called wilderness survival was not about having high skills or good equipment. It was about how to use the limited resources available to survive. Firstly, it was already afternoon, and after eating, he still had to find a way to build a shelter. Time was very limited. Secondly, resources were scarce. There were only 2 coconut trees nearby, and there were only so many dried coconut leaves and shells. If he used them to start a fire, then there would be nothing left to sleep on at night. Duan Yu always believed in planning before taking action. Now, he could finally rest assured. The evening glow filled the sky, and the sunset was bright and beautiful, but it was beginning to wobble and fall. The sunset was beautiful, but dusk approached. Chu Wanqing was still happily running around taking pictures, a girl taller than 1.7 meters, looking at the colorful clouds and seeming as happy as a fool. If nothing unexpected happened, tonight might be a good opportunity to take advantage of this wealthy yet naive girl. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Let us see where you sleep tonight. Chapter 3. Taking advantage of the big beauty. The moon had quietly poked its head out at some point, and night had fallen. Wow, such a big and beautiful moon. Girls seemed to be naturally enamored with beautiful things. Chu Wanqing was still taking selfies on the beach, busy and happy. The sea breeze was gentle at first, feeling quite comfortable, as if in a cool air-conditioned room. However, as night deepened, the breeze by the sea began to turn cold. Hiss! Chu Wanqing couldn't help but shiver. Looking at her thin dress, she was shaking from the cold. Right, where's that brick-moving guy? Where did he go? Looking around, she realized she was the only girl left on the vast beach. That brick-moving guy had long disappeared without a trace. Brick mover, where are you? Chu Wanqing couldn't help but anxiously walk around the beach, calling out repeatedly. As the young lady of the Chu family, she had never spent a night outside. If she were to stay out at night, it would at least be in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. At this moment, she truly began to panic. Stop calling, young lady, you're disturbing my sweet dreams. I'm right here. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind her on the beach. It was none other than that brick-moving guy. Are you going to sleep here? Buried in a sand pit? Chu Wanqing asked nervously. Duan Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. I say, young lady, being able to ensure I won't freeze to death is already quite good. But this is just too much. How can anyone sleep in here? It feels a bit like a grave. I said, Miss Chu, you're still being picky. Did I ever say I agreed to let you stay in my sand pit hotel? I dug this pit myself. What right do you have to stay here? This guy doesn't look like a good person. If I live with him, won't he do something to me? At this moment, the howling sea wind grew stronger. The entire beach was getting colder. Achoo! Chu Wanqing shivered all over from the cold and couldn't help but sneeze. Forget it, I won't think about it. After all, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. If this guy dares to make a move, I'll show him what and make him look for his teeth all over the ground. Thinking of this, Chu Wanqing couldn't help but grit her teeth and stomp her feet. I'll pay you. After we get out of here, I'll give you money. Just let me stay here for one night. You, don't go too far. Chu Wanqing clearly didn't expect that the man in front of her would be so unreasonable. 10,000 yuan. I'll give you 10,000 after we get out. No way. You have to understand, there are no doctors on this island. If you catch a cold or get sick, it could be life-threatening. By then, no matter how much money you have at home, you won't be able to spend it. 100,000. Is 100,000 okay? Even a presidential suite wouldn't cost that much for one night. Chu Wanqing said angrily. What? Duan Yu was so surprised that he almost jumped out of the sand pit. He thought to himself, she really is a foolish princess from a wealthy family, so extravagant. Fortunately, it was dark enough that the young lady didn't see the expression on his face. If he really had a chance to escape, then with 1 million, he wouldn't have to move bricks anymore. He could find a small city, spend over 300,000 to buy a house. And the remaining money would be enough for him to marry a wife. What are you thinking? Do you take others for fools? Look at you, acting like you've never seen money before. Chu Wanqing finally exploded. She had never been a person with a good temper. Being manipulated and extorted by others was never her style. Do you believe I'll go get water from the sea and flood your little nest? You're puffing up just because I called you fat. You don't want 100,000? Fine. Let me tell you, I'm taking over today. What are you going to do about it? Ha ha. The woman's laughter abruptly stopped. You, bastard, stay away from me. Beast. Duan Yu. I said miss. You didn't even say hello when you came down? You're acting like a robber. Who's the beast here? I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. I'm just a victim here. Although Duan Yu complained, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. Being so close to a super beautiful woman was simply wonderful. He was now filled with the scent of beauty. You better stay away from me. Otherwise, watch out for my fist. By the way, Does Qin Jinhui really need your salaries? Suddenly, Duan Yu felt a soft pressure against his back. The sensation was quite wonderful. He could feel warm breath on his neck. And this close contact made his heart race and his mind wander. Chapter 4. The Giant Coconut Crab. Of course, otherwise. Why would we go looking for fishing jobs if we were originally fine moving bricks? Chu Wanqing couldn't believe that the refined young master from the Qin family would do such a terrible thing. You're really pitiful. Working so hard and running into such a boss. Completely forgetting that because the sand pit was too small, the two were tightly squeezed together. This shipwreck came too suddenly. She didn't know if there were any other survivors besides the two of them. A cruise ship with thousands of people suddenly went missing. This would surely be a shocking event internationally. Huan and international organizations must have already started organizing rescue efforts. Forget it. I won't think about that anymore. Even if I'm rescued from the deserted island, what can a poor rural guy like me do? Just then, a snoring sound suddenly came from beside her. It turned out that this young lady was too tired. She was cold and hungry, and after finally lying down in this warm little nest, she turned over and fell asleep. Duan Yu woke up in the middle of the night. Although he had only slept for half the night, he had eaten some seafood and drunk some water yesterday, so his strength had recovered about 70 or 80%. Grinding his teeth was one thing. He was even talking in his sleep. After falling asleep, he kept turning over. Duan Yu carefully moved Chu Wanqing aside and quietly crawled out of the cave. It was a bit chilly, but it was already close to dawn, so it wasn't too much of a problem. As he expected, what fell down was a large coconut. Actually, he wanted to climb up to pick a couple of coconuts to drink yesterday, but strangely, the only 2 coconut trees near this beach had only 2 or 3 fruits hanging on them. There was only one left. So he might as well share it with this young lady in the morning. He didn't know how long it had been. A sound suddenly rang out again. Duan Yu groggily stood up and walked to the coconut tree. Another coconut? He felt the coconut in his hand. It wasn't very big, and its color was just yellowish green, perfectly ripe, not old enough to fall from the tree with a gust of wind. If I'm not mistaken, it must be it. That would be great. Duan Yu was so excited, he almost jumped up. If that's the case, then it's not surprising that there were no coconuts on these 2 coconut trees. A little creature quickly climbed down from the coconut tree and began to swagger around the tree, searching for what it wanted but not finding it. This made it furious, and it waved its 2 large pincers vigorously. Since it's here, it can't leave. The coconut crab is a type of hermit crab that can grow up to nearly a meter long. The heaviest ones have been recorded at over 8 kilograms. When these crabs are small, they love to live in the shells of marine creatures. However, although there are many juvenile coconut crabs, very few can grow to several kilograms. It is said that wild coconut crabs are sold for over 1,000 yuan per pound in the current market, but they are still hard to come by. Unless some particularly wealthy tycoon buys them, ordinary people find it hard to eat them. What a stroke of luck. This big coconut crab would be enough for him and Chu Wanqing to feast without restraint. Or, should he take this opportunity to squeeze some more money out of the young lady? Chapter 5. The most expensive breakfast in history. When Chu Wanqing woke up, she was directly stunned. What surprised her was neither the breathtaking coastline before her nor the stunningly beautiful rising sun. Although the morning sea view was the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen in her life, unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it couldn't attract her at this moment. Starving and dizzy, with dry lips and a parched throat, she saw someone sitting on the beach roasting a fragrant crab and gulping down coconut water. Chu Wanqing's face turned red. It was quite embarrassing to think that last night she had to crash at someone else's place. Now, this person had brought food, and if he didn't share, she couldn't just go and rob him, right? After all, she was the daughter of the Chu family. If this got out, where would she put her face? Or the face of the Chu family? It seems like the fish has finally taken the bait. 100,000 for a crab leg. Deal. What? Duan Yu slapped his thigh in regret. Indeed, poverty had limited his understanding. You have to know that for a giant family like the Chu family, their wealth was like a mountain. He really hadn't seen much of the world. The accommodation is 100,000, 6 crab legs at 100,000 each. Crab roe for 100,000, and a large coconut for 200,000. The total comes to 1 million. Can you send it on the chat software? No. I can't remember the password. The key point is that there is no network to send it out. How about you give me an IOU? No, that won't work either. There's no paper and pen here. Duan Yu kept muttering to himself, making Chu Wanqing laugh. All right, brick mover, I'll give you credit for being crafty. The eldest young lady of the Chu family, can't possibly be short of this mere 1 million once I leave. After eating and drinking to her fill, Chu Wanqing burped. That's uncertain. What if your Chu family defaults on the debt? As a poor brick mover, who would I look for to reason with later? Besides, can I really compare to you? I saved the life of the dignified eldest young lady of the Chu family, yet you only spare 1 million as gratitude. Duan Yu muttered half-jokingly. Staying in this broken sand pit, eating a few crab legs, and drinking a coconut, is that considered saving a life? If that's the case, I saved you on the beach yesterday. How do you plan to repay me? Go to hell. Chu Wanqing playfully raised her fist. But it was lifted high and gently lowered, not using much strength. The sun vigorously leapt out of the sea, beginning to radiate brilliant light. All the chill in the world seemed to dissipate at this moment. The two lay side by side on the beach, chatting and laughing, looking like a young couple from a distance. The morning sunlight was gentle, warm, and soft, cascading over them. On this morning, this former brick mover seemed to have opened a new world for her. She learned for the first time that there were so many fun things in the countryside, far away from the city, and so many simple and lovely people. Then we'll be friends from now on. Chu Wanqing confidently extended her hand. Oh, let go. Why is your face so red? Honestly, have you never held a girl's hand before? Chu Wanqing laughed even more joyfully. Stop it. Someone's coming. Duan Yu released Chu Wanqing's hand and stood up with a leap. The person walking in front was slender, of medium height, dressed in designer clothes, his suit crisp. Though stained with dirt and grass, it couldn't hide the high-end luxury of the clothing. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, giving him a scholarly appearance. This cobra really didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he seemed to be living quite well. Who knows how many people's hard-earned money he has scammed. That's why everyone gave him the nickname Cobra. It was only after the shipwreck that he ended up stranded on this deserted island. One could say that everything originated from this cobra named Qinjin. On the cruise ship, Qinjin was preparing for a grand celebration. And he was also seizing the opportunity to propose to his fiancée, Miss Chu Wanqing. Duan Yu didn't expect that, besides himself and Chu Wanqing. There were actually many people surviving on this deserted island. At least the Qinjin in front of him was alive. It was no coincidence they crossed paths. Moreover, he was currently happily alone with someone else's fiancée. This was going to be lively. Chapter 6, Wang Pa Pai, the lackey. There are some people who appear refined, gentle, and elegant on the surface, but are actually full of tricks and schemes. Qinjin is one such person. There are those who speak human language to people and ghost language to ghosts. Flattering others is his forte, swaying with the wind and never falling. Wang Dawei is that kind of person. Wang Dawei, Qinjin's lackey, enjoys making things difficult for workers, cutting their pay as much as possible. He is a typical dog of the Qin family. That's not all. The most disgusting part is that he has designated restaurants to deliver meals to the workers, with extremely poor quality dishes, yet you have no choice but to eat whatever he sends, regardless of whether you eat or not. He will deduct meal money from your wages. Others pay 12 yuan for a meal outside, but he deducts 15 yuan from you. And the food is meager, leaving most of the hardworking laborers hungry. As a result, everyone complained, and behind his back, they nicknamed him Wang Pa Pai, with some directly calling him Wang Ba. Qinjin adjusted his glasses, looking calm and composed, without saying a word. Wang Pa Pai, however, jumped up high, rushing to the front line like a qualified lackey. But today, following Qinjin, he felt confident, very confident. His confidence actually came from the two men standing behind Qinjin, hands behind their backs. One was a foreigner about 1.8 meters tall named Jack, rumored to have been a mercenary on foreign battlefields. He was someone who had truly experienced life and death. The other was a short-haired man over 1.7 meters tall with a long scar on his face, from his left eyebrow to his right mouth corner, said to have boxed in the past and mingled in society. These two men were now Qinjin's bodyguards. With these two powerful figures around, Wang Pa Pai had no worries. Thus he shouted particularly loudly, Wang Pa Pai, you sure are noisy. It turns out that the cobra might be quite venomous, but perhaps it is very patient. However, their watchdog is indeed annoying. Who are you pointing fingers at, telling whom to kneel? What do you think you are? Now, do you want me to kneel? Duan Yu exerted force with his foot, and Wang Pa Pai on the ground let out a wail like a ghost. He was the kind of person who was unyielding, and because of this temper, he didn't know how many people he had offended. This was also why he ended up moving bricks and going to sea. Oh, a stinky worker is quite capable. As the saying goes, when hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. Right, Qin Xiao. Suddenly, a gaudily dressed woman hugged Qinjin's arm, then sweetly said, Young Master Chun, save me. Wang Pa Pai cried out in despair. Slap. At that moment, a crisp sound suddenly echoed. Everyone froze. Who are you? Why did you hit me? The gaudy woman suddenly received a slap on her foot, covering half her face and glaring angrily at the person in front of her. Slap. Unexpectedly, before she could finish speaking, she received 2 more slaps on the other half of her face, instantly swelling up. Young Master Chun, she hit me. You help me deal with her. The gaudy woman looked at her opponent's build, feeling she was no match. So she pleaded with Qinjin in a spoiled tone. The one who struck the gaudy woman was Chu Wanqing, with her nearly 1.8 meter height. Dealing with a woman who only knew how to act spoiled was a piece of cake. Chu Wanqing was also incredibly furious, no longer caring about her identity as a young lady, even using words like old lady. This young lady was not easy to deal with. Wanqing, why are you here too? This is Chun Yin. I think you misunderstood. She is just a distant cousin of mine. The seemingly refined Chen Jin finally changed color. Regardless, the eldest young lady of the Chu family was his nominal fiancée. If he truly offended her, even the entire Chen family would suffer a significant blow in business. You want to fight? Then come and fight. Chapter 7. Their killing intent. Stop. Just as a fight was about to break out, at this crucial moment, the eldest young lady of the Chu family, Chu Wanqing, stepped forward again. Chen Jin had no choice but to wave his hand. Wanqing, come with me. I believe Uncle Chu must be anxious. I will safely escort you to his side. Chen Jin adjusted his glasses. By the way, our satellite phone has encountered some issues. Jack is fixing it. I believe we will be able to contact the outside world soon and leave this hellhole together. Then he absolutely cannot be taken. This stinky worker actually dared to hit me. Let him fend for himself. Before Chen Jin could speak, Wang Papai began to scream hysterically. Yes, a smelly worker has no right to be with us. Chun Yin covered her swollen face, mumbling in agreement. But what difference does it make? After all, Chun Jinhua is her nominal fiancé. Now, Chun Jinhua is accompanied by bodyguards, and besides, they have satellite phones. If they encounter my family on the island, this jade pendant can ensure your safety. Be sure to keep it safe. Not far away, Chun Jinhua watched the two with their backs to everyone. A hint of shadow and malice flashing in the corner of his eye, but it quickly vanished. If fate allows. Goodbye. She left, ultimately still following them. Yes. In the end, I am just a poor kid. Perhaps in the eyes of those truly wealthy people, I am not even worth an ant. After leaving this island, Chun Jinhua will still be the second son of the Chen family, and Chu Wanqing will be the heir of the Chu group. And I am just a nobody with nothing. What reason does she have to stay? She and I are from two different worlds. Such an unparalleled beauty, with grace and charm. If not stranded on this deserted island, I wouldn't even have had the chance to interact with her. Since that's the case, what is there to regret? Duan Yu touched the jade pendant in his hand, which still seemed to retain the warmth left by the beauty. Below, I should consider how to survive well on this deserted island. Since I just woke up yesterday, and my physical strength is limited, I had no choice but to dig a sand pit on the beach as a shelter. Now it seems that if I want to survive on this deserted island, I must explore deeper into the island. What I need most right now is water and shelter. Looking at the dense forest not far away, the sound of birds chirping can be heard, indicating that the resources in the mountains and forests must be rich. With those things, at least I can ensure I won't go hungry today. Duan Yu smiled bitterly as he touched his pocket. Others might end up on a deserted island with at least a knife, but I only have a lighter. No, I also have a beautiful woman, but she ran off with someone else. The sun had just risen not long ago, and it was still early. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have no problem finding a water source and shelter before dark. Perhaps no one has ever come here. The leaves on the ground have fallen layer upon layer. In the thickest places, the leaves reach my knees. Duan Yu steadied his mind and chose a slightly clearer path to explore into the forest. Although it was called a path, it was merely a relative term. The gaps between the trees were just a bit wider. On the other side, Chen Jinhua and his group of 6 were walking slowly. Due to the earlier conflicts and disputes, the 6 of them began to maintain a tacit silence, with no one speaking first. Chu Wanqing lowered her head and walked silently, seemingly lost in thought, completely unaware that Chun Jinhua was signaling to Jack and gesturing with his hands. Jack subtly nodded. After a while, "Oh no, my stomach hurts. You guys go ahead." "So troublesome. Then we'll wait for you in the open space ahead," Chun Jinhua muttered impatiently. This dense forest suddenly felt oppressive. Duan Yu felt as if a fierce beast was silently watching him in the forest. Encountering danger is not enough to instill fear, but the unknown danger is always the most terrifying. When one does not understand where the danger is coming from, staying calm is the best choice. Duan Yu stood quietly, appearing motionless, yet all his nerves were already tense. If someone skilled in martial arts saw his current stance, they would surely praise him secretly. He seemed casually standing there, but one leg was forward and the other back, with his knees slightly bent, ready to exert force at any moment, whether to run or fight. He could instantly enter the state. Crack! A barely audible sound came from the forest. Chapter 8 is this Eastern Kung Fu. He pivoted on his left foot, using his right foot as a radius, and swiftly turned to come behind a shadow. Using the force of his body's rotation, he suddenly threw a punch, attacking the shadow's back. The person opposite seemed not to fare much better, stepping back 3 paces and shaking his arm vigorously. Jack, if he were an ordinary person, he would have already been taken down by Jack's sneak attack, either dead or seriously injured. The most surprising was Jack. As an experienced veteran mercenary, he was always adept at ambushing and reconnaissance. True mercenaries and assassins basically walk in the shadows of darkness. They try to eliminate their opponents at the lowest cost without revealing themselves. Kid, you have some skill, Jack grinned, speaking in somewhat broken Mandarin. Although Duan Yu felt very angry inside, reason told him that he must remain calm at this moment. Right now, he had no teammates, no backup, and could only fight alone without any mishaps. I bet you can last 1 minute under me, Jack boasted. Crack. In the blink of an eye, 1 minute passed. But Jack gained no advantage. All right, I admit I misjudged you. I'll definitely take you down in 3 minutes. Bang, 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 bang. With the continuous sound of fists clashing, 3 minutes also passed in an instant. Fuck. Now Jack started to feel ashamed and angry. However, dealing with a tough guy like Jack was clearly a bit strenuous. The most terrifying thing was that this guy's attacks were cunning and aimed at lethal points on the body. Once hit in a vital area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unlike the big flood fist, the little flood fist is more about precision, with tightly connected movements and techniques, half defensive and half offensive, balancing attack and defense. If practiced to a certain level, the little flood fist can achieve remarkable effects with minimal effort. Moreover, the essence of the little flood fist lies in its finesse. Dodge, turn, leap, run, walk, jump, using the most agile tactics and strategies, constantly exhausting the opponent's strength, so that one can survive until the end and finally annihilate the opponent when they are worn out. As they fought, Jack began to feel something was off. What kind of move is this? Is it the legendary 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds? Jack seemed to realize something and exclaimed. He suddenly recalled that some elders in the West had once said that in that ancient and mysterious Eastern country, there was a remarkable kung fu called 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. The moves are marvelous, and when practiced to perfection, even a child can knock down a strong man. Jack was secretly astonished, for although he had great strength, every time he struck, it felt like hitting empty space or hitting cotton, unable to find a solid point to exert force. Sometimes when he was clearly attacking, he was always deflected by the opponent's strange moves, and then the opponent's offensive would be relentless, forcing him to defend. If this continued, his strength would eventually be exhausted. And at that time, it would be hard to predict who would win or lose. At this moment, Jack was already considering retreating. However, if this matter got out, where would he put his face? The generous reward promised by Chen Jinhua was also very tempting. So, let us settle this quickly. There is a method called overpowering 10 experts with one force. Duan Yu's height, weight, and strength were all inferior to Jack's. Jack gritted his teeth and charged forward, no longer avoiding. Chapter 9. A Lin's sister falls from the sky. Bang. Dong. Pooh. Jack spat out several big teeth and a mouthful of blood foam. Duan Yu felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, unsteady on his feet, and staggered back a few steps. Come again. At this moment, Duan Yu was completely ignited with fury. From childhood to adulthood, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting. What about foreigners? What about mercenaries? Today, it must be a matter of life and death, a clear distinction of superiority and inferiority. In fact, human physical strength has its limits. And when two people fight to this extent, they are both at the end of their ropes. When physical strength can no longer support them. Techniques like one force subdues 10, or 4 tails can deflect 1,000 pounds, lose their meaning. In the end, the battle is about willpower and the belief in victory. To be precise, it's a contest of who is more ruthless. Just now, he paid with a punch to his abdomen to kick his opponent's leg. Of course, Jack wasn't in any better shape. Oh my god, this is just too crazy. You're like a wolf. No, a ferocious lion. Jack struggled to get up from the ground, covering the swollen half of his face with one hand. He limped away quickly. You're too ruthless. I'm not going to earn this money anymore. I hope we never cross paths again. Jack silently cursed Chen Jinhui. This guy is really unscrupulous. He actually sent me to deal with such a fierce person. No matter how much money he promised me. What good is it if I don't have my life to spend it? Huainan people are really unscrupulous. No wonder everyone says they know martial arts. It seems the rumors are indeed true. A brick-moving young man actually has such formidable skills. It's simply unbelievable. As a former mercenary, Jack had only 2 principles. The first is to stay alive, and the second is to make money. No matter how much money he earns, he has to have a life to spend it. Logically, after receiving the task, he should have struck once and then fled thousands of miles away. But he ultimately underestimated his opponent, which led to a huge loss, almost costing him his life. He knew this was due to his long-term battle and exhaustion. He was unsure how many people Chen Jinhui had sent to pursue him. The mountain path was not easy to walk, dense with thickets and bushes. In some places, he had to use both hands and feet to pass through, while in others, sharp thorns scraped his skin, drawing blood. Duan Yu broke a stick and used it as a walking stick to save energy. If he encountered any sudden situation, it could also serve as a weapon. A gentle breeze blew by, making him feel much more awake. The midday sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting beautiful patterns on the ground. This turned out to be a rare flat area. Could it be starfruit? Perhaps due to the fertile soil or the special climate. These starfruit trees generally grow quite tall. There were hardly any starfruits within reach. Duan Yu stood under a starfruit tree, gazing up at it. Sigh, never mind, they're all too high. I really don't have the energy to climb a tree now. I might as well pick some ripe starfruits that have fallen to the ground to eat. Just as Duan Yu was about to bend down, he suddenly froze, as if he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Immediately, he looked incredulous, his mouth opening in an exaggerated shape. On a branch about 5 or 6 meters high, a young girl was carefully reaching out to pick starfruits. Her two snow-white, slender thighs looked even more translucent than the starfruits on the tree. Duan Yu let out a scream, and a large patch on his forehead immediately turned red. Ah, pervert. Hearing a man's voice from below the tree, the girl looked down and saw a young man, his mouth agape in surprise, staring up at her. The girl quickly realized and hurriedly covered her skirt with both hands to prevent any exposure. But it seemed she forgot one thing. She was 5 or 6 meters off the ground, and she originally needed one hand to hold the branch to stay steady. Suddenly letting go of the branch, she lost her balance and fell from the tree. Duan Yu only felt a unique fragrance at the tip of his nose. Then everything went dark, and he fainted. Chapter 10. The Lin family has a daughter named Yu. You're awake. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a pile of campfire rising, and beside it, a girl was squatting down, continuously adding firewood to the fire. Who are you? Where am I? Haha. You're not really stunned by my fall, are you? The girl laughed like silver bells, her laughter causing her ponytail to bounce with each giggle. This girl wore a simple white dress, and although it was stained with dust, it couldn't hide her beautiful temperament. Is this a fairy descending to the mortal world? Duan Yu couldn't help but think this way. If Chu Wanqing was a rare beauty, then this girl was equally stunning. If Chu Wanqing was a lady of high stature, then aside from her nobility and some spoiled temper, she couldn't be considered composed. Because Miss Chu had a lot of domineering and willful traits, perhaps habits formed from growing up in a wealthy family. The girl in front of him, however, embodied the grace and gentleness of a Jiangnan girl. When she sat, the firelight reflected on her stunning face, gentle and serene, like a beautiful painting. When she spoke, her voice was as clear and pleasant as a lark. Hello, my name is Lin Yu. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and confidently extended her hand. Well, I'm also a passenger stranded on a cruise ship. Since we've met, we're friends now. Your name is quite interesting. Did your parents watch too much of the demigods and semi-devils? Do you have a sworn brother named Xiaofeng? Duan Yu was at a loss for words. What a beautiful girl, but please don't let her be a chatterbox. Is that a cricket? It's great to have roasted crickets. Did you catch them? Yes. I went through a lot of trouble for this. The bushes tore my skirt. While eating the roasted crickets, Lin Yu pointed to her torn skirt. The originally not too long white skirt had a significant tear on the side from the branches, exposing a lot of her snowy thighs. Even the color of her undergarments was faintly visible. Cough, cough. Duan Yu thought. This girl is too naive. She's treating me like family. It's a good thing she met me. What if she ran into a bad person? What is so strange about it? I'm not some city girl. We rural kids grew up eating this. Lin Yu combed her hair behind her ear. Miss Lin, you're also from the countryside, no wonder. By the way, how did you start this fire? Here, I found this next to you. It's for you. Although Miss Yu didn't have the domineering nature of Miss Chu, for some reason, every time he saw her, his heart would involuntarily race. Ha ha ha. At first, I thought you were a pervert. Now it seems you're not an inexperienced steel-straight man, right? Lin Yu covered her stomach, laughing so hard she bent over. But reason told him not to develop feelings for that lady. Their identities were worlds apart, too vast a difference. Facing Miss Chu, he kept telling himself it was impossible, so he wouldn't feel nervous anymore. Well, it's dark now. We'll sleep here tonight. You're in charge of watching the fire. I'm going to sleep. After eating a lot of starfruit and roasted crickets, Lin Yu patted her belly contentedly. After saying that, she tidied up the thick layer of leaves and hay on the ground, lay down fully clothed, and soon fell asleep. What a simple girl. Duan Yu shook his head with a wry smile. This girl, Yu, should he call her simple or foolish? Facing a man she just met, she fell asleep without any guard. Isn't that a bit too trusting? This is not exactly a cave, but rather a large rock that protrudes over a meter long. The two beds were right beneath the rock, while the campfire was at the cave entrance. I believe he must be a good person. When I fell from the tree, I saw him immediately drop the stick he was holding and instinctively reach out his hands to save me. Isn't someone like that a good person? He saved me. But I knocked him unconscious, and I was so worried when he didn't wake up that I cried. Chapter 11. The Sad Jack. Taking advantage of others not paying attention, he quietly approached Chen Jinhui, who was resting on a rock. In his not-so-standard Mandarin, he whispered, Chun, Master Chun. The mission has failed. I didn't expect that kid to actually know martial arts. Chen Jinhui was playing with a satellite phone, his face dark and gloomy. This satellite phone claimed to be waterproof, fireproof, and shockproof, capable of making calls from anywhere on Earth, actually malfunctioned. This thing cost a pretty penny. At this critical moment of waiting for rescue on this deserted island, the satellite phone actually failed. It's simply outrageous. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. Chen Jinhui muttered a low curse, but wasn't he really angry? Forget it. Just take a good rest for 2 days. And we'll wait for rescue. Chen Jinhui adjusted his glasses, his tone softening. As for you, the promised reward will be delivered. My Chen family keeps its word. Chen Jinhui thought for a moment and decided to try to reassure Jack. For someone like him, a young master from a prominent family, the usual method is to win people over with money. Isn't this Jack? Master Chen, what is wrong with him? At that moment, Chu Wanqing walked over with a surprised expression. Chen Jinhui quickly stood up and hurriedly stuffed the satellite phone into his suit pocket. Wanqing, please don't call me that. Just call me Jinhui. For some reason, when Chu Wanqing heard him address her that way, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Yes, fine. He just found a beehive and got stung while trying to get honey, then accidentally fell and hurt his leg. Stung by a bee? Chu Wanqing's eyes flashed with suspicion. He needs to rest well. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, the designated successor by the family elders, Chu Wanqing might not have extensive experience, but she was extremely mature mentally. She had sensed that Jack had fallen behind earlier. Trying to use a bee sting as an excuse to fool the esteemed eldest daughter of the Chu family? That seemed a bit childish. However, Chu Wanqing was quite surprised. She knew that the foreign bodyguard next to Chen Jinhui had once been a mercenary, a formidable character. This young man who claimed to be just a brick mover was indeed not simple. She didn't even realize when she started to feel a bit worried about that poor boy she had only met once. Wanqing, come sit here. Seeing a smile appear on Chu Wanqing's beautiful face, Chen Jinhui felt elated and patted the rock beside him, inviting her to sit down. No. What is going on with your satellite phone? When will rescue arrive? In an instant, Chu Wanqing's tone returned to its previous indifference, as if she had a faintly aloof demeanor that kept others at a distance. Soon. It's just a minor malfunction. It will be fixed quickly. Chen Jinhui hurriedly explained. In reality, he felt anxious and had no confidence at all. Although this Chu family eldest daughter was his nominal fiancée, that was a private agreement made by their families. In fact, they had only just met not long ago and hadn't even held hands. If the Chu family eldest daughter married him, then the Chu family would receive strong support from the Chen family in many ways. With the two major families joining forces, a stomp from them would shake the entire business world. Although he was the second son of the Chen family, if he married the Chu family eldest daughter, then half of the Chu family would belong to him. He had heard that this Miss Chu had a temper and was quite opinionated. Although they hadn't met many times before, Chen Jinhui had long regarded Chu Wanqing as his own. Conquering a goddess who was both powerful and aloof would be a great achievement. As soon as you make contact with the outside world, let me know immediately. With that said, Chu Wanqing began to walk away. In truth, she had always rejected and resisted the marriage arranged by her family. No one wanted to marry someone without any emotional foundation. To put it bluntly, it was just a business marriage between the Chu family and the Chen family. And she, although on the surface was the Chu family's precious daughter, the future helmsman of a billion-dollar business empire, living a life envied by many, was ultimately just a pawn placed on the table for her family's rise, especially since she had heard rumors that the second son of the Chen family, Chen Jinhui, was a notorious playboy surrounded by countless women, a typical rich kid. She didn't know and didn't dare to think what kind of darkness her life would face if she had to marry such a womanizer in the future. Secondly, for the sake of the dignity of both families, she couldn't let outsiders hear that the Chu family eldest daughter abandoned her fiancé to be with another man on the island. At the same time, she also wanted to use Chen Jinhui's satellite phone to find rescue. As for the marriage, she was not someone who resigned to fate. She believed there would always be a way to resolve it later. The urgent matter at hand was to leave this godforsaken place, this desolate island with no food or water. That woman named Chun Yinyin was picking up some shellfish and small crabs by the sea. So Chu Wanqing put her worries aside and started helping to collect them. That fat guy Wang Poppy actually took away the lighter. The feeling of having cigarettes, but no fire was quite uncomfortable. Scarface was squatting on the ground, rubbing a stick. He had put in a lot of effort, and his hands were red, with even a bit of smoke coming out a few times, but there were no signs of any sparks. Wang Poppy had disappeared, leaving only Jack lying in the hut resting. Chen Jinhui took a bite of something, then grimaced and threw it away. What the hell? Do you want to kill me with sourness? What is this? Can it even be eaten? And is this all the food we have? It's not even enough for us to fill our teeth. Little Wang, go catch some fish from the sea. Wang Poppy's fat face trembled. After running through the old forest and picking those wild fruits, he was already out of breath. Master Chun, I can't swim. Scarface was at a critical point with the fire-making process, and Wang Poppy couldn't swim. Chen Jinhui turned his gaze toward Jack. Jack, can you go catch a couple of fish? Fuck. Jack cursed silently in his heart. Helpless, he could only limp toward the sea and jump into the water. The seawater soaking into his wound felt like salt being poured directly on it, causing excruciating pain. Jack, fuck. Chapter 12, Searching for Water Sources. You're awake? When Lin Yuro woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Lin Yuro shyly covered her skirt with her hand. Only then remembering that her skirt had been torn by vines and bushes, nearly exposing everything. But when she looked down, she found that the originally torn skirt had been mended. At the opening, there were 4 small holes neatly arranged, and then tied with some thin strips of tree bark, with the ends tied into a very pretty bow. From a distance, it gave her little skirt an added sense of fashion. Thank you, Lin Yuro said with a blush. Her voice low, then she thought of something, and her face turned even redder, lowering her head and not daring to look up. All right. I got up this morning and looked around. There's nothing to eat nearby except starfruit, so we still need to find food and water. As for breakfast, let us just make do with some starfruit. At the end of this forest, there is a large flat rock. Standing on the rock, one can see the coastline. If one were to descend from the big rock, it would greatly shorten the time, but the curvature of the rock is quite steep. And from where one stands to the next foothold, there is at least a height of about 10 meters. Further down, it is also a jumble of strange rocks. Without professional climbing gear, traversing this climbing route would be quite difficult. After carefully observing, Duan Yu realized that the coastline he saw from here was not the same one he had been on when he first landed with Chu Wanqing. Judging by the sun to determine direction, the coastline he had been on with Chu Wanqing should be directly south, while the coastline he was now looking at should be slightly southeast. It can be said that his current position is still quite far from Chen Jinhai and the others. Here, he could boldly start a fire and confidently search for food without worrying about being discovered by Chen Jinhai and the others. Miss Lin Yuru, you stay here and don't wander off. I'm going to look for some water. He was fine. At least he had drunk a coconut fruit yesterday. But this Miss Lin Yuru had probably been relying on those sour starfruits to get by these past 2 days. Although starfruits contain some moisture, it's extremely minimal. If a person can last about half a month without food, a true lack of water would mean that many people can't last even 7 days. Lin Yuru's face turned pink, and she timidly said, I'm a little scared here alone. This girl was truly a strange creature. Before she met him, she had been wandering alone in the dense forest, climbing high trees in a skirt to pick starfruits, and he hadn't seen her being scared at all. There might be many mosquitoes in the forest, and there could even be venomous insects. Did she really want to go without even a pair of pants? Duan Yu had never seen such a situation and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. All right, I promise you, but you must ensure to listen to me and not wander around. In fact, Lin Yuru, a girl who grew up in the countryside, was not really timid. She just preferred lively company. These past 2 days, after the cruise ship accident left them stranded on a deserted island, she had first been nearly frozen by the cold wind on the island, then stumbled into the dense forest without knowing how far she had gone. Anyway, it was hard to come across a grove of starfruit trees, so she stayed there to fill her hunger by picking starfruits. Duan Yu was the kind of guy who made people feel at ease. Well, at least after I find water, we can drink our fill right away. Duan Yu was naturally happy to have a beautiful girl by his side, thinking that the journey would not be boring. To descend from this place and head northwest to reach that small valley would take about half an hour. Upon reaching there, they might find the water they were looking for. Duan Yu stood on that large rock, surveyed the surroundings for a moment, and pointed in the northwest direction. What are you looking at? I ask you, where does water flow? Water flows downwards. Lin Yuru suddenly understood. But just because it's lower doesn't mean there will be water. Look at the vegetation in that small gully. Now look to the east and north. Lin Yuru looked again towards the east and north, where there were also low-lying areas. However, the vegetation there was sparse, and many rocks were exposed. After preparing their gear, the two set off. What has the stick for? Lin Yuru curiously asked while crossing a patch of bushes. Otherwise, with your bare legs exposed. What if you walk through the grass and get bitten by a venomous insect or snake? So that's how it is. I can use it to scare off snakes too. Sigh. I feel like my university education was wasted. Chapter 13, Unexpected Discovery. The two continued to navigate through the forest, alternating between deep and shallow steps. And since they were going downhill, it wasn't easy. Unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle Lin Yuru turned out to be quite chatty. I'm fine. I just exhausted myself and happened to fall from the tree because of you. After resting for a night, I'm okay now. Then why did you exhaust yourself? Because I got into a fight. Huh, why were you fighting? Because someone wanted to kill me. Then why did they want to kill you? Because I interrupted his proposal. Alright, I understand now. You were the third party. But why would you want to be a third party in someone else's love? Duan Yu. Unexpectedly. Tears welled up in Lin Yuru's beautiful eyes. So you used to make a living by moving bricks? That must have been tough. After saying this, she tightly clenched her little fist, her eyes wide open, looking quite adorable. If I ever see that big bad guy named Qin Jinhai, I'll definitely give him a good beating for you. How could he be so unscrupulous as to cheat hard-working people out of their money? After saying this, she suddenly lowered her head, and a few tears dropped. When I was little, my dad also worked on a construction site, but he got injured and never came back. The two walked and paused, now not far from the valley bottom. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. Shoo! Duan Yu quickly made a shushing gesture to Lin Yuru. The two crouched behind the bushes to quietly observe the situation. After a while, the sound grew louder. Oink, oink. A black wild boar swayed its way over. Upon reaching a fork in the path, it took a couple of deep breaths, seemingly sensing something. Its ears perked up, listening intently for any sound, then relaxed when it heard nothing and continued swaggering down the middle path. Wow, what a cute little pig. Duan Yu hadn't expected Lin Yuru to suddenly say this, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Today's girls really have their hearts set on cute things even in such dire circumstances. So cute, I really want to roast it and eat it. Uffed. The two exchanged smiles and happily high-fived. I was just thinking the same thing. Now we have some good news. At least we don't have to worry about water anymore. How do you know? Lin Yuru suddenly felt like her head wasn't quite working. Had her university education been for nothing? On this deserted island, the knowledge she learned seemed almost useless. Wherever there are animal activities, there must be a water source nearby. That's common sense. Duan Yu chuckled. Follow me. This cute wild boar will lead us to the water source. Oh, it seems that reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. This area was open because of a water hole about 10 meters square. Although it was called a water hole, there wasn't much water, at most. It could only be considered a small puddle. The water was only about knee-deep. A lot of water plants were growing in the water. A group of colorful little birds was drinking water by the puddle, chirping and making a lively noise. The little wild boar swaggered over, scattering the flock of birds. The little wild boar lowered its head to drink a few gulps of water and joyfully jumped into the puddle, rolling around while humming happily. Don't move yet. We can't rush this. Duan Yu quickly pressed Lin Yuru's hand down, and the two crouched behind the bushes, quietly observing the situation. Catching a wild boar cannot be rushed. With their current state, trying to catch it would only disturb it, and they could even get hurt by the boar. When I was little, I saw the adults in the village go to the mountains to catch wild boars. These things are very strong and can easily injure people. Now that we don't have weapons or gear, we can only outsmart the boar, so we can't rush it. Duan Yu lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Yuru's ear. Feeling the warm breath by her ear, Lin Yuru's pretty face turned slightly red. She nodded gently. I'll listen to you. Growing up in the countryside, she had seen the elders in her village hunting wild boars when she was young. So, are we just waiting here? We can only wait slowly for it to leave on its own. We'll find another opportunity to catch it next time. Oh. Lin Yuru seemed a bit disappointed and buried her long hair in her legs. Time passed minute by minute, and after an unknown amount of time, the wild boar rolled in the mud and drank a few sips of water before reluctantly leaving the puddle, swaying as it walked. Let us go? We need to get some water. Duan Yu had been squatting on the ground for a while and felt his legs getting a bit numb. He pressed his hand on the ground, trying to support himself to stand up. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. But when his hand pressed down, he suddenly felt something hard beneath it. What is this? Lin Yuru quickly leaned over. They cleared away the leaves, and a knife handle came into view. The knife blade was about 70 centimeters long, with a longer handle that could be gripped with both hands. The spine of the blade was straight, and the edge had a streamlined curve. The entire blade was made of pure steel, and after being uncovered, it gleamed in the sunlight. What is this? Lin Yuru exclaimed softly, picking up a plaque from the ground. After cleaning the mud off the plaque, they could see that it was a milky white color. Jinui Genie Right Section 1000 Household. Lin Yuru read out each word carefully. Chapter 14. Huge Harvest. This plaque seems to be made of ivory, Lin Yuru gasped. Duan Yu took the plaque and examined it closely. It was about 15 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide, and about 1 centimeter thick, with Jinui Genie Right Section 1000 Household engraved on the front. On the back, there was a row of small characters. This plaque is to be worn by officials attending court. Those without the plaque shall be punished according to the law. Those who borrow or lend the plaque shall be guilty of the same crime. It is not needed when leaving the capital. Upon closer inspection, there was also a line of small characters on the side. Wuzi 2632. Jinui. Both exclaimed in unison. Could this knife be the embroidered spring knife? They both shouted again in unison. Having watched many TV dramas and seeing the words on the plaque, they recognized the knife's origin almost simultaneously. Could it be that the Jinui came to this deserted island 500 to 600 years ago? Duan Yu frowned, seemingly pondering something. It is said that the embroidered spring knife was forged with the oldest techniques, capable of cutting off an entire horse's head and slicing through iron like mud, incredibly sharp. Let us see if it's still usable. Lin Yuru's words snapped him out of his thoughts. Duan Yu raised the knife with both hands and aimed at a small tree about the thickness of his arm beside him. With one chop, the small tree snapped in response. This embroidered spring knife is indeed a treasure. Duan Yu couldn't help but marvel. After hundreds of years, it's still so sharp. How incredible the craftsman must have been back then. This knife not only hasn't decayed after centuries, but now that it has reappeared, it can still slice through iron like mud. If only we had found this knife earlier, we could have had wild boar meat today, Lin Yuru pouted. Duan Yu smiled slightly. Indeed, girls never forget about food. What are you looking for? Ah! A sharp scream broke the tranquil valley as Lin Yuru suddenly turned pale with fright, trembling. Don't be afraid. This is the knife's owner's resting place. Since we found the embroidered spring knife and the plaque by this small puddle, it proves that a Jinui once fell here. Since we've taken someone's belongings, we should at least give them a proper burial, right? After bowing 3 times at the grave, Duan Yu finally stood up. Moreover, Chun Jinhang and the others always regarded him as a thorn in their side, wanting to remove him as soon as possible. Chun Jinhang had 2 powerful allies, Jack and Scarface, and even facing one of them would be difficult for him. With this knife, he finally had the real strength to contend with Chun Jinhang and the others, enabling him to protect himself and those around him. He truly possessed the absolute power to survive on the deserted island. Let us go. We need to drink water. The shallow puddle was originally quite clear, but after the wild boar rolled around in it for a while, it became murky. Lin Yuru looked at the filthy puddle and felt a bit troubled. When I was in school, the teacher said that wild water often contains parasites. Besides, look at how dirty it is from the wild boar. And there's some bird droppings too. If we drink it, we might end up with diarrhea. You're not planning to filter this water with your socks, are you? Although a bit embarrassed, the feeling of thirst was unbearable. Next to the puddle, she quickly dug a small hole and rinsed her socks in a corner of the puddle. She stuffed some dirt, small stones, and leaves into the socks. In this way, a simple filtering device was made. After quite a bit of effort, the small hole was filled with water. They waited a bit longer until the water became clearer. The 2 of them didn't care about anything else, cupped their hands, and began to drink eagerly. Duan Yu secretly marveled. Lin Yuru was truly a girl raised in the countryside. She seemed delicate, but she handled things efficiently without any pretentiousness. If it were a young lady like Chu Wanqing, she would probably rather die of thirst than drink this water filtered through socks. In fact, the best way to disinfect water is to boil it. However, both of them were extremely thirsty at this point, especially Lin Yuru, who could hardly hold on any longer. This is the best water I've ever had. Just then, from beneath some water plants in the puddle, there was a splash. Let me do it. I love catching fish. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yuru jumped into the puddle, happy as a child who found candy. Now we finally have meat to eat tonight. Lin Yuru looked at the fish she caught, her eyes sparkling with joy like a child. Currently, their biggest problem was still not having a container to carry water. What should we do? Lin Yuru scratched her head in frustration. We can't just stay here. There's nowhere to step. Duan Yu lowered his head, deep in thought. Just as he did, he suddenly noticed that Lin Yuru's skirt had gotten quite dirty from sitting on the ground earlier. Yes, we can use mud. As a child, he often played games with his friends using mud. Soil has strong plasticity. As long as the water added is appropriate, it can be kneaded into various shapes for toys. As children, they often made mud bowls, plates, and teapots while playing house. Although they would crack after drying, it would be no problem to make 2 large bowls out of mud to carry water in the short term. Chapter 15. The Making of Pottery. Due to the large number of people, the ingredients found in these days were simply insufficient, especially Qin Jinhang, the young master, who spent all day lounging around and doing nothing. The fat, greasy Wang Poppy had no outdoor survival experience whatsoever. Jack had long been filled with complaints. His injuries hadn't healed, and everyone's food depended on him laboriously catching some sea fish to sustain them. But continuing like this was unsustainable. The few wild vegetables and fruits found by Wang Poppy and Chun Yanyan were pitifully few and could not sustain them. Moreover, the water source had now become an urgent problem that needed to be solved. Chu Wanqing looked at this ragtag group and felt secretly angry. She wondered how that brick-moving guy was doing. That person always seems to be calm and composed. Perhaps he is quite fine living alone on this deserted island. Recently, Duan Yu has been quite busy. The trips back and forth to fetch water are exhausting, and there are some areas that are difficult to climb. If he is not careful, the containers made from clay jars can easily break and leak water. Although using a knife makes it a bit faster, using a knife is not as handy as a shovel, so it takes quite a bit of effort. When he dug to a certain depth, he unexpectedly discovered yellow clay. Duan Yu never expected that in this rocky place on the mountain of the deserted island, he could actually dig up such a thing. This is a treasure. When he was a child, he often dug up yellow clay while playing with friends. Duan Yu remembers that there was an old man in the village who could make whistles and clay dolls. If you gave him a piece of yellow clay, he could carve it into a small animal you liked or make it into a whistle. After being heated over a fire, it would turn into a delicate piece of pottery. Being used in the countryside when he was young were also made from this kind of clay. So, can I use this clay to make some bowls and jars? It would be best to make a clay pot. Then I could enjoy delicious fish soup on the deserted island. You'll see soon. 2 small pots, 5 or 6 bowls, 7 or 8 plates, 2 basins, 3 jars, and a large water tank. Next comes the firing process. With the deserted mountains around and the Shochuan knife in hand, there is no shortage of fuel. However, while it sounds simple, it is far from easy to actually implement. Duan Yu knows that the most basic requirement for firing pottery is to maintain a stable flame. It cannot go out halfway. He dug a large pit in an open area to serve as a kiln and cut enough fuel to last 2 days of burning. Only then did he start the firing process. In fact, there is a big difference between pottery and porcelain. Porcelain requires extremely high temperatures and specialized clay and techniques, while pottery is relatively much simpler. However, it's best not to take it out immediately or let it touch water. It should cool down slowly. Finally, after much effort, he saw the results. As for the large water tank, it was too big to be fired through, and it had already cracked in the middle shortly after starting the firing process. Duan Yu shook his head and had to give it up. The 2 clay jars, however, are already quite sizable. They are sufficient for storing water. What is this? Pottery. Lin Yuro couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the finished clay pot and jars. Originally, she had planned to roast bamboo shoots today, but now with these tools, it could be said that they have enough to set up a kitchen. After being on the deserted island for so long, they could finally enjoy delicious fish soup. Vegetable and bamboo shoot fish soup. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. If she were alone here, she might have starved or dehydrated by now. Since he came along, this isn't just being stranded on a deserted island. It's almost like a vacation. Oh, sorry, I'm too excited, I forgot to peel them. Lin Yuro's face turned red, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. She had been so lost in thought that she accidentally threw 2 unpeeled bamboo shoots into the pot. Chapter 16, Help. To be precise, the big fish are becoming fewer and fewer. Some small fish fry are swimming around, quite lively, but many are too small, barely enough to fill a gap between teeth. It seems they can't rely solely on fish for sustenance. This small puddle has limited fish. Besides, after eating fish for a long time, they would want to change their taste. Before leaving, he checked the traps, and there were no signs of being triggered in either trap. If things really don't work out, should they stay by this small puddle? It's not that he hasn't thought about it, but the place they are currently staying allows them to observe the seaside. Only when a rescue team arrives can they ensure a timely escape. Sitting around the campfire, watching the starry sky and the bright moonlight, the clay pot is bubbling away, wafting the aroma of food. How beautiful it is, Lin Yuro playfully chided. She lifted the lid of the pot. What is happiness? It doesn't have to be about meeting a long-lost friend after a long drought. Nor does it have to be about the wedding night or passing an exam. At this moment, on a deserted island thousands of miles away from home, being able to drink such a pot of delicious fish soup is happiness. If only they could add some salt. However, it's already very tasty. Lin Yuro mentioned the only slight regret. That night, she slept particularly soundly and sweetly. So, led by Lin Yuro, the two decided to head to the place where they dug up bamboo shoots yesterday. The path is winding and complex, with ups and downs. He doesn't know how Lin Yuro managed to find the bamboo shoots by herself yesterday. After the excitement of successfully firing pottery yesterday, Duan Yu calmed down today and finally noticed that Lin Yuro had several scratches on her legs, not knowing when she had gotten them. It must have been from searching for wild vegetables and bamboo shoots yesterday. She really had a tough time. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The wild bamboo here has roots that are densely intertwined, and since they are too close together, most of them grow at an angle. However, these bamboo poles are quite robust, some even thicker than teacups. What is most encouraging is that at the base of the bamboo, many sharp shoots are sprouting densely. If the bamboo shoots Lin Yuro dug yesterday were enough for them to eat for 2 days, then the bamboo shoots growing under all these bamboo would be enough for them for a month without any problem. Let us leave it at that. If we take more, we won't be able to carry it all. We can come back to dig the rest in a couple of days. Then they heard a voice that came in and out, as if it was very close, but they couldn't hear it clearly. Yuro, did you hear someone shouting? It sounds like someone is calling for help. Lin Yuro also heard the faint cry for help. You stay here, don't move. I'll go take a look. Duan Yu carefully walked toward the source of the sound. Listening closely, it seemed to be coming from under a rock. Duan Yu cautiously stood on a large rock and leaned down to look. To his shock, he was instantly filled with joy. Old Li, old Zhang, you two are still alive. It turns out that about 4 meters below the large rock, there is a protruding stone platform, about 1 square meter wide. Below that, there is a sheer cliff dropping down more than 10 meters. On that stone platform, two young men in their 30s were squatting, anxiously calling for help, looking panicked. This was a glimmer of hope in a moment of despair, and it made him overjoyed. You wait, I'll find a way. There was no time to catch up, as saving lives is a matter of utmost importance. In the mountains, there are thick vines everywhere. You can find as long as you need. Moreover, these vines are very flexible. Normally, just pulling down these vines would take considerable effort. But now, that is not a problem. As the saying goes, with the Shochuan knife in hand, I have the world. This is a divine weapon. Cutting a few vines is a piece of cake. After all, it's to save someone, so he must not be careless. Boldly, tie those two around your waist. Grab the other two with your hands, and I'll pull you up. Duan Yu tightly wound one end of the vine around a low tree. This way, it's equivalent to making multiple safety precautions. First, in case he exhausts his strength and can't pull them up, the vine tied to the tree would prevent him from being dragged down. Second, even if he exhausts his strength, with this layer of insurance on the tree, the people below 1T fall directly down into the valley. The third and fourth vines were divided into two groups, one tied around the waist, and the other held in hand. This way, even if the vines broke slightly, they wouldn't fall directly down. The reason for pulling Li Ziyuan up first was mainly because he was lighter than Lao Li, compared to Lao Zhang. He was also younger and more agile. Once he was pulled up, the two of them could work together to pull up Lao Zhang. This way, they would be completely safe. Chapter 17. Wang Poppy was beaten again. Little girl, are you alone? Wang Poppy squinted his eyes and forced a friendly smile. For the greasy uncle who suddenly appeared in front of her, Lin Yuru felt an inexplicable disgust. She squatted down with her legs closed, stretching out her hands to tightly protect the large pile of bamboo shoots beneath her. Don't come over. These are all mine. Lin Yuru looked like a hen protecting her chicks, fierce and fierce. Wang Poppy had clearly lost weight over the past few days. He had been suffering greatly. Speaking of finding water and food, young Master Chen Jinhai had been squatting at the seaside camp, always fiddling with his satellite phone. Although Miss Chu Wanqing did some work, it was only picking up a few shells and oysters by the seaside. And that Chun Yanyan who spoke in a cutesy voice obviously had a modeling background and had never done any real work. To be honest, eating the small crabs and oysters from the beach occasionally was fine, but eating them every day made him want to vomit long ago. The most crucial point was that they weren't even full. That Scarface was the young master's personal bodyguard and chef. He was responsible for cooking, not for going out to look for ingredients and water. The water they had been drinking for the past 2 days was all thanks to Wang Poppy, who had spent a long time wandering almost half the island to find a coconut tree with coconuts. In order to pick those 4 or 5 coconuts up there, Wang Poppy had used all his strength but couldn't climb up. In the end, he had to ask Jack for help to pick them down. The 6 of them struggled to carry those 5 coconuts for several days. Fortunately, they later discovered a small puddle, which had not much water but should be enough for 6 people to drink for a week. The key issue was to find enough food, which they needed to solve at the moment. So he took Jack and the 2 of them plunged into the dense forest, not knowing how long they had walked. They finally discovered an extremely dense pile of bamboo. Underneath that bamboo, there was actually a beautiful young woman squatting. Wang Poppy's eyes widened in surprise. Was this a fairy? How could she be so beautiful? It could be said that Wang Poppy had never seen such a pretty girl in his life, if there was one. It would only be Miss Chu Wanqing to compare with, but each had their own beauty. Actually, Wang Poppy wasn't being overly lustful. He just couldn't help but want to show off when he saw such a beautiful girl. Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother just wants to take a bamboo shoot to eat. Wang Poppy grinned as he moved forward, reaching out to take a bamboo shoot. He wanted to see how this heavenly beauty would react. You dare to come over. Thud. Wang Poppy fell to the ground, one side of his face instantly swelling up. You dare to hit me? Just wait. I won't spare you, little girl. He was furious and humiliated to have been beaten by a girl who looked so weak. He roared angrily and lunged forward, shaking his body full of fat. Just then, a white shadow flashed in front of him, and that seemingly weak little girl actually leaped into the air, kicking Wang Poppy in the chest. Ouch, that hurts. Jack, hurry up and help me beat this little girl. Jack, who was over 1.8 meters tall, staggered over. He looked at Wang Poppy, who had been knocked down, with disdain and said in broken Mandarin, sorry, I don't hit women. In fact, Jack was quite surprised. He secretly lamented that it was said that most Huan people knew martial arts, and it seemed to be true, as this seemingly weak girl was so fierce when she fought. The main thing was that looking at this little girl, he felt a bit nervous. What if he couldn't beat her? That would be quite embarrassing. Just then, a round of applause sounded not far behind. The person walking at the front was a young man in his 20s, over 1.7 meters tall, not particularly tall, but with a muscular build that looked very strong. His face wasn't particularly handsome, but it had clear angles. His thick eyebrows framed eyes that weren't large, but were full of spirit. The 2 of them exclaimed in surprise at the same time, what are you doing here? The long knife handle, combined with the beautifully decorated sheath, was at least close to a meter long. The difference between people really was too great. Thinking of this, Jack felt a wave of panic. It was a good thing he hadn't acted earlier, or he might not be able to stand and talk now. Wang Poppy stared blankly at Jack, who usually looked down on him. He didn't expect this guy to change so quickly at a critical moment. Debt has its owner, and grievances have their heads. Everyone is stranded on this deserted island, so I want to pursue the past. Duan Yu didn't pay much attention. After all, the one who truly wanted him dead was still Qin Jinhai. He could settle the score with him later and didn't need to make things difficult for others. At least in front of Lin Yuru. He didn't want to create a bloody scene. Li Ziyuan, Zhang Changjin, how come you two are here too? Good brothers. I've been looking for you for several days. It's good that you're okay. Wang Poppy had forgotten the pain on his face. His acting skills were so good, he could have won an Oscar. He grabbed the hands of the two, shaking hands and hugging, as if they were long-lost brothers. Almost shedding tears. Are you here to dig my corner? Why don't you do this? Let them choose where to go. Wang Poppy said cautiously. Then you two decide for yourselves, whether to follow him or stay. Duan Yu gave the choice to Li Ziyuan and Zhang Changjin. Chapter 18, like antlers hanging. Without a trace. This. Zhang Changjin stammered for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. He was usually quite honest, and at this moment, he didn't know what to say. Duan Yu was their co-worker and had saved their lives, that was true. But Wang Poppy was their former foreman. And young Master Chun was someone they couldn't provoke. Moreover, with the Chun family's power, if they didn't obey, young Master Chun would have 100 ways to deal with them once they got out. He took off the simple backpack woven from fine vines on his back, squatted down under the puzzled gazes of everyone, and began to pack the bamboo shoots from the ground into the backpack one by one. Then he handed the backpack to Li Ziyuan and Zhang Changjin, patting their shoulders. Old Zhang, old Li, go ahead, I understand your difficulties. This basket of bamboo shoots is my gift to you too. And for Miss Chu, if you see her, please convey my gratitude for her saving my life. Until the four of them left for quite a while, Lin Yuru was still squatting on the ground, sulking and not speaking. Is this the Jack and Wang Poppy you mentioned, under Qin Jinhai? I don't understand why you let them go like this. He took away our people. And you even gave them so many bamboo shoots. It really makes me mad. Those two are unbelievable. You clearly saved them, yet they want to follow your enemy. They are truly ungrateful and don't understand gratitude at all. Lin Yuru was genuinely furious, firing off a barrage of questions in one breath. Duan Yu discovered that beautiful women are indeed beautiful. Even when they are angry, they look so cute. Yuru, do you know why I did this? Why? Lin Yuru tilted her little face, puzzled. Actually, it's not that I let them go, nor that Wang Poppy took them away. I gave them the choice. And they chose to leave on their own. Then why did you let them choose? You saved them. Shouldn't they follow you? Actually, we are about the same age. But my experience may be a bit more than yours. Think deeper. Why would those two choose to follow Wang Poppy? Duan Yu paused, and then continued. Because they are honest migrant workers, with families waiting for them at home. They are afraid that once they go out, Wang Poppy and the Qin family might harm them. That's why they chose to follow Wang Poppy. In fact, everyone has their own helplessness. They are also tough men who aren't afraid of hardship. Therefore, I respect their decision. Unless one day everyone is truly desperate and can't leave this island. Then no one would care about the Chun family or the power of the Chables, which is terrifying even on a desolate island. So that is how it is. Then the Chun family and that Wang Poppy are too wicked. If I had known earlier, I should have beaten him up just now. Lin Yuru was still furious. How dare he steal my bamboo shoots? Duan Yu smiled, surprised by the little girl's fighting spirit. Moreover, these two cannot stay with us. If we keep them, they might be used by Qin Jinhai and Wang Poppy to threaten their families in the future. If they betray us, it would be disastrous. I am increasingly admiring you, but I still don't understand why you gave them so many bamboo shoots. Do you know Sun Tzu's art of war? Yes. But what does giving bamboo shoots have to do with it? Do you know the strategy of sowing discord? Wow. I understand now. Lin Yuru suddenly realized. As she paced back and forth, she gestured with her hands. You want them to infiltrate Qin Jinhai's group and assist you at a critical moment, right? And it's also Wang Poppy and the others who asked to take them away, or rather, they chose to leave on their own. What a clever move. It's truly ingenious and seamless. Haha, as expected of a university student, your analysis is spot on. That's exactly what I mean. Duan Yu smiled. Also, having two more people eat is quite a burden for them. A person without a tiger's heart is afraid of a tiger with a human heart. I don't expect them to do anything for me. As long as they remind me when Qin Jinhai wants to harm me, that would be enough. I think they will still have that bit of conscience. All right, we've given them all the bamboo shoots. Let us dig up the rest. Unfortunately, this small bamboo grove may never produce bamboo shoots again. However, since this place has already been exposed, even if they don't finish digging, the remaining bamboo shoots will be taken away by Wang Poppy and his group. In fact, They only wanted to steal our bamboo shoots. But they didn't see the real treasure. Oh, what treasure? Lin Yuru asked, puzzled. This bamboo is a treasure in itself. This bamboo pole is a true treasure. Finally, he cut off some branches and tips, and then tightly bound them with vines. Even so, because the mountain path is difficult, they couldn't go too far and had to stop to rest for a while. Am I carrying bamboo? This is a bed, a teacup, a bamboo chair, a tent, a fishing rod. These are all treasures. Chapter 19. Beautiful women love to dream. If Zhu Xiaoqiang were here, he would be able to do things with much more confidence. He is a capable assistant. It's just that so many days have passed since the shipwreck, and there has been no news of the two of them. Duan Yu had also inquired about them from Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan, but they hadn't seen the two either. Now, it's still unknown whether these two good brothers are dead or alive. But thinking about how so many people survived, given their physical condition and cleverness, they probably wouldn't fare too badly if they ended up on a deserted island. It's time to prepare. It's already afternoon, and both of them were a bit hungry after not eating for most of the day. They first drank 2 big bowls of cool boiled water and then began to divide the tasks. The cooking duty was assigned to Lin Yuru, of course. There wasn't much to eat, just some bamboo shoots and wild vegetables, but it would be enough to fill their stomachs. He swung his long knife continuously, chopping a large bamboo pole into several sections. After testing it, a bamboo tube could hold about 2 to 3 liters of water without any problem. Next, they needed to address the shelter issue. Until now, they had been sleeping in that small cave of only a few square meters. Although the ground was covered with a layer of licorice, sleeping on the cold stone floor was not very comfortable, and after several days, it had left them feeling sore and achy. Now, with many more pots and jars, there was even less room to move around in that few square meters. Then, on both sides of these bamboo poles, they tied 2 slightly thinner crossbars. The bed was made in the same way. In the gaps between these 4 sturdy bamboo poles, they laid down medium bamboo poles over 2 meters long as the bedboard. After spending half a day's effort, a solid and quite nice-looking bamboo bed was completed. Yuru, we have a bed to sleep on tonight. Wow, that is great. Finally, we can sleep on a bed. Lin Yuru excitedly jumped up and rolled onto the bed. But why is there only one bed? Oh, Lin Yuru responded softly, not knowing what to think. All right, let us move all our things inside and put them under the bed. The space under the bed is quite large, just right for a storage room. The two of them moved all the jars and pots under the bed and then laid a thick layer of dry grass and leaves on the bed. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. After dinner, they moved the fire pit to the cave entrance, and both were extremely tired, so they went to bed early to rest. To be honest, with a thick layer of grass, lying down felt somewhat like a comfortable mattress. Duan Yu was awakened by a gust of cold wind. This night felt exceptionally cold compared to the previous ones. The wind was so strong that it almost extinguished the fire pit. Just as Duan Yu was about to get up to add firewood, he suddenly felt a warm arm tightly hugging his neck. There were mumbled words that he couldn't quite make out. Duan Yu smiled bitterly. This girl is talking in her sleep again. In the morning, the sun rose, and warm sunlight shone on the earth. At this moment, who could still tell that there had been a cold wind howling last night? The first to wake up was Lin Yuru. She was awakened by her own hunger. This night lying on the bamboo bed was especially sweet and warm for her. Last night, she had another beautiful dream. She dreamed that she was sleeping on a comfortable mattress, and since she had no classes today, she got up early to stew a big pot of chicken soup. Then, she happily held a fragrant chicken leg, just about to start gnawing on it. Suddenly, she felt a pain on her butt, as if she had been slapped, and with a start, she woke up. Oh, sorry. I was dreaming and mistook you for a chicken leg. Why are there bugs on this bed biting me? Lin Yuru awkwardly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then asked in confusion. Chapter 20. Preparation. You have to know that this is a tropical rainforest climate, and the weather conditions are extremely harsh. Not to mention the scorching sun during the day. The cold wind at night is bone-chilling. The huge temperature difference between day and night is unbearable. In this weather, it could change at any time. If there were a long-lasting heavy rain, that would be terrible, as the cave is just too small. If the rain were heavy enough, it could drift into the cave. Duan Yu moved his body a bit, picked up the Shochuan knife, and began the process of moving the bamboo poles again. Another day of hard work. But the results were extremely gratifying. Based on the cave, Duan Yu cut down quite a few small trees nearby and built a wooden house. This wooden house is connected to the cave, forming a single space. The 3 walls are tightly arranged with wooden stakes, and the gaps are filled with thin vines and grass leaves. The roof is also constructed with small tree trunks, fixed to the large rock at the top of the cave, slightly sloping down. At the top, long bamboo poles are used to create tiles for drainage during rainy days. Duan Yu split the selected bamboo poles in half with the Shochuan knife. The lower row has the semicircular side facing down, densely arranged on the roof, then tied and secured tightly. The other half is then placed in the opposite direction, perfectly covering the gaps between the two bamboo tiles and carefully secured. Thus, the tiling is completed. When it rains, the water will flow down the grooves of the bamboo tiles to the ground. When it rains, it should not go to waste. Some water can be stored. Generally speaking, wooden houses should not leak. The bed in the cave is not afraid of storms. The wooden house is mainly used as a kitchen and for storing items. During the day, it can be used for cooking, and at night, a fire can be lit to ensure warmth throughout the space. With a chimney, smoke can be smoothly vented outside the wooden house. Lin Yuru, of course, was not idle either. The little girl helped out. After a whole day of busy work, the two looked at the fruits of their labor with a sense of accomplishment. After all, being on a deserted island, having such a wooden house significantly improves the living environment. One could say that this wooden house is like a luxury villa on the deserted island. However, one must always be prepared for contingencies. Lin Yuru did not have time to rest and began to prepare food. Although the two had built the wooden house and prepared for long-term living on the island, the hope for rescue could not be extinguished. Standing on the platform not far from the small house, they could see the coastline. This was also the reason they chose to build their shelter here. In case rescue boats passed by, they could spot them at a glance. However, it takes more than an hour to traverse the dense forest to reach the seaside. The recent method is to descend from this stone platform and climb down several steep cliffs. This way, it might be possible to reach the seaside in about 20 minutes. However, the cliffs here have a significant drop, making it look very dangerous. Duan Yu secured several vines and slowly slid down, and after dropping about 5 or 6 meters, he unexpectedly found a narrow path. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he opened a bamboo tube and took a sip of water, instantly feeling much more energized. This was his purpose for coming to the seaside today. As a child, he heard elders say that a simple way to obtain salt is to evaporate seawater until only a small amount of salt grains is left. On this deserted island, although there is no meat to eat, without salt, a person's immunity will sharply decline, and over time, it is easy to develop a disease called goiter. This is quite a labor-intensive process. It takes a certain amount of time to completely evaporate a large pot of water. In fact, if he could find some plastic bags or mineral water bottles, it would be much more convenient. However, it seems this is a virtually untouched deserted island. Clean to a surprising extent. What is this? Suddenly, he noticed something black behind a rock, swaying with the tide. It was a handbag. The bag is green, appearing even more vibrant after being soaked and washed by seawater. If this is a woman's handbag, it must be the largest one. Judging by the material and style of the bag, it should belong to work use. What is this? A box of condoms? Chapter 21. Know yourself and know your enemy. Duan Yu suddenly felt a jolt in his body, slightly dazed. He, a straight man, had not really come into contact with condoms before. However, he had heard that these things have many uses, especially on a resource-scarce deserted island. They could come in handy. The remaining items were all women's supplies. For example, a lipstick, a bar of soap, a wooden comb, and a small mirror. Duan Yu chuckled. Indeed, women love beauty, and most women probably carry a mirror with them. At the bottom, there was even a small box of tissues, several packs of wet wipes, and a pack of sanitary napkins. Originally thinking he had found a treasure, it now seemed that there was nothing useful for him at all. These, however, could be quite useful for Lin Yuru. Returning to the clay pot, he found that the water in the pot had boiled dry. Duan Yu took out the prepared bamboo tube and collected the salt grains from the bottom of the pot. After boiling 2 more pots, it was already evening. The sun had set, and the sky was filled with sunset clouds. This pure, untouched wilderness scenery is something many people might never see in their lifetime. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is close to dusk. Duan Yu sighed, knowing that night was about to fall. Should I go observe the situation over at Chunjinhai and the others? Then I will boil another pot. Time should not be wasted. Duan Yu boiled another pot of seawater, filled it with enough firewood, and then walked towards the direction where Chunjinhai and the others had last appeared, under the evening glow and setting sun. In fact, Chunjinhai and the others' camp had always been stationed by the sea. They had been struggling here with the hope of waiting for rescue. At this moment, it was completely dark. Fortunately, the faint moonlight timely covered the land, allowing him to see the road clearly. Duan Yu then found a large rock, hid behind it, and looked into the camp. The camp of Chunjinhai and the others was more like a refugee camp than a proper camp. For simple shacks were piled high with dead branches and reeds. It was dinner time now, and a few people were eating. Apart from some shellfish, each person had an extra bamboo shoot for dinner. Eating barbecued food every day, and these unappetizing shellfish. If only there were soup to drink, Wang Poppy complained. If we had bamboo poles, wouldn't we be able to drink soup? Chen Jinhai angrily punched Wang Poppy on the back. This person was none other than the worker Zhang Chongjin. Who? Zhang Chongjin shivered in fear, nearly wetting his pants. Duan Yu pulled Zhang Chongjin behind the rock. Keep your voice down, squat down and speak. How is the situation over there? Any news of rescue? What news could there be? From my perspective, there is no hope. Shenzong has been fiddling with that broken satellite phone all day, and he can't get through at all. With so many people, we can't even get enough to eat every day. We don't know when this will end. Zhang Changjin spoke with a mix of snot and tears. Moreover, Shenzong said that as long as we follow him honestly and listen to him, when we get out in the future, he will give everyone 3 million. You know, that's 3 million. Even if we work hard all our lives, we might not earn that much. Don't mention that for now. Where did Chu Wanqing go? Why haven't I seen her? You mentioned that Miss Chu seems to have a stomachache these past couple of days and didn't eat dinner today. Please take this to her and say it's from me. Also, don't tell anyone else that I came by, except for Miss Chu. I've gathered enough information. This trip has not been in vain. By the seaside, the seawater in the iron pot has dried up, and there's hardly any firewood left. The cold sea breeze blows in, making one shiver involuntarily. Next to the earthen pot, a beautiful girl squats on the ground, the firelight reflecting the tear stains on her stunning face. Chapter 22. This is a treasure. Yuruo, how did you come down? Duan Yu approached and saw that the girl squatting by the fire was none other than Lin Yuruo. Wow, Duan Yu said, taking out a women's suit jacket from his handbag. He gently draped it over Lin Yuruo, as it was windy at night, and it wouldn't be good if she caught a cold. In fact, there is one good thing about rural girls like Lin Yuruo. They are not pretentious at all. Duan Yu asked her to put it on, and she obediently slipped into the jacket. The night was deep, and everyone had gone into the thatched hut, except for Zhang Changjin, who was still quietly working outside. Just then, he noticed that Chun Yinyin, who lived with Chu Wanqing, had come out and was walking off into the distance. It seemed she was going to the bathroom. Opportunities are fleeting. Zhang Changjin hurried to Chu Wanqing's hut. Holding the sanitary pads in hand, Chu Wanqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, this was exactly the time to need them on this deserted island. These supplies could not be bought for any amount of money. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized a problem. Yuruo, how did you come down? Just like you. I climbed down the stone wall using the vine you tied. Duan Yu didn't expect that a seemingly fragile girl would have such good climbing skills. I can also do martial arts. Have you forgotten how I beat that fat man last time? By the time they returned to the wooden house, it was already late at night. The flames in the stone stove were burning brightly, making the whole room feel as warm as spring. Come eat something. Add some salt. It tastes better. It's true. The bamboo shoot and wild vegetable soup with salt is a real delicacy. This meal was incredibly delicious. Even more satisfying than the grilled fish before, since the grilled fish had no salt and lacked soul. Here, this bag is for you. Wow, so many things. Lin Yuruo exclaimed as she excitedly pulled items out of the backpack, looking as happy as a child. This is a comb. I haven't combed my hair for a long time. With such long hair, it must be a mess. This is a mirror. Great. And soap? I was just worried about not having anything to wash with. A pair of women's suit pants. Now I won't have to endure the bites from mosquitoes in the grass anymore. And a white shirt. The fabric is so smooth. There's even a lipstick. It seems that even on a deserted island, I can still be a delicate girl, Lin Yuruo thought. What is this? Tissue paper. These are all essential living supplies. And there are even a few packs of wet wipes. Oh my, this bag has quite a complete set of items. What is this? Sanitary pads? This half pack should last for half a year, right? Oh yeah. Lin Yuruo, in her excitement, actually sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuruo was so happy, as if she were a 3-year-old child who had just received candy. Duan Yu. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He took out a small box from his pocket. There is also something here that I took out from the bag. Keep it well. It might be useful in the future. This is a treasure. Duan Yu didn't even know where he got the courage to say these words. After all, there is a saying, as long as you're not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is the other person. What is this? Until she held it up. Illuminated by the firelight, the 3 words Durex suddenly appeared before her eyes. Lin Yuruo's face instantly turned bright red. In this day and age, who doesn't know or hasn't heard of this thing? You dare to say? Really, listen to me. This thing has many uses. It's a treasure. Duan Yu fled in a panic. Chapter 23. Educating Lin Yuruo on survival knowledge. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, just wait and see how I deal with you. Which 7? Tell me. The first one is that it can be used as a bandage. Think about it. We are on this deserted island, and various risks can occur at any time. If we get injured, we can use it as a bleeding stop bandage. This is an essential tool for traveling. What about the second? Immediately, she blushed and asked again. You'd better give me something reliable, or I'll throw it away right now. Continuing, the second use is that it can be used as a water bottle. This thing can hold at least 2 liters of water, which is essential in the wild. We've already used bamboo tubes as water bottles. So hurry up and tell me the third use. The third use is that it can serve as a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass? Lin Yuruo asked in confusion. Yes. If we fill it with water, it can be used as a convex lens to start a fire. Although we have a lighter, kerosene will eventually run out. And this thing might come in handy later on. I'll give you that. What is the fourth use? The fourth use is that it can be used as a life-saving ring. Think about it. We can't live here forever, right? Once we have enough understanding of the terrain and enough food, we can build a boat and set sail ourselves. You know, the sea can be very rough at times. And we have neither life rings nor life jackets. By the way, can you swim? No. Lin Yurua honestly shook her head. That settles it. When the time comes, we can inflate a few of these and tie them securely to ourselves, which will give us a certain chance of survival. How important is this thing? Let me tell you the fifth use. It can be used as a drug-using device. A drug-using device? What is that? Lin Yurua asked curiously. After so many years of university, she had never heard of such a term. On this deserted island, there are bound to be poisonous snakes. If one day we accidentally get bitten by a poisonous snake, without medical conditions, we can only save ourselves. One method is to suck out the poison. However, if the person sucking the poison has a tiny wound in their mouth, it could also lead to poisoning and infection, and if they accidentally swallow a bit, it could be life-threatening. With this, we can use it to isolate and then suck it out confidently. Oh, that seems reasonable. Lin Yurua nodded repeatedly, her anger from earlier turning into calmness and then into surprise. Duan Yu secretly laughed, thinking that this little girl's ability to change expressions could rival that of a Sichuan opera performer. The sixth use is for your benefit. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, have you? Lin Yurua nodded continuously. Do you know why you're not sleeping well? It's because there's no pillow. Just think, if you had a pillow, wouldn't it be comfortable to sleep? I'm telling you. This thing is like a balloon. You can blow it up to whatever size you want. You can adjust it anytime. Finally, the last use, the seventh. This one is the most relevant to our current life. If we want to pickle something in the future to prevent it from spoiling, we can use this to clean it and then seal the container. At this point, Lin Yurua's face had turned into one of admiration. It turns out that a small Durex has so many uses. It really is a treasure. I feel like my university education has been in vain. Haha. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Maybe this deserted island trip will bring you great benefits. Duan Yu said with a smile. With such eloquence. It's a pity you're not in sales. He suddenly felt a bit speechless. The scene felt somewhat ambiguous no matter how he looked at it. If someone unaware of the situation happened to see them, they might think the two were about to engage in something indescribable. Dazed, Duan Yu didn't expect that Lin Yuru would remember so clearly what he had just said, and not only did she remember, but she was also putting it into practice right away. This needs to be cleaned first. In a wooden cabin, the dim light of the stone fireplace illuminated the entire room. The beautiful girl on the bed rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching him. Meanwhile, he was forcefully blowing air into a condom. The image was so beautiful, just thinking about it was heartbreaking. All right. Duan Yu handed the inflated balloon to Lin Yuru and reminded her, move those sharp hay pieces aside a bit. Don't accidentally poke a hole in it. Okay. Lin Yuru replied, turning around, and soon emitted a slight sound of breathing. Thoughts raced through his mind. According to Zhang Chong'an's description, that was Chun Jinhui's satellite phone, which was completely useless here. It couldn't connect to the outside world. So, was there still hope of leaving the deserted island? Zhang Chong'an told him to find Chun Jinhui to apologize, claiming that if he followed Chun Jinhui out, everyone would get 3 million, a sum that would be incredibly hard for him to earn in his lifetime. He then shook his head, since he and Chun Jinhui had already torn their faces. It was too late to say anything now. Money, he could work hard to earn, but to sell his dignity and bow down, that was something he couldn't do. He also thought of Chu Wanqing. He didn't know if she had eaten or drunk anything during these days on the island, or if she could still hold on. He just felt that when he was washed ashore, it was Chu Wanqing who had saved him. Strictly speaking, Chu Wanqing was his lifesaver. If possible, he should try to help her as much as he could. Chapter 24, Saved an Old Man. Although there were still some bamboo shoots left, eating bamboo shoots and wild vegetables every day was a bit too bland. Yesterday, Lin Yuru luxuriously took a bath, using almost all the water they had stored for these days. Fortunately, today Lin Yuru took the initiative to volunteer. The two simply rinsed their mouths with the charcoal and took a backpack, some bamboo tubes, and a ceramic pot, and set off, with a spring knife in hand. The branches and bushes had been mostly cleared, forming a faint trace of a path on the ground. They say there were originally no roads in the world. As more people walked, roads were created. As Duan Yu walked, he couldn't help but show off his literary flair. Have you read Mr. Lusun's books? Of course. From the Herb Garden to the Three-Flavor Study, Wandering, Call to Arms, I've read them all. Back in the day, I sat in the workers' shed on the construction site, studying the spring and autumn annals for 24 volumes, persistently. Uffed. Lin Yuru covered her mouth and laughed out loud. After so many years of university, she had never heard of the spring and autumn annals being divided into 24 volumes. Just then, A loud laugh came from ahead. An old voice suddenly called out, "Young man, stop bragging. If you really loved reading and studying, you wouldn't be moving bricks at such a young age." "Who?" Duan Yu was startled and quickly pulled Lin Yuru behind him, his expression serious as he began to be on guard. It turned out that without realizing it, they had arrived near the water source entrance. Duan Yu remembered that last time he not only dug a pit, but also set 2 traps here. After a few days without checking, he didn't know if there had been any gains in the traps. "Hurry up and let me down. I don't know who is so wicked to set a trap here. It almost killed me." Duan Yu looked closely and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He saw that the trap he had set with the bent little tree had been triggered. The little tree stood upright after being triggered, and hanging from its crown was an old man with a long beard swaying in the wind, his head full of silver hair. Previously, the old man had been trying to grab the tree trunk, struggling to lift himself up and hoping to reach the noose on his foot, but at his age, he was indeed a bit too old and had failed many times. When he was rescued, the old man sat down on the ground, his face flushed and gasping for breath. "Old man, I'm sorry, drink some water and rest," Duan Yu said apologetically, quickly taking out a bamboo tube of water from behind and handing it to the white-haired old man. At this moment, the old man didn't care about his image. He was just thirsty, tired, and hungry. He took the bamboo tube and gulped it down in one go. "Who are you?" Lin Yuru studied the old man for a while and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Li, I've seen you on TV before." This was Mr. Li Weishan, a well-known authority in traditional Chinese medicine and a professor in the archaeology field. Oh, Duan Yu was also shocked. He had heard of Professor Li's name before, but never expected to meet him in such an awkward way on a deserted island. Here, there was no hospital, no medical equipment. If one fell ill someday, it could be fatal. He knew how important an authoritative traditional Chinese doctor would be on this island and began to make up his mind. No matter what, he had to get this Professor Li to join them. The girl has some insight. After drinking enough water, Professor Li had recovered quite a bit of spirit. "So this trap was set by you, huh? Haha, good job, kid, you're quite capable. There aren't many exceptional young people like you nowadays. And the trap you set was really secure. It's just a pity that wild boar didn't step into the trap, but I ended up getting caught instead." Ouch. Professor Li rubbed his red and swollen ankle, which had a noticeable mark from being trapped. "If I hadn't been tracking that wild boar, I wouldn't have come here. Poor me, I haven't eaten in 2 days and saw a wild boar, but it got away." Lin Yuru couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She didn't expect that the renowned Professor Li in the fields of traditional Chinese medicine and archaeology would have such a comical and endearing side, especially when talking about the wild boar, as the old man's saliva dripped down his beard. "Old man, if you want to eat pork, we can arrange it today." Duan Yu smiled confidently, which surprised both the old man and Lin Yuru. Professor Li quickly stood up from the ground, looking like a child waiting for candy. Lin Yuru hurriedly came over. Duan Yu didn't explain. He had set a large pit trap ahead. As long as the wild boar came, it wouldn't be able to escape. The bottom of that pit was covered with sharp wooden spikes. "Was this also set by you?" Professor Li suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If he had chased after the wild boar and fallen into the pit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I placed some leaves and stones on top of the pit to point arrows to the side. If someone passes by here and sees the arrows, they won't fall in and get hurt." Duan Yu seemed to see what Professor Li was worried about and quickly explained. Although they had just met, this simple young man had left him with an excellent impression. "Then, can I have some of that pork?" Professor Li shyly rubbed his hands together. Chapter 25. Seeing the heart of man, little brother. Well done. So straightforward. Professor Li's excitement was evident as he smiled widely and continuously stroked his beard. "If you ever need me to lend a hand, just say the word. I will definitely go through fire and water for you." It wasn't surprising that the old man was so excited. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for days and was truly starving. Professor Li had been respected all his life. As such a renowned expert, everyone usually treated him with reverence. He never expected that shortly after arriving on the deserted island, he would receive a lesson. Just a couple of days ago, after suffering from hunger while braving the elements on the island, Professor Li suddenly discovered a campsite by the sea. Finally seeing people, he was overwhelmed with excitement. No matter what, with so many people together, the chances of rescue would be much greater. This campsite was, in fact, the territory of Qin Jinhai and his group. That day, they were preparing lunch when an old man, looking like a beggar in tattered clothes, suddenly rushed over, wanting to join them and asking for some food. The old man was clearly very old, with hair and beard completely white, appearing frail and lacking the ability to fend for himself. With food already scarce, Qin Jinhai didn't think twice and rejected the old man. He didn't want a useless burden hanging around their camp, even though he himself was not much better off. Professor Li was indignant and muttered a few words in protest, only to be met with a beating from Wang Pap. Frightened, Professor Li hurriedly scrambled away from their camp. However, to his surprise, A tall girl chased after him and gave him a few already roasted oysters. Humanity was vividly displayed on this deserted island. With no choice, Professor Lee had to struggle through the dense mountains, searching for anything edible that could keep him alive. He had learned a lesson on the deserted island. Here, nothing else mattered. Whoever had food and strong fists had the final say. This left him somewhat wary of trusting others. Roughly estimating, the wild boar weighed at least over 100 gene. The pig's blood filled a large clay jar, which was a rare source of nutrition that couldn't be wasted. Lin Yuro was in charge of carrying water, and knowing there was meat to eat, Professor Lee, despite his fatigue, took up the clay jar of pig's blood. Although it was somewhat heavy, the thought of soon being able to enjoy delicious roasted meat made him feel less tired. Chen Jinhai was getting restless, with 8 people eating. Their daily consumption was terrifying. They had no food reserves, and their daily meals were insufficient. They had eaten so many oysters and shells that they were nauseated, and catching sea fish was a rare stroke of luck. On good days, Jack might catch 1 or 2 slightly larger fish, but divided among 8 people. No one could get full. On bad days, Jack returned empty-handed. If this continued, they would likely starve to death on this deserted island before help arrived. Would rescue really come here? Chen Jinhai adjusted his glasses and silently chuckled in despair. That broken satellite phone couldn't even make a call. He had to claim it was broken and under repair so that everyone would listen to him. If one day everyone found out there was no hope of getting out, they would all go mad. No one would care about him anymore. Even if he promised others more money, it would be useless. After all, if they couldn't survive to get out of here, no amount of money would mean anything. It would just be an empty promise. To solve the problem of food, Chen Jinhai gritted his teeth and decided to go out personally to search for food. It was an all-out effort. The 8 people were divided into 2 groups. Scarface, Chen Yinyan, Zhang Changjin, and Li Ziwan formed one group, while Chen Jinhai, Chu Wanqing, Wang Pap, and Jack formed the other. It was clear that Chen Jinhai's group was just a motley crew, living day by day, not knowing when it would end. As they ventured deeper into the dense forest, their pace gradually slowed. The mountain path was difficult, and Chen Jinhai, unable to bear it, soon began to pant heavily. Along the way, they only found a few pitiful wild fruits to fill their stomachs, but it was better than nothing. What is that? Chu Wanqing suddenly brightened. She saw a few small eggs nestled beneath a low bush. Unexpectedly, there were bird eggs hidden in the grass. Chu Wanqing took a couple of steps forward, reaching out to grab them. At that moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg. Looking down, a small black snake was hissing and flicking its tongue. Its triangular head looked extremely ugly. A piercing scream broke the tranquility of the forest. Chu Wanqing was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. She turned and ran. Meanwhile, Jack, Chen Jinhai, and Wang Pap were also startled and quickly left the bushes. Wanqing, are you okay? Chen Jinhai rushed over, concerned. I was bitten by a venomous snake. After she said this, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The panic, fatigue, and hunger from the past few days had already made her malnourished. Plus, being bitten by the snake and the shock finally overwhelmed her, and she collapsed. There was no hospital on this island. I heard that if someone bitten by a venomous snake does not receive treatment within a few hours, they would be doomed. Chen, there is no serum on this island. I don't think she can be saved. Wang Pap shrugged, feeling sorry. It's such a pity for such a beautiful girl to die here. Chen, just give up. On this island, if bitten by a venomous snake, it's basically a death sentence. Not even a deity could save her. Jack crossed his arms, appearing indifferent. But if Chu Wanqing died here, how would Chen Jinhai explain it to the Chu family? Chen Jinhai finally voiced his deep-seated worries. Wang Pap shrugged. It's not like we harmed her. What is there to explain? As long as you don't say anything and we don't say anything, who would know how Miss Chu died? Wang Pap leaned in close to Chen Jinhai's ear and whispered, Chen, if you ask me, Miss Chu treats you coldly all day. She doesn't care about you at all. If she survives and takes over the Chu family, the cooperation between the Chu and Chun families would be in jeopardy. Wanqing, don't blame me. It's all your fate. Chen Jinhai's expression suddenly turned cold. Let us go. Chapter 26. Someone wants to steal the roasted meat. What sound is that? Duan Yu and his companions were happily walking back to the camp when they suddenly heard a scream not far away. It sounded like a girl's voice. Lin Yuro was particularly attentive and recognized it as a woman's voice. Let us go. Let's check it out. By the time Duan Yu arrived, Chen Jinhai and the others had already abandoned Miss Chu. After checking, he discovered that there were a series of small bite marks on Chu Wanqing's thigh. What is this? Nowadays, girls still wear skirts in such places. They don't know how dangerous it is. However, he felt that Professor Lee looked at her with some surprise. Perhaps the old man was thinking, are young people nowadays so open-minded that they carry transparent balloons in their pockets when they go out? This is even better. After stopping the bleeding, we can also draw out the poison. What time is it? People's lives are at stake. And you still have time to think about other things? Hurry up and carry her back to your place. and then we'll all go out together to look for herbs. Is this little girl so fierce too? Professor Lee was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Then the old man gritted his teeth, picked up the bamboo basket that Lin Yuro had thrown on the ground, and strapped it to his front. Along with the jar of pig's blood on his back, the old man was nearly out of breath. I know where to find such herbs. But the old man is a bit too exhausted to move. Squatting at the entrance of the camp, the old man was so tired that he rolled his eyes. Over the past 2 days, he had been scurrying through the dense forest looking for food, and he had discovered quite a few rare flowers and herbs, among which were 2 that were specifically known to counteract snake venom. He dashed out like the wind to search for the herbs. Meanwhile, Lin Yuro was in charge of taking care of Chu Wanqing and managing the camp. At the same time, she was also preparing to process the pork. As a girl who grew up in the countryside, handling pork was a simple task for her. It was as if they had settled into a life of men farming and women weaving. She first used a knife to cut open the pigskin, revealing a thick layer of fat underneath. This was a good thing. When she was younger, her mother would put the fatty meat from the pig into a pot to render out the oil, which they would store in jars. Once cooled, it would turn into a solid white fat that could be kept for months without spoiling. This way, every time they cooked, they could scoop out a few spoonfuls, making the food incredibly delicious. Since arriving on the island, it had been too long since she had eaten fried dishes. The days without a drop of oil in their meals were quite miserable. After setting the lard aside, Lin Yuro cut the pork into long strips, rubbing them evenly with salt. She planned to marinate them first, and when she had time, make some smoked meat for preservation. After finishing this, she picked out a pig leg. To avoid the smoke bothering Chu Wanqing inside the room, Lin Yuro set up a barbecue grill and fire pit in the open space in front of the camp. After a busy half-day, everyone was starving, so she prepared to roast a big pig leg for lunch. The young girl worked efficiently. Lin Yuro controlled the heat while continuously turning the wooden stick. Before long, a pig leg was roasted to a golden brown, dripping with grease. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted far away with the wind. Lin Yuro couldn't help but look towards the dense forest, feeling quite anxious. Just then, not far from the camp, 2 young men dressed in flashy clothes were wandering aimlessly, like 2 headless flies. Suddenly, the man in front took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good, doesn't it? Brother, do you smell it? I smell it, brother. It smells like roasted meat, really delicious. Let's go take a look. Following the scent, the 2 walked forward. Before them was an open area with a small wooden house built against the mountain. At the door of the wooden house sat a beautiful girl dressed in a suit, continuously rotating the roasted pig leg, which was now golden and glistening with oil. Brother, I really want to eat roasted meat, the slightly shorter young man said. I also want to eat pig leg. The taller one licked his lips and said, Brother, shouldn't she come running over to shout Appa when she sees how handsome we are? Then cry and beg us for some roasted meat? Brother, this girl is too beautiful. Today we are lucky. Once we eat the roasted meat, this wooden house and this girl will all belong to us. Wait, you control that girl and cover her mouth tightly. I'll go grab that roasted pig leg. Let's act together. The 2 whispered their plan and then approached with lecherous expressions. Miss, can you give us some roasted meat? Looking up, she realized they were 2 sleazy guys from the corn country. Get lost, she replied without looking up. Chapter 27. Dare to touch my woman? Move. The 2 flashy men, seeing that Lin Yuro was not interested in them, decided to take action and rob her. One rushed towards the roasted meat, while the other reached out to grab Lin Yuro's chest. Pervert! Lin Yuro yelled angrily. In this desolate place on the deserted island, fists were the only truth. The 2 Corn brothers thought that after subduing this little girl, the wooden house, the roasted meat, and the beautiful girl would all be theirs. But they were wrong. Very wrong. If Wang Pap, who had been beaten last time, saw them, he would surely mock how young and naive these 2 were. Suddenly, Lin Yuro spun around, moved to the side of one man, and kicked him hard just below his armpit. The young man cried out and flew several steps back, falling to the ground. At the same time, Lin Yuro swung her palm around and forcefully slapped the other young man. The slap sent him spinning 3 times, leaving him dazed. The young man on the ground shouted and charged over. Lin Yuro leaped into the air and executed a flying kick that nearly struck the young man's face. He leaned back, and the kick landed squarely on his chest. Ouch! It hurts. The young man lay on the ground, not daring to get back up. He picked up a stone and aimed it at Lin Yuro's back. Dare to touch my woman? Have you eaten the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Before the young man could react, he felt a spinning sensation and was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. The stone fell from his hand, and then a large foot pressed down on his chest. Little girl, prepare the medicine. Without giving Lin Yuro time to think, Professor Lee returned with the herbs, and Lin Yuro quickly took out a clay pot. To save every second, Professor Lee personally started brewing the medicine. You 2 came here to bully a weak girl? Duan Yu lifted the slightly shorter young man as if he were a wild chicken and tossed him beside his brother. We bully her. We would have to be able to beat her first. The two were internally lamenting, feeling as miserable as if they had eaten bitter herbs. Big brother, we were just starving and wanted something to eat. Please let us go. I heard everything you said earlier. You wanted to occupy this wooden house, the roasted meat. And this girl? Duan Yu's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes shot out a knife-like glare, clearly furious. Big brother, please don't be angry. We are both from the corn country. The older brother said, my name is Park Buching, and I am his cousin. I am Park Budo, and he is my cousin. Uft. Professor Lee, who was drinking water during the break while brewing the medicine, couldn't help but spray it out. So, big brother, we both do business in Huazhou and run our own companies. If you agree to let us go, we will surely reward you after we get out. Park Buching said. Of course, if you could give us some water and a bit of roasted meat, we would be even more grateful. Park Budo added. Since you've done it, you must pay the price. Crack, crack. Two sounds of bones breaking echoed as Park Buching and Park Budo's faces turned pale with pain. Beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. One must have a bottom line, especially on this deserted island where fists rule. Some people won't learn unless they are taught a lesson. They will do even worse next time. I must be tough enough to protect myself and those around me. Duan Yu was never someone to swallow his anger. Get lost. If they're essaying next time, I'll take your lives. Two young men, as if granted amnesty, scrambled up in panic and ran away. Old man, I will follow you guys from now on. If anyone bullies me in the future, you two must stand up for me. The medicine is ready. Little brother, help this girl up. We need to feed her. Duan Yu helped Chu Wanqing up, scooped the medicine with a wooden spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to Chu Wanqing. If you don't eat it, I think she will finish it all. Professor Lee sat on a stone at the door, tearing off a large piece of roasted meat from the pig leg, chewing it with grease dripping from his mouth, even getting some on his white beard. Since arriving on the island, it had been nothing but tree bark and wild fruits every day. This was the old man's first real meal, and the feeling was something he wouldn't trade for anything. The professor, who was used to a good life, never imagined that one day, pork could taste so good. Old man, is Chu girl as poison serious? Duan Yu asked with some concern. The medicine has been taken, and what should be done has been done. Worrying now is useless. Just wait and see what happens. I say, aren't you going to eat something? The old man, still holding a large piece of meat he hadn't finished, quickly tore off another big chunk, as if afraid he wouldn't be full. After taking a sip of water, Lin Yuro seemed to suddenly remember something and ran into the wooden house to get a bamboo tube. Sorry, I forgot to add salt just now. Roasted meat tastes better with salt. Chapter 28. Borrowing pants for the beauty. Cough, cough. It was during the second feeding of the medicine that Chu Wanqing finally woke up. What happened? How did I end up here? Duan Yu stirred the medicine in the bowl with the wooden spoon. This will cool the medicine down a bit faster. What about Chun Jinhai and the others? Chu Wanqing asked in confusion. She quickly looked down. The bite was on the inner thigh. Oh, so embarrassing. Normally generous and open-minded. Her face flushed red at this moment, her neck blushing, looking stunningly beautiful. It's mainly because this old gentleman saved you. This is Professor Li Weishan, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert in the country. Thank you, Professor Li, for saving my life. I will definitely repay you in the future. Chu Wanqing struggled to sit up from the bed to thank Professor Li. Just lie there and don't move. The old man reached out to flip Chu Wanqing's eyelids, looked for a long time, then lowered his hand, letting out a long sigh. The medicinal herbs on this island are, after all, somewhat different from those in the country. Although this folk remedy has cured many people before, the success rate is not 100%. It was only at this moment that he completely relaxed. Just brew that herb according to the ratio I prescribed, and after 2 more doses, she will be healed. The poison is no longer a big deal. She is just a bit weak. Later, make her a pot of pork bone soup to nourish her body. Also, make more. I want to drink some too. Lin Yuro smiled gently. This old man is quite an interesting person. Miss Chu, actually we have met before. Which one are you? Chu Wanqing seemed to remember something. Professor Li stroked his white beard and chuckled. 4 oysters. The two of them shared a knowing smile, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. It's true that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. A few days ago, I ended up in your camp, where everyone bullied and insulted me. But you were kind-hearted and gave me 4 oysters to eat. Now, I have cured your snake poison. I consider it a repayment for your meal. Ah, old professor. Your words make me feel embarrassed. You fell into my trap. That was my fault. A meal and a drink are nothing at all. If I must thank someone, it should be Miss Chu. She was the one who woke me up when I first drifted to the deserted island. Duan Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Chu Wanqing suddenly felt much lighter. All the worries and anxieties of the past few days were swept away. Laughter filled the wooden house, creating a light atmosphere that she had never felt among Chun Jinhai's group. The old and young in the house were sincere with each other, treating no one as an outsider, resembling a joyful family. Perhaps I should stay and be with them. Chu Wanqing silently made up her mind. If Chu Wanqing had already thought about staying with everyone, this moment made her even more determined, and she would not waver. Lin Yuro filled a large bowl of pork bone soup and brought it to Chu Wanqing's bedside. After thanking Lin Yuro, Chu Wanqing's eyes widened in excitement. Duan Yu handed her a wooden spoon, and Chu Wanqing eagerly took a sip. How is it? Good, delicious. Chu Wanqing was almost in tears. This is better than anything I've ever had from five-star restaurants. There was even salt. It was simply too delicious. Then, she picked up a piece of pork bone. Seemingly reluctant to eat it, held it to her nose and savored the aroma, then took small bites to chew slowly. This is really delicious. At the door, an old man squatted, also holding a clay bowl, looking blissful. He had just eaten roasted meat not long ago and wasn't hungry at all. But he couldn't resist the temptation of the pork bone soup and got a small bowl. Bamboo shoots, wild vegetables, and pork bones. These three simple ingredients, when stewed together, became a delicacy on this deserted island. And the seasoning was just plain salt. Sometimes, human happiness is that simple. Even a proud authoritative professor and a wealthy young lady, after a few days of hardship, could be so joyful over a bowl of hot pork bone soup. Chu Wanqing's body recovered very quickly. Professor Li was right. After the poison was cleared, she was just a bit weak. After 2 days of nutritional replenishment, Chu Wanqing finally returned to her former self. The two sat shoulder to shoulder on a large rock, staring at the distant sea. I want to ask you to accompany me to Chun Jinhai's camp to confront him, to ask him why he left me alone there. I'm scared to go alone. Can you accompany me? I promise I will have nothing to do with him again. It was clear that Chun Jinhai and the others had abandoned Chu Wanqing. Perhaps in their hearts, this woman was already dead. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel anger. Do you just listen to Lin Yuro? Chu Wanqing clearly misunderstood a bit. After all, you don't even have a pair of pants. Chapter 29, Venting for Chu Wanqing. It seems my current goal is to help you live a life with pants. Duan Yu couldn't help but tease. The two women's faces turned slightly red. But they were helpless. Especially after experiencing the incident of Chu Wanqing being bitten by a snake. Everyone felt anxious when going out. The seemingly calm, deserted island and dense forest hid countless venomous snakes and beasts, with unknown dangers awaiting them. At first, Duan Yu was worried. As a young lady, Chu Wanqing probably couldn't handle high-risk physical activities like rappelling and rock climbing. Since childhood, his father had taken them to learn rock climbing, shooting, and taekwondo. These were essential skills learned from a young age. Duan Yu secretly sighed in amazement. It was indeed different for children from wealthy families. Their lifestyles and education were not the same. It hurts, it hurts. The two chatted and laughed all the way, looking like a pair of flirtatious little lovers, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. Shoo, don't make a sound. Wei arrived. Chu Wanqing then realized that they had reached the vicinity of Chun Jinhai's camp. Hiding behind a large rock again, she carefully observed the camp under the bright moonlight. Yan, did you miss me? In a hut, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Is it Chun Jinhai? What does he want? Chu Wanqing whispered. Duan Yu gestured for her to be quiet and continued to listen. Oh, young Master Chun, I've missed you so much. Chen Yanyan asked, is Miss Chu definitely dead? It's her bad luck. On this island, she was bitten by a poisonous snake. Even a deity couldn't save her. It's best if she's dead. Always wearing a cold face, not knowing who to show it to, acting like a young lady here. She should have died long ago and been kicked out, just delaying our good fortune. Chen Yanyan's tone seemed filled with resentment. Yanyan, let's not mention her anymore. Let's do what we need to do. I promise you, once we get out of here, I will marry you and ensure you live a good life. Disgusting. A woman's playful voice and a man's gasping could be heard from the hut. Even a fool could tell what the couple inside the hut was doing. Unexpectedly, after living under the same roof for so long, this woman was actually hoping for her death. And Chun Jinhai, he was just after my family's wealth and property. All fake feelings. From now on, I will sever ties with them. Chu Wanqing calmed down at this moment, losing the anger she had before. After all, Chun Jinhai had never truly entered her heart. In her eyes, he was just an insignificant playboy. There was no need to resort to murder. Wait here for me. I'll go help you vent your anger. The hut was pitch dark, and the couple in the corner was busy, completely unaware that someone had quietly entered the hut. The two in a passionate state were oblivious. Snap! A faint sound came from outside the hut, like a lighter igniting. The people inside the hut remained unaware. A flicker of flame quietly blossomed on the roof of the hut. The people inside the hut finally woke up, and those in the camp began to notice the sound. The wind aided the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's strength. Combined with the two thickest pillars being cut down, the hut collapsed with a loud crash. Run! Duan Yu rushed out, grabbing Chu Wanqing's hand. And the two of them ran wildly along the coastline under the cover of night. It won't be fatal, it's just a lesson for them. They have enough time to escape, plus there are so many people to rescue. I estimate that young Master Chun will have psychological trauma when looking for women in the future. Chu Wanqing's face turned crimson as she whispered, "Your method is too ruthless." After saying that, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally squatting on the ground, almost laughing to the point of pain. Duan Yu took out the spoils from his hand and looked at them, a men's suit and a women's skirt suit. Shaking his head, he tossed the women's outfit into the sea. Such revealing clothes, aside from women like Chun Yin, probably not many would like to wear. These are treasures. These things are rare renewable resources. If I weren't afraid of Chu Wanqing disliking them, I wouldn't have the heart to throw away that women's outfit. Finally, he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a hard object. What is this? Chen Jinhai's satellite phone? Duan Yu didn't expect that this night raid on the enemy camp would actually net him Chen Jinhai's prized possession. The camp was quiet. Seemingly Lin Yuro and the others had already gone to rest. In the corner of the wooden house, a shadow seemed to be crouching. It didn't move. Almost like a mud statue. Who's there? Chapter 30. It's a monkey. At this moment, the people inside the house were also startled. The wooden door opened, and Lin Yuro and Professor Li rushed out, each holding a spear. The shadow struggled to move, but didn't run, looking as if it had been injured and couldn't move properly. "It's just a monkey. You scare me to death." Lin Yuro was sharp-eyed. She patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief, and everyone finally relaxed. "It seems to be injured." Chu Wanqing stepped forward and noticed the monkey's condition was off. The monkey saw so many people and instinctively felt a bit scared, but it didn't choose to flee. The intense pain made its eyes well up with tears. The monkey stretched out its hands, chattering and gesturing, but everyone couldn't understand. They only saw it continually pointing at one of its paws, seemingly indicating it had a serious injury there. What a cute little monkey, Lin Yuro's heart melted, and she reached out her delicate hand to stroke the monkey's head. To her surprise, the monkey was surprisingly docile, allowing her to pet it quietly. A large wooden splinter was embedded in its paw, and the wound had already become infected. If not treated in time, it would need to be amputated. The professor was indeed a professor. Professor Li took a look and immediately identified the issue. "It's windy outside. Let's take it into the wooden house." The monkey showed no resistance as several people brought it inside the wooden house. "Here, sister, let me treat you to some bamboo shoots." Lin Yuro brought a bamboo shoot and offered it to the monkey. The monkey looked at it with disdain, but perhaps it was starving. In the end, it took the bamboo shoot and began to munch on it. After preparing some crushed herbs to wrap the wound, it was already midnight. "Oh." Professor Li stretched his old arms and legs and yawned. "I'm old. I can't stay up late. I'm going to sleep first." In the open space inside the wooden house, the old man had somehow made a low, simple wooden bed. However, this bed was too small and could only accommodate one person. "So, how are we going to sleep?" Chu Wanqing said a bit shyly. After all, with one man and two women, it felt a bit awkward for three people to share a bed. "How about I just sleep on the floor? I'm used to sleeping on the floor anyway." Duan Yu was left speechless. You could never guess a girl's thoughts. They had only known each other for a short time, and they were already forming a united front against him. With no materials available, how could I make a bed on the floor? "I'll sleep on the edge. Just give me a little space on the bed." Duan Yu had no choice but to shamelessly say. The monkey, whose wound no longer hurt, opened its eyes wide, watching the people in front of it gesturing and not understanding what they were saying. It felt a bit confused. In the end, the monkey very consciously crawled under the bed to rest. "That's a promise. If you dare to move around, we won't let you off," Chu Wanqing said with a laugh, her body shaking. "Absolutely, absolutely." In fact, sharing a bed with two beautifully adorned women but nothing happening was the biggest regret and the most infuriating thing. Coincidentally, the old man fell asleep quickly, snoring loudly. He kept mumbling, "The birds in the trees are in pairs. A talent matched with a beauty. Fate brings people together over 1,000 miles." The two women covered their ears, too lazy to listen to his sleep talk. Duan Yu, however, felt that this old man was definitely doing it on purpose, just to provoke him. Since they had disturbed Chen Jinhai's camp today, they had to be fully prepared for their own camp. Therefore, he quietly opened the door, preparing to sit outside alone to keep watch. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanqing and Lin Yuro were so alert. At the slightest noise, the two women sat up. "You all sleep. I'll keep watch at the door. Oh, be careful. Remember to call us when it's time to switch." The wooden house was warm and cozy. After a while, it seemed everyone inside had fallen asleep. Outside the wooden house, the cold wind howled, making it quite chilly. At this point, the responsibilities on his shoulders were growing heavier, and it was time for him to sit quietly alone and think about how to walk the road ahead. With more people, issues of clothing and food resources became a problem. Relying solely on his own strength is definitely not enough. A way must be found to bring out the strengths of these people. Only then can they survive better on the island. In a short period, any plan to obtain rescue is completely unfeasible. After pondering for a long time, he felt a bit hungry. Duan Yu took out a piece of pork, sprinkled some salt on it, and started grilling it over the fire. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. "You little brat. How can you be so ungrateful? Eating alone without calling me to share, Professor Lee said, drooling as he rushed out. It's no wonder the old man was like this. The past few days had been too miserable. Now that he smelled the meat, he got excited. Before sleeping, the old man pretended to tease the young men and women, even pretending to snore. What Professor Lee didn't expect was that the two girls had the habit of talking in their sleep. Duan Yu shared a piece of meat with him, and the two began to feast. Duan Yu sat in front of the fire, with the embroidered spring knife resting across his lap. Professor Lee had long since recognized the extraordinary nature of this knife. As an archaeologist, some things couldn't be hidden from him. It was also the fundamental treasure that everyone relied on for survival on this island. Therefore, several times, he hadn't dared to speak lightly. Without saying a word, Duan Yu handed the knife over. This is actually the embroidered spring knife. Chapter 31, Then I'll sleep in the middle. Do you know what the embroidered spring knife represents? Professor Lee asked excitedly, like a 3-year-old child who had just seen his favorite toy, his whiskers twitching with excitement. The appearance of the embroidered spring knife indicates that the Jinui, embroidered uniform guard, had been there. Professor Lee suddenly became alert, his drowsiness swept away. For someone who loves archaeology, these things are more fragrant than wild boar meat. The Jinui system was a special organization used by the Ming dynasty to consolidate its rule. The greatest navigator of ancient China, Admiral Zheng He, led his fleet on 7 voyages to the Western Oceans. It is said that the furthest route of Zheng He's fleet reached the east coast of Africa and the Red Sea. And the cruise ship we were on likely encountered a shipwreck in the eastern waters of Africa. Professor Lee stroked his beard and continued, from a geographical standpoint. It is very possible that Zheng He's fleet came to this deserted island. And this embroidered spring knife is precisely the proof that only the great Zheng He and his fleet could have reached a deserted island thousands of miles away. Duan Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Not necessarily. Although it has been confirmed that the Jinui came to this island, it does not mean that Zheng He must have been here. Professor Lee shook his head. The Jinui always kept their knives close and valued their waist tokens more than their lives. This Jinui who came to the island most likely died here. Duan Yu couldn't help but admire. Experts are indeed experts, able to deduce so many things from just an embroidered spring knife, and it's basically accurate. As for shipbuilding, Professor Lee pondered for a moment and said solemnly, with just the few of us, we can't even build a decent Ming treasure ship, let alone 2 decent canoes. But if I could gather everyone's strength and wisdom on the island, is it possible to build a large wooden ship for us to cross the ocean? Duan Yu stared at Professor Lee and said seriously, it is neither the harsh weather, nor the lack of food and clothing, nor the poisonous snakes and fierce beasts everywhere. Because as long as we unite, we can always think of ways to overcome these things. There are 2 things in this world that cannot be looked at directly, the sun and the human heart. Professor Lee seemed like a learned teacher, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts for his students. Do you know how terrifying human nature can be in extreme situations? To survive, some people might harm their companions for a sip of water or a wild fruit, or even kill. At the camp by the sea, they bullied me for being old and lacking survival skills, refusing to accept me, and even beating me. In fact, as long as I revealed my identity, my knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine would still be very useful here. But I didn't, because I disdained to associate with such people. I'd rather starve to death on this deserted island. Professor Lee was very excited, and it was evident that every word he spoke was sincere. I have a daughter named Li Qingyi, and her life or death is still unknown. If she is still alive, I hope you can help me protect her and bring her to my side. By the way, my daughter is very beautiful. You must help me find her. And when the time comes, I will let you marry her. How about that? Duan Yu did not expect the old man to suddenly say this. He was momentarily speechless. Haha, I understand. Nowadays, young people emphasize mutual consent and freedom in love. I absolutely do not arrange marriages or force anyone. You've kept watch all night. Go rest for a while. We will be relying on you in the future. Professor Lee transformed into a kind elder, saying with concern, then please take care. Call me immediately if anything happens. Duan Yu didn't decline. After a long night of conversation, he was indeed exhausted. Leaving the embroidered spring knife with Professor Lee for self-defense unexpectedly deepened Professor Lee's fondness for him, likely making him more eager to marry off his daughter to him. On a large bamboo bed, there were actually 2 women who loved to snuggle in bed. One was pressing her head against the corner, her whole body at a 45-degree angle to the wall. The other was lying at the edge of the bed, half her body almost falling off. What the? Duan Yu was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the 2 young ladies who looked dignified and beautiful during the day would sleep like this? Before long, faint snoring began to sound. As the first rays of morning sunlight rose, Chu Wanqing opened her eyes. Although she was the daughter of a wealthy family, she had never had the habit of sleeping in. Upon opening her eyes, she sensed that something was off. That guy Duan Yu is actually sleeping in the middle. How dare he take advantage of me? Chu Wanqing instinctively raised her hand, about to slap him. Just then, Lin Yuru happened to open her eyes as well. The two exchanged awkward smiles and simultaneously got out of bed. Chapter 32 The Storm Approaches. What is this? Is the weather about to change? Originally, today was a fine day, but unexpectedly, a wisp of dark cloud quietly covered the sun. The gentle breeze that was once blowing had also begun to turn restless. One low and heavy cloud after another was gradually gathering together. This could be a significant storm. As for how long it would last, we could not estimate. Now, we must seize the time and prepare. However, it is much better than wearing a skirt. After being bitten by a poisonous snake, she had developed a fear of exposing her legs. Yuru, you are familiar with the environment. Take Wanqing to gather all the wild vegetables and fruits you can find. Remember to bring a spear and pay attention to safety. Duan Yu first assigned tasks to the two beautiful women. The dark clouds had already obscured half of the sky, and the sky had turned gray. Everyone quickly gathered their tools and began to execute their respective tasks. Duan Yu secretly regretted not having made sufficient preparations earlier. In fact, the charm of the deserted island lies precisely in this. Here, one must not only overcome their psychological pressures, but also fight against people in nature. By the afternoon, the clouds in the sky had accumulated to a terrifying density. The entire world took on a yellowish hue, and despite it being daytime, it felt as though evening had arrived, or that night had already fallen. Giant waves over 10 meters high surged like a wall of water, breathtaking and alarming. Crack! A thunderbolt flashed across the sky, breaking the dimness. Immediately after, the rumble of thunder came pouring down like firecrackers during the new year, continuous and deafening. However, it was far louder than that sound of firecrackers by a factor of 10. The rain fell from the sky like it was free, with large drops pouring down in an instant. The storm had truly arrived. It was terrifying. Lin Yuro patted her chest, still feeling shaken. Looking at the wood piled almost to the ceiling in the room, the half-smoked wild boar meat, and the 2 baskets of wild vegetables, the group felt an indescribable sense of security. No matter how fierce the wind and rain outside, the wooden cabin was warm as spring. The wooden door was tightly shut, and inside the cabin, the steaming food whetted their appetites. Recently, Chen Jinhong had been extremely irritable. That night, while he was about to ascend to heaven with model Chen Yinyin, a huge fire had collapsed their shelter. What was most infuriating was that he didn't know who was so heartless as to leave him without even a pair of underwear. The 2 naked lovers rushed out of the fire pit, and Chen Jinhong felt like he was about to be roasted alive. Fortunately, the camp was not far from the sea. They plunged into the water and took a long time to recover. Chen Jinhong was grateful that they had set up camp by the sea. But how could the young Master Chun and his woman not wear clothes? Moreover, many parts of their bodies were already burned. In the end, the 2 honest migrant workers became punching bags. Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan were beaten up, and their clothes were stripped away. Looking at the only remaining shorts on their bodies, the 2 shivered. Chen Jinhong, who had been relieved they set up camp by the sea, was now completely stunned. He had never seen such a huge storm. The shabby shelter was directly blown down. The torrential rain drenched them like drowned rats. The most terrifying part was that the seaside seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Waves as high as 10 meters roared in, sweeping over the coast. My God, run! At this moment, Chen Jinhong could no longer care about anything else and scrambled to gather everyone to escape. The group, terrified to the point of losing control, dove into the dense forest. Everyone's clothes were soaked, and the wind made them shiver. In such a place, catching a cold could be life-threatening. The worst off were the 2 migrant workers. They seemed to be unable to endure much longer, wearing only a pair of shorts, feeling as vulnerable as bugs in this weather. Fortunately, after years of working on construction sites, they had built good physiques, so they could barely hold on. If they couldn't find shelter in time, it was very likely they would not survive. Think of something. I'm freezing. Chen Jinhong was no longer the gentleman he used to be. At this moment, he was more disheveled than a drowned rat. Old Wang, what do you think? What should we do now? Chen Jinhong was completely panicked, and his expensive glasses had gone missing in the chaos. When I was looking for food earlier, I found what seems to be a cave nearby, Jack said. Damn, what time is it? And you're still hesitating. Hurry and take us there. Chen Jinhong snapped. Fuck. Jack cursed inwardly. They had reached this point because Chen Jinhong insisted on camping by the sea. In a cave, Park Buching was happily gnawing on a chicken leg. Brother, this chicken is really delicious. Little brother, we don't have much food, so we must eat sparingly. Park Buching earnestly reminded his brother to conserve their supplies. Although they had finally gotten a chicken and some wild vegetables, today they could only eat 1 chicken leg each. What if the storm never ended? You're right. Brother, Park Budo said, leaning against the stone wall and comfortably roasting the fire. You really thought this through. This food will last us several days without a problem. Really? The smell of the roasted wild chicken is quite nice. Just then, a group of unexpected guests arrived at the cave entrance. Chapter 33. Are you robbers? What do you want? This is our cave. Do you have no sense of reason? Park Buching and Park Budo were stunned to see so many strangers rushing into the cave. The pair of brothers, whose shoulder injuries had not yet healed, had to brace themselves, standing up with outstretched hands to protect their resources and prevent the group of strangers from entering the cave. Sense of reason? You must have watched too many dramas. Slap. Chen Jinhong, recently very angry, stepped forward and gave Park Budo a hard slap without explanation. You want to reason with me? I am the reason. Jack, Scar, beat them. After saying that, he stepped into the cave. Jack and Scar stepped forward, grabbing the Park brothers as if they were picking up little chickens, and began to beat them mercilessly. Do you submit? Scar yelled. We submit. We submit. Please don't hit us. We know we were wrong. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. The Park brothers fell to their knees, banging their heads on the ground and pleading. Now, shall we reason? Chen Jinhong sat by the fire, tearing off a piece of chicken and chewing it delightfully. Reason, reason. You are the most reasonable people. The Park brothers banged their heads like garlic, truly frightened by the beating. Since that's the case, throw them into a ravine. Not far outside the cave was a valley. In this weather, if the two injured men were thrown off a cliff, there was no way they would survive. Big brother, spare us. We are useful. Please don't throw us off the cliff. The Park brothers banged their heads on the ground. Oh, what use do you have? Tell me. Chen Jinhong tore off a piece of chicken and stuffed it into Chen Yinyan's mouth, who was lying on his lap. We are familiar with the terrain here. And we can hunt, Park Buching said. Yes, big brother, look at the wild chicken and wild vegetables. We caught them. If you keep us, we can find you plenty of food and resources. The Park brothers continued to bang their heads, their foreheads already bruised and bleeding. Then, let them stay. Chen Jinhong waved his hand. The group then walked into the cave, surrounding the fire. Chen Jinhong tore off half of the roasted chicken, and he and Chen Yinyan enjoyed it, their mouths greasy. The remaining half was to be shared among the others. Jack and Scar each received a large piece, while Wang Pap cursed inwardly, only getting a small piece. When it came to the two migrant workers, Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan, they were left with only a pile of chicken bones, with a bit of meat clinging to them. The two dared not show their anger. With only a pair of shorts left on their bodies, they feared that one wrong word would lead to another beating from Chen Jinhong and the others. What they feared even more was being thrown out of the cave. In this weather, stepping outside would be a death sentence. Even if they weren't drowned by the rain, they would freeze, starve, or die from illness. The Park brothers squatted at the cave entrance, dejectedly watching everyone enjoy their chicken, feeling immense regret. If they had known it would be like this, they should have finished the roasted chicken just now. The two exchanged glances and cautiously whispered in their own language. Park Buching suggested that once the rain eased, they should go out to search for food and take the opportunity to escape. However, Park Budo kept shaking his head. The risk of escaping and dying outside was extremely high. Clearly, he couldn't swallow this anger. He was preparing to find a chance to take revenge for today as humiliation. Chen Jinhong was too busy flirting with the beautiful model Chen Yinyan to notice this. The others were also busy drying their clothes, with no time to pay attention. Two migrant workers squatted on the ground, roasting a fire in silence. They even felt a sense of sympathy for each other, two neighboring brothers sharing the same plight. If Chu Wanqing were here, she would definitely be able to tell at a glance that these two must not be left alone. The more one endures humiliation and burdens without limits, the more deadly their counterattack will be once it happens. Now, they finally had the answer. Before long, a bamboo pole was split into many thin bamboo strips. He was making a bamboo hat. Lin Yuru was the first to react, having lived in the countryside. She had seen her grandmother weave this thing by hand when she was a child. What is a bamboo hat? As a young lady, Chu Wanqing looked perplexed. Not only had she never seen one, she had hardly even heard of it. It's a big hat made for rain protection. Let me teach you how to make it. Unexpectedly, the girls proved to be more skillful, and under Lin Yuru's guidance, even the beginner Chu Wanqing managed to make one that looked decent. Duan Yu looked at the half-finished product in his hands, suddenly losing interest, and handed the task of weaving the bamboo hat over to the two girls. Meanwhile, he focused on shaving the bamboo strips and, together with Professor Li, started weaving fish traps and nets. Although the resources in the mountains were quite abundant and one could live well by hunting, the increasing population made hunting somewhat unstable. The main issue was simply not having enough time to waste on fishing. If they could make a batch of bamboo traps and place bait inside, they would only need to check for catches every day afterward. It would provide a stable food source. This young man, Duan Yu, truly had great ideas, always thinking of things others wouldn't consider. By noon the next day, the rain gradually lessened. Although it was said to be less, it was only in comparison to yesterday. If one were to go out as before, it wouldn't take long before they would be drenched again. However, the wind had indeed calmed down significantly. Duan Yu, wearing a bamboo hat, with a long knife hanging at his waist, and stepping into his unwashed sneakers since arriving on the island, prepared to head out. In fact, he didn't want to go out. The one urging him to go was the monkey they had rescued a few days ago. After a few days of recovery, the monkey's foot injury had mostly healed. This little creature had been bouncing around the wooden house all day, constantly causing a ruckus. Following Chu Wanqing's suggestion, everyone unanimously decided to name it Wukong, simply because it was so mischievous. Wukong, where are you taking me? Chapter 34, Monkey Wine. Following the monkey. Stepping through the muddy mountain path, water puddles were everywhere. One could imagine how heavy the rain had been yesterday. This was a place he had never set foot in before, although it wasn't far from their camp. The monkey had led him through at least a dozen twists and turns and many forks in the road. Finally, they arrived at a valley. So that's it. You brought me here to pick bananas, right? Let me do it. After eating 2 bananas, he found the taste quite good, even better than those from the fruit store. Duan Yu simply climbed up a banana tree, drew out his knife, and with one swing, a large bunch of bananas fell to the ground. Wow. This big bunch of bananas was dense with at least hundreds of them, weighing over 100 pounds. Unexpectedly, the little monkey jumped up, landed on his back, and pulled out a bamboo tube from the backpack. Then it dashed over to the base of a large tree. Only then did Duan Yu notice that next to a dozen banana trees, there was actually a towering ancient tree. The ancient tree was so thick that it took several people to hug it. Near the roots of the ancient tree, not far from the ground, there seemed to be a small hole. The hole's entrance appeared to be stuffed with crushed banana leaves. The monkey crouched next to the tree, carefully extended the bamboo tube into the hole, and scooped out half a tube of liquid. A fragrant aroma wafted out. What is this? Duan Yu took the wooden tube, brought it to his nose, and surprisingly detected a fragrant alcoholic scent. He tilted the bamboo tube and took a small sip. This was actually fruit wine. The taste was quite good. Duan Yu was overjoyed and quickly took out several bamboo tubes and filled them all. What had just happened felt like a dream. In this wild mountain, a monkey had led him to find wine. Lin Yuru excitedly rushed over for a hug. And only then did she realize that there were other people in the room. They were no longer alone. Professor Li took the bamboo tube, removed the wooden stopper, and immediately a clear, refreshing aroma of wine wafted over. Professor Li quickly took 2 big gulps, savoring the flavor. What? The monkey can brew wine? This is too amazing. Lin Yuru and Chu Wanqing nibbled on bananas, their faces full of gossip, resembling curious onlookers. Professor Li took another sip, savored it for a long time, and then slowly said, Monkey wine. It is said that many monkeys in the mountains gather various fruits in a hole, usually a tree hole, to store winter food. If they have enough winter food that season, the monkeys forget about the fruits they stored, and then this collection of fruits gradually ferments and turns into fruit wine. Such wild brews are truly a matter of chance. Real monkey wine is priceless and rare. Do you know how harsh the conditions for the formation of monkey wine are? Professor Li took another sip and continued. Monkey wine requires monkeys to choose a hollow tree to store the fruits, which must be capable of ensuring the fruits do not rot over winter. How many trees are there? They must be hollow and sealed. Real monkey wine only lasts a season, and as time passes, the liquid decreases, making it increasingly difficult to obtain monkey wine. Did you seal the hole? Oh dear. What a waste, what a waste. If it wasn't sealed, the remaining fruits would spoil before long. Professor Li lamented, slapping his thigh. But when he pushed open the door, the rain had suddenly become extraordinarily heavy again. They had no choice but to give up. Really? Is it that good? Lin Yuru was excited to hear about the wine, unexpectedly feeling thrilled. Give me a sip. I want to drink too. Chu Wanqing, hearing the old man speak so mysteriously, also felt her appetite stirring. Just one bamboo tube already contained over 2 liters. Cheers. The 4 ceramic bowls clinked together, filling the room with joyful laughter once again. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily. They had almost forgotten about the little monkey. Without this monkey, the group probably wouldn't have had so many bananas today or tasted such delicious monkey wine. Here's one for you too. Lin Yuru brought a bowl for the little monkey and filled it with wine. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses for another round. The little monkey pretended to mimic holding the bowl with its 2 furry hands, standing upright. Haha. Lin Yuru and Chu Wanqing laughed so hard they were almost in tears. Thus, the 4 people and 1 monkey, 5 ceramic bowls, clinked together, and the entire wooden house was filled with the fragrance of fruit wine. Chapter 35. The Conspiracy of the Samita Brothers. At the moment the rain lessened in the sky, Chen Jinhui and the others did not give up their chance to search for food. After all, time is squeezed out. Although they had no rain gear, Chen Jinhui didn't plan to go out himself. 5 people were dispatched to the cave to search for food. Wang Poppy, as Chen Jinhui's trusted aide, was sent out more for supervision. The poor, battered Park brothers and 2 honest, tattered migrant workers became laborers again. In the lightly raining woods, there was no sign of any animals. The few of them decided to look for some mushrooms. And what are your mushrooms? Brother, if we can't find anything, let us get some poisonous mushrooms and poison those Samida. Park Buching's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Brother, that won't do, Samida. I heard that Jack used to be a mercenary, so he should be able to tell which mushrooms are poisonous. After all, the older brother is meticulous and considers more things. Park Buching said, what if they don't trust us and make us drink first? What should we do then? It's too risky. Then what? I wish I could kill them right now. Park Budo gritted his teeth in anger. They said they came out to look for food. But Wang Bapi, looking at the raindrops falling from the sky, felt a bone-chilling cold. He found a dense tree and quietly sheltered from the rain. Anyway, his main duty was to supervise. These 4 people wouldn't dare to run away. In this weather, escaping would be a dead end. An opportunity came. Brother. Park Buching saw that Wang Bapi was not nearby, so the two approached Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan, who were carefully searching for mushrooms. In such cold weather, with light rain falling from the sky, the two of them were already frozen to the bone. You 2 brothers have worked hard, said Park Buching. Seeing the Park brothers take off their coats and drape them over them, the two were so excited they didn't know what to say. At this moment, they were all people who shared the same fate. We can't just sit and wait. We have to resist. I dare not, Zhang Changjin said, shivering. Don't be afraid. We are also waiting for an opportunity. When the time is right, we will resist together or escape together, Park Buching said softly. Anyway, if we continue like this, we can't escape death. They don't see us as human beings at all. When the opportunity arises, will you be willing to join us? Park Budo continued to persuade them. Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and nodded toward the Park brothers. All right. The Park brothers exchanged a look and happily clapped their hands. 2 coats earned them 2 allies. This deal was indeed worthwhile. The mushrooms and wood ears they gathered were not too many, but barely enough to fill everyone's stomachs. At least they wouldn't starve. Of course, some were full, and some were still hungry. Generally speaking, those who went out to work didn't get enough to eat, while those who didn't work held their round bellies, almost bursting. However, the Park brothers didn't have time to care about these things. In fact, they didn't dare to care. As long as they weren't driven out of the cave and thrown into the endless storm, they would be satisfied. At this moment, they began to discuss again. Who could they pull in next? The first to be excluded was Chun Yin. She was now Qin Jinhui's woman and had benefited a lot from him. It would be difficult to win her over, and she was of no use. The second was Wang Bapi. This guy, although he seemed not as favored as Scar and Jack, was definitely a confidant of Qin Jinhui. So now, the only ones left to be won over were Scar and Jack. Without these two, Qin Jinhui would be nothing. Scar looked cold and distant, never saying a word, making it hard for people to discern his true thoughts. On the other hand, Jack seemed to occasionally show a hint of dissatisfaction. At least the Park brothers had heard him curse fuck under his breath countless times. It's him. Having made up their minds, the brothers gradually launched a psychological offensive against Jack. On another day of light rain, the ones going out to look for food this time were Jack and the 2 pairs of poor brothers. Mr. Jack, I heard you used to be a mercenary? You must be quite impressive. As the saying goes, flattery can get you anywhere, and surprisingly, the Park brothers had grasped the essence of flattery. They decided to start by flattering Jack. With your skills, not to mention anywhere else, just on this island, you are invincible. Sure enough, Jack was pleased. Soon, he warmed up to the Park brothers. Seizing this momentum, the Park brothers finally threw out the soul-searching question. You're so capable. Why do you have to follow others? We feel it's unfair for you. Park Buching said with regret. Yes. If you were the leader, we would definitely support you wholeheartedly, Park Budo quickly added. Stoking the fire. All right, I'll pretend this never happened. Don't bring it up again. Jack seemed to have some reservations and turned to leave. There's a chance. The Park brothers exchanged smiles and happily clapped their hands. After testing, they were basically certain in their hearts. Jack was indeed dissatisfied with Qin Jinhui. It could be confirmed that he also had thoughts of becoming the leader, but it seemed he still had some reservations at this moment. If they could figure out what Jack was concerned about, the Park brothers felt they might be able to successfully pull Jack into their scheme this time. I see. After consulting with 2 migrant worker brothers, the Park brothers began to think hard about their strategy. The key right now is to make everyone see clearly. To be precise, it is to make everyone utterly despair. Park Budo started an in-depth analysis. Exactly. Park Buching raised his hand in agreement. By that time, Qin Jinhui's little team will naturally fall apart. Then we will kill him, Park Budo said fiercely. But where would the opportunity come from? The 2 brothers thought hard for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good ideas. Brother, the opportunity has come. Park Budo's tone was filled with undisguised excitement. At the base of a lush tree, against it was a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, in good shape. This woman looked weak and powerless, as if she were on the verge of death. Save me. Chapter 36, The Medicinal Trigger. This was a voluptuous Western beauty. At this moment, she struggled to open her eyes and weakly spoke to the Park brothers. Save me. If this had been before, encountering such a beautiful girl and such a good opportunity, the two would have lost control long ago. They had never been good people. But today was different. They were plotting how to survive. After all, survival was the priority. A beautiful woman could make many men reckless. The saying, "a beauty brings disaster," sometimes had its truth. After days of observation, they had already confirmed that Chen Jinhui was indeed a lecher. Sure enough, when they brought this beauty to Chen Jinhui, the long sullen expression on his face relaxed, and he even smiled for the first time. "Scar, make sure to give the Park brothers a little extra wild vegetables when cooking at night," Chen Jinhui instructed. Even the fact that the Park brothers hadn't found food today was overlooked. The Park brothers silently cursed, "To hell with your wild vegetables. You're just feeding beggars." But they only put on flattering smiles, saying, "Thank you, young Master Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen." In fact, this Western woman was just weak from hunger over the past few days and had fainted for a short time. After drinking some hot water and eating a little food, the woman finally opened her eyes. "My name is Lucy. I was stranded here due to a shipwreck." The woman began to introduce herself. It turned out she was also a passenger on the same cruise ship and had ended up on the deserted island due to the shipwreck. This was why she could survive alone on the island for so many days. She usually survived by digging wild vegetables, but her health had been declining. The sudden storm caused her makeshift shelter to leak continuously, and without food reserves, she finally couldn't bear the hunger anymore. "Lucy, don't worry. Now that you're here, you won't have to be afraid. As long as we have food, you won't starve." Chen Jinhui patted his chest and assured Lucy. However, what he patted was Lucy's chest. Lucy did not refuse. In this environment, she had to consider how to survive first. Unsurprisingly, that night, in the shabby cave, behind a makeshift barrier made of a few wooden sticks and dry grass, Lucy became Chen Jinhui's woman. Embarrassing sounds filled the entire cave, and everyone slept silently in their corners. In the darkness, Chen Yinyan's face was extremely ugly. The position that originally belonged to her was taken away by someone else, and her sadness was understandable. "It turned out that I was just dispensable in your heart. Indeed, a playboy is just his original nature." Chen Yinyan gritted her teeth in silence. In the darkness, the Park brothers exchanged glances and smiled. Chen Jinhui's good days were about to come to an end. Here, not only food and resources were valuable, but beautiful women were also in demand. Once both beauties became Chen Jinhui's women, complaints began to arise within the team, especially from the two Park brothers, who constantly stirred up trouble behind the scenes. "Jack, I thought Lucy should belong to you, after all. You are the most capable person here," Park Buching constantly provoked Jack. "Scarface, such a good woman. I thought the boss would give her to you. What a pity." Park Budo also subtly instigated Scarface. Within a few days, the dissatisfaction in Scarface and Jack's eyes gradually spread. However, for some unknown reason, the two never made up their minds to overthrow Chen Jinhui's dictatorship. The Park brothers also knew that to take revenge, they just needed one last spark. Or rather, the final opportunity. And this opportunity finally came. A storm is not scary. What is scary is being out of food. This time, led by Jack, the Park brothers teamed up with the workers Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan to go out in search of food. The nearby wild vegetables had all been dug up. Reluctantly, they had to brave the heavy rain and search further afield. This time, luck seemed to be on their side. They discovered a lost wild rabbit, which, for some reason, was injured, unable to run fast, and was shivering in the heavy rain. Finally caught, Park Buching shouted. Even so, several people were panting from exhaustion. Jack heard the news and ran over excitedly. At this moment of desperation, there was no better news than this. The group had already begun to fantasize about the feeling of eating warm rabbit meat. "Don't move." Just then, an unexpected change occurred. An old foreigner covered in leaves suddenly rushed out from the jungle. The old man, with a head full of white hair and a tall build, shocked everyone the most by holding an old-fashioned rifle. "Give me the rabbit, or I'll take your lives." The white-haired foreigner looked at the crowd warily, but kept his gun raised. "Here you go, just don't shoot." Park Buching, who had never seen such a scene, was nearly scared to death. Trembling, he reluctantly handed the rabbit to the white-haired foreigner. Meanwhile, Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan, not far away, were scared out of their wits and sat down on the ground. Thud. Just as the white-haired foreigner showed a pleased expression and was about to reach for the rabbit that Park Buching handed over, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before anyone could react, Jack quickly turned around and approached the white-haired foreigner. He twisted the foreigner's wrist holding the gun with both hands and forcefully turned it. The white-haired foreigner felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing the rifle to drop to the ground. Jack then used a shoulder throw to pin him to the ground. After all, as someone who had been a mercenary, Jack's skills were more than enough to handle an elderly man with white hair. The white-haired foreigner wanted to fight back, but his age rendered him far weaker than the young man. The presence of an armed outsider on the deserted island shocked everyone, leading to an interrogation of the white-haired foreigner. In fact, There was no need for an interrogation. At that moment, falling into someone else's hands. The white-haired foreigner had no choice but to recount his experiences. My name is Brian, from a small country in the West. Perhaps he hadn't communicated with anyone for too long or was too nervous, but the foreigner spoke a bit haltingly. However, the next sentence he uttered caused an uproar in the cave. I have been on this deserted island for 10 years. Chapter 37, Internal Strife. Brian's words stunned everyone. What? You've been on the island for 10 years? Chen Jinhui grabbed Brian by the collar, yelling hysterically, what nonsense are you talking about? Lao Wang, throw him off the cliff. Chen Jinhui shouted angrily. Hurry. Seeing that Wang was still in shock, Chen Jinhui's veins bulged on his forehead, nearly going mad. Wait. The usually cold-faced Scarface unexpectedly spoke up. His expression was icy, and he no longer showed the same respect he had for Chen Jinhui before. Let him finish. Jack, squatting in the corner, played with the old rifle and said confidently. Chen Jinhui sat down on the ground, somewhat dispirited. Everyone exchanged glances. After all, this news was too shocking, and some quick thinkers already understood what this information meant, especially the Park brothers, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 years ago, we had over a dozen people stranded on this deserted island, Brian said slowly, pain evident in his eyes. And now? Where are they all? Park Buching eagerly asked. They're all dead, Brian replied. Our ship was hijacked by pirates. Just when we thought we were doomed, a strong storm suddenly appeared at sea. I and a few companions were washed ashore on this small island and survived. However, 3 pirates also arrived on the island, and the others perished in that shipwreck. We worked together, and at the cost of 5 lives, killed all 3 pirates. Remembering the days of fighting alongside his companions, Brian couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly broke into tears. We also tried to make a canoe to escape, but each time we failed. The canoe couldn't sail far before encountering a terrifying whirlpool that swallowed it whole. Over the 10 years, we attempted to go to sea 3 times, and 3 more companions were lost to the vast ocean. How did the remaining companions die? Park Buto asked. At first, we couldn't find food, and some starved to death. Others died from serious illnesses that couldn't be treated. Some were bitten by poisonous snakes and died without cure, and others were killed by bears. What? There are bears on this island? Even Jack was shocked. Yes, not far from your cave, in the forest, is the bear's territory. When we first encountered a bear, we naively thought we could deal with it using guns, but it turned out that we used up all the bullets in our guns before the bear finally fell. Before it fell, it killed one of us and seriously injured another, who later died as well. Only then did everyone realize how dangerous this deserted island was. If it weren't for Brian, they wouldn't have even known that such dangerous bears existed not far from the cave. 2 more people eventually went insane. One chose to hang himself, and the other jumped off a cliff. Oh God, only God knows what I've been through. Jack smiled sadly and looked around at everyone. Actually, falling into your hands makes me feel less scared. I've spent too many lonely and exhausting years alone. Have you? Have you tasted the bitterness of loneliness? This place is God's curse. No one can get out. No one. Ha ha ha. Brian laughed wildly, oblivious to everyone around him. He is just a madman. Just a lunatic. Don't believe him. Chun Jinny shouted, and everyone looked at him with pity, but no one paid him any attention. Wife. Son. I will never see you again, Wowo. Zhang Changjin crouched on the ground and cried bitterly. My cosmetics. My designer bags. My house. Chun Yinyan screamed hysterically, her voice piercing through the rain. No longer was there the relief of surviving after being stranded on a deserted island. A large cruise ship with thousands of people had met with disaster, and perhaps only a dozen survived. They thought they were the lucky ones favored by heaven, but at this moment, all hope had turned to ashes. What they had left was perhaps only despair. But this was the bloody, cold reality. A flicker of emotion seemed to pass over the scarred face, but it quickly settled back into calmness. Chun, your good days are over. The Park brothers could no longer contain themselves, standing up and kicking Chen Jinny. You've gone too far. Seeing the boss being beaten, Wang Poppy shouted and charged forward. Jack, Scar, go. Wang Poppy yelled. Jack sat in the corner, cleaning his gun, seemingly not hearing anything. Scar glanced up coldly, made no move, and said nothing. Haha, did you think your Chen Jinhee was a high and mighty young master? Park Buching laughed heartily and freely. Park Buto also viciously said, why can you hit whoever you want? Why is the best food all yours? Why do you get to choose the women first? He grabbed Chen Jinhee by the collar, asked a question, and then slapped him. After asking, he threw another punch. The 2 migrant workers who were crying on the ground gritted their teeth and suddenly stood up. Their eyes were blazing with anger, and they charged in with a roar, joining the fray. With this, Chen Jinhee and Wang Poppy lost all ability to fight back. The 2 huddled on the ground, covering their heads, no longer fighting back no matter how they were beaten. Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan took the opportunity to steal their pants. This venting of anger felt somewhat satisfying. I'll kill you, you bastard. Park Buto's eyes turned red, picking up a stone, ready to smash it on Chen Jinhe's head. "Stop, brother." Park Buching quickly stopped him. "We can't let them off so easily. We have to torture them slowly. There is an old saying in Huan. Use their own methods to deal with them." Chapter 38. Afraid of Thieves' Attention. In the wooden house. For people and a monkey were enjoying a small hot pot and drinking monkey wine, living a life like immortals. During the rainy days when they couldn't go out, the four detailed their pasts to each other, deepening their understanding of one another. The heavy rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. Little did they know, Chen Jinhe's group had quietly changed its leader, and a bigger conspiracy was being secretly plotted. "I propose that from now on, Mr. Jack be our boss." Park Buching was the first to raise his hand, looking at the others. "I agree." Park Budo quickly echoed his brother's words, raising his hand second. Without the constraints of money, here, the strong rule. Undoubtedly, the strongest here were Jack and Scar. Watching Jack play with his long gun against the cave wall, Scar felt a little uneasy. He originally wanted to be the boss too. In terms of strength, he wouldn't necessarily lose to Jack. But who let Jack have a gun? Scar sighed to himself and raised his hand. I agree. Chen Yinyin smiled broadly, twisting her alluring figure as she sat next to Jack. "We agree." Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan had no choice but to go along with the crowd. Lucy timidly said, I also agree. Whoever becomes the boss, I agree. Anyway, no one can leave." The old man Brian lay down on the ground with an indifferent expression. "What about you?" Park Buching kicked Chen Jinhe hard. "We raised both hands in agreement. After all, under the eaves, one must bow their head." Wang Poppy and Chen Jinhe didn't dare to look up and said in a low voice. If the Park brothers had observed closely, they might have noticed a flash of resentment in their eyes, resembling that of the bullied Park brothers in the past. Ultimately, Jack became the absolute decision-maker, the boss of everyone. Chen Yinyin was promoted to the position of the big sister-in-law. Chen Jinhe lowered his head, cursing the bitch under his breath, but didn't dare to say a word. Scar became the second in command, and to appease him, Jack made Lucy the second sister-in-law, meaning she was Scar's woman. Then, Jack promised everyone that once there were enough women, he would assign each brother a partner. Everything seemed the same as before, yet everything felt different. The storm continued day and night, but no one knew how long it would last. Lack of clothing and food remained their biggest concern. They would still venture out in the rain when it was lighter to search for food. Although Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan were no longer being beaten, their situation hadn't changed much. It was still the four of them going out to find food to support the other six. The reason they needed to support the other six was that the old man named Brian had already been dealt with by Jack. He was too old, and no one wanted to take care of him. Zhang Changjin still vaguely remembered that when he was hiding behind a tree, he heard Brian tell Jack, "That gun only has 3 bullets, and then Jack directly killed him." This was something he discovered by accident, but he didn't dare to tell anyone, including Li Ziyuan. Jack even slept holding that gun. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to know that he only had 3 bullets. Zhang Changjin felt secretly afraid. In recent days, Chen Jinhe and Wang Poppy had been unusually quiet, not making a sound, seemingly having adapted to their new identities and positions. They didn't choose to run away because everyone knew one thing. Just like Chen Jinhe had said before, in this weather, leaving the shelter meant death. They wouldn't dare to run. Everyone thought this way. Late at night, it was quiet. Only the sound of the bonfire in the cave and the patter of rain outside could be heard. The cave was filled with snoring, and obviously, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. A slender figure stood up and quietly walked out. She looked at the heavy rain outside the cave, then glanced at the people sleeping inside, ultimately gritting her teeth. She picked up a piece of clothing to cover her head and walked out into the rain. It was Chen Yinyin. After drinking too much water during the day, she couldn't hold it any longer. Looking at so many people in the cave, she felt a bit embarrassed, and finally, with a coat over her head, she rushed into the rain. Just then, 2 figures stealthily crept out from the cave. Who? Chen Yinyin found a tree and was about to crouch down. The 2 shadows approached her, using a piece of clothing to choke her neck. "You little slut. I'll teach you how to be a person." It was Chen Jinhe's voice. Before long, Chen Yinyin was kicking wildly, then lost consciousness. The next day, 3 people were missing from the cave. It wasn't until the afternoon that they discovered Chen Yinyin's body outside the cave. "These 2 bastards. We should have just killed them. Damn it." Park Budo shouted angrily. "It's all your fault, brother. You insisted on torturing them slowly, and now look, they've all escaped. Damn it. Don't worry, brother. In this weather, where can they run to? Running out is just death." Park Buching said calmly. Jack's face was grim, now that he was the boss. He didn't expect that a woman who had just followed him for a few days would be choked to death by someone else. Being the boss felt too suffocating. "Jack, how about I give Lucy to you?" Scar said somewhat reluctantly. Jack patted Scar on the shoulder, but declined him. "No need, between brothers. What we value is fairness and justice. I'm not someone like Chen Jinhai." Although Jack was somewhat tempted, there were only a few people left. And Scar was a formidable figure. He didn't want Scar to hold a grudge and stab him in the back later. Boss, actually I know someone who has a stunning beauty by his side, Park Buching said with a look of concern for Jack. Yeah, boss. That person not only has a beautiful woman, but they also have a whole wild boar. If we take him down, we will be lacking nothing. Park Buto's eyes lit up, eagerly agreeing. And that stunning beauty you mentioned is also quite a character. Jack couldn't help but recall the time Lin Yuruo had beaten up Wang Poppy by the bamboo. But boss, we have guns. What are we afraid of? We have so many people. Chapter 39. The mantis stalks the cicada? Duan Yu always believed he was a kind person. He grew up in a simple mountain village where everyone respected and loved each other. If one family had trouble, 100 families would help. His life creed had always been, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. He was a very compassionate person, even on a deserted island. Where food and resources were the most precious things, he worked hard and willingly shared what he had with those around him. There is a kind of goodness that says, sweep the ground without harming the ants, cherish the moths that flutter around the light. Duan Yu felt he couldn't do that. Especially on the deserted island. Especially when the other side repeatedly tried to put him and those around him in danger. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and it will strike back. Sometimes, one doesn't have to be bullied to retaliate. Only those with simple minds and strong bodies think that way. Not far from the wooden house, on a slightly elevated hillside, Jack quickly hid his figure in the grass, as still as a stone. In front of him was the old-fashioned rifle confiscated from Brian. The Park brothers were excited, also hidden not far from Jack in the bushes. Wooden house, food, resources, beauties. No matter how powerful Duan Yu was, he was just an ordinary person. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than a bullet? At that time, they would be the kings of this deserted island. Jack felt a bit anxious. As a former mercenary, he was confident in his shooting skills. With a gun in hand, he was invincible on the island. Moreover, he was fully confident in taking him down openly, but he still chose to ambush. This was a habit formed over many years of being cautious. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must use all its strength. At least that was what he believed. Since Brian's death, he had never left that gun out of his sight, even while sleeping. He always held it close. It could be said that no one else had touched that gun. Others were unaware, but Jack's heart was as clear as a mirror. There were only 3 bullets in that gun. But given the current situation, for the sake of his authority as the boss and to secure women, food, and resources, it was necessary for him to take action to intimidate everyone and establish his position. In the next life, remember not to provoke those you shouldn't. The door of the wooden house began to shake slightly, and Jack raised his rifle, focused, ready to strike. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass behind him. I said, "Little Park, don't move." Jack whispered angrily, as he hated being disturbed at such critical moments. A man's arm reached out from behind, and then that arm curved around, tightly choking Jack's throat. Who? Unable to breathe, Jack made a muffled sound from his throat. His hands finally released the tightly gripped rifle to pry the choking hand away. You two bastards, are you looking for another beating? Lin Yurua's face was devoid of her previous calm and gentleness. She held a wooden stick, confronting the Park brothers. Meanwhile, a graceful figure suddenly sprang out from the bushes, blocking Scar, who was rushing to support Jack. She was tall, arms crossed, coldly staring at Scar. Chu Wanqing, I thought you were dead. How are you still alive? Scar was utterly shocked, believing someone who was supposed to be dead had appeared lively in front of him, and a storm surged in his heart. Even if you're not dead, what can you do? I advise you to mind your own business, or you will die a terrible death. Scar shouted fiercely. Then let's try? Chu Wanqing said as she chose to strike first. In the dictionary of the young lady, there were never the words fear. Unexpectedly, this Jack had received special training, and the arm that had been locked tightly was unexpectedly freed by him in an extremely strange way, escaping the fate of suffocation. Duan Yu knew very well that this Jack was a top enemy. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, engaging Jack in a struggle again, not giving him a chance to pick up the gun. At that moment, the two had no fancy moves. They grappled with each other, starting a contest of strength and wrestling techniques. Both understood that if Jack was given even a moment's opportunity to pick up the gun, the fight would end immediately. He would draw the long knife from his back and deliver a fatal blow to Jack. At this point, it was a test of endurance, willpower, and who was more fearless. If Jack couldn't be taken down with one knife, he would retaliate with his long gun in a last-ditch effort, taking at least 2 lives. Duan Yu couldn't take that gamble, so he could only find a way to subdue Jack and get rid of his gun. The two rolled on the ground, each using all their strength, and it was unlikely they would determine a winner anytime soon. Lin Yuruo was fighting the Park brothers alone, with almost no pressure. In no time, the Park brothers had lost their ability to fight back. This was the key to victory. Park Buto rolled on the ground, quickly reaching for the rifle that had been dropped. Park Buching, clearly realizing his brother's intention, dove down and tightly hugged Lin Yurua's crying feet. Die all of you. With this, the two brothers could become the true kings of this deserted island. Chapter 40, Unexpected. Park Budo raised the long gun, almost going mad. Die all of you. He shouted frantically. At this moment, Lin Yurua's feet were tightly held by Park Buching. But it was useless. Park Budo's finger had already squeezed the trigger. And in the next second, no, in the next instant, the bullet might burst out of the chamber. At this critical moment, a wooden stick extended from the grass. The stick struck solidly against Park Budo's wrist. Park Budo let out a cry, his wrist feeling like it was about to shatter. Although he had already pulled the trigger, he could no longer hold the long gun steadily, and the gun barrel pointed awkwardly towards the ground. Bang! The bullet buried itself in the ground, deep and unseen. And everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you even want to shoot me? Jack was furious and was about to pounce on Park Budo. Bang! Park Budo heard this sound particularly clearly. It was so close that he could hear the sound of bones cracking. His vision darkened, and he slowly fell down. The person in the grass struck again. It was an old man with silver hair, holding a wooden stick, still maintaining the posture of a downward strike. It was the old Professor Li Weishan. The old man's task is complete, and now it's your turn. The old man threw away his wooden stick. Panting heavily as he squatted on the ground, clearly exhausted from what was likely his first experience doing such a thing in his life, both tense and exhilarating, especially after hiding in the grass for so long. Jack was still lunging forward, feigning anger at Park Budo, but his main goal was to seize the gun. Duan Yu could see through his intentions. Just as Jack's hands grasped the long gun, a long knife came from behind and pierced through his chest. The spring knife finally displayed its might. I haven't lived enough. Jack rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. At this moment, the young lady had been forced to the edge of the hillside. At any moment, she could tumble into the valley. Lin Yuru saw that Chu Wanqing was in imminent danger. She kicked Park Budo away, her brows furrowed, and joined the fight with a wooden stick. Witnessing Jack's failure and Park Budo falling to the ground, Scarface knew the situation was dire. With just his own strength, he could hardly withstand the onslaught from the others. The long knife glinted with a cold light, and blood dripped from the tip. The valley was high, but it had a certain slope, and with the dense bushes. Scarface disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! Gunfire rang out again, and a beautiful snowflake blossomed from the girl's chest. Yuru. Duan Yu held Lin Yuru tightly. Droplets of water falling from his cheeks as a light rain fell from the sky. It was hard to tell if it was tears or rain. This was something no one had anticipated. Pooh. This knife. It's for myself. This knife. It's for everyone. This knife. It's for the souls that died under your mercenaries' hands. This knife. It's for all those who were bullied by you. No one had ever seen him this angry. Clearly, this version of Jack had finally reached his limit. No one noticed that just as Lin Yuru was shot, and everyone was in a panic. Park Budo picked up the unconscious Park Budo and escaped down the mountain amid the chaos. They never expected that at the mountain path's exit, two people wielding wooden sticks would block their way. Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan. It was these two who leaked the secret. Don't run. You have nowhere to escape. Li Ziyuan shook the stick in his hand, blocking Park Budo's path. You. Thinking about how all their dreams were shattered because of these two, Park Budo was furious. Have you forgotten? When you were at your most difficult, when you were beaten to a pulp by Chun Jinhui and left with only a pair of shorts. Who gave you their coat? To keep you from being blown by the wind, drenched by the rain, and freezing to death? And who shared the scant wild vegetables with you? Park Budo shouted excitedly. Now, can't you have the heart to let us brothers go? Li Ziyuan remained silent. Zhang Changjin lowered his head in shame. As an honest worker, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone who had helped them. Old Li, how about we let him go? Zhang Changjin turned to discuss with Li Ziyuan. Old Zhang, are you confused? Since we have already offended them, letting him go is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. After all, being younger, Li Ziyuan saw things more clearly. But I really can't bring myself to do it. After all, he helped us. Park Budo said nothing, carrying Park Budo as fast as he could, disappearing from the two's sight. In the distance, the rain and mist were hazy. Inside the small wooden cabin, everyone was busy again. Chapter 41, the main issue. Fortunately, the bullet only hit the shoulder. I've already removed the bullet, and there's no life-threatening danger. Professor Li removed a bullet with a wooden clamp and dropped it into a ceramic bowl with a clang. Then, he washed his hands in a basin of water and, under very limited conditions, applied some herbal powder to Lin Yuru's wound, bandaging it up. Facing the wind and rain, enduring the dampness and cold, it seemed that I was still too young. Clearly, I had received intelligence from Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan in advance, but I, the Yellow Sparrow, still fell prey to the Mantis's counterattack and almost failed. After all, both Jack and Scarface were exceptionally skilled, and they had guns in hand. If this were before, Chu Wanqing would have had the temper of a young lady and never comforted anyone. Can I come in? Behind her was a voluptuous woman, Lucy. At this moment, she timidly stood at the door, cautiously asking, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for everyone. I let those two bad guys go. As Zhang Chongjin spoke, he was about to slap himself. Duan Yu quickly grabbed his hand. Old Zhang, to be honest, if it weren't for you, we might all be dead by now. As for you letting them go, let us just consider it in the past. Duan Yu looked seriously into Zhang Chongjin's eyes, and I believe in your character. There must be a reason for you to do this. Now that we are gathered again, from now on, we are in this together. Just like those days on the construction site, we are all brothers. Lucy, rest assured, now that you're here, no one can bully you anymore, from now on. Everyone here is your brother and sister. And uncle. Professor Lee quickly stood up. If we consider everyone as brothers and sisters. The old man felt he was at a disadvantage. Ha! This drew a hearty laugh from everyone, instantly lightening the atmosphere. It turned out that when old Li and old Zhang were at their most difficult, they had received help from the Park brothers. Therefore, regardless of the reasons, old Zhang and old Li felt a sense of indebtedness to the Park brothers, which is why they couldn't help but soften and let the two go. Hearing the story's background, everyone expressed their understanding. Professor Li stroked his goatee, quoting the classics. In ancient times, Duan Yu, known as Guan Yunchang, was in Shaoying but had his heart in Han. Then, to fulfill righteousness, he released Cao Cao at Huarong Pass. Now we have Chongjin and Ziyuan, whose integrity is not inferior to that of Guan Yunchang. Everyone was amused again. Indeed, cultured people can summarize it rationally. Suddenly, with 3 more people, there was still pressure. At least, the food supply seemed insufficient. However, with the current resources, it was completely fine for 7 people to eat for 4 or 5 days. Zhang Chongjin, Li Ziyuan, and Lucy never expected that they could eat such good food and drink such steaming, delicious meat soup in their lifetime. Just a few days ago, this was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. After the meal, everyone worked together to clear a space in the corner of the wooden cabin, laying down firewood and straw as makeshift beds. Although conditions were limited, the 3 newcomers still felt very satisfied. The wooden cabin could at least shield them from the wind and rain, which was much better than sleeping in a cold cave. Moreover, the ample firewood in the cabin was enough to keep the stove in the corner burning 24 hours a day. After the meal, everyone chewed on a couple of bananas. Look at them. It felt like they were on vacation. The next day, after a night's rest, everyone's energy had greatly recovered. Duan Yu, wearing a straw hat, stood in front of the wooden cabin, gazing at the sea. So what do you think is the most important thing for us now? The most important thing, of course, is resources. Think about it. Our resources are very limited, and with so many people to feed, I think everyone should go hunting and look for food so that we can develop. Chu Wanqing spoke passionately. She just shook her head gently. So you have a better idea. Move? Chapter 42, Duan Yu's plan. Yes, moving. Duan Yu nodded seriously and adjusted the straw hat on Chu Wanqing's head. I understand what you mean. You want everyone to get moving, to hunt and find food, to create the greatest value. Duan Yu paused and continued. But have you considered that things are different now? There are too many hungry wolves around us. In the past, everyone was in the open, leaving a line when doing things, but now, the masks have been torn off, and if we meet again, it will surely be a life and death duel. Duan Yu sighed, his thick brows slightly furrowing. The most troubling thing is that we are in the light, while the enemy is in the dark. Whether it's Chun Jinhai and Wang Bapi, or the 2 brothers from the Park family, or Scarface, they are like poisonous wolves lurking in the shadows, ready to devour us at any moment. Therefore, if we want to live well, we must move. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Chu Wanqing's eyes. Her father is Chu Xiongqing, the head of the Chu family and chairman of the Chu group. Why did someone like you rely on moving bricks to make a living before? Chu Wanqing was puzzled. For some reason, she felt a sudden pang in her heart, but it wouldn't be right to be jealous of someone who is sick. She had to turn around and go outside, trying not to look. This foolish girl is willing to die for me, just for this friendship. It wouldn't be too much to repay it with my whole life. No matter what, he must mature as quickly as possible. In the future, he needs to consider things more comprehensively. When dealing with enemies, he must be resolute, never soft-hearted, and be as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Only then can he protect the safety of those around him and not let down everyone who believes in him. With these bananas, along with the food we already have, I believe that even if it takes another 10 days or 8 days, it won't be a problem. No one expected the rain here to be so relentless, pouring down for more than half a month with no sign of stopping. It has stored enough food for everyone. Duan Yu prepared to go out and explore how big this island really is. This was something he had always wanted to do. But due to the constant pressure of survival, he hadn't had the chance to free his hands. Now, the goal of the wooden house is too great, and everyone doesn't have the conditions to go out to sea in the short term, and they have also given up on waiting for rescue. It's time to explore this island properly. Professor Lee is too old, Lucy is too weak. Lin Yuru just woke up and needs someone to take care of her. Meanwhile, Chu Wanqing has become the main fighting force. Duan Yu initially wanted to take Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan with him, but after thinking it over, he had to give up. If Scarface brings people to ambush and disrupt us, with only Chu Wanqing, we could definitely not fend them off. If he took old Zhang and old Li with him, the remaining weak and sick people in the house would be left at their mercy. That old-fashioned rifle still has one bullet left. Duan Yu had never touched this thing before. He and T had the chance. However, Chu Wanqing had the opportunity to have shooting training since childhood. After all, she grew up in a wealthy family, which gave everyone a sense of reassurance. The embroidered spring knife was also left to Chu Wanqing, having instructed her about everything. Duan Yu set off lightly, with no worries. I'm just going out. It's not a life and death farewell, so why be so sentimental? No nonsense. Chu Wanqing rolled her eyes and scolded. I might be out for a long time, so you all need to be mentally prepared. All right. If this goes on, I'll be exhausted before I even leave. Duan Yu only took a lighter, a few bamboo tubes for water, and a dozen bananas. Under the reluctant gazes of everyone, he donned his straw hat, draped his raincoat, and held a sharpened wooden stake. Resolutely stepping out the door, their camp is currently located in the southeast of this deserted island. Duan Yu's first target is the north. What is there on the north side of the island? After crossing two small hills, a towering mountain came into view. It's hard to imagine that such a tall mountain exists on this small island. This mountain is nearly 1,000 meters high. It would not be an exaggeration to say it pierces the clouds. If he could stand at the top of this mountain, he would surely have a panoramic view of the surrounding environment and terrain. The side of the mountain near the south is exceptionally steep, as if it has been carved by a knife and axe. Moreover, the continuous rain over the past few days has made the rock face particularly smooth. With no footholds at all, Duan Yu was not discouraged and explored eastward along the foot of the mountain, but still did not find a way to climb up by the sea. The area where the sea meets the mountain is filled with reefs and turbulent waters. Even riding a small wooden boat would be difficult to pass through. Traveling westward, he passed a clear stream. Duan Yu slowly stopped. This is a good place. Chapter 43, The Territory of the Black Bear. Back then, he and Lin Yuru encountered a small puddle, which relieved their urgent need for water. Here, there is a whole clear stream, though the water is not too abundant. In the valley, water flows joyfully between the gaps in the rocks. This is extremely pure natural spring water. The surface is clear, allowing a view of the bottom. In fact, in most places, it is only knee-deep. If they live here, the water source issue would be basically resolved, and there would be no need to go far to fetch water anymore. The nearby environment is extremely damp, and the bushes and trees are very dense. There are large rocks lying around everywhere. Walking here requires great care, as there are hardly any places to step. Even building a wooden house would be difficult to find a flat area. Most importantly, it is too remote here. The rain is getting heavier, making it impossible to continue moving through the jungle. Next to the stream, there happen to be two large rocks leaning against each other, forming a 45-degree angle, creating a space of 2 to 3 square meters under the rocks, just enough to barely fit. These decayed woods must have been there for many years. If it were a normal day, a squeeze would turn them into splinters. They are excellent materials for starting a fire. In rainy weather, there is almost no dry firewood in the mountains. Although these dead branches and decayed wood are also wet under the roots of the big trees, they are covered by layers of leaves, making them drier than firewood in other places. What Duan Yu needs to do is break these damp firewood apart and peel the decayed wood, which is as simple as peeling a banana. Once he reaches the inside, there is a bit of fine wood core, which is relatively dry. Duan Yu used some bamboo shavings on him as kindling, first lighting the wood core, then placing the peeled bark and wood shavings nearby to dry. After much effort, he finally managed to start a small bonfire. Since he was in a valley and the rain outside was getting heavier, by 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he could no longer see outside. Everything was dim. It felt as if night had come early. After days of continuous rain, it finally stopped, and the sun appeared for a rare day. He casually caught a few small fish from the stream. Although the fish were not big, they tasted incredibly fresh and tender. He had traveled all this way, eating and sleeping outdoors, worn out. Eventually, he circled back to the cave where Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan had lived. The cave was empty, with only some burned ashes proving that someone had lived here before. He had heard from Zhang Changjin that Jack and the others had once caught an old man named Brian, who said that not far west of this cave was the territory of bears. Even Brian, who had lived on the island for 10 years, dared not easily venture back in after several companions were injured or killed. Duan Yu felt deeply regretful. An elder who had lived on the island for a decade had immense experience and knowledge, which was a great treasure. Unfortunately, those bastards Jack had wiped him out. Subconsciously, he felt that there must be a path leading to the other side of the island through this dense forest. However, crossing the dense forest required immense courage. After all, Bears were formidable beasts, capable of taking on lions and tigers. It was said that a bear could break an adult's bones with a single slap. However, bears were known to be omnivores, eating whatever they could catch, including leaves, tender shoots, small animals, and fish. Generally, they rarely attacked humans unprovoked. I heard that animals have territories, and one animal would never intrude into another's territory. The forest was quiet. Duan Yu felt a bit nervous, thinking, could I have really entered the bear's territory? The forest was vast, with towering trees and dense foliage. The ground was somewhat muddy, but there was a thick layer of fallen leaves on top, making it hard to leave traces. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Duan Yu quickly set down his backpack, using both hands and feet to climb to the top of a tree. Once at the top, his field of vision opened up. In the distance was the western coast of the deserted island, a vast expanse of golden beach, breathtakingly beautiful. He carefully took a few steps forward, wanting to see who was shaking the tree, who was so bored, who had such great strength. It turned out to be a large black bear, standing on its hind legs, shaking a small tree vigorously. He actually encountered a bear. Buzz, buzz. Those tempting honeys were dripping down the tree trunk. The black bear greedily licked the honey flowing down while continuing to shake the small tree. This was not a place to linger. Duan Yu, not bothering to be surprised, quickly left the forest while the black bear was busy. Then, with a loud crack, the small tree was actually shaken down by the black bear. Turning around a bend in the sea, he arrived at the other side of the island. Duan Yu was suddenly stunned by the scene before him. This place was simply a paradise. Chapter 44, A Paradise. This was the western side of the island, a place they had never reached before. The first thing that caught his eye was a wide river, over 10 meters wide, cascading down from a high mountain cliff directly into the sea. Most importantly, this river was a freshwater river. On the riverbank, a group of turtles of various sizes basked in the sun on the rocks. Perhaps no one had ever been here, which explained their boldness. Occasionally, huge freshwater fish leaped out of the water, splashing down with a loud crash. On both sides of the riverbank, flocks of birds and wild chickens scattered in all directions upon seeing people, leaving behind a ground covered in bird droppings. Duan Yu was certain that if they settled here, they would never have to worry about food again. This place was truly a gift from nature. After walking 100 meters, the river suddenly forked. At the fork, the two branches formed an inverted Y shape. The branch river was also over 10 meters wide and deep enough, but it was short, only a few dozen meters long. This was a natural harbor. Duan Yu suddenly thought that if one day they could build wooden boats here, they could dock directly in this natural harbor, which would be incredibly convenient. On the right side of the river fork, there was a huge flat area, or rather, a basin surrounded by mountains, with a low center. However, the terrain was not low, at least 5 or 6 meters above the river. If calculated by area, this piece of land had at least 3,000 square meters. This place was easy to defend and hard to attack, and it was right next to a water source, making it an excellent place to settle down. This was truly a land of abundance. Duan Yu could not contain his excitement and laughed out loud. Digging into the soil, he discovered turtle eggs, each about the size of a fist. Fortunately, the journey had been smooth without any danger. The rainy season had ended, and the tropical rainforest climate was always unpredictable, like a child's face, changing from sunny to rainy in an instant. Things went surprisingly well, whether it was Chun Jinhui, Scar, or the two brothers from the Park family. None of them had bothered the people in the wooden house. They must have been too busy taking care of themselves. Under the sunlight, a group of people, supporting the elderly and carrying the young, began their long journey of migration. Carrying all their food and equipment, they walked slowly, stopping occasionally. On this day, they finally entered that dense forest. This was the territory of the black bear. As long as they safely passed through here, they would have a smooth path to the paradise. Everyone moved cautiously, trying not to make any noise. Duan Yu held a long knife in the front, while Chu Wanqing tightly gripped a long spear at the back. Everyone was secretly sweating with anxiety. However, unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred. Chu Wanqing's voice trembled, and her beautiful face was filled with a look of panic. What happened? A huge black bear suddenly emerged from nowhere, closely following behind them. This creature seemed to find it amusing, walking upright and mimicking their movements. Don't shoot. We only have one bullet. If we can't kill it, everyone will be in danger. Duan Yu stretched out his hand to press down Chu Wanqing's raised spear. You all go ahead. I'll keep an eye on it. Duan Yu shouted sternly. It was certain that this large black bear was not the same one they had encountered last time. They had thought that taking a detour would allow them to avoid the bear's threat, but unexpectedly, this forest did not have just one black bear. With such a fierce beast present, this place was a forbidden zone for humans. Go. If you follow this path forward, there is a beach not far ahead. Cross the beach, and we will reach our destination. Trust me, hurry up, or I'll have to split my attention to take care of you. I won't go. I want to fight alongside you. Duan Yu did not expect that the young lady, who had already been frightened to the point of shaking by the black bear, would insist on fighting alongside him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a banana. With a strong toss, the banana fell right in front of the black bear. The black bear opened its eyes wide, suspiciously looking at the two. It extended its massive paw to pick up the banana and sniffed it. Then it tossed it to the ground and stepped forward towards the two. Duan Yu quickly had a flash of inspiration and took out another banana, peeled it, and tossed it to the bear. The sweet aroma of the fruit wafted through the air, and the black bear grabbed the banana, stuffing it into its mouth, swallowing it whole in just 3 bites. Duan Yu began his banana offensive, retreating while continuously tossing peeled bananas. At first, the bear was attracted by the smell of the bananas and happily ate a lot. However, later on, it seemed less interested in bananas. Once again, it shook its large body and approached the two. Look at this. Chu Wanqing imitated him, pulling something out of her backpack and charging straight at the black bear. Chapter 45. This is simply paradise on earth. The black bear picked up the smoked meat from the ground, first sniffing it carefully next to its nose. Then, it extended its big tongue and licked it. At this point, the black bear was completely captivated by the smell of the smoked meat. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the whole piece of smoked meat in one bite, chewing it with great relish. Hurry, throw all the smoked meat to it. But we don't have much left. Chu Wanqing felt a pang of regret, seemingly reluctant to part with it. Duan Yu decisively threw all the smoked meat from Chu Wanqing's backpack to the black bear. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, he grabbed Chu Wanqing's hand, and they both ran wildly, soon catching up with the others who had gone ahead. After crossing the beach at the cape, a wide river came into view. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. What? So many sea turtles? Are they sunbathing? Professor Lee tremblingly walked up to a sea turtle the size of a grinding wheel. The lazy sea turtle lay on the beach, showing no fear as the crowd approached, not even lifting its head. Hey, get up. Professor Lee was filled with curiosity. He exerted all his strength and finally managed to flip the large sea turtle over. The sea turtle lost its previous composure, flailing its legs in a panic. Haha, tonight, I'll treat everyone to sea turtle soup. Underneath the sea turtle, Professor Lee touched the sand, revealing a pile of fist-sized sea turtle eggs glistening in the sunlight. And sea turtles and their eggs of this size could be seen everywhere along the several kilometers of beach and riverbank. Hey, I caught a fish. Although Lin Yuro's shoulder injury had not fully healed, upon seeing the clear and clean river, she couldn't resist and squatted by the river to play in the water. There were many fish in the river, swimming in schools of all sizes, densely packed as far as the eye could see. Perhaps because they had never encountered humans or had any natural predators, the fish here were particularly bold and not afraid at all. As soon as Lin Yuro dipped her hands into the water, a large group of fish swam over, thinking food had arrived. Lin Yuro gently scooped with both hands, and a fish weighing over a pound landed in her palms. Really, the shrimp here are super silly. Chu Wanqing teased the shrimp with a piece of wild grass by the riverbank, and the 10-centimeter-long shrimp neither ran nor panicked. She reached out her small hand and scooped the big shrimp up. As for Old Zhang, Old Li, and Lucy, they were busy chasing crabs on the beach, each happily gathering a substantial haul, their faces beaming with joy. Initially, everyone was still a bit shaken from the earlier scare with the black bear. However, upon seeing the abundance of resources and provisions here, all their gloomy feelings vanished. Laughter erupted among the group. How annoying. So annoying. Lin Yuro's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she feigned anger and chased after Chu Wanqing. The two of them tumbled around on the beach, startling a large number of sea turtles and crabs, which hurriedly scurried away to avoid being caught in the chaos. With this resource-rich river, everyone felt reassured. From this moment on, they had a stable water source. In the previous days, fresh water was incredibly precious, even priceless. And now, they had a big river. A river full of fresh water. This meant they would never lack water again. For eating, bathing, and washing clothes, they no longer had to worry about water issues. I can't take it anymore. This water is so clear. I want to jump in. Chu Wanqing couldn't wait, ignoring the many people around her, and jumped into the water fully clothed. So comfortable. This water is so much better than the swimming pool. Yuro, you should come in too. Chu Wanqing stood in water that was only waist deep near the shore, continually waving at Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was quite eager. She hadn't bathed in days, and soaking in such clear river water would surely feel wonderful. Just as she began to walk toward the river, a pair of large hands landed on her shoulders. Duan Yu remained unfazed. Did you forget about your shoulder injury? What if it gets infected? Oh, Lin Yuro playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face. Suddenly, a call from Chu Wanqing echoed across the river. This young lady, who had originally been standing not far from the riverbank, somehow drifted a little further in and was swept into the deeper part of the river by the current. Watching her floundering around, it was clear she had no swimming skills at all. Duan Yu's expression darkened, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. I said this young lady can't swim, and yet she wants to bathe. She even claims to go to the swimming pool often. Huh? Duan Yu quickly jumped into the water, supporting Chu Wanqing's body and pulling her back to the shore. To be honest, being soaked in the water made her thin clothes cling tightly to her curvy figure, making her look quite appealing. Duan Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Chu Wanqing's face flushed, and she hurriedly hid behind a rock, lowering her head to dry her clothes. On the opposite bank upstream, a fat man and a thin man were secretly watching this side. The one speaking was Wang Bapi, who had gone through many hardships to survive. However, the once plump Wang Bapi now seemed to have lost a lot of weight. I want to kill them. Kill them all. Chen Jinhai was almost driven to madness. His eyes filled with deep resentment that could not be concealed, seemingly ready to burst forth. Chen Xiao, don't be impulsive. They have the numbers on their side. Let us bide our time. We'll eventually find a chance to deal with them. Chapter 46. Duan Yu's Grand Plan. The evening breeze blew gently, and from the basin by the riverbank, the cheerful laughter of several men and women, young and old, wafted through the air. There had never been such a lavish dinner. It could be considered banquet level. In the basin not far from the big river, a bonfire banquet was taking place. There were fragrant grilled fish, delicious fried sea turtle eggs, oily roasted crabs, and deep-fried large shrimp. The most delicious was a huge pot of stewed sea turtle meat. Chu Wanqing, Lin Yuro, and Lucy sang and danced, showcasing their graceful figures, drawing applause from everyone. Each person raised a bowl of fragrant wine and began to drink heartily. Everyone could eat their fill. From now on, they had an endless supply of food. After the meal, everyone sat around the bonfire, rubbing their round bellies and burping in satisfaction. Here, they no longer had to worry about food, allowing them plenty of time to do other things. Everyone nodded in agreement. This fork in the road is our harbor. When the time is right, we can build a large ship over 10 meters wide and set sail directly from here. Perhaps we will find hope of leaving this place. Indeed, this is the most natural harbor, perfectly suitable. It's still too early to build a ship. Everyone shouldn't be too quick to celebrate. Even if we build a ship, it doesn't guarantee we can truly set sail. Have you all forgotten what Brian said? Every time they tried to sail, they encountered massive rapids that prevented them from succeeding, and they used canoes. We need to build a sturdy ship. This way, the chances of successfully setting sail will be much greater. However, building a ship is a major project. We're not professionals and must tackle each challenge step by step. The immediate priority is to build a solid shelter and prepare for a prolonged struggle. Duan Yu proposed his idea to first construct a sturdy shelter. The chosen site for their residence would be this basin right under their feet. The upcoming work may be quite hard, but I want to build a very sturdy shelter so that we can have a permanent solution. You should know that there are black bears not far from here, and no one knows what other unknown dangers might lie deeper in the mountains. No one knows when another long-lasting storm like the one we had a few days ago might come again. So, I plan to build a mixed stone and brick house. Lin Yuru wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth with her hand and blinked. Duan Yu looked at Lin Yuru with approval. Smart. I noticed a large piece of land ahead when I came scouting last time, and the soil there is very suitable for making bricks. Don't touch my head. I'm not your little sister, Yuru. Well then, I, Miss, have decided to join the brick-moving team. Even Professor Lee patted his chest and promised that he would not fall behind and would try to help with any work he could manage. It was already late at night, with stars twinkling. The night air was still a bit cold, but fortunately, everyone was gathered around a huge bonfire, making it bearable. Duan Yu sat alone on the stone wall at the edge of the basin, where he could see both the river and the river mouth. He wanted some quiet time alone while also keeping watch for everyone. Not sure yet. Is it going to be like a small villa? Chu Wanqing asked excitedly. If several villas were built on this deserted island, with her carefree temperament, she could really treat it as a vacation spot. How about making those beautiful farmhouses like in the countryside? Building several courtyards would create a village-like scale, very lively. Duan Yu shook his head again. Sturdy. What I want most is to be as sturdy as possible. Got it. I heard that in the distant south, there are some Hakka people who live together in large round houses. Chapter 47. Are they a bunch of madmen? Hakka Tulu. Hakka. The two shouted in unison Hakka Tulu and then exchanged smiles, giving a tacit high five. Hakka Tulu is a famous type of building, which is not only sturdy and solid but also well ventilated and aesthetically pleasing. The most important point is that it is safe to live in and can prevent enemy attacks. The entire building is circular, somewhat resembling the shape of a well. Dozens of rooms form a large circle, and the courtyard is in the middle of the circle. Generally, tulis are mostly 3 stories high, but the first floor is quite tall, and there are basically no windows on the lower level, with only small windows on the higher floors. The high walls can prevent outsiders from entering, maximizing the safety of the residents inside. From the outside, the tulu looks like a huge fortress, and the small windows on top can serve as watchtowers or the best places for drawing a bow. If a tulu is built, it would be like establishing an indestructible fortress on this island. With the goals set, the next day, everyone began to mobilize and get busy. This is a huge, long-term project, and with the current manpower, it may take a considerable amount of time to complete. However, since they were determined, everyone unanimously expressed that no one would back down. Without tools, they could only use local materials. They had stone axes, stone knives, carrying poles, and backpacks. Everyone worked together and accomplished quite a bit. Not far from the basin, there was a large flat area covered with wild grass and plants. Strangely enough, the soil on this flat land was relatively smooth, and there was hardly any sand or stones, as if someone had cultivated it before. Professor Lee walked around this piece of land and unexpectedly discovered several plants resembling wheat and other crops. This land could be used for farming in the future. However, while a lot of soil is needed to make bricks, only a corner of this land would suffice. On the first day, everyone got to work, except for Lin Yuru, who was still recovering from a shoulder injury and stayed at the camp to look after things and prepare food. Everyone set off towards the land. The land was very close to the camp in the basin, just over 100 meters away. They could see it by looking up. However, having never seen a pig run after eating pork, Duan Yu didn't need to build a large kiln. They weren't in the business of selling bricks. Just enough for their own use. Chu Wanqing, Lucy, and Professor Li were assigned to dig out the kiln. Duan Yu, Zhang Changjin, and Li Ziyuan went to the nearby hill to cut enough dry firewood to bring back for burning. Professor Li was older, and although digging didn't require a long trip, as an expert, he had hardly done any physical labor in his life. After digging for a while, the old man would rest for a bit. However, everyone was very motivated. After a day's work, Chu Wanqing's palms were blistered. In the past, her temperament would have caused her to quit, but now, for the common goal, she gritted her teeth and persevered silently. What surprised everyone the most was Lucy. Unexpectedly, this seemingly full-figured woman who usually didn't talk much was a hard worker, and her strength outclassed some men. To facilitate transportation, they even made wooden wheels and a makeshift cart, which, while not very useful, made things much easier. Once the drying was done, they could start the firing process. Although the process was somewhat complicated, they had enough hands. Some were responsible for fetching water, others for mixing mud, some for pressing the bricks, some for drying, and of course, some for firing the kiln. Although it took a lot of effort, everyone felt very happy when the first batch of bricks was successfully fired. Although they were rough compared to professional ones, given the limited conditions, the hardness of the bricks was satisfactory, likely due to the quality of the soil here. The first batch of bricks was first transported to the basin to build a temporary residence, as the Tolo plan was grand and could not be completed overnight. For safety's sake, they could only build a small room in a corner first. Duan Yu, Zhang Changjin, and Li Ziyuan had all worked on construction sites before, so they were naturally familiar with building walls. In less than 2 days, a brand new brick house was put into use. Although there was no cement, the local soil was quite sticky, which worked well. What are they doing? Are they crazy? I don't understand. It's all so baffling. Chun Jinhui and Wang Poppy were secretly observing a group of people busying themselves across the river upstream. Due to the angle, they didn't even see the small single room that had just been built in the basin. A bunch of madmen. Their heads must be messed up. Chun Jinhui shook his head in disdain. Yes, Chen Xiao. This group definitely has mental issues. They're not worried about food and drink here. So they must be bored to death, tiring themselves out. Wang Poppy nodded in agreement, quickly adding, but Chen Xiao, we need to go deeper into the mountains. As their activity range increases, I'm afraid they'll discover us, and then it will be a fight to the death. Wang Poppy was extremely scared and hurriedly explained the dangers to Chen Jinhui. Let us go. Chen Jinhui was also a bit scared, with just the two of them. They likely wouldn't be a match for Duan Yu alone. Since they had already torn their faces, he definitely couldn't let Duan Yu find out about him. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest, a group of people dressed in strange outfits, with colorful faces. A grand ceremony is currently taking place. Chapter 48, The 10th Man of the Stronghold? The woman chants, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, ding ding dong, goo 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 dong. A tall woman, completely dark-skinned, is seen praying under a large tree. She is wrapped in a garment made of animal skins, but both of her shoulders are completely exposed. Her arms are covered with strange symbols, resembling a tattooed ponk. Her face also bears mysterious symbols, and she wears an exaggerated large hat adorned with long and vibrant feathers, some of which look like the tails of wild chickens. Around the brim of the hat, various ornaments are scattered, including colorful pebbles and fancy shells. And one item appears to be a crab leg that was just gnawed on a few days ago. Behind her, a large group of similarly dressed individuals kneel, both men and women, holding spears and wooden sticks. Their faces and bodies are also covered in strange symbols, but they do not wear hats like the woman. The woman continues to chant, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can we not eat pickled vegetables? Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can we not chop once? Suddenly, she clasps her hands and extends a finger. She stands up abruptly and turns around. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Black Emperor, please reveal yourself. Hurry. The tall woman with the strange hat suddenly points in a direction. A group of primitives immediately stands up and rushes forward with their weapons. In the past, he was nothing. Now, we have to run into him. What a small-minded person getting ahead. Chen Jinhai grumbles as he walks forward. Wang Poppy, carrying some daily necessities made in recent days, tries to persuade him beside him. Chen Xiao, patience in small matters leads to great strategies. We must endure. Before he finishes speaking, a group of strangely dressed primitives suddenly rushes over, dozens of spears and wooden sticks pointing at the two of them. Chen Jinhai forces a smile and sits down helplessly. Soon, the two bound individuals are pushed in front of the woman with the strange hat. The woman grins widely, exposing her large mouth, and Chen Jinhai and Wang Poppy are nearly scared out of their wits. After a short while, they arrive at a cave. The entrance of this cave is initially very small, but as they walk further in, it twists and turns, revealing a vast space. Surprisingly, there are several ventilation openings inside the cave, and the light is not so dim. Inside the cave, there are also many primitives. At the deepest part of the cave, there is an exit that leads to a flat open area. Looking around, there are many bones of various sizes piled on the ground, most of which are from wild beasts, but some appear to be human. Wang Poppy dares not think further and is so frightened that he directly wets his pants. Chen Jinhai is also terrified to the point of being speechless. He looks desperately at Wang Poppy, and from Wang Poppy's expression, he seems to see the same despair. Could this be a cannibal tribe? The two ponder in despair. Sure enough, the two are bound up like roasted meat and placed on a rack. Do you prefer the fat one or the skinny one? The woman with feathers opens her mouth and speaks in standard Mandarin, albeit with a strange accent. However, the crucial point is that both can understand. I want to eat the fat one. The fat one has flavor, a male primitive says, grinning with anticipation. I want to eat the skinny one. The taste of ribs is excellent, another primitive chimes in. Don't eat us, please. We'll do anything you want. We beg you. Wang Poppy and Chen Jinhai, who were already on the verge of despair, are shocked to find they can understand what these people are saying. Forgetting their fear, they shout loudly. The woman is taken aback, and the group of primitives looks at the two captives as if they were monsters. Ming people? The female leader asks in surprise. Sister, we are Huan people. What do you mean by Ming? Chen Jinhai responds in confusion. Huan? Where's that? The female leader scratches her head and shrugs, indicating she has never heard of it. Could she be referring to the Ming dynasty? Wang Poppy suddenly has a flash of inspiration and whispers to Chen Jinhai. Chen Jinhai quickly understands and nods. Yes, sister, we are Ming people, people of the great Ming. You see, our language is the same. We must be relatives. The female leader grins widely again, gently asking, are you sure? Absolutely, and we must be sure. The two nod vigorously, like little chicks pecking for grain. As long as you're sure, light the fire. Unexpectedly, the female leader's expression darkens as she gives the order to light the fire. No, please. Sister, just don't take action. We'll do anything you want. Both are so scared they cry and, embarrassingly, wet their pants. Unfortunately, they are only wearing leaves, and water drips down from the leaves, causing the surrounding primitives to burst into laughter. Chen Jinhai curses inwardly at being laughed at by a group of primitives. Are you sure? The two now have a psychological shadow regarding this question. But to survive, they can only keep nodding. Let them down and bring them to me to talk. The female leader commands, and the two are untied. As they get closer, they realize that this female leader is tall and strong, entirely dark except for her teeth. If they encountered her in the jungle at night, she would surely scare anyone. Uninformed people would think they encountered a black bear. The female leader grins widely. Ha! My name is Ame, and I am the queen here. Her mouth is large enough to swallow a big bun hole, and her voice is deafening, like the sound of a bell. At the same time, a foul smell wafts over, making it nearly impossible for the two to open their eyes. Yet they dare not react, and can only work hard to appear respectful. If you want fire, it's easy. You two can be my captive men. Chen Jinhai nearly spits out. At that moment, he feels it would be better to die. Patience in small matters leads to great strategies. We must endure. Wang Poppy sighs and pulls Chen Jinhai. The two quickly agree submissively. From today on, he will be my 10th captive man. The female leader Ame points at Chen Jinhai and introduces him to the primitives. He is the 11th. She then points to Wang Poppy. Immediately after, the female leader takes out 2 clay lumps from under her armpits, saying this is a ritual of the tribe since ancient times. Only by eating it can they truly become captive men. The two hold back their tears and swallow the clay pills. Wang Poppy secretly pulls a primitive aside and whispers, where are the queen's first 9 captive men? The primitive laughs heartily. They are all watching stars with the queen. They have worked too hard and gone to meet the Black Emperor in the sky. What does watching stars mean? The primitive grins, revealing a hint of playful amusement. You know, Chen Jinhai smiles bitterly and faints on the ground. Chapter 49, Captured by Savages. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Building a temporary house does not require high standards to save time. However, constructing such a large earthen building slows down the progress significantly. He observes that there are many stones by the valley and riverside. If these stones are utilized as a foundation, the fortress will be even more indestructible. But with only a few people present, how can they manage this? All the materials rely on manual labor to carry and lift. And even an Iron Man couldn't last long. Below this basin, although there is a layer of soil and sand, in some places, as we dig, large rocks appear. Due to the lack of professional machines and equipment, we can only change to a softer spot to dig again. Fortunately, the area occupied by the house is not large. And with limited conditions, the foundation does not need to be dug too deep. After a lot of effort, we finally managed to dig a place without large rocks below. But due to limited space, we had to reduce the planned area of the earthen building once again. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to build an earthen building? Although everyone has devoted all their enthusiasm to the work, the fundamental reason is still that there are too few people. This is unavoidable. Due to excessive fatigue, Zhang Chang'an's back pain has flared up again recently. He had been ill before, and later suffered from frostbite and rain on the deserted island. This time, after overexerting himself, he almost couldn't get up in his room. Duan Yu quickly announced a few days off for everyone to rest well. As for the house, since it cannot be completed in a short time, we will take it slow. On one hand, it is to understand the terrain and situation deeper in the mountains, and on the other hand, it is also his main task today, which is to collect medicinal herbs. At this moment, the importance of Professor Li Weishan became evident. This old man is currently the most outstanding and the only doctor on this island. With him around, ensuring everyone's health, it can be said that it is much safer. Here in the canyon, the river happens to become narrow, and part of the riverbed and rocks can be seen exposed on the surface, making it not difficult to cross. A small deer? A small deer that seems to have just reached adulthood is leisurely grazing on a patch of grass. If only we could have some delicious roasted venison to improve our palate, it would be a wonderful thing. The little deer, while grazing, stands alert with its ears raised, paying attention to the surrounding movements. It seems to be highly vigilant. Snap! A napping little bird accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a noise as it fell on the rocks. Oh! A clear chirp came from the little deer, sounding like a human whistle. Startled, the little deer dashed away. How could it escape when a delicious meal was almost within reach? The little deer was very fast and soon darted into the dense forest. Just as he was looking around for traces of the deer, he was caught in a net made of very flexible fine vines. It was extremely strong. Duan Yu silently cursed and quickly reached for his knife. But being trapped under the net limited his movements, and a long knife about a meter long was not so easy to draw out. Duan Yu finally understood why Jing Ke couldn't draw his sword while circling around the pillar to assassinate King Qin. In some cases, advantages can also become fatal weaknesses. This is good. This king likes it. This muscle, fat, but not greasy. The female leader sat upright in a rattan chair, wearing that chicken feather crown. As for this person, if he doesn't obey, I'll have him roasted over the fire later. It's very easy to lose one's life. The most frightening thing is the language barrier, making communication impossible. What's wrong? My friend from the Ming Dynasty? Are you surprised? Ming Dynasty? You know Ming? Duan Yu's heart settled slightly. Since the other party spoke Mandarin, there must be some connection, and perhaps he still had a chance of being saved. Of course I know. We have deep-seated hatred with the Ming people. For hundreds of years, our ancestors have told us to take revenge for them. Then why do you still use the language of the Ming people? In a life-and-death situation, panic is useless. Duan Yu simply steadied himself and said, if it's useful, then learn it. Do you think the language of the Ming people is not the best? The female leader explained leisurely, like she was watching prey. He was trembling, one hand holding onto Wang Pap, the other against the wall, with two dark circles under his eyes, looking exactly like a giant panda. Shut up. How did my 10th captive man get out? The 10th captive man? Ha! Duan Yu, regardless of being tied up, laughed heartily. Kill him. He shouted at a group of primitives. Unfortunately, no one listened to his command. Even if he wanted to bluff, it wouldn't work. Now you have two choices. Either become a captive like those two or die immediately. No other options. The female leader threatened again. She seemed to push forward step by step, but inside, she was full of anticipation. In her view, no one is not afraid of death. Duan Yu was rapidly thinking in his mind. He was calculating what could save him. Relying on teammates to rescue him? It seemed futile now, with no hope left. Not to mention he had come out alone today. Others didn't even know he had been captured by the wild people. Even if they did know, The remaining women and the weak would only end up being food for the primitives. Did he really have to yield to the queen's evil desires like Chen Jinhui and Wang Pap? No. If that is the case, he would rather die? As a person, if he couldn't even retain the most basic dignity, what would be the point? Sometimes one can take a step back, but when it comes to principles and bottom lines, some choose to stand their ground. So, you used to eat people often? Duan Yu wanted to buy time, through conversation, to increase his chances of rescue. At the same time, his mind was racing, thinking of all possible ways to escape. No, no, no. The queen shook her head repeatedly. We have never eaten people. But we hate those from the Ming dynasty to the bone. If you don't submit to me, we will definitely eat you. After saying this, she looked proud. Nostrils flared. I am an enlightened person, keeping up with the times. Since I can choose captive men, I can also set a precedent for cannibalism. This tribe may have learned the language of the Easterners, but they have only mastered the ability to communicate. They have not learned the true essence of Eastern wisdom at all. Strictly speaking, they are still in the era of savages. They live in caves and use spears. Such a large tribe actually has no decent fence or gate, still living a life of drilling wood to make fire. They cannot make clothes or raise livestock. Even when they fall ill, they can only pray to the heavens for recovery, relying solely on fate and luck. This is a tribe still in a primitive state. In other words, it is equivalent to our era of drilling wood to make fire and living on raw meat and blood thousands of years ago. If you don't want to, this will be your fate. Saying this, she signaled her subordinates to take out the little deer that had been roasted over the fire for a long time. A waft of meaty fragrance filled the air. The queen tore off a piece of roasted venison and chewed it loudly. Then she coldly stated that anyone who does not obey my orders here will meet the same fate as this little deer. I don't mind being the first true cannibal king, right? How could I forget about this? The queen's curiosity was rekindled. She was actually very interested in seeing why someone on the brink of life and death still seemed so confident. Not tasty. We have been roasting meat like this for generations. Duan Yu walked straight to the roasted meat, and the female leader, curious about what he would do, did not stop him. In no time, it melted away and disappeared. She took the roasted meat and tore off a piece to put in her mouth. At first, she frowned slightly, but then her brows relaxed, and she kept smacking her lips, showing a look of ecstasy on her face. Delicious. Truly tasty. Elders, you should try some too. Immediately, a group of wild elder men each tore off a piece of deer meat and put it in their mouths. Amazing. So delicious. I've lived for 50 years and have never tasted such good roasted meat. Whoa, I didn't know meat could be this good. One elder was so happy he started to cry. This is simply wonderful. The food gods eat can't be better than this. What a waste. What a waste. I've got a big beard, and only now have I tasted something so delicious. An old man with a white beard was even pounding his head and stomping his feet. Before long, a whole roasted deer was snatched up by several elders. The queen wanted another piece, but when she looked up, she saw those elders tearing at each other, all scrambling to stuff meat into their mouths. So she could only swallow her saliva helplessly. Some elders who didn't get any meat looked dejected and frustrated. Some who managed to grab meat were overjoyed, dancing with delight. This salt has solved a big problem. Do you want to eat such delicious roasted meat every day? Do you want to eat something 10 times more delicious than this? Yes, we want to. We want to eat every day. We don't want to eat that kind of roasted meat anymore. All the wild people raised their hands and shouted, "Give me freedom. I represent my team and am willing to be friends with you." Ha ha. The female leader grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth. What if I snatch your little bottle away? Chapter 51, Negotiating with the Wild People. All for you. Duan Yu directly threw the small bamboo tube to the wild female leader. What about tomorrow? What about later? Where will you go to get more after you use it up? Only by cooperating with me will you have a continuous supply of delicious roasted meat. Moreover, I've said before that we have even better methods to make food taste 10 times better. Of course, the main thing for the female leader is still curiosity. Just as she said, this female leader is a person who is eager to accept new things. She really wants to lead her tribe to a better life. There was no longer the arrogance from before. Although Chen Jinhui felt embarrassed, being embarrassed was better than losing his life. Here, they were treated like dogs, with no voice at all, living a life worse than pigs. He had no good impression of these two people. Moreover, they were now deadly rivals. We swear we will never go against you again. We only ask that you take us out. Chen Jinhui pleaded desperately. He was almost exhausted from the past 2 days. Just now, he was supporting himself against the wall to barely walk out. As they passed through the cave, they came across a stone bed. A group of wild people was sitting around it, continuously mumbling strange prayers. On the bed lay an old wild man, wrapped in fur and leaves, with white hair and beard, lying there, wailing in pain. His originally dark face was now flushed red. The female leader hurriedly knelt by the bed, prayed for a while, and then tightly held the old man's hand. "Father, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" The old man weakly shook his head, looking extremely frail. Seeing this, the female leader's tears flowed down her colorful face. Duan Yu had never seen such a strong female leader show such a vulnerable side. It turned out that the old man lying on the bed was the female leader's father, the previous king of the wild people. Due to his old age and having caught a cold a few days ago, he had developed a high fever that had lasted for 2 days, and it showed no signs of subsiding. During this time, the queen led their tribesmen in countless prayers and appeals to the deity they worshipped, the Dark Sky Emperor. But it had been mostly useless. The old king is probably beyond saving. Even if a deity were here, they couldn't save him. The wild elder, speaking of this, couldn't help but shed a few tears. In the past on the island, most people who developed high fevers ended up dying. This was the wrath of the gods that us mortals cannot bear. Perhaps it won't be long before the old king goes to meet the great dark sky and earth. Colds and fevers are almost untreatable here. These wild people, far behind modern society, have no basic sanitary conditions, and when they fall ill, they rely solely on praying to the heavens, leaving their fate to chance. This is also the reason why the number of wild people in this tribe has remained around 200 for so many years. Let me take a look. Duan Yu parted the crowd and came to the old leader, reaching out a hand to feel the old leader's forehead, which was indeed very hot. In the wild people's tribe, this is a very disrespectful act, especially since the person lying on the bed is the father of the current queen, the old king of the tribe. Some wild people glared angrily. They were about to erupt, but were stopped by the female leader. Duan Yu took a quick look and immediately felt reassured. Professor Li Weishan, he is an authoritative expert in traditional Chinese medicine. Treating a fever and cold is a piece of cake, right? Really? Can my father be cured? The female leader was overjoyed to the point of tears, almost having bubbles coming out of her nose. Time was of the essence. So the female leader quickly arranged for several strong wild men to carry the old man on a simple stretcher made of wooden sticks. In the basin, a group of people was anxiously pacing back and forth. She has always been a decisive person. Once she decides to leave, she picks up a spear, ready to go into the mountains. I beg you, Miss Lin, your injury isn't healed yet. Don't cause more trouble. Professor Li felt a bit of a headache. Behind him were dozens of primitive wild people with dark skin, wearing animal skins, and holding long spears. Chapter 52 Cooperation. No problem, just take 2 more doses of medicine, and he can fully recover. In the wooden house, Professor Li looked at the condition of the wild old leader and said to everyone, however, for the next few days, he can only stay in the room, cannot go outside, and cannot be exposed to cold again. At this moment, everyone's tension finally relaxed. Everyone was prepared for battle. Chu Wanqing picked up the long gun that only had 1 bullet left. Li Ziyuan, Chu Wanqing, Lin Yuru, and Lucy all picked up their weapons, ready for battle. Of course, treating a fever is nothing for Professor Li. The old man personally went to gather some traditional Chinese herbs to clear heat and detoxify. And after the wild old leader drank it, the effect was immediate. A group of wild people was so moved that they kept kneeling and bowing, treating Professor Li as an immortal. Even if you want me to do anything, I will, the female leader shyly said. The people nearby immediately burst into laughter. Chu Wanqing laughed so hard, she almost fell over, putting down the gun in her hand, nearly gasping for breath from laughing. It was only at this point that everyone realized that the wild people's tribe had also brought many gifts, such as wild boar meat, wild chicken meat, and even wild goat meat. Dozens of strong men brought a huge pile over. Duan Yu decided to hold a celebration today. In the open space of the camp, a lavish banquet was set up. Wild boars and wild goats were cleaned. Then delicious salt was sprinkled on them, creating a grand barbecue feast. Duan Yu and the others also took out the sea turtles they had caught, as well as plump, tender fish, crabs, and large shrimp. It was simply an unprecedented feast. However, during the meal, there was almost a misunderstanding. The reason was that this wild tribe had never eaten aquatic creatures for generations. They didn't know when this rule had started. However, once they arrived here, they were guests. Seeing the queen leading the way, all the wild people relaxed and began to feast heartily. This pot of meat soup is fragrant with oil, and not only does it contain salt, but also some wild ginger, star anise, and other flavorful seasonings. A group of wild people holds rough little clay bowls, constantly praising the delicacy, each reluctant to part with it. Because there are too few bowls, several wild people have to share one, passing the rib soup around, taking turns to sip from it. It's so delicious. The pig bones we usually throw away can taste this good. An old elder among the wild people holds a small bowl by himself, eating so joyfully that he nearly cries. In just a moment, the food and soup in the bowl are gone, and they don't even know how to use spoons. They grab the meat with their hands. They drink the soup straight from the bowl. The old elder, still unsatisfied, slurps the last bit of soup from his bowl, fearing others will get ahead of him, and quickly runs to get another bowl. They had tried boiling pork in hot water before, but they had neither suitable containers nor seasonings. The meat and soup they made were bland and far less tasty than grilled meat. Most of the wild people have lived for half their lives, and this is the most delicious bowl of soup they have ever had. Many wild people only got to sip less than 2 mouthfuls before the rib soup was gone, and they all cried out in lament, nearly drooling. Come quickly. The grilled fish here is really delicious. Someone shouted, as if a new land had been discovered. A group of wild people rushed to the bonfire where the fish was being grilled. They had never eaten fish before. This was their first time. However, once they tasted the grilled fish, they were immediately captivated by its wonderful texture. Dozens of grilled fish were devoured to the bone. Queen, your decision is right. We just want to eat such delicious food every day. The wild elders all advised the queen. The female leader showed their utmost sincerity, for to a primitive tribe, all food and resources are their greatest wealth. In any case, at least the wild tribe has become friends, which is a great thing. Otherwise, a group of strong primitive wild people living nearby would pose a significant threat to everyone's survival and safety. Looking at the group of wild people singing, dancing, and cheering, Duan Yu suddenly had a bright idea. In fact, the wild people themselves are the best resource. He was still worried about having too few hands and insufficient labor force, which delayed the earth-building project. Now it seems that his initial thoughts were a bit naive. With just a few people, who knows when the construction would be finished? And these strong, muscular wild brothers are the best labor force, aren't they? Building houses? What a novel endeavor. Although the wild female leader did not know what building houses was, she expressed her full support. Chapter 53, The Huge Castle in the Wilderness. To be honest, while the wild female leader may have a rough personality, her efficiency in getting things done is commendable. The next day, at the queen's command, over 200 wild people marched to the front line of the construction site. It should be noted that the entire Black Sky wild tribe has only a little over 200 people. Excluding a few dozen who stayed to guard their homes, almost everyone else was mobilized. Moreover, they considered that feeding so many people would be a problem. So the queen not only sent people to work, but also brought ingredients. No longer was he the boy who was bullied and had wages owed to him. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune turns, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One can imagine that even Qin Jinhai and Wang Poppy could never have anticipated they would end up like this today. When the time comes, let everyone propose to vote. That would be better. And now is the time to make use of people. Go, work. But now, the situation has changed. The two did not dare to slack off and quickly led a team of wild workers to the construction site. With so many people working, cooking was no small task. Preparing food for over 200 people alone required a lot of effort just for washing and sorting the ingredients, not to mention the careful cooking and grilling needed afterward. They also selected 10 people from the wild tribe to assist with cooking. Among them, 2 were men responsible for heavier tasks, while the other 8 were wild women. These women were particularly eager to help in the kitchen, and some came specifically to learn cooking skills. As a result, many wild women happily wanted to learn some culinary skills. Zhang Chang'an's illness had eased considerably over the past few days, and he could walk normally now. He and Li Ziyuan were appointed as managers of the construction site, responsible for leading and supervising the wild brothers in completing the construction tasks. The two were busy moving around the site, working energetically. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing were in charge of comprehensive accident handling at the construction site. Whenever a problem arose, they promptly rushed to coordinate. The old Professor Li Weishan was also busy. In fact, the old man couldn't sit still. The wild elder's illness had completely healed. And now the people of the Black Sky tribe revered Li Weishan as a deity. The wild elder, to express his gratitude for saving his life, personally led a few wild people to help Professor Li gather medicinal materials and prepare traditional Chinese medicine, boiling herbal soup. Moreover, many wild people with long-standing ailments and discomfort flocked to seek medicine and treatment. This kept the old man extremely busy, and it can be said that Professor Li, with his medical skills, established a deep friendship with the wild tribe and made outstanding contributions. If this momentum continues, it won't be long before the entire Earth building is completed. Moreover, it will be an indestructible fortress. The outer and base layers of the Earth building are entirely made of scattered stones and clay from the mountains. The upper layers and inner walls are constructed with brick and earth, topped with a traditional wooden roof and ceramic tiles. Each wall on the outside is nearly half a meter thick, making it no exaggeration to say this is a sturdy fortress. Living in this Earth building, let alone black bears, even bullets and ordinary cannonballs might not penetrate. It covers at least over 1,000 square meters, creating a self-contained world within the courtyard. With the addition of over 200 wild people, the work efficiency has increased by more than 10 times. It seems all the hard work is worth it. The completion of the Earth building is now without any surprises. What suggestions do you have, Wanqing? You've left small windows around the 3rd floor. I suspect it's not just for ventilation. Chu Wanqing crossed her arms, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through him, as expected of the young lady. You noticed that? So, this is also a lookout tower for archers? Next, we should learn from the Wild brothers how to make and shoot arrows. After all, they are the professionals. Chapter 54, Learning the Wild People's Archery Skills. As a young lady, Chu Wanqing received a rich variety of extracurricular education and training in her childhood. For instance, taekwondo, rock climbing, and archery. She just never liked swimming. So she didn't learn much, only picking up a few basics. After all, on this deserted island, only the people around her can be truly trusted. There is no doubt that a bow and arrow is the most powerful weapon in the cold weapon era, capable of keeping enemies at bay from 100 paces. With bows and arrows, this 3-story earth building will truly be impregnable. Hiding in the earthen building, suppressing the enemy with bows and arrows. One could say it's a formidable defense. Although Chu Wanqing can also shoot arrows, her archery skills are questionable. And she definitely cannot master the technique of making bows and arrows. In this world, there are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. After Duan Yu proposed this suggestion to the Wild Woman chief, he unexpectedly found that the queen generously agreed. More people means greater strength and easier tasks. As soon as the earthen building was completed, the queen immediately sent people to deliver the collected materials for making bows and arrows, along with 10 skilled archers from the tribe to serve as instructors, guiding everyone in archery. Duan Yu was overjoyed. Those who have never tasted the wonders of salt can still manage, but those wild people who have truly tasted salt can no longer live without it. He was confident that even after the wild people acquired the technology to make sea salt, they would still be useful to him. At present, he had at least 3 methods. For example, Professor Li's medical skills are something that ordinary people cannot learn in a short time, let alone the wild people who have no foundational knowledge. There are also techniques for making pots and pans, etc. Although Duan Yu is an upright person, he never fights unprepared battles. The 3-story earthen building is completed, tall and imposing. Duan Yu and the others did not realize that, invisibly, they had achieved a great feat. On this most primitive desert island, they had completed this grand building entirely by human effort. In fact, its magnificence is no less than that of the pyramids that rose in the wild deserts thousands of years ago. Everyone began the production and learning of bows and arrows. In fact, in the current Haitian tribe, there are only a dozen elderly wild people who possess the skills to make bows and arrows. Through a series of operations, including selecting materials, drying, fire tempering, stone polishing, and other primitive techniques, bows were crafted. The complexity of making arrows is no less than that of making bows. Not to mention the production of arrowheads and the carving of fletchings. Just the arrowheads alone have a lot of knowledge involved. It turns out that most wild people's arrowheads require some kind of coating. Fortunately, he had not clashed with the wild tribe before. If there had been a conflict, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It turns out that wild people generally carry 3 types of arrows. The first is the non-toxic arrow, which is the most primitive and ordinary arrow, specifically used for dealing with small animals. The second is the tranquilizer arrow. The coating on this arrow is a liquid that can cause both humans and animals to fall into a coma in a short time. Once hit, both humans and animals will experience decreased attention and mental disarray, and some with weaker constitutions may even faint shortly after. This type of arrow is used to deal with larger beasts, such as wild boars and black bears, as long as the defenses are breached. The tranquilizing effect of the arrowhead will often play a significant role, which is why they often find it easy to hunt large prey. The third type is the poisoned arrow. It must be said that although the wild people do not have medical skills, they know how to utilize toxins. For example, the venom of some poisonous snakes and the toxins from certain poisonous mushrooms are collected and applied to the arrowheads. One can imagine how many generations had to pay the price of lives for primitive people to learn the skills of capturing poisonous snakes and identifying poisonous mushrooms and insects. This experience is particularly important for the few people on the deserted island. Even they, having survived until now, can barely be considered experts in wilderness survival. Although there is still a significant gap compared to mature hunters, it is already quite impressive for them to have learned to this extent in such a short time. They believe that with continued practice, they will certainly all become qualified hunters. With 7 people now armed with bows and arrows, their combat power has more than doubled. Now, it is time to deal with the 2 troublemakers, Chen Jinhai and Wang Bapi. In recent days, they have been imprisoned in a room in the earthen building, under the watch of designated guards. They are even unaware that everyone has learned archery in such a short time. Don't kill me. Don't kill us. We have reformed. Chen Jinhai cried on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Why don't you just let us go like a fart? Wang Bapi knelt on the ground, lacking any dignity, his face filled with panic and flattery, no longer the arrogance he once had. Whether to let you go is not for me to decide. Go ask those whom you have bullied if they agree. Let everyone judge you. Chapter 55, Sudden Changes. Chen Jinhai wept bitterly, and Wang Bapi kowtowed in fear, his face pale and trembling. Today is different from the past. On this deserted island, the strong hold power. Since coming to the island, many have suffered from the harm of these two. A judgment meeting began on the beach, targeting Wang Bapi and Chen Jinhai. At this moment, the two were like stray dogs lying on the ground, their former prestige completely gone. On the riverbank, by the sea, Professor Li Weishan, although quite old, was filled with anger. He changed from his usual cheerful demeanor, pointing at Chen Jinhai and Wang Bapi, so furious that he couldn't speak. Slap, 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 slap. The old man slapped them repeatedly until his hands hurt, then finally stopped. What you did is inhumane. When I was about to starve to death, I begged you to take me in. You refused, and why did you have to beat me? His anger boiled over as he kicked each of them. Then he turned and walked toward the earthen building. Chen Jinhai, you treat us like we are not human. Zhang Changjian and Li Ziyuan stepped forward, equally furious. Outside, you owe us our hard-earned money, and on the island, you treat us like cattle and horses. Bang. Why? We work hard every day to find food for you. Yet you enjoy the benefits? Bang, bang, bang. Why? You took our clothes, leaving us to starve and freeze? The two were extremely enraged, and every word was accompanied by a punch. In the past, even if they had been given the courage, they would never have dared to do this. I want to kill you. Just then, Lucy, like a mad lion, picked up a wooden stick and started pounding Chen Jinhai. Tears streamed from Lucy's eyes. After so long of repression, she finally had the chance for revenge today. She didn't say anything, but everyone understood her feelings and experiences. She was a woman who could endure a lot and was quite capable, having struggled alone on the deserted island for so many days. Ultimately, when the rainy season arrived and her supplies ran out, she unexpectedly found hope in life when Chen Jinhai brought her to the cave and took advantage of her vulnerability. She had finally felt a sense of hope in living, even the warmth of home. With all her strength, she swung the stick, and the two on the ground were beaten to a pulp. Lucy curled up on the beach, crying loudly. She wanted to kill the person who had once defiled her innocence, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. I have nothing to say to such a person. Chu Wanqing looked at Chen Jinhai with disdain. Saying a word to him is like dirtying my mouth. You owe farmers wages, bully people. Abandon someone to die when bitten by a snake. Throw them into the wilderness, force women, and kill people. To survive, you willingly became a servant under the Wild Queen. All these things, Chu Wanqing knew clearly, and she could not feel a shred of sympathy for such a person. You said they all call him Cobra. You want to oppose me doing this, right? Very well. Duan Yu looked at Chu Wanqing with approval, fully agreeing with her actions. Indeed, the heir of the Chu family was a decisive and efficient person, making decisions cleanly and swiftly. Chu Wanqing, you shameless woman. The hatred of a wife being taken. We are sworn enemies. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Chen Jinhai cursed furiously, completely desperate at this point. He knew that begging for mercy at this moment would be useless. Bang! Just as Zhang Changjian and Li Ziyuan were about to tie the two up, a sudden loud noise stunned everyone. Duck! Bang bang! Two more gunshots rang out not far from them. Run! It was clear that someone was hiding in the shadows. Shooting from the dark. It's Scarface. That guy isn't dead. Chu Wanqing, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized one of the gunmen. You have 20/20 vision. How can you see so far? It was no surprise that Scarface was alive. But the key question was, where did he get the gun, and not just one? If they joined forces with the Park brothers and had firearms, the threat to them would be enormous. This would mean that the already fragmented Chen Jinhai and Scarface's group would inevitably unite again against them. The crucial point was that the other side had guns, and the number was uncertain. More importantly, where did their guns come from? Could it be that a new faction or newcomers had entered the deserted island? Sigh, I said. Can you all walk a bit faster? When Zhang Changjian got nervous, he began to stutter. I mean, these gunshots are terrifying. And you guys are still here taking your time, showing off your love? I was actually talking about them. Zhang Changjian explained incoherently. Following his gaze, Li Ziyuan and Lucy were walking side by side, gazing lovingly at each other. Chapter 56, The Queen Can Handle This. Lucy was a woman with a hard life, struggling to survive before meeting everyone. She had been oppressed by Chen Jinhai and had suffered greatly. Although she usually appeared cheerful, everyone understood that there was a long scar in her heart. Li Ziyuan, though in his early 30s, had never married due to his family's poverty. He couldn't afford a car or a house. He was a good young man, but unfortunately, his pockets were emptier than his face, and no girl looked his way. Duan Yu had once thought about bringing them together, but after considering it, he chose not to say anything. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Lucy had moved on from her past traumas. What if Li Ziyuan found her unappealing? What if he reopened Lucy's wounds and hurt her fragile heart? However, unexpectedly, Li Ziyuan had long developed feelings for Lucy and often helped her out during work. Lucy felt both touched and warm inside. The moment the gunshots rang out, Li Ziyuan grabbed Lucy's hand and ran without hesitation, and both understood each other's feelings completely. On ordinary days, everyone would definitely prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate them. But now, there were more important matters to attend to. Returning to the Earth building, they closed the heavy door. Duan Yu immediately gathered everyone in the courtyard for a meeting. After briefly introducing the earlier situation, everyone finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Now, Chen Jinhai and his group were completely opposed to them, and it was a fight to the death. Moreover, they seemed to have more than one gun. Duan Yu looked around and said solemnly, "We currently only have an old gun, and there's only one bullet left. Old Zhang, go to the queen and borrow 20 people. Remember, they need to be able to fight. No, also borrow 30 more people for one day." Zhang Changjin didn't dare to delay and immediately set off for the Black Sky tribe. Old Li, go to the 3rd floor and begin to keep watch. Remember to focus on the seaside direction. If you spot anyone coming, immediately signal the alarm. Yes. Li Ziyuan didn't dare to be careless and quickly ascended to the 3rd floor of the Earth building to keep watch. Prepare strategic supplies, let us go. Even Professor Li didn't dare to slack off, and the 4 of them set out together, ready to work. However, each one was equipped with bows and swords, always prepared for battle. The Earth building was large, with 3 full stories and over a dozen rooms on each floor. There was no way they could occupy all the rooms. They made perfect use of some empty rooms. Previously, the Black Sky tribe had sent a lot of livestock. Although several hundred people consumed a lot daily, the queen had generously sent even more. Life still required a steady flow. Even now, there were still plenty of wild chickens and ducks, wild boars, rabbits, and mountain goats. Duan Yu kept them in the vacant rooms for feeding. Speaking of this, Lin Yuru was mainly responsible. Now, Lin had clearly become the logistics minister of the entire team, managing all aspects of daily life. Chickens and ducks could be raised, and as long as there was enough food, they would keep laying eggs. The goats were even more precious. Their wool could be woven into clothing, and everyone would have a continuous supply of fresh milk, significantly improving their quality of life. A few days prior, they had been busy with many matters and hadn't had time to prepare adequately when Scarface and his group appeared, shooting. Thus, many forage and supplies were insufficient. On this wasteland, Professor Li discovered some crops last time, though not much, all mixed in with dense weeds. According to Professor Li's analysis, centuries ago, a group of Ming people must have lived here and cultivated the land for farming. However, until the hidden dangers lurking in the dark were eliminated, this land couldn't be used for farming. Just as everyone was bustling with activity, a large group of shadowy figures emerged from the direction of the woods. At the front was Zhang Changjin, who had gone to gather people. Duan Yu looked up and saw a dense crowd, far more than just 30 or 50 people. It seemed the queen had nearly mobilized her entire force this time. Not only that, but walking beside Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan were the queen herself and her father, the old chief who had been treated by Professor Li before. PFF. Chu Wanqing laughed heartily. Maybe he really has taken a liking to you. How about it? Pretty generous. Right, buddy? With over 200 people working, the speed was astonishingly fast. In less than a day, the courtyard was filled with grass, wild vegetables, and firewood. Furthermore, fish, shrimp, crabs, and sea turtles filled a large pool in the courtyard. There were 2 pools in the yard. The first was meant for storing water, and the second was also meant for storing water. Now, one of the pools had turned into a breeding ground for aquatic products. At this point, the resources in the Earth building were truly impressive. After spending so much time together, everyone had become like brothers and sisters, as close as family. He didn't want anyone to lose their life due to his oversight. I want to see whose bullets are faster, theirs or my arrows. Chapter 57. More people are coming from this side of the island. The queen's friends are definitely reliable. 20 Wild Warrior, at this moment, played a significant role, just offsetting their most pressing manpower shortage. Duan Yu divided them into 2 groups to take turns on duty day and night. Of course, Zhang Changjin and Li Ziyuan accompanied and were responsible for them respectively. For example, what is the range of a bow and arrow? The queen scratched her head and said in a deep voice, "Our best warriors can shoot an arrow over 50 meters. The range of a regular rifle can reach 400 to 500 meters, and it doesn't require the best warriors to use it. As long as you pull the trigger gently, anyone can do it." Chu Wanqing brought their only gun to show the queen. However, the queen temporarily had no luck to witness the power of the rifle, as it currently had only 1 bullet left, and it couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Go. We must go. I think it's best for us to set off immediately. Otherwise, where did that gun come from? And who is that blurry figure? There are still lions and tigers by the bed. If we don't figure out their background, we can't get a good night's sleep. The queen was shocked beyond measure. Originally, the wild people were strong and invincible on the island, and the bow and arrow was the most lethal weapon on this island. But now, someone told her that the bow and arrow was not invincible. and a weapon 10 times stronger than the bow and arrow already existed on this deserted island. If a wild person told her this, the queen would probably have slapped them already. But she believed Duan Yu's words. All right. Lin Yuru sighed and secretly glanced at Chu Wanqing, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Because the main purpose of this trip was to gather information. With more people, it would be more inconvenient. Moreover, this trip was extremely dangerous. Ultimately, after discussion, they confirmed the candidates for this trip: Duan Yu, Chu Wanqing, the queen, and a tribal warrior named Ao. With bows and arrows and some simple food, the four of them quietly left the earth building and headed to the other side of the island. Arriving at the seaside, passing through the corner beach, they reached the only way to the other island, the Black Dog Bear Forest. Although they all carried bows and arrows, they still dared not disturb the bears. Fortunately, with the queen leading the way, they perfectly avoided the territory of the black bears. Crossing the forest, according to the queen, this place was one they basically wouldn't visit. The resources here were too scarce, and there were many ferocious beasts. In their words, it was a place where even birds wouldn't poop. In comparison, the other side of the island was simply paradise. Scarface, this time, we owe it all to you. In a wooden house, Chen Jinhai lay weakly on the bed, constantly thanking a man with a terrifying scar on his face. Alas, brother, from now on, you will be our big brother. I never expected that at such a critical moment, you would come to save us. Chen Jinhai's eyes were brimming with tears of gratitude. What is on the other side of the island? Scarface's cold face seemed to have no expression. Chen Jinhai sighed repeatedly. Wang Pap also added beside them. Last time he fell into the valley and was seriously injured. He felt that with his ability, he couldn't take revenge. Until a few days ago, an unexpected discovery reignited a glimmer of hope in him. Who is this guy? His name is Jim, and he used to be a pirate. He has just arrived on the deserted island. Scarface pulled the small-statured pirate into the room. Let us all get to know each other from now on. We will be friends. This time, we are also thankful to Jim and his brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Are you saying Jim just arrived on the deserted island? Does that mean he and we are not on the same boat that drifted to this island? Chen Jinhai said excitedly, his tone slightly trembling. If that's the case, doesn't it prove that we at least have a hope of getting out? Chapter 58, discovered a group of pirates. After passing through the Black Dog Bear Forest, they walked not far and arrived near a cave. After all, there aren't many suitable places to live in this area. In contrast, the wild queen and warrior Ao, although tall, walked as silently as a cat at night, without a sound at all. Moreover, they were barefoot and never wore shoes. Even so, they moved through the stony and bushy forest as if it were flat ground. When they met Lin Yuru, it was this small puddle that solved their most urgent water source problem. There were plenty of fish in the puddle, as well as clay for making pots and bowls, and wild boars that solved the food problem for several people were also obtained here. Stop. Duan Yu waved his hand to signal everyone to halt. Now, the appearance of the traps looked completely new. This piece of land was covered with a layer of green grass. It was certain that someone had been here. Someone had come here. And the person who came had strong wilderness survival skills and understood certain hunting methods. What's wrong? The queen leaned in to ask. Duan Yu did not answer, leading everyone closer to the puddle. Sure enough, at the edge of the puddle, there were several wet footprints. Judging by the footprints on the ground, there were at least 3 to 4 people. Moreover, if 3 to 4 people could simultaneously come out to look for food and water, it proved that their small team had at least more than 10 people. Chu Wanqing began to boldly analyze. If they have more than 10 people with guns, then our situation could really be a bit dangerous. Your Majesty, do you think what they mean is similar to us tracking wild animals by following the footprints? That's exactly the meaning. Chu Wanqing was amused by this wild man. Among the wild people, there aren't many with sharp minds, and Ao actually has such intelligence, which can be cultivated well. With the wild people's years of survival experience, even slight traces can be found by them. Following the footprints, the 4 of them continued forward. Duan Yu gradually sensed something was wrong. Could it be? This group of people has occupied our original residence. This camp is backed by mountains, with open areas on 3 sides, and there is a large stone platform at the edge of the open area, from where the sea can be seen directly. Just then, the voices of the people above could be faintly heard, carried by the wind. They couldn't hear clearly, but they could catch a few words. These people were speaking a foreign language. The wild queen was stunned. Actually, this is not your fault. They speak a language from a very remote place. What are they saying? Woo. Duan Yu turned around and accidentally bumped into Chu Wanqing, resulting in an unexpected kiss. You two really know how to have fun. I'm so envious. The wild warrior, said with a silly grin, pulling his silly voice. Let us go. Duan Yu pulled Chu Wanqing, then patted the queen on the shoulder. The few of them climbed to the next landing point as quickly as monkeys. What sound? It seems like someone is talking. At the wooden house camp, Two men holding guns were walking back and forth in the open space. Who is there? Are you hallucinating recently? Now. They climbed down from the cliff and returned here again. Chu Wanqing tidied her hair and said with a serious expression, I'm afraid we are in big trouble. These people seem to be a group of pirates. Just now, I heard them talking about something like an injured person, and it seemed like they mentioned Huan people. Something about treasure and robbery. They also said that after being pirates for so many years, they never expected to end up on a deserted island. Chapter 59, Seizing Guns. The sea breeze was gentle as the four of them walked along the beach. Moving further, they were approaching the original seaside camping site of Chunjinhai and the others. Two bearded men were leisurely sitting by the seaside at the moment. While enjoying delicious grilled fish, they were chatting comfortably. Hey, I have to thank you, Ajia, for us being able to eat grilled fish today. Oh, it's nothing. I'm used to being a pirate. I've seen all kinds of storms. I just habitually carry a set of fishing hooks with me. I wonder how the brothers are doing. The storm was so intense that it's frightening to think about it now. I doubt there are many brothers as lucky as us. Yeah. The older pirate nodded. Brother, don't be scared. I've been through a lot of this. It's nothing serious. After saying that, he opened his arms and took a deep breath of the refreshing sea breeze. Look at us, brothers. We are still enjoying delicious food. It's just like a vacation. After resting for a couple of days, I'll take you to make a canoe, and we'll drift out to sea and leave this place. That sounds good. I'll rely on you, brother. However, this time she didn't dare to get too close and cautiously extended a hand to block. Duan Yu didn't notice her small movements. He was fixated on the beach, carefully observing the two pirates. The two men wore triangular hats, and in terms of attire, they looked almost identical to the pirates in movies. Their skin was extremely dark, showing that they had been drifting at sea for years, exposed to the sun and wind. Enduring UV radiation, their skin color was not simply black, but had a rusty hue to it. This indicated that they were frequent watergoers, with swimming abilities likely surpassing ordinary people. These two seemed carefree, enjoying grilled fish and chatting casually, but in reality, they were highly vigilant, with one hand never leaving the gun at their waist. This was a habit formed over years by these outlaws. Some people even keep their guns next to their pillows while sleeping, so they can react quickly if needed. Without guns, what kind of pirates would they be? When their ship met with disaster, they secured their firearms to themselves immediately. Guns shouldn't appear on this deserted island, but as long as they exist, they are the rulers here. This was how they discovered the two pirates in advance, hiding quietly and observing. They didn't dare to make a sound. The distance to the two pirates was already not too far. A slight misstep could lead to all of them falling under the enemy's guns. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing were already sweating coldly in their palms. Those who have watched too many movies will never have such a real feeling. How easy is it to sneak? Moreover, they were just ordinary people. Duan Yu took off the bow and arrow from his back, his expression serious, slowly raising it, aiming at one of the pirates. Seeing this, Chu Wanqing immediately picked up her bow and arrow, aiming at the other pirate. They were about 50 meters away from the two pirates, and the seaside was affected by the wind direction. Even the best hunters wouldn't be confident they could hit the pirates in such an environment, and if they missed, their lives would be in danger. It seemed they could only rely on cleverness. Just as they were about to get up, Chu Wanqing pulled his hand. Duan Yu turned to see the young lady's eyes filled with worry. Her big, watery eyes seemed ready to spill warm tears, and they also carried a hint of pleading. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He gently embraced Chu Wanqing and patted her smooth hair. Surprisingly, Chu Wanqing was calm and showed no resistance. What is that? The two pirates heard the noise and immediately jumped up from the ground, raising their guns and shooting into the dense forest. Seeing bullets hitting the trees not far from them, it would be a lie to say they weren't scared. Duan Yu quickly changed direction and ran deeper into the woods. Chase! The two pirates were furious and aimed their guns as they charged toward the forest. However, they didn't dare to shoot continuously. After all, bullets were limited, and there were no supplies here. Brother, let us not chase anymore. I'm afraid it's a trap. The older pirate, with his wealth of experience, stopped the younger pirate just as they reached the edge of the woods. Brother, I'm scared. The younger pirate hadn't finished his sentence when he looked down at a small needle on his neck. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and collapsed. Brother, that pirate named Ajia, before he could react, also fainted. This was all thanks to the queen. It turned out that just a moment ago, in a critical situation, the queen and her subordinates took out a bamboo tube, blew into it, and a needle as thin as a cow's hair shot out, causing the two pirates to fall to the ground. Tell us, what are you doing? The two pirates slowly regained consciousness, only to find themselves tightly bound to a tree, surrounded by four strangers. One man and one woman looked handsome and fashionable, while the other two were tall and strong, with fierce looks. Two submachine guns had been confiscated from them. We are fishermen, accidentally stranded here. The pirate called Ajia attempted to fabricate a lie to deceive them. We say, "We are pirates from Solori." He claimed they were pirates from Solori. At this point, Chu Wanqing had fully adapted to the role of translator. They were robbing a fishing boat when suddenly a storm arose, causing chaos, and they lost consciousness, waking up on the deserted island. This somewhat obscure language could only be understood by Chu Wanqing. After all, as the heir of the Chu family, she had received many forms of training that ordinary people couldn't even imagine, including proficiency in dozens of languages around the world. They said there were 13 of them. But since they ended up on the deserted island, they hadn't seen anyone else. What about the fishermen they robbed? They said they hadn't had time to act. And the fishermen were swept into the sea by the storm, their fates unknown. They claimed that they had hidden treasures and wealth somewhere outside. And if they were let go, they would be willing to offer everything. Chu Wanqing proved to be an excellent translator, making such obscure language easy to understand. Then, he took Chu Wanqing's hand and led the way forward. "What are you thinking? This lady has seen the world. I don't feel scared at all. On the contrary, I think you did well. If you were really indecisive, then you would be irresponsible to everyone. We all trust you so much." Chu Wanqing was poised and confident, showing no fear or timidity typical of an ordinary woman. Duan Yu had the illusion that this woman, even if given 1,000 troops, would remain as calm and composed as she was now. Those who are used to doing bad things cannot hide the ferocity in their eyes, no matter how much they try to disguise it. Just a moment ago, in their panic, they let slip that they were preparing to act against the fishermen when the storm suddenly arrived. This meant that each time they committed a crime, they not only sought wealth, but also took lives. They had long envied clothes, as in primitive tribes, people wore garments made of animal skins and leaves. The queen wasn't afraid of being laughed at, holding 2 pairs of boots in her hands, unable to put them down, looking rather comical. "Good friend." Duan Yu exchanged a high five with the queen, feeling immensely grateful. Just now, the pirates' gunshots, from dozens of meters away, directly shot deep holes into a tree as thick as a person's embrace, showcasing the immense power of firearms, which left the queen in awe. It was clear that the queen was extremely interested in these 2 guns. Therefore, the savage tribe would remain safe and sound. Although she had never received an education, she was indeed a wise queen, understanding the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. "Let's go?" The gunfire just now would definitely disturb the other pirates on the island. If those 2 pirates weren't lying, and if the pirate gang was still alive, then there were likely still 11 pirates left on this island. 11 pirates also meant at least 11 guns. This was a place of danger, and they couldn't stay long. She herself didn't know how she had spent the past half a day. It felt like a child who had their candy snatched away and lost their most beloved toy. "Be strong, don't cry," she silently encouraged herself. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to possess a kind of magic, making one feel incredibly safe. Lin Yuro instantly broke into a smile. The queen stayed in the earthen building today, as her father was in charge of the tribe. So she didn't need to worry. She had her purpose for staying. With containers, they began to learn to drink boiled water. Previously, there had never been a habit of drinking boiled water in the savage tribe. Adding some herbs to the small clay bowl and pouring boiled water over it surprisingly produced a unique fragrance. Professor Lee said that the savages used to drink raw water, which contained parasites and made them particularly prone to illness. These professional terms were something the queen couldn't comprehend, so she simply didn't bother to think about them. Duan Yu was simply a treasure boy, and this place was a treasure land. The savage tribe now had a gate and had built walls with bricks and stones. They were sleeping on wooden beds. Even the technique of building stoves had been learned by them. Now, everyone in the tribe praised the queen's merits, and everyone admired her immensely. In the hearts of the savages, the status of this generation of queens was already on par with their greatest faith, the Dark Sky Emperor. This scrambled egg? It tastes great. The queen was extremely happy to have tasted delicious dishes here. How can you make these chickens lay so many eggs? Chapter 61. Yuro loves to raise pigs. Can I have another plate? The fresh and tender scrambled eggs with wild vegetables left the queen wanting more. Eggs are unlimited. We have as many as you want. Duan Yu personally cooked another large plate of wild chicken eggs for the queen. I can't understand. Can these wild chickens really lay eggs every day? The queen asked in confusion. Based on her experience, wild chickens only laid 2 nests of eggs a year, and each nest had at most a dozen eggs. The queen was somewhat puzzled. Is there something special about these wild chickens you raise? To make wild chickens lay more eggs, they need suitable temperatures and a concealed environment, Duan Yu said with a smile. Previously, that cave of yours was drafty on all sides, and especially cold at night. It couldn't reach the temperature that wild chickens prefer. Moreover, people in your tribe walked around without any rooms to block them. The place was large, but didn't provide enough concealment space for the wild chickens. Also, what do you usually feed the wild chickens? We just feed them whatever we eat, the queen replied. Duan Yu's face darkened, but then he thought it over and understood. You can't expect a group of primitive people who practice slash-and-burn agriculture and eat raw meat to handle the complex work of raising livestock well. Last time we tried to raise a goat, it ended up losing half its weight in no time. We felt it wasn't worth it. When it came to raising livestock, the queen looked disappointed. It was clear she had once tried hard, but had definitely faced setbacks. Not only did it lose half its weight, but after we roasted the goat, many brothers in the tribe got sick from it. A lot of people got ill, and some nearly lost their lives. Later, everyone said this was punishment from the Dark Sky Emperor for their people, so no one dared to raise sheep anymore. Sheep need to eat grass. And do you have a distinction between which grass is edible and which is not? Poisonous grass cannot be eaten. Grass that is just rained on cannot be eaten. And grass that has just had dew in the morning cannot be eaten either. To raise chickens, you need a variety of food. Chickens are omnivorous. And you can feed them leftovers from meals, some shrimp skins, and crab shells. Of course, leaves and vegetables with worms are even better. As long as the food and water supply is sufficient and timely, and they are fed regularly in a quiet and comfortable environment, then why worry about chickens not laying eggs? And why worry about pigs and sheep not getting fat? Then he took the queen to the house for raising sheep and pigs. Look, this goat's milk is squeezed out from these goats every day. How does it taste? It's amazing. It's really delicious. Compared to pork rib soup, it may be a bit lighter, but it has its own flavor. It's another great taste. The queen nodded in praise while savoring the drink in her hand, looking just like a gourmet seriously tasting food. Come and see here. Everyone arrived at a fence gate, and through the gate, they could hear the grunting sounds inside. In fact, this fence gate was only about a meter high. This was a pigsty. The door was left like this for ventilation and easy feeding. Look, aren't these pigs and sheep much fatter than when you first sent them over? The queen, with her broad and tall stature, looked like a little girl in admiration. How did you do it? You have to ask Lin Yuro about that. She used to feed pigs at home. Indeed, she was still a rural girl. She had a knack for doing farm work. Ah, it hurts. Did I just hear someone talking bad about me behind my back? Lin Yuro said angrily. Duan Yu quickly waved his hands. No. I was just praising you to the queen. Really? Lin Yuro hurriedly looked at the queen. Oh, really? Let me take a look. The queen acted as a foil, playing the role of a supportive performer. Duan Yu had no choice but to quickly slip away. Recently, he had begun to notice that Chu Wonking seemed much gentler, while the originally gentle Lin Yuro had become increasingly mischievous after spending just a few days with the queen. Sigh, what a good girl. I hope she won't be led astray by this wild woman. Duan Yu felt heartbroken. With your smooth talk, do you believe I'll hit you? Chu Wonking pretended to be angry, waving her small fists to hit him. Duan Yu quickly ran away. Thinking back to the time when he shared a room with two beauties, even squeezing into the same bed, that was such a happy time. Now that he thought about it, that was simply the peak of his life. It was all his fault for insisting on building an earthen building. Now, with so many living spaces, everyone had their own independent room. There were no more opportunities to be alone with the beauties. Then he looked down at his shirt and suddenly realized. Duan Yu was originally a diligent person. When he worked on the construction site, he would wash his clothes daily. Thinking about how long he had been on the deserted island, he hadn't had a proper bath in quite a while. On the third floor of the earthen building, there was a dedicated bathing room. On the roof, there was a water tank. Below the water tank, bamboo tubes were used as water pipes, connecting into the room. When in use, one just needed to pull out the plug at the bottom of the bamboo tube and insert a small bamboo filter device to create a showerhead effect. The water from the roof, after being exposed to the sun by the seaside all day, had a comfortable temperature. Duan Yu hummed a little tune as he leisurely walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 62. Give me back my pants. Upon entering the bathroom, it was pitch black. Only a small window allowed a faint moonlight to filter in. In this darkness, the feeling was not very pleasant. However, with limited lard, he had to use it for cooking every day. The lard lamp provided less light than a torch, so he only made a few, saving them for emergencies. Having warm water to bathe in was already quite nice. Duan Yu hummed a few love songs he had learned in the past, opened the stopper on the bamboo tube, and began to bathe leisurely. Although it was called bathing, there was neither shampoo nor soap. It was merely rinsing off. Duan Yu vaguely remembered that when he picked up a bag by the seaside, it contained a bar of soap, but he had given it to Lin Yuro. This kind of life was a bit dull. He blocked the bamboo tube's outlet, sat quietly on the stone bench in the corner, and began to think deeply. The greatest threat at the moment still came from those pirates. Until this group of pirates was eliminated, the island would never know peace. But what method should be used to deal with these pirates? Duan Yu fell into deep thought. Creak. A figure slipped into the bathroom and quickly took off their top. Who? Just as Duan Yu was lost in thought, he heard the sound of the door opening and shouted in fright. However, it was night, and the room was completely dark. He couldn't see the figure at all. Pervert. A shrill scream almost shattered the night sky. It was a woman's voice. Immediately, the figure quickly grabbed the clothes behind the door and dashed out. I just came to take a shower. Who did I provoke? How did it turn into a pervert? However, from that voice just now, It sounded a bit like Lin Yuru. What the hell? Where are my clothes? It's fine. When she realizes she took the wrong clothes, she will definitely bring them back to me. Yuru is a reasonable girl. The queen had been learning pig farming with Lin Yuru these days, and they had become quite close. Strangely enough, the two of them, one with dark skin and a strong build, and the other with fair skin and a delicate figure, were now best friends despite being from completely different worlds, one a queen of a wild tribe, the other a modern university student. It was surprising how they became comrades in the trenches because of a shared hobby, pig farming. In our tribe, when we bathe, it takes at least half a day. Wait, you didn't wash, did you? The queen asked suspiciously. It seems there is someone inside. Lin Yuru said a bit shyly. Who's in there? It was a moonless, windy night. Since nothing could be seen, why should she be afraid? She had to take a gamble. A stout figure tiptoed to the bathroom door and sat on the stone chair at the entrance. His house had Chu Wanqing as the neighbor on the left and Lin Yuru right next to him. Knock, knock, knock. What's going on? Let me in. It's cold out here. Miss Chu was not polite and pushed the door to come in. Duan Yu tightly locked the door, his heart pounding. Last time I lent you those pants. Could you please return them to me for a couple of days? I haven't washed those pants yet. It's all right, I don't mind. Go to hell, you pervert. He gently opened the door just a crack and peeked outside. Sure enough, there lay a neatly folded pair of pants beside the door. This guy was simply too malicious, waiting to see him make a fool of himself early in the morning. Creak. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just exercising. Get lost. Chapter 63. Pig Teammate. What? What did you say? A brick mover built a castle? They have endless food and freshwater resources? And a group of backward savages holding spears and stones? Their caves are piled high with gold and jewels. There are actually stunning beauties in the earth buildings. And not just one. What the hell? Why didn't you say this earlier? On the other side of the island, a small pirate pointed at Chun Jinhai's nose, furious. Had I known this, my brothers and I wouldn't have had to wait until now. With such wealthy neighbors around, how could we be struggling to eat and drink? The small pirate spat with rage, his face full of arrogance. Inside the wooden house, no one dared to speak. In fact, Chun Jinhai and Wang Poppy had already told Scar and the small pirate named Jim about these situations when they were just rescued. However, Jim didn't understand Eastern languages, and they had to communicate through another pirate as a translator. Jim snorted and crossed his arms, looking down his nose. Wang Poppy's fat legs trembled unconsciously. He used to be a brick mover on a construction site. After he said this, he found it a bit ironic that such a large group of people was frightened by a guy who once moved bricks. Ha! Jim was almost in tears from laughter. Looking down on the Huan people before him, I thought you were all great heroes like us, standing tall. I never expected you to be as timid as mice. Scared out of your wits by a brick mover? You could apply for the Guinness World Records. Ha ha. Ha ha. Exactly, a bunch of cowards. You don't even deserve to be our teammates. Boss, why don't we just take them all out? Keeping them around is just wasting food. Not so fast. They still have some use. At least, they are familiar with the situation on the island. Chun Jinhai listened to their noisy discussions in the local dialect, and he could tell that aside from mocking them, these people hadn't said anything good about them and certainly wouldn't have any good ideas. Exchanging glances with Wang Poppy and Scar, the three of them nodded slightly. Although they had previously turned against each other, they still knew each other well. In this complex environment, they began to band together again, uniting against external threats. If someone had noticed Chun Jinhai at this moment, they would have seen him quickly mouthing 4 words. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Women, food, treasure, we're coming. Jim could no longer contain his excitement and called all the pirates to begin a pre-battle mobilization. This was a group of desperate men, each with blood on their hands. They had roamed the vast seas for years, not knowing how many people they had killed or how many things they had stolen. At this moment, upon hearing about beautiful women, food, and wealth, each of them shouted excitedly, even more pumped than if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Seize the opportunity. The 3 of them exchanged glances and joined the ranks, following the main force. In fact, on the first day they were rescued, they wanted to tell Jim all of this, but after enduring hardships, the second young master of the Chin family had finally become more cautious. Regardless of anything, they had to recover from their injuries first. Moreover, the pirates were already short on food and water, each one complaining. Thus, they seized the opportunity to skillfully incite the pirates' interest. Oh well, charge. This was a bit too ostentatious, a bunch of rabble. Chun Jinhai secretly despised them, thinking that these pirates were indeed a bunch of bumpkins who didn't even understand the most basic principle of keeping a low profile. Due to his short stature, he struggled a bit to place a hand on Chun Jinhai's shoulder. I, Jim, and my brothers, are the invincible sea overlords. No one can make us keep a low profile. A brick mover, he doesn't deserve it. Next, let me show you how we eliminate them, cowards. Please watch closely. After saying that, he stood on tiptoe and heavily patted Chun Jinhui's shoulder. Chun Jinhui remained expressionless, with a cold smile in his heart. The crowd continued to move forward noisily, startling the birds in the forest to flee in all directions. Come, let you 3 bumpkins see my marksmanship. Bang, Jim said, shooting down a silly bird perched on a tree. How's that? How's my shooting? Jim proudly lifted his face, looking at the others. Great. Your marksmanship is amazing. It's simply divine. Could it be that you are the legendary sharpshooter? Chen Jinhui pretended to show a face of admiration. Even Scar, who usually had a cold face and didn't like to talk, had to force a smile and gave a thumbs up, awkwardly saying, impressive. Impressive. Ha. Jim laughed wildly, becoming more and more pleased with himself. Bear, there's a black bear. Wang Bapi, who was at the front of the line, was scared out of his wits again this time. A stream of clear water flowed directly down his pant leg onto the ground. Every time he passed through this forest, he was as cautious as possible, afraid of provoking the black bear that lived here. But these pirates were just too noisy. The black bear, which originally planned to turn a blind eye, could no longer hold back and decided to teach these arrogant humans a lesson. Useless trash. Get out of the way and let me shoot. Jim kicked Wang Bapi aside and then gave the shooting order. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, several guns fired simultaneously. The large black bear struggled a couple of times, was shot into a sieve, and unwillingly fell down, breaking a small bush. Invincible. Jim raised his steel gun and shouted triumphantly. Invincible, invincible, invincible. A group of pirates raised their guns and shouted loudly. A bunch of fools. Chen Jinhui cursed his useless teammates in his heart, showing a face of disdain and cold laughter. Chapter 64. The pirates attacked the city. Chen Jinhui turned his head away, his nose almost crooked from anger. What kind of people are these? Simply a bunch of useless teammates. Clearly, their side had strong troops and ample firepower. But being so arrogant and overbearing, they were bound to suffer a great loss. Let you both suffer to the point of mutual destruction, and then we can sit back and watch the tiger fight, reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Wouldn't that be great? A trace of mockery flashed in Chen Jinhui's eyes. In fact, they had no idea about what happened on the beach a few days ago. They had no perception of those gunshots at all. Jim only thought that Jie and his companion had likely perished in the shipwreck. After all, it was a shipwreck. Who doesn't die? Even the old-fashioned rifle with only 1 bullet inside. Chen Jinhui had no intention of telling them. Crush them. It won't take much effort. Let's go? Ha ha ha. Jim laughed wildly, as if those beauties and wealth were all his, the corners of his mouth already grinning widely. The intense gunfire had already alarmed the people in the earthen building. Tut tut. As the gunfire sounded, sharp whistles rang out from the earthen building. On the 3rd floor of the earthen building, all the windows were opened, and there was someone guarding every window. Along the riverbank, a group of pirates was flamboyantly cheering as they approached. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chu Wanqing carefully counted, and then said seriously, there are a total of 11 pirates, 11 guns, plus 3 scum. After all, the opponent was fully armed pirates. Now at the city's doorstep, the sense of oppression formed against these ordinary people was unimaginable. It's not that he was afraid of death. He had been single for 30 years and had just found such a beautiful wife, Lucy. He was not very willing to fight the pirates to the death. Shaoli, have you ever heard of anyone who compromised with pirates having a good ending? Professor Li said earnestly. If they want your wife, will you give her or not? Chu Wanqing stepped forward, grabbed Li Ziyuan's collar, and said coldly, if they want your life, will you give it or not? Facing Chu Wanqing's questioning, Li Ziyuan took 2 steps back, embarrassed, and lowered his head. Duan Yu didn't expect that Chu Wanqing would be so powerful, and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Don't go any further. I'm scared. The guide, Wang Bapi, started to tremble, scared out of his wits again, and a foul-smelling odor suddenly spread. Although the bullets might not be many, to deal with Wang Bapi, 1 would be enough. Useless. So cowardly. Jim looked at Wang Bapi with contempt, having never seen such a cowardly man before. Bosses, you all go ahead. I'm really afraid. They have bows and arrows. Bows and arrows. Ha ha ha. Those primitive broken things can only scare you. Do you think your pirate grandpas are scared of that? Looking at Wang Bapi, who was collapsed on the ground and trembling, Jim shook his head, kicked him hard, and then ignored him, leading the others forward. Amidst the green mountains and clear waters, a strange 3-story building suddenly came into view. Simply put, this building looked like a cylinder. Only on the 3rd floor, there were numerous small holes. What kind of building is this? Quite interesting. Jim and the pirates couldn't help but marvel. Being able to build such a massive structure in this wild land was unprecedented. And now, this earthen building was about to become theirs. Just thinking about it was exciting. Stop. About 60 meters away from the earthen building, Jim was the first to stop. Arrogance and pride do not mean foolishness. How could a pirate who has roamed the seas for many years be a fool? I heard that bows and arrows generally have a range of about 50 meters, so everyone should not move forward to avoid falling into an ambush. Xiao Chun, come here and talk. Jim ordered his translator to bring Chun Jin Hui to the front of the line. Damn it. Looking at Wang Boppy hiding at the back of the line, crying and peeing himself, Chun Jin Hui secretly cursed. This Wang Boppy is quite slippery. Boss Jim said. As long as you all surrender obediently, hand over the beauties. In your earthen building, we guarantee not to harm you. If you resist stubbornly, once they break in, they will wipe you all out, leaving not a single one. Chun Jin Hui had no choice but to stand at the front of the line, shouting at the top of his lungs. Follow my command. First lock onto the target. Wan Xing, your shooting is the best. Shoot that pirate leader first. Professor Li, you are responsible for shooting the one at the front. Chu Wanqing had learned shooting and was currently the main force. Professor Li had seen and learned a lot, having also learned to use firearms in his youth, and now the old man had also become a main force. But because the bullets were limited, they had not actually shot real bullets yet. Brick mover, since you refuse the toast and prefer the punishment, don't blame us for being rude. Jim waved his hand. Brothers, prepare to attack the city. Chapter 65, Annihilation of the Pirates. After all, it was only a building a few meters tall. How significant could it be? Perhaps. These buildings might seem insurmountable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of pirates, it was just a piece of cake. They roamed the seas, often robbing merchant ships, many of which were over 10 meters high. Climbing aboard was easy and without pressure. Wait, I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Jim sneered, already sentencing the people inside the earthen building to death in his heart. You three, take the rope ladder and hooks, climb up the earthen building, reach the rooftop, seize the high ground, and then fully support the brothers behind to climb up. Others, fire suppression, fully assist the three brothers in climbing the tower. With a command from Jim, the three pirates embraced the rope ladder and held iron hooks, ready to rush to the base of the tower and start climbing. Meanwhile, all the other pirates raised their long guns, preparing to shoot anyone in the earthen tower who dared to show their head. Fire! With a command from Duan Yu, the battle was initiated. 3 long guns extended from the most hidden holes in the earthen tower, and the bullets flew like arrows released from a bow, each heading towards its target. Bang! Chu Wanqing, being the main force, immediately hit her target as soon as she shot. The pirate leader, the little guy named Jim, let out a scream and fell to the ground. A bullet exploded his head. He didn't even have a chance to react. Bang! At the same time, the 3 pirates preparing to rush up the tower were shot down by Professor Li, with the one holding the rope ladder falling first, causing the remaining 2 to turn and flee. However, with the distance so close, there was no way to escape. They were taken down by Professor Li with 2 consecutive shots. His target was Chun Jin Hai, this cobra, who was now truly wicked. From the moment Jim gave the order to attack the city, Chun Jin Hai had been slipping away. He was quite slippery indeed. I have to retreat quickly to watch the tigers fight from the mountain, Chun Jin Hai thought, hastily retreating several meters before Jim could give the order. Duan Yu's shot did hit Chun Jin Hai, but unfortunately, it only hit his arm. Chun Jin Hai had long been prepared, like a slippery loach, running in a zigzag manner, making it difficult to aim at him. Chun Jin Hai fell to the ground in pain and exchanged glances with Wang Poppy not far away. The two rolled and unexpectedly tumbled down to the riverbank, jumping into the river in a panic, instantly swallowed by the water, disappearing without a trace. This was also the escape route they had planned long ago. In the blink of an eye, the leader was gone, and 3 of the attacking brothers had fallen. The remaining pirates quickly reacted and opened fire on the earthen tower, then quickly retreated. Even a fool could see that they had been tricked. Their opponents were not unarmed ordinary people. They were fully armed with solid walls of copper and iron. This was a place where one soldier could hold off 1,000. Run fast. The remaining 7 pirates quickly realized the situation and ran back the way they came at the fastest speed. Bang, 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 bang. Even though Chu Wanqing and Professor Li fired several shots in a very short time, due to angle and visibility issues, they only took down 3 pirates. These experienced pirates knew how to run and maneuver to escape, making them quite difficult to deal with. Should we chase? After all, these people have guns. And if we leave one behind, we won't be able to live peacefully on this island. Wanqing, don't be anxious. Let us go to the rooftop. The view is better there. After saying that, the group climbed to the top of the earthen tower, looking far at the fleeing pirates. At that moment, the pirates had already reached the riverbank at the estuary, and with a turn around the corner, they could directly reach the Black Bear Forest. Too far. At my level. I can't guarantee a hit from this distance, Sai. They have escaped. Chu Wanqing shook her head in frustration, her face full of regret. I'll wash it for you. And hand it to you later, really, wearing someone else's pants. The crowd burst into laughter, and Chu Wanqing's face turned red with embarrassment, completely losing the imposing demeanor from earlier when she shot the pirates. That was my brother's pants, all right. Brothers, let us work harder. Once we get past this bend, we'll be saved. Run fast. Damn, These people are too tricky, teaming up to deceive us. What about those 3 guys? We'll settle the score with them later. We've been at sea for decades, yet we were fooled by a few young kids. The remaining 4 pirates, including Scarface, ran for their lives like frightened rabbits, and they were about to escape into the Black Bear Forest, where the trees were dense, providing a true chance to survive. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Not far behind them, on the riverbank, the sand began to stir. A group of primitive people, like ghosts, emerged from the ground. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of arrows breaking through the air arose. No one noticed that a group of people suddenly appeared from behind. Several pirates groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Only Scarface sneered, disregarding the 3 arrows stuck in his back, and hurriedly turned to escape into the Black Bear Forest. This group of wild people ambushed at the riverbank was led by the queen of the Black Sky tribe. As soon as the gunfire sounded in the Black Bear Forest, the arrogant Jim was showing off his shooting skills while shooting birds. Duan Yu had already made arrangements at that moment. He requested the queen to lead a team of wild warriors to quickly ambush by the riverbank, aiming to cut off the enemy's retreat and annihilate the invading foes. Clearly, the arrows were coated with instant-acting poison. Anyone hit would surely die. Why did Scarface survive despite being hit by 3 arrows? The queen scratched her head in confusion, looking in the direction where Scarface had left, unable to understand. Chapter 66. Rainey is angry. Chase after them. The queen waved her hand, and a group of primitive people immediately charged forward, desperately pursuing. However, Scarface's figure had long disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. The group of primitive people searched for a long time in vain and had to turn back. Under a dense thicket, there was a small cave. This was Scarface's secret base that he had found over the past few days. This place was known only to him. The cave was small, only enough for one person to hide in, but that was sufficient for Scarface. Taking a long breath, Scarface realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. The wild people's bows and arrows were truly terrifying. In terms of close combat power, they were even stronger than bullets. After all, being shot doesn't necessarily mean instant death. As long as the wound isn't in a vital area, there's always a slim chance of survival. The arrows from the wild people were obviously coated with deadly poison, the kind that seals the throat upon blood contact, which is why several pirates fell without a chance to react. Scarface still felt lingering fear. Carefully tearing open his shirt, he found 3 poisoned arrows stuck in his back. However, the arrows had lodged into a thick wooden board. Before setting out, Scarface had already made preparations. He used 2 thick wooden boards, bored holes in the corners, and strung them together with vines to create a simple vest. The wooden board he held in his hand was only a few millimeters away from being pierced by the arrowhead. That was close. If it weren't for this wooden board, Scarface might have already been a corpse. Even now, his heart was still pounding. All he wanted was to survive and leave the deserted island. 11 rifles. And the queen didn't take a single one. Besides that, everyone also had a dagger. These were all good items. The group of primitive people had no interest in guns. They felt they couldn't use them, and they believed that guns were not as useful as their bows and arrows. Otherwise, how could these armed pirates have fallen into the hands of a group of wild people? As for the daggers, the queen took a few, as they were indeed better than stone knives. From this point on, all 13 guns on the island belonged to the earthen tower. Of course, there is an old-fashioned rifle, but it has run out of bullets and has become a piece of scrap metal. Today is a day of celebration. In the courtyard of the earthen building, 7 or 8 bonfires are lit, and everyone is singing and dancing together. Delicious fish and shrimp, abundant meat, eggs, and milk, with frying, roasting, and barbecuing. Tonight is a feast for the taste buds. No one expected that so many pirates would appear on this deserted island. This is mainly due to the earthen building, which seems like a fortress, easy to defend and hard to attack. If it weren't for the existence of the earthen building, I believe most people would have already lost their lives under a pirate charge. Now that the sword of the pirate hanging over everyone's heads has finally been taken down, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. The treasured monkey wine has long been finished. The current drinks are the stock from the queen's wild tribe. Although the taste is ordinary, it has its own unique flavor. Zhang Changjian, with blurry eyes from drinking, patted his chest and said, "Sister-in-law, I, Lao Zhang, toast you a glass." Zhang Changjian was obviously drunk, and he actually raised his wine glass and walked up to Chu Wanqing. "Who are you calling sister-in-law?" Chu Wanqing's face turned red. "Do you believe that this young lady will tear your mouth apart?" Although she spoke fiercely, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of the young lady's mouth as she picked up the wine bowl in front of her and drank it all in one go. Bang! He, a steel-straight man, had no experience in coaxing girls. In his view, wasn't it a happy thing for everyone to celebrate the elimination of the pirates at night? The woman's heart is indeed as difficult to find as a needle in the sea. He wanted to turn and leave, but was afraid Lin Yuru would think too much. Duan Yu could only patiently explain at the door, "Come in. Sister Yuru." "Shut up. Who is your sister? Yuru. Yuru is also what you call her. The usually gentle Lin Yuru seemed different today, her words flowing like a rapid-fire cannon, each one sharp as a sword. Drink. Lin Yuru pulled out a large jar of wine from under the bed, then took out 2 large sea bowls and filled them up. At this moment, she seemed no longer the gentle and playful little girl, but transformed into a beautiful warrior. From the first time I met you, I knew you were my everything. But I felt inferior. I was afraid I wasn't worthy of you. Miss Yuru, today I still want to sleep here. The queen ran over excitedly, pushing open Lin Yuru's door, intending to have another long talk tonight and learn how to feed pigs. Get out. The two in the room said in unison. Chapter 67. Wanqing's Misunderstanding. As the sun rose, the air on the deserted island was filled with a refreshing atmosphere, invigorating to the senses. In the corridor at the door, a beautiful woman leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, coldly staring at him. Her gaze felt like it could kill. Who are you calling Wanqing? Did you call her? Scumbag. Stay away from this young lady from now on. After leaving a harsh word, Chu Wanqing quickly walked away. What is there to explain? Scumbag, haha. At some point, the Wild Queen also came to the corridor, looking like she was enjoying the show. Women, just coax them a bit. But 2 women can be a bit hard to coax. Scumbag. Aye. Duan Yu felt that he could never wash himself clean even if he jumped into the sea. Last night, Lin Yuru indeed drank a bit too much. And when she got to a sad point, she cried for a long time. Duan Yu felt quite heartbroken, so he gently held her. And the two drank too much and fell asleep until dawn. Nothing happened at all. You, get out. Duan Yu was directly furious, his nostrils flaring. These friends were really enjoying the spectacle. By the riverbank, the current was swift. Chu Wanqing sat by the river, her long dress fluttering in the wind, looking like a fairy. But at this moment, there seemed to be tears on the fairy's face. One hand held a wine jar, while the other kept picking up stones, skipping them across the water. Hearing footsteps, Chu Wanqing quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Misunderstanding? Chu Wanqing still had a cold expression. You don't need to explain to me. I'm not your Yuru's sister. Do you think I would be as innocent as Lin Yuru? Easily swayed by a few sweet words and a spicy hot pot? Who do you think you are? You're just a poor boy. Chu Wanqing took a big swig of wine. There is no possibility between us. I am the heir of the Chu family, and when I go out, I will inherit billions in assets, while you are nothing. There is simply no possibility between us. I will give each of you a large sum of money to live a stable and happy life. Chu Wanqing took another big gulp of wine and then vented a lot of hurtful words. Duan Yu reached out, took the wine jar, tilted his head back, and gulped down the remaining half jar of wine in one go. Bang! The wine jar was thrown into the river. Chu Wanqing, one day, I will make you cry and shout to marry me. You want to leave, right? Fine. I'll go find someone to build you a boat. Then, as if he remembered something, he quietly turned around and gently draped a coat over Chu Wanqing's shoulders. It's windy by the river. Don't catch a cold. Scumbag. When Chu Wanqing heard this, she suddenly broke down, and her tears could no longer be held back, pouring out. After eliminating the pirates, life on the island began to become surprisingly calm. Wang Papipi and Chen Jinheng were swept into the sea by the rapids, and they were never seen again. As for Scarface, no one knew which corner he had crawled into. According to Professor Li's research, the edible wild vegetables and crop seedlings on this land were left by the Ming people who lived here hundreds of years ago. Because the land here is suitable and the water and grass are rich, although these crops are unattended, they still sprout and bear fruit every year. But most are overwhelmed by wild grass. As long as they patiently take care of it for 2 or 3 years, they believe it will restore the bountiful harvest of the past. After all, none of those 2 young ladies are easy to deal with. Deep down, he was also starting to feel lost. But reality does not allow it. Sigh, what a melancholy. On this day, the peaceful days were suddenly disrupted. Duan Yu was in the earthen building, struggling to think about the shipbuilding plan. A group of ragged people was tied up in front of the earthen building. What is this? Duan Yu walked out of the earthen building, looking puzzled at the scene before him. Report. This group of people went to the riverbank to fish on our territory without permission. I had them captured. Now I leave it to you to decide. Let them go. Catching a few fish to eat is nothing serious. How can you tie people up? Looking at the group of ragged people, they seem to have not eaten a full meal for a long time. Duan Yu quickly ordered people to untie them. Chapter 68. Whose orders to follow? Spare us, sir. Spare us. After being untied, the group of people trembled in fear. They were particularly afraid of these wild people. Especially when they saw several wild people wearing pirate clothes and boots, they trembled even more. They initially thought these wild people must be accomplices of the pirates. However, they did not expect that the one who walked out of the earthen building was neither a wild person nor a pirate, but a young man. We are fishermen who rely on fishing to survive at sea. A few days ago, we first encountered pirates at sea and then ran into a storm, which is how we ended up on this deserted island. Previously, They had heard that pirate named Jie say that they were robbing a fishing boat when the storm came, which led them to end up on the deserted island. Originally, these fishermen were incredibly lucky to have arrived safely on the deserted island. He expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that although the people in front of him looked similar in appearance and skin color, their language clearly indicated they were from overseas countries. Ziyuan, this food may not mean much to us, but for them, it could be a lifesaver. Duan Yu glanced at Li Ziyuan's back, where Lucy was also standing nearby. But I ask you, isn't Lucy also a foreigner? Isn't she your wife now? Lin Yuro was a kind-hearted girl who couldn't bear to see others suffer. So she personally distributed food to the ragged fishermen. Thank you, miss. You truly have a heart of gold. You're like a fairy from heaven. The leading old fisherman, seeing the situation before him, quickly understood. This young man was likely the leader of the group, but the girl speaking in front of him certainly had authority. Thus, the old fisherman began to flatter Lin Yuro incessantly, making her giggle with delight. Miss, I've heard there's an old saying in Huainan. Teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. You see, we've been hungry for so long, without food, drink, or shelter. There are many poisonous snakes and fierce beasts on this island. It's very dangerous. How about you talk to that gentleman and let us stay? Rest assured, we can do anything and won't take advantage of you. The group, having received food, was still not satisfied and looked eagerly at Lin Yuro, their eyes fixed intently on the earthen building. Look, on the other side of the island, there is nothing left to eat. Once we finish these, we will starve to death. Please, have mercy and let us stay. As they spoke, the group suddenly knelt down, and the leading old man looked at Lin Yuro with a pitiful gaze. All right, old man, you don't have to do this. I'll agree to it. Lin Yuro softened and nearly shed tears. She couldn't bear to see such a scene and quickly signaled for the fishermen to get up. They understood that only when this young man spoke could they truly stay. I want to agree. Chu Wanqing, in a long dress, stepped out from the earthen building, her long legs immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chu Wanqing, on what basis do you refuse? Do you rich people have such cold hearts? Are you just going to watch them die? Lin Yuro decided she could no longer tolerate this. She would not give in any further. I say, Lin's sister, don't be such a do-gooder. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanqing immediately retorted, unwilling to back down. This time, after finally meeting and exchanging a few words, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Do you know what they do? Do you know their background? Chu Wanqing pressed forward. They are honest fishermen who rely on fishing for their livelihood. They've not only been robbed by pirates, but also faced shipwrecks. They are starving, thirsty, and homeless, coming to us for help. Shouldn't we lend them a hand? Lin Yuro was naturally a somewhat gentle person. Although she spoke a lot, she wasn't good at arguing. Under the pressure of Chu Wanqing's imposing demeanor, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence. However, she stood her ground and refused to back down. If we stand by and do nothing, how are we any different from those murderous pirates? Stand by and do nothing? Chu Wanqing laughed instead of getting angry. If we let some unknown people into the earthen building, who will be responsible for everyone's safety? If something happens, can you take the responsibility? I can. Lin Yuro refused to show weakness. Chu Wanqing feigned disdain. Just a scumbag. I wouldn't want him even if you gave him to me. It's ridiculous that you treat him like treasure. I say, you two, just discuss the matter at hand. Stick to the topic, and don't make personal attacks on me. Scumbag. Huh. Scumbag. Ah. At the same time, she received a kick on her right calf, with Chu Wanqing showing no mercy. I decide. Duan Yu glanced to the left, and saw Lin Yuro's small face puffed up with anger, almost in tears, feeling a bit sorry for her. He glanced to the right, and saw Chu Wanqing's big eyes radiating coldness, as if she was about to take action against him. It was clear he couldn't offend either side. I decide to let them stay, but not in the earthen building. Chapter 69, A Peculiar Company. Oh, take them to the queen. Make sure they are well fed and housed. Duan Yu looked at Ao, and suddenly had an idea about the wild tribes. I'm simply a genius. Haha. This immediately resolved the awkward situation. Let's go. Ao signaled the fishermen to follow him to the wild tribe. And master, the fishermen were apprehensive, instinctively fearing the wild tribes. Don't worry, they want to make things difficult for you. As long as you behave, don't cause trouble, and help them with some work, food, drink, and accommodation will be completely fine. Thank you for your help, sir. The reason we found this place is that a man with a scar on his face told us about it. That person looks like a bad guy. You must be cautious to prevent him from causing trouble for you. All right, I understand. Scarface, you're indeed still alive. A medicinal scent filled the entire room. Professor Lee, I have a question. Go ahead, Professor Lee said, fiddling with the traditional Chinese medicine materials without looking up. You came here because of the pirates and fishermen, right? The pirates and fishermen are not important. What is important is how they arrived on this island. Professor Lee raised his head and put down the herbs. 10 years ago, a group led by a man named Brian arrived on the island. We don't know if anyone else has come in the past 10 years. Since we arrived on the island, this group of pirates and fishermen has washed ashore. This means it's highly likely that more people will wash ashore in the future. So, if we can understand the timeline, the location of the incidents, and the initial arrival points of these people, and find some patterns among them, it should greatly help us leave the deserted island. Duan Yu nodded. I understand. If possible, help me find my daughter. Professor Lee lowered his head, fiddling with the herbs, with tears streaking down the corners of his eyes. Even he seemed to have little hope. On the other side of the island, on the beach, a group of men and women, about a dozen people, were engaged in some ridiculous activities. Brothers and sisters, good morning. A big-bellied bald man, wearing sunglasses and with his hands behind his back, looked at the dozen people standing in a row and greeted them loudly. The large gold chain around his neck sparkled in the sunlight. Clap, clap, clap. The group clapped their hands and stomped their feet, shouting in unison, good, very good, excellent. The sound was loud and in perfect harmony. Now let us start rehearsing our morning exercises. Show your passion and fighting spirit. Ready, sing. I planted a seed, and it finally bore fruit. Like a seaweed. Seaweed. Seaweed dances joyfully. The group swayed their heads, twisted their waists, and moved their hips, looking almost frenzied, as if they were in a wild dance. What kind of company is this? They have the audacity to come to a deserted island to do morning exercises? Although it was currently a team-building period, and they had encountered some issues that led them to this unknown deserted island. Cough, cough. The bald man cleared his throat and said seriously, however, I still need to address the performance issues. Some people's performance this month is still below standard. You must remember, the company will never support freeloaders. As a qualified salesperson, no matter when and where you are, you must remember your responsibilities and mission. That is, performance is always the top priority. I want to criticize some people, but today I won't name names. Some people haven't even met the most basic performance requirements, yet they still have the nerve to participate in team-building activities with the company. What is performance? The wild warrior Ao scratched his head in confusion. He had never heard such a strange term before. The queen didn't say we have to hunt 10 every day. Besides, how many we hunt each day depends on luck. This performance thing is really strange and inexplicable. Duan Yu knew he couldn't explain it to him clearly, so he simply ignored him and focused on looking ahead. Now that everyone has arrived on the deserted island, I won't pursue the performance issue for the time being, but I want to emphasize one point. The bald man repeatedly stressed performance, and it was evident that the row of employees opposite looked very tense. Before we wait for rescue, you can make up for your performance through labor. Those who perform well, I will give you extra points, which will count towards your performance assessment. All right, meeting adjourned. Then, the bald man thought for a moment and pointed to a shy girl standing in the corner, nervously tugging at her clothes. Zhao Linger, come here for a moment. The girl looked young, probably only 18 or 19. She had two cute pigtails on her head. Her features were delicate and pretty. She seemed a bit nervous, keeping her head down and constantly fiddling with the hem of her clothes. The bald man took her and walked across the beach into the woods. Some employees behind pointed and whispered on the beach, but no one dared to come over. Some quick ones had already hurried off the beach to find food to make up for their performance. Zhao Linger, how many orders did you complete this month? The bald man stared into Zhao Linger's eyes and asked harshly. 8 orders. The girl called Zhao Linger replied weakly. The company's performance requirement is 10 orders. If you don't meet it, you won't only miss out on your commission, but you won't even get the most basic salary. The bald man pretended to be concerned for her sake. I will try my best to find food on the island. Didn't you say? That can also count as performance? Zhao Linger said pitifully. The bald man reached out a hand and pressed it against the tree behind Zhao Ling, closing the distance between them, even making his breath audible. Zhao Linger became even more frightened, shrinking back further. Seeing the trembling Zhao Linger, the bald man became more excited, revealing a lascivious grin like that of the wolf grandmother. I heard you just turned 18 and have never had a boyfriend? I want you to be my woman. Ha. Chapter 70. Beast, let go of that girl. She still clearly remembered the figure that descended from the sky. It wasn't tall, but it felt so great in her heart. That person saved her life. He was the hero in her life. I heard your grandmother has been in poor health for years, and your younger brother is currently in middle school? The bald man grinned, confident in controlling Zhao Linger. If you lose even this little income, your family will be cut off from all financial sources. By then, not only will your grandmother be unable to afford her medicine, but your brother won't have living expenses either, and he might drop out of school. Zhao Linger, you know the disadvantages of being uneducated, right? If your brother drops out, he won't be able to find a good job in the future. The hardships of work and life, you don't want all that to happen to your brother, do you? The bald man, as expected of a sales boss, gradually led Zhao Linger, forcing her to submit. After he said that, it seemed like if Zhao Linger didn't comply, she would be labeled as ungrateful and unfilial. This was simply typical. Don't say any more. Please stop. Zhao Linger covered her head with her hands, crouching on the ground, her face full of pain. As long as you agree to me, I promise I won't kick you out. This month's salary and performance, I will also give you extra. What do you think? Please stop. Please. Zhao Linger was caught in an extremely difficult choice, her face increasingly filled with pain. She tugged at her hair and kept banging her head against the tree, clearly overwhelmed with sorrow. I promise that once we get out, I will give you a compensation of 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan. That's not a small amount. It equals your annual salary. The bald man laughed heartily, first threatening, then enticing. In his view, what is sales? Sales is about grasping the weaknesses of human nature, with this combination of a big stick and a carrot. How could Zhao Linger not obediently submit? The sound of tearing clothes was heard as the bald man finally couldn't hold back and started to act. No, no. Zhao Linger, a young girl, had never seen such a scene. In a panic, she clawed, dug, cried, and shouted, looking almost mad. Not far away on the beach, several of Zhao Linger's colleagues vaguely heard cries for help, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't dare to approach. Hee, the more you struggle, the more excited I will be. The bald man sneered, like a devil. The girl's purity might soon be destroyed. Just at this critical moment, a figure descended from the sky. That figure was deeply engraved in Zhao Linger's heart, remaining incredibly clear even many years later. Let her go? Grabbing the bald man was like lifting a piglet. Bang! Duan Yu directly threw him over his shoulder, giving the bald man a shoulder throw. Ouch! That hurts. The bald man fell hard, crying out in pain. Kid, where did you come from? I advise you to mind your own business. You'd better leave now. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble, the bald man said, sitting up from the ground and pulling out a large wallet from his pocket. Due to being soaked, the money was still a bit damp. Duan Yu's shirt was already pilling, looking like it had been worn for a long time. His casual pants had also faded, especially at the pockets. The edges were worn down to the threads. Not to mention his sneakers, one of which had a toe sticking out. Humph, country bumpkin. The bald man secretly laughed. Do you want to compete with me? I'm the one who understands psychology. He couldn't be sure if this stranger would just turn around and leave for the 1,000 yuan, especially since this unfamiliar man looked too poor, pitifully poor. Especially someone like the bald man, who, having a little money, thought he could do whatever he wanted. The bald man didn't expect that today he would miscalculate. This person was not someone to mess with. As a boss, the bald man had honed the skill of speaking to anyone, whether human or ghost. He knew that this was hard currency. No matter where, throughout history, it was useful. The next second, something unexpected happened again. Duan Yu did not reach out to take the gold necklace. Instead, he slapped the bald man. Slap. The bald man felt warmth at the corner of his mouth. And when he touched it, a stream of blood flowed down. After years of rolling in society, the bald man had always taken advantage of others. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? Security. Security. 3 young men in uniforms rushed over with wooden sticks. They bowed to the bald man and said, Boss, please give your orders. Beat him. Throw this bumpkin into the sea. Bang bang. Ouch. Ouch. 2 minutes later, the 3 security guards were holding their thighs, rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. Duan Yu lightly clapped his hands and said blandly, Are you jumping in by yourselves? Or do you want me to throw you into the sea? Plop. 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 Not long after Duan Yu's words fell, 3 security guards limped across the beach as fast as they could and jumped into the sea. Then, big brother, I'll jump myself. I'm very self-aware, the bald man said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he got up from the ground, looking awkward. People like you, scum, won't get off so easily. Duan Yu rushed forward and grabbed him, pressing him tightly against a big tree. Then, with a knee strike, he hit him hard. Ah, a sharp and miserable scream, reminiscent of the eunuchs from the Eastern Depot, flew out of the bald man's mouth, echoing across the beach. Chapter 71, Gossiping Old Manly. Thank you. Zhao Linger squatted on the ground, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. However, in her eyes, there was an unshakable sadness. Now, she had offended the boss. This job, she was sure, was lost. After returning home, the family's source of income became a major problem. The most pressing issue was that she currently had no idea how to survive on the deserted island all by herself. Don't be afraid, come with brother. Ah. Zhao Linger was taken aback and then started crying again. What about my grandma and my younger brother? With so many people suddenly missing from your company, the relevant authorities will definitely pay attention, and once your family's situation is noticed, many people will help them. Then there's nothing to be done. Only then did Zhao Linger stop crying. By now, she had regained the vitality that a young girl should have, walking along and curiously observing everything on the deserted island. Report, sir. I just took a stroll and haven't found Scarface and the others for now. A shadow suddenly jumped out, startling Zhao Linger. Wow, are you a wild person? How fun. Zhao Linger, instead of being afraid, reached out her little hand to fiddle with the ornaments hanging from Duan Yu. Oh, she originally thought she would be frightened by the harsh survival environment of the island, but unexpectedly, it ignited the little girl's curiosity. Goo-goo-goo. A sound came from her stomach, and Zhao Linger shyly glanced at her little belly, smiling awkwardly. This little girl was quirky and quite cute, passing peacefully through the black bear forest. They did not see any trace of the bears. It seemed that after one was killed by pirates last time, the remaining black bears either hid away or went somewhere else. Turning around the corner of the beach, a big river suddenly came into view. After walking a few hundred steps on the riverbank, a more than 10-meter-high earthen building stood majestically. Linger, this is our home. You are simply amazing. You built such a huge structure on a deserted island. I want to take a picture. Zhao Linger jumped up excitedly, completely forgetting all the unhappiness and hunger from before. My phone won't turn on. This damn broken phone got wet. Zhao Linger looked disappointed. Cough. If you really want to take a picture, there's a sister Wanqing inside. You can borrow her phone later. Chu Wanqing's phone was definitely one of the most expensive models, with top-notch waterproof and shockproof features. When they first arrived on the deserted island, Chu Wanqing was quite excited and took pictures everywhere. Now, she probably had very little battery left. She usually kept it turned off and hadn't used it much for so long. Who is this? With a creaking sound, the door of the earthen building opened wide. I understand. Professor Li suddenly popped out, stroking his beard with a mischievous smile. Duan Yu, scumbag, big bad guy, kidnapping little girls. At dinner, Lin Yuro looked very angry, constantly muttering. She was now in charge of catering and logistics, and offending Lin Yuro was no joking matter. Thus, in front of everyone were large fish and meat, quite sumptuous. This bowl was clearly taken out specifically for her, not much thinner than the water cup. Zhao Linger was indeed starving these days. Looking at the full plate of fish and meat before her, she happily dug in. No, don't let him eat, he's not hungry. Ha. Chu Wanqing was eating a delicious roasted fish, unable to hold back her laughter, reveling in the misfortune. Zhao Linger felt a bit restless. Even if the little girl was innocent, she could tell what the situation was. Every time something happened, it was this old man who ran the fastest and was the most gossipy. Sister Linger, from now on, just stick with me. I will protect you from being bullied by bad people. Lin Yuro pulled Zhao Linger's hand, having her sit beside her. Duan Yu. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Sir, it's bad. More than 10 people have come outside, claiming they want to join us. It seems like those from that performance-based company. Chapter 72, Punishing the Villains. Why? Why are you occupying such good resources? Why do you live in such nice buildings while we sleep on the ground and go hungry? We want to protest. We refuse to accept this. A group of salespeople in suits, filled with righteous indignation, shouted slogans. Brothers, let's talk calmly. I've already sent someone to consult our boss. Zhang Changjin was not good with words and had no idea what to do facing this group. Especially that bald man and the 3 security guards, who were the most unruly. Shut up. A cold snort sounded as a tall, stunning woman walked out of the earthen building. Everything here is built brick by brick through our hard work. What does it have to do with you? The first to step out was the young lady Chu Wanqing, who had been holding in her anger for 2 days and was looking for a way to vent it. Beautiful. Beautiful. The bald man's eyes lit up upon seeing her, nearly drooling. Then, it seemed he remembered something, lowering his head with a face full of resentment, as if he had been taken down by that unknown kid. Everyone, let's go together and beat this woman up. Then this building will be ours. A few employees stood timidly behind the bald man, eager to try, but none dared to move. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take responsibility. The bald man arrogantly declared. Yes, boss. We're good at this. The 3 security guards grinned and rushed forward. Usually, in the company, they often bullied people alongside the bald man. I advise you to stop now and get lost while there's still time. Chu Wanqing said coldly. Hey, little girl. You're quite tough. I like girls like you. One security guard, with a lewd expression, reached out to grab her. Chu Wanqing swayed her body, dodging his grasp, then seized his arm and twisted it hard. Crack. The security guard fell to the ground in pain. Brothers, let's go together. The other 2 security guards, seeing the situation was not right, rushed in together to form an encirclement. Slap. Slap. Chu Wanqing raised her leg high and kicked the left security guard in the face, causing him to squat on the ground, holding his head and howling. Then she performed a spinning kick, sending the right security guard flying. Brothers, retreat. The bald man was used to bullying the weak, and upon realizing he had kicked a steel plate, he turned to flee. Whoosh. Just then, a row of wild people stood up from the grass by the riverbank, holding bows and arrows, blocking their way. This scares the baby to death. The bald man was almost crying. He never expected there would be so many wild people here. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to come even if it scared him to death. If the 3 security guards hadn't fought Chu Wanqing, the bald man would have already been scared out of his wits. The appearance of the ambushed wild bowman left the bald man utterly terrified. The already closed earthen building door swung open again. Walking in front was the young man in the old shirt. "I was wrong. Please spare me," the bald man wailed, tears and snot flowing down his face. "I still have a company outside. If you agree to let me go, I promise to transfer the company to your name as soon as I get out. I also have 3 luxury cars, each worth over $1 million. Just agree to let me go, and they are all yours. Oh, and I have an apartment within the 3rd ring." Duan Yu remained silent, continuing to watch his performance. "Big brother, I have 2 mistresses outside, each more beautiful than the last. If you don't mind, I can give them to you," the bald man said shyly. If he weren't forced into this situation, he wouldn't be saying such embarrassing things in front of so many people. He knew that once he said these words, he would lose all face and would never be able to mix in again. However, at this point, saving his life was the most important thing. After all, living was more important than anything else. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze sweep across his face. Turning his head, he saw Chu Wanqing and Lin Yuru glaring at him fiercely. "This is a deserted island. None of us can leave. Everything you said is useless to me." Duan Yu's words were righteous and resounding, causing the people around to nod in agreement. Miss Chu obviously breathed a sigh of relief, while Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger looked at him with stars in their eyes, full of admiration. "People like you, deceiving and committing numerous crimes, exploiting employees and bullying the weak, dressing impeccably while being a beast at heart. If I hadn't happened to encounter this and stepped in to help, a good girl would have been ruined by you. Such a person should be killed, not spared." Duan Yu spoke passionately, having already made his decision in his heart. People like the bald man could speak sweetly and shift their loyalties, ready to abandon all dignity, but such people were absolutely not to be trusted. Because once given an opportunity, they would retaliate crazily, like Qin Jinhai, like Wang Papu. They are all of the same kind. "Oh, it's up to you, big brother. Spare me. We were just following orders. Everything has nothing to do with us. We dare not refuse whatever the boss asks us to do." As the bald man was dragged away by several wild men, the 3 security guards suddenly lost their nerve, kneeling on the ground and crying out for mercy. "Those 3? Have they done many bad things?" Duan Yu turned his head to stare at Zhao Linger and asked. "They are also bad guys, often helping the boss to beat people up. Last time, the boss took a fancy to a widow named Zhang, but she refused to comply. So the 3 of them broke her brother's legs and threatened him not to speak out. And once, even longer ago." Zhao Linger recounted the misdeeds of the 3 security guards one by one. As a girl who had just joined the company not long ago, she knew so much. It was clear that the 3 had many more unknown wrongdoings. "Oh, drag them away. Clean up the mess. For such scoundrels, there could be no mercy." Chapter 73. Please. "Big brother, take us in. Big brother, spare us." The remaining dozen or so employees, seeing the bald boss and the 3 security guards being dragged away by the wild men, were so scared they knelt down. "Big brother, we are innocent. Linger, we treated you well usually. Linger, we helped you a lot before. Linger, you have to help us. If not, can you not make things difficult for them?" Yi Linger asked cautiously, looking up at him. Seeing the boss talking to Zhao Linger alone, didn't these people know what would happen next, given the bald man's character? When Zhao Linger was being bullied and cried out loudly, why didn't any of the nearby colleagues reach out to help? Watching a little girl's life about to be destroyed while remaining indifferent, could they still be called good people? After all, these people worked at the company to support their families. And everyone had their own difficulties. Indeed, working-class people have it tough. They were indeed selfish. However, it was true that they hadn't done anything bad. Afterward, they sent someone to bring a lot of food to treat them. "Big brother, we want you to take us in." A slightly older female employee stepped forward timidly, holding roasted meat. "To be honest, there is nothing on the other side of the island. We searched for most of the day and only found a few pitiful wild vegetables. They had been stranded on the deserted island, desperately searching for food for over a day, only to find nothing edible. A group of urban dwellers could hardly endure such hunger or the prospect of running out of food. Most importantly, resources on the other side of the island were already scarce. Due to waves of harvesting, there was almost nothing left to eat. Surviving on the other side of the island required exceptional wilderness survival skills. For example, if there were fish in the sea, some could live well by fishing. But for these ordinary people, trying to catch fish in the ocean was as difficult as climbing to the sky. "Yes, big brother, please be kind and take us in. Big brother, save us. Our children can't be without parents, and the elderly depend on us." He too had left home at a young age to make a living, experiencing hardships, and deeply understood how difficult life could be for ordinary people. The sage said, when one succeeds, they should help the world. When one is poor, they should cultivate themselves. Since it was within his capacity to help, why not lend them a hand? Lin Yuru looked at him expectantly, hoping he would make the right choice. Chu Wanqing watched everything calmly, though the corners of her eyes were slightly moist. Behind them, Professor Li and others nodded seriously at him. All right, on behalf of everyone, I agree to let you stay. However, if you stay, you must obey orders and not cause trouble, Duan Yu said seriously to the employees. Thank you, big brother. We will absolutely not cause trouble. Yes, big brother. We will listen to you. The group of employees cheered and jumped with joy. Just because I agreed to let you stay doesn't mean you have to stay with me. The previously excited employees were doused with cold water upon hearing this and began whispering among themselves. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. Oh, take them to the queen and help with some tasks. Duan Yu called Oh, preparing to hand them over and send them to the wild man tribe. Although they were ordinary people, Duan Yu dared not rashly keep them by his side until he understood their true background. This was also to ensure everyone's safety. Unexpectedly, Oh wore a bitter smile. Sir, the queen said not to send people to our tribe anymore. The last group you sent always caused a ruckus and had difficulty communicating with us. Having them help only made things worse. So the queen said next time you have new people, don't send them to her. She's had enough. What? All right. Duan Yu hadn't expected that the fisherman he sent last time would cause so much trouble for the queen and the wild man tribe. It seemed he couldn't send them this time. Then let them stay? Duan Yu once again sought everyone's opinions. After all, this is a big family. And this matter will affect everyone's lives. Just as everyone was nodding in agreement, Chu Wanqing dropped a meaningful remark and was the first to turn and walk into the earthen building. How clear-headed she is. Duan Yu suddenly felt that Chu Wanqing was the most clear-headed among this group. With this thought, he had an idea in his heart again. Today, everyone will follow me into the earthen building. But let me make it clear, you can only stay in the earthen building for one night. Huh, why is that? Chapter 74, Difficult Choices. Huh, what does this mean? Are we only allowed to stay for one day? Where will we stay tomorrow? To put it bluntly, you don't want to take us in, right? Shu, don't say a word, just listen to the big brother's arrangements. Starting tomorrow, you can set up shelters and build a camp on the vacant land by the riverbank next to the earthen building. At the same time, the fish and food in the river will also be open to you. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to provide you with the wood and vines needed to build shelters, as well as food supplies for the next 2 days. Also, I will send someone to teach you how to hunt and make fishing tools. After careful consideration, Duan Yu expressed his decision. So that's how it is. Thank you, big brother. Yes, big brother has considered everything so thoroughly. Although we can't stay in the earthen building for long, I believe that once we build our own houses, it will be more comfortable and free. Duan Yu paused and continued. If my plan is successfully implemented, it will be a good thing for everyone. Let's keep it a secret for now. As the sky darkened, dusk fell. Their expressions were even more surprised than when primitive people first saw the interior of the earthen building. After all, the primitive people were involved in the construction project. From the outside, it looked like a tall, gray building. Unexpectedly, the interior was a different world. Corridors, stone pillars, eaves. Everything that should be there is basically present. Although the construction is somewhat crude, being able to build it here can be considered a great achievement. The courtyard is surprisingly spacious. Not only are there several pavilions, but also stone tables and chairs in the pavilions. There are also many wildflowers and wild vegetables. Some areas are even covered with tender green grass. In the center of the courtyard are 2 large ponds. One pond is filled with clean, clear fresh water, presumably for daily water storage. The other pond is teeming with fish, shrimp, and crabs, freely swimming in the water, many of which are quite large. What is this? A big villa on a deserted island? A group of employees had shifted from shock to envy, starting to envy everyone living here, especially upon hearing the clucking of chickens, the grunting of wild boars, and the bleating of goats. This place is simply a paradise on earth. Changjin, you'll have a tough night. Be vigilant. After all, one must not have malicious intentions, but must always be on guard. Zhang Changjin arranged for several wild people to stand guard on the roof, while he himself found a position facing the rooms of these company employees and sat down. Zhao Linger was pulled away by Lin Yuro. The world of girls is quite strange. Clearly, when they first met, Lin Yuro was filled with hostility toward Zhao Linger. Yet, within less than a day, the 2 girls had become so familiar. One was sympathetic to Zhao Linger's plight, and the other found this lively, cute, and quirky little girl quite likable. Thus, they became close friends, and Zhao Linger moved in to live with her. The plan he mentioned today was actually the shipbuilding plan. He had been pondering this plan since the first few days on the deserted island. Now, the timing, location, and manpower are all sufficient. It is time to carry out his shipbuilding plan. After all, one cannot live on this deserted island for a lifetime, right? Once the ship is completed and they leave the island, it may not be a good outcome for him. Lin Yuro, with her excellent grades and education, should have no trouble finding a good job off the island. Given her looks, many wealthy heirs would likely pursue her fervently. As for Professor Li, He is an authority in both medicine and archaeology, and outside the island, he would also be a top expert. Only he himself not only offended Chen Jinhai and his group, but also provoked and eliminated a band of pirates. Upon returning, the Chen family would likely suppress him madly. Once a person has power, they often fall into difficult choices. At least, currently on the deserted island, he possesses absolute authority. Surrounded by beautiful women, everyone relies on him. But once he leaves the island, he will once again become that poor, penniless boy, one without even a girlfriend. Do I really want to build a ship to leave? Duan Yu smiled bitterly. Scenes from arriving on the deserted island flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. My father died early due to a work injury, and my mother raised me with great difficulty, providing for my education. Now that I have graduated, I can go to work and take care of her. Lin Yuro once cried like a pear blossom in the rain. And my parents, their hair has already turned gray. I can only imagine how heartbroken they were after the shipwreck, how many days and nights they cried. People should not be too selfish. I knew you would come. Chapter 75. Sister accompanies you to set sail. Want a drink? Professor Lee took out a jar of wine, and the table was already set with 4 dishes. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If it were someone else, they might be blinded by the illusory power and conditions on this island. But I can see that you want TB. I don't know what you've been through before, but you always do what you believe is right. What is commendable is that everything you are doing right now is completely correct. Haha, you think I'm all-powerful? To be honest with you, I can't build ships. This kind of thing requires extremely professional people to do. We have to give it a try, right? Then let us build a big canoe or a very large raft. It is certainly impossible to create a modern ship, but as long as the buoyancy is large enough, we can sail across the sea. What Professor Lee said was the truth. Suddenly, everyone was excited. Big brother, whatever you say, we will listen to you. Build a ship. Build a ship. Set sail. A group of employees was as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Adults, we are willing to help, and when the ship is built, you must take us out too. Building a ship? That sounds interesting. The queen picked a wild grape and stuffed it in her mouth, grinning widely. Compared to the previous generations of wild leaders, this generation's wild queen is extremely advanced and bold in thinking. In less than 2 days, huge logs had piled up like mountains in front of the earthen building. Building a ship is quite difficult without professional personnel. It's hard to make a decent vessel. However, for now, we'll have to make do. Rather than saying we are building a ship, it would be more accurate to say we are constructing a super huge raft. Straight and sturdy trees were tightly bound together. This formed a massive wooden raft. On the back of the raft, a row of crossbeams was tied to stabilize it. Rather than calling this a simple small boat, it's more like a super large raft. This raft is 5 meters wide and over 10 meters long. The most remarkable thing is that it is made entirely of towering trees, each over 10 meters long, with no splicing involved. This also invisibly increases the raft's sturdiness. Around the massive raft, simple fences were constructed using bamboo poles. At the stern of the ship, a huge sail was raised. Of course, the material used to make the sail was all contributed by the queen's animal hides. To create such a large sail, the wild queen took out all the stored animal hides, feeling quite pained. In the center of the wooden raft, there were 2 simple small huts, drifting on the vast ocean, inevitably exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. Although the wooden huts were small, they were essential for sheltering from the elements. After spending several days, this upgraded super wooden raft was finally completed, bringing great joy to everyone. On a clear morning, in front of the earthen building, there was a sea of people. Everyone's expressions were excited. They had waited too long for this day. Even the old chief of the wild tribe, the queen, and a few elderly elders had come from afar to witness this grand occasion. Setting sail on such a grand scale was a first for this small island. Duan Yu was also excited, unable to hide the complexity of his feelings. 121, 121, 121. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, working together to slowly launch the massive wooden raft into the water, entering the river channel. Along the riverbank, a row of wooden stakes was erected. At this moment, the raft's ropes were tied to these stakes. To be on the safe side, the raft was equipped with some simple food and water. 4 large oars were placed diagonally on both sides of the raft. Of course, they were hand-operated. Life needs a sense of ritual, doesn't it? How about planting a strawberry for brother? In front of so many people, Lin Yuro suddenly blushed and lowered her head to pinch her clothes. TCH, so many people. Ugh. Scumbag. Duan Yu pretended not to hear the scolding from Chu Wanqing, knowing that the young lady was certainly looking at him with a very disdainful expression. Ugh. Scumbag. Do you believe I'll hit you? Old Zhang. Oldly. Wait for my good news. Just then, a figure sneaked into the cabin. Duan Yu boarded the raft, untied the ropes, and the raft slowly sailed into the river channel, drifting downstream. On the deck, 4 strong wild men wielded the oars with all their might. At the top of the earthen building, Lin Yuro looked at the raft sailing towards the sea. tears welling in her eyes. Into the river, into the sea. A stunning beauty with long legs and a perfect figure stepped out of the cabin with a smile. It was none other than Chu Wanqing. Chapter 76. Encountering a storm, Duan Yu falls into the sea. For safety reasons, after the huge raft was built, it needed to be tested at sea first. They had to understand the situation of the nearby waters and test the raft's ability to withstand wind and waves, as well as whether it was feasible to go out to sea for a long time. Testing the waters was a dangerous task. Everything ahead was full of unknowns. No one was willing to take on this role of the vanguard, as it was almost equivalent to playing with their lives. If fishermen and workers went out to test the waters, and it was feasible, some might very well run away and never return. Although the remaining people could still build such a large raft, the time and effort required would be 10 times more than before. Trees that were over 10 meters tall and straight were not easily found on the island. Most of the usable ones nearby had already been used up. Duan Yu was the person everyone trusted. "You're being ridiculous." Duan Yu pretended to be angry and slapped the young lady's bottom hard, his hand stinging. These days, he had been bullied by Miss Chu quite a bit. Cough. "I forgot there were 4 wild men rowing next to us. How dare you hit me?" Chu Wanqing was momentarily stunned, stuttering twice and unable to express the rest. Then, she let out a loud shout. "I'll kill you." Cough. "I was wrong. I won't dare again next time." If anyone had been nearby, they would have noticed that the young lady's cheeks had turned as red as her neck. Of course, the 4 wild men didn't understand this. They were focused on rowing. Having been on the deserted island for so long, it was the first time the two were so close to the sea. Standing side by side at the edge of the boat, holding onto the railing, they gazed at the azure sea and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The sky was clear, and the water and sky were one color. Through the clear water, they could see the beautiful coral reefs and colorful fish swimming below. Such scenery was like a fairyland. Truly, it felt like sailing on sapphire waves, with people wandering through a painting. "What is that? Why can't the boat move?" Suddenly, a small whirlpool emerged in the clear water, as if a spring was gushing from the sea, or like a whirlwind stirring the water. A whirlpool. Not good. Duan Yu never expected that the raft would encounter a whirlpool less than 100 meters from departure. So many whirlpools. With Chu Wanqing's shriek, Duan Yu finally noticed countless small whirlpools appearing on the seabed ahead of the raft. Who would have thought that beneath the seemingly calm surface, there were actually turbulent waters and undercurrents? At this moment, the raft was like being tightly sucked onto the sea surface, unable to move forward or backward, slowly spinning. "Quick, jump! Jump in the direction we came from." Splash! Splash! With a few splashes, the 4 wild men had already jumped into the water, struggling to swim out of the whirlpool's range. Unexpectedly, the usually bold Chu Wanqing was now so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her face filled with terror. The first time she encountered a maritime disaster, she was merely knocked unconscious by the waves and washed ashore. This second time, witnessing it firsthand, she finally began to feel fear. Her jade hands, which wouldn't tremble even when holding a spear, were now shaking violently. My swimming skills are poor. I'll drown if I jump in." At this moment, Chu Wanqing resembled a pitiful little cat. Duan Yu felt a pang of regret in his heart, suppressing the urge to curse. "Poor swimming skills. Why did you insist on coming out to sea and causing trouble?" Duan Yu knew that this was not the time to lose his temper. At this point, he could only rely on himself. He squatted down and picked up Chu Wanqing, quickly running towards the edge of the raft. Just then, the countless small whirlpools beneath the raft had already converged into a gigantic whirlpool, and the raft was moving towards the center of the sea. A tremendous pulling force was felt beneath his feet, and the water was already rising over his ankles. The raft was swaying dangerously, and a massive whirlpool was spinning at the end of the raft closest to the shore, creating waves. Duan Yu knew that holding on to someone at this moment could very well lead them both into the whirlpool, and they might not survive. Smack! Chu Wanqing was flung nearly 4 meters away, landing at the edge of the whirlpool. The 4 wild men who had jumped out quickly reached out to pull her into safe waters. The previous scene had left Chu Wanqing stunned. It wasn't until she left the whirlpool and reached safety that she finally reacted. Looking back, she saw that beneath the raft, a supermassive whirlpool had formed, and the entire wooden raft was as fragile as a small leaf, instantly being sucked into the depths of the sea. Chu Wanqing cried out, "What?" Then, she recklessly swam toward the whirlpool. "Miss, hurry." The 4 wild men quickly grabbed Chu Wanqing, pulling her toward the shore. "Woo-woo, I've harmed you." Chu Wanqing cried out loud, but before her stood only a gigantic whirlpool that swallowed everything, and the boundless emptiness. There was no trace of that sunny, handsome boy who always smiled. Woo-woo. A mouthful of seawater filled her belly, and overwhelmed by fear and sorrow, Chu Wanqing lost consciousness. Chapter 77. I didn't mean to peep. Duan Yu hazily woke from a deep slumber, only to realize that his whole body was in extreme pain. struggling to sit up. Every bone in my body felt like it was about to shatter from pain. Am I dead? Shaking my heavy head. Everything that had happened before flashed through my mind in scenes. I had set out to sea on a large wooden raft for a test voyage, but unexpectedly encountered a massive whirlpool. In the final moments, I used all my strength to throw Chu Wanqing to a safe area. After that, I lost all my senses. Is this a bed? I should be in a cave, and beneath me should be a stone bed. But how could a bed made of stones be so flat? I pushed aside the layers of straw on the bed and couldn't help but exclaim, "This method is fantastic." It seems that the owner of the bed must be someone with rich life experience. It goes without saying that I must have been rescued by someone. The urgent task at hand is to figure out where I am and who saved me. I gritted my teeth against the pain and discomfort throughout my body, struggling to stand up and slowly making my way toward the cave entrance. Amazing. This place can be considered a paradise on Earth. Below the waterfall is a clear pool of water, not too deep, but crystal clear and extraordinarily clean. Beside the pool stood a girl in a blue dress. She had a slender figure, with long black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. I can imagine her face must be exceptionally beautiful as well. Mississippi. Just as I was about to greet her to understand my current situation, the next moment, I immediately covered my mouth. I heard the sound of buttons being undone. A thin gauzy skirt slid to the ground. Her skin was as smooth as cream, white as jade. At this moment, it seemed inappropriate to greet her. I tightly covered my mouth, silently warning myself not to peek. Splash. The sound of water breaking echoed as the girl lifted her delicate foot and slowly stepped into the water. It was truly a coincidence, so it shouldn't be considered peeking. Thinking this, I couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. Although I had no intention, if she discovered me, it would be a huge misunderstanding. I thought she probably wouldn't notice me. What is that? Looking down, I was nearly scared out of my wits. Ah, there's a snake. What I touched was indeed a snake. Normally, I wouldn't react so wildly, but now my body was weak, and I could only walk slowly with my hands on the wall. Although I was injured, my reflexes were still intact. I quickly lowered my body and rolled onto the ground. Unexpectedly, the snake crawled out from a crack in the stone and kept chasing after me. Got it. You're awake? Where's the snake? This was an exquisitely featured girl with perfect proportions. Could she be a fairy descending to Earth? Snake. There's a snake at the entrance. It almost bit me. I really didn't mean to come here. I swear I didn't see anything. The pool was incredibly clear, seemingly free of any impurities. Even with the girl in the water, her snow-white skin was fully visible. Turn around. The girl's tone was very calm, without the imagined panic or awkwardness. Is it this little snake? You can turn around now. Suddenly, there was a bright light before me. This girl, with hair reaching her waist, draped behind her, showed no signs of laziness whatsoever. The blue gauze dress was as thin as a cicada's wing, looking like a fairy stepping out of a costume drama. The ribbon at her waist accentuated her slim figure, making her waist look effortlessly delicate. The little snake was terrified, struggling desperately in her hand. Miss, you're too fierce. I was momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting such a beautiful girl to have such skills. In comparison, I felt a bit embarrassed. Well, let's consider it a treat for us. The girl remained surprisingly calm, as if everything around her didn't affect her in the slightest. Oh, I forgot. You're a patient and shouldn't soak in the water for too long. Saying this, the girl quickly dealt with the little snake in her hand. Thank you for saving my life, beautiful. I still don't know your name. Li Qingyi. Chapter 78. My father is a friend of yours. Li Qingyi. Isn't there a Professor Li who has a daughter that went missing after being stranded on a deserted island? Isn't her name Li Qingyi? Old Li once mentioned something. After all, he has been single for so many years, and he still hasn't had a proper girlfriend. What are you laughing at? Li Qingyi looked a bit surprised, but her clear face remained calm. Is your head not working? Sweat. I felt embarrassed. What kind of question was that? Qingyi, do you usually speak and act so calmly and seriously? I was somewhat puzzled. She was such a good girl, but she seemed a bit too calm. Don't call me Qingyi. We're not familiar. Li Qingyi slightly rolled her eyes, which was considered a sign of emotional fluctuation. My father's friend? Li Qingyi paused for a moment. Then tell me, what is my father's name? What does he do? How old is he? And what does he look like? This girl is too meticulous. I secretly clicked my tongue. Li Weishan. He is a dual professor in archaeology and medicine, an authoritative expert in the field. He's around 70 years old, about my height, with a long beard and gray hair. After talking about some experiences with Professor Li Qingyi finally stopped crying and seemed much happier. You lie down first. I'll get you something to eat. I just checked your pulse and noticed you have some kidney deficiency. I have kidney deficiency. Wait. I'll get you some good food to replenish. After saying this, Li Qingyi turned around and picked up a makeshift bow and arrow from the stone wall. Stepping outside the cave. I have kidney deficiency. How is that possible? I'm not even married. How could I have kidney deficiency? She is the daughter of Professor Li, so she must also be knowledgeable in medicine. Therefore, what she just said is likely true. Alright, I was just joking with you. You only stayed up late too much. And your body suffered from the pressure of seawater. A few days of rest will be fine. Do doctors joke around so seriously? It's really too scary. I patted my chest, finally feeling relieved to lie down and let out a long breath. According to Li Qingyi's observations, the cave we were in was likely on the northwest side of the island. Moreover, she had lived alone on the island since she arrived and had never seen any other modern people. Duan Yu was the first person she encountered. You mean to say, since you were stranded on the deserted island, you've been here alone until now? This girl survived alone in the wilderness for 2 months? Li Qingyi didn't think much of it, rolling her eyes while fiddling with the oil-dripping wild rabbit roasting over the bonfire. Is this difficult? There's water at the entrance. If there's no food, I just catch some. There's a cave to sleep in. Surviving isn't hard, right? In such an environment, not many people can last long. Especially a delicate girl, managing to survive alone on this perilous deserted island for over 2 months, and judging by her appearance, she seemed to be living quite well. Chu Wanqing definitely couldn't do it alone. Lin Yurua surely wouldn't manage, and as for Zhao Linger, she wouldn't stop crying. Just this level of capability would absolutely outshine most wilderness survival bloggers out there. The bonfire blazed, and a wild rabbit was roasted to a golden yellow, looking mouth-watering. So good. In this way, they could go together to meet her father. Chapter 79, Offering Kindness Without Reason. The highly anticipated sea test voyage ultimately ended in tragedy. Lying in the room, she fell ill and became increasingly emaciated. Professor Li tried several prescriptions, all of which had no significant effect. Heartache is hard to heal. Professor Li shook his head with emotion, realizing that if the young lady could not walk out of the shadows in her heart, no herbal remedy could address her fundamental issues. When she opened the door, her eyes were already swollen to the size of peaches, and she immediately threw herself into work, managing everyone's daily lives and logistics. However, the once talkative her had become taciturn. Even Zhao Linger had been gloomy for a long time. Although not many of the other girls showed sadness, everyone felt bad about what had happened. His workload was already heavy. Everyone had to come to him if they were uncomfortable, and now, helping Chu Wanqing and Lin Yurua recover was his top priority. Additionally, with the daily herbal decoctions, Professor Li insisted on doing it himself. After all, he was getting older, and after being busy for a long time, he felt some back pain and dizziness. Professor Li, let me help you, Li Ziyuan said as he brought a pot of tea and handed it to Professor Li, then took over the tasks from him. Professor Li took the tea, drank it in one go, and then sat on a chair to rest for a moment, feeling much more comfortable. Professor Li, for tasks like these in the future, just let me do them, Li Ziyuan said earnestly. I also come from a rural background, and I can definitely endure hardship. You're getting older, and your legs aren't very convenient. I'll take care of these heavy tasks from now on. Li Ziyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Professor Li sincerely. However, the wild man's comprehension and efficiency were too low. Professor Li was a perfectionist, and when it came to medicinal materials, he could not tolerate even the slightest mistake, so he preferred to do it himself. Looking at the nimble and hard-working Li Ziyuan before him, Professor Li felt a surge of emotions. Professor, I want to ask you for something. After helping Professor Li for several days, running around and doing chores, Li Ziyuan looked at him shyly. Ziyuan, we're all on the same side. Just speak your mind. The old man replied straightforwardly. Li Ziyuan scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. This request might be a bit presumptuous, but Li Ziyuan hesitated, unable to voice it for a long time. Speak your mind. There's no need for beating around the bush with me. I want to follow you and learn traditional Chinese medicine, Li Ziyuan said seriously, looking at Professor Li. Saying this, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. You want to learn traditional Chinese medicine? This caught the old man by surprise. Li Ziyuan nodded earnestly. Do you want to use it to save lives? To be honest, my primary purpose for wanting to learn traditional Chinese medicine is not to save lives. Li Ziyuan looked up and spoke with extreme sincerity. Since I was young, my family has been very poor. Even as I grew up, they remained poor. Poor to the point where I couldn't afford to eat. Poor to the point where I couldn't marry a wife, so I chose to go move bricks. Therefore, I want to learn medicine from you. You are the most authoritative expert, and this is the only opportunity in my life to change my fate. Initially, when Li Ziyuan mentioned wanting to learn medicine not for saving lives, Professor Li was quite angry. As the saying goes, a doctor should have a benevolent heart. In the past, many masters and doctoral students had begged the old man, but he had never been willing to take a disciple. A doctor values medical ethics and character above all else. Hearing Li Ziyuan's heartfelt words, Professor Li couldn't help but feel compassion. At present, he was also in need of someone to help him. All right, I agree. Get up, child. Thank you, master. Li Ziyuan was overjoyed, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground before standing up happily. However, no one noticed the sly smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth. From that moment on, Professor Li began to teach him, step by step, From identifying herbs to understanding pharmacology. Master, is there an herb that can numb people? What you're referring to is probably the muffin san. That's used for surgeries, but it's not a single herb. It requires many herbs combined and ground. Is there a prescription that can help with sleep? There are indeed some prescriptions that can induce sleep, but they also have certain side effects, similar to knockout drugs. Li Ziyuan was a diligent learner, and with Professor Li's careful guidance, he was taught almost hand in hand. During these days, he started from the most basic identification of herbs and gradually learned several basic prescriptions, specifically the ones he was most eager to learn. Finally, the day had come. In a deserted place by the riverside, Li Ziyuan carefully collected the white powder from the stones using large leaves, wrapping it carefully and hiding it in his clothes. Looking around and seeing no one, he began to laugh out loud. This is what it means to suffer year after year under the pressure of gold threads. Making a wedding dress for others. Excited by the thought, Li Ziyuan hummed a couple of lines of poetry. As night fell and everything became quiet, a soft sound echoed as the door of the earthen building opened. Li Ziyuan poked his head out to take a look. A shadow greeted him and quickly slipped inside. Chapter 80. Dare to make a bet. According to what you said, your earthen building should be located next to a large river. And upstream of that large river is a huge waterfall, so it's very likely that the waterfall at the entrance of our cave is the source of that river. Li Qingyi squatted by the fire, analyzing seriously. Moreover, she was knowledgeable about wilderness survival. In front of her, venomous snakes and wild beasts were nothing but easy prey. Duan Yu began to understand why she remained so calm in any situation. She was an incredibly capable girl. It seemed like nothing could truly challenge her. Li Qingyi smiled bitterly. Let alone the downstream, we can't even get past the midstream. It seems there is a large group of wild people there. This time, Li Qingyi appeared less composed, her brows furrowing slightly. I've seen those wild people hunt. They are extremely powerful and ruthless. They even have anesthetic arrows, and the prey falls soon after being shot. I've seen them use arrows to hunt wild boars and black bears. Alone, I am scared. Since then, I have never dared to go to the midstream of that waterfall again. Li Qingyi seemed to be haunted by memories. Wild people? Duan Yu's heart stirred. If what Li Qingyi said was true, the wild people she saw were probably the subordinates of the Black Sky tribe, the Wild Queen. If so, this waterfall is very likely the upstream of the large river near the earthen building. In that case, the issue could be resolved easily. Qingyi, let us go. I'll take you to see your father. Can you handle the wild people? There are a lot of them. Wild people? I'm not bragging. No matter how many there are, I'm not afraid. Who are you, brother? Don't take advantage of me. Li Qingyi replied unhappily. What are we betting on? Li Qingyi felt a sense of unease. She found it utterly absurd. At first, the man seemed so normal, but she didn't expect him to be so shameless. But if you lose, what will happen? You have nothing to lose. If you lose, you agree to 3 of my conditions. Li Qingyi was not angry and smiled. What are the 3 conditions? I haven't thought of them yet. I'll tell you later. Okay, if a girl can be so straightforward, what do I have to fear? Duan Yu immediately agreed, and the 2 clapped hands to make their oath. Let us go. Li Qingyi is a straightforward person, handling matters without the slightest hesitation. What? Don't want anything else? A bow, 10 arrows, and a water bottle are enough. Carrying too much is just a burden. Li Qingyi is rather carefree, directly setting off with light gear. Have I ever told you that you resemble a beautiful heroine? With a silver tongue. If he says a few words less, no one would think he doesn't exist. The 2 of them walked down the small path beside the waterfall. Fortunately, they had the waterfall as a landmark and guide, although some places were difficult to pass and required a detour, adding quite a bit to their journey. They wouldn't stray off course. Right here, this is where I encountered the wild men last time, just around this area. Li Qingyi began to feel a bit anxious. She held her bow in one hand, while the other rested on the feathers of the arrows on her back. If danger truly arose, her arrows would be shot without hesitation. Today, they didn't seem to come here to hunt. Holding her bow and arrow, Li Qingyi continued to lead the way. Shoo! What is that? Duan Yu looked up in the direction Li Qingyi was pointing and couldn't help but be startled. The terrain here was relatively flat. As the waterfall flowed here, it had already formed a riverbed. At the narrowest point of the riverbed, a 7 or 8 meter long wooden bridge spanned across the water. These primitives have such high intelligence. They've learned to build bridges. It's simply a fortress. Li Qingyi shook her head, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. You've seen the situation. What kind of people are they? It's over. Li Qingyi smiled sadly. Chapter 81. Something big happened in the earth building. Duan Yu is finished. Li Qingyi regretted deeply, drawing her bow and nocking an arrow, her hand gripping the bowstring. The arrow in her hand was ready to be released at any moment. It seemed inevitable that she would have to fight this group of wild men to the death. The leading wild man rubbed his eyes, then looked astonished. A group of wild men appeared excited and thrilled, throwing down bows, arrows, and stone knives. They shouted loudly. Duan Yu had also sent people to teach them how to build houses, which spared most of the wild men from the hardship of being exposed to wind and rain. He taught them to raise livestock, so they no longer needed to hunt every day, and their sense of happiness significantly increased. In the hearts of these primitive wild men, Duan Yu was almost like an uncrowned king. Li Qingyi gently lowered her hand holding the bow and arrow, letting out a long sigh. Heaven knows how fast her heart was racing just now. I'm not worried about him. I just want to see my father as soon as possible, Li Qingyi told herself. What? So many fierce wild men, and it's all settled like this? Until this moment, Li Qingyi still found it hard to believe her eyes. She stretched out her small hand, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and looked closely. Seeing this, Li Qingyi had no choice but to step out. Feeling somewhat at a loss as she looked at the group of wild men, the leading wild man respectfully said, "Moreover, I'm bringing Li Qingyi along." The girl has been waiting eagerly to see her father. Is there any movement over at the Earth building recently? I won't go to the Queen for now. Please send my regards to her. Yes, we brought a few roasted deer legs as rations today. Even so, it's enough for both of us to fill our stomachs. You, how come? Why do they call you my lord and treat you so well? Come, come. Brother invites you to eat meat. Do you still remember our bet? A loser must accept defeat. This girl never shirks from her debts. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyi was very straightforward. Meanwhile, inside the Earth building, Lucy lay drowsily on the bed, feeling her eyelids heavy, as if she had fallen seriously ill. Her whole body felt somewhat numb. She wanted to stretch out her hand to pat Li Ziyuan, but found she didn't even have the strength to reach out. Scarface, come to my room first. Lucy struggled to open her eyes and found two men entering the room, one in front and the other behind. The one in front was her husband, Li Ziyuan, and the one behind had a long, terrifying scar across his face. He was the cruel Scarface. Humph. Li Ziyuan found some fire starter and lit the pig oil lamp in the room. Lucy didn't know what they were going to do, so she quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Scarface, everything is already taken care of. From today on, we will be the kings of this Earth building, Li Ziyuan said cheerfully to Scarface. Ha ha. Brother Ziyuan, you did very well. Scarface laughed heartily. But Scarface, there's one more thing. Lin Yuro hasn't eaten dinner tonight, Li Ziyuan said in a low voice. So, aside from Lin Yuro, everyone else is unconscious? Scarface pondered for a moment. She's just a woman. She won't cause much trouble. You do this, later. You take the gun and trick her into opening the door. I'll stand beside the door. As soon as she opens it, I'll knock her out with a stick. If I can't knock her out, you just shoot. Hubby, please don't hurt Sister Yuro. I beg you. Don't. At that moment, a weak voice came from the bed. Lucy, lying on the bed, already understood what was about to happen. She weakly pleaded. Bitch, you shameless woman, you're still awake. Li Ziyuan jumped over and slapped her hard. Blood trickled from Lucy's mouth, her head tilted, and she fainted. Chapter 82, Duan Yu returns. Lin Yuro? That little girl seems to know martial arts, right? Scarface felt a bit nervous. If our sneak attack doesn't succeed, you just shoot her. It's a pity to lose such a beauty. Let's go? Zhang Ziyuan and Scarface glanced at Lucy and confirmed she was indeed unconscious before they took their weapons and headed straight for Lin Yuro's room. Miss Lin, are you asleep? Li Ziyuan knocked hard on Lin Yuro's door. Who is it? It's so late. After a while, Lin Yuro's voice came from the room, as if she had just woken up. It's me, Li Ziyuan. Just now, I found that my master, Professor Li, has had some problems with his health and has fallen into a coma. I have asked Changjin to take care of him over there. And I want to ask you what we should do now. Miss Chu is still unwell. I don't dare to disturb her. Miss Lin, please come with me to take a look. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Yuro, without suspicion, hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door. Aren't you learning medicine from Professor Li? Why are you looking for me for a medical problem? At the moment she opened the door, Lin Yuro seemed to suddenly remember something. But it was too late. Under the bright moonlight, she saw a dark hole, and Li Ziyuan was holding a long gun, grinning at her. Before she could react, a heavy blow struck her neck, and Lin Yuro let out a scream and fainted to the ground. Drag her to the yard. Scarface said triumphantly after their sneak attack succeeded. Splash. Wake them up with water. In the center of the yard, by the water pool, several people lay haphazardly, all tightly bound. Li Ziyuan found a wooden basin, filled it with water from the pool, and splashed it on them to wake them up one by one. Ziyuan, you actually colluded with Scarface. You actually betrayed us. Zhang Changjin was the first to wake up, groggily opening his eyes and then realizing the situation in front of him. Changjin, since we have the best relationship, you behave yourself, and I won't kill you. Follow me, and I'll ensure you live a good life. Li Ziyuan laughed heartily. You wish. Zhang Changjin's neck turned red with anger. Beast. You beast. I was blind to take you as a disciple. Professor Li woke up slowly, realizing he was tightly bound and knew he had been tricked. He was furious and began to curse. Haha. Li Ziyuan laughed maniacally and reached out to slap the old man hard. Blood flowed down the corner of Professor Li's mouth. He silently lowered his head, saying nothing, only cursing inwardly. At this moment, it was pointless to say more. It would only lead to more beatings. The two people before him could probably do anything. Miss Chu. Brother Knife misses you so much. The scarred man extended a finger and frivolously lifted Chu Wanqing's chin. Chu Wanqing, weak from her prolonged illness, shivered even more as cold water was poured over her, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Huh. Chu Wanqing's eyes were cold as she spat directly onto the scarred man's face. Haha, you have character. I like it. Just wait and see how Brother Knife deals with you. The scarred man slowly wiped the saliva off his face, not angry at all. Euro, you're awake. Li Ziyuan patted Lin Yuro's cheek, revealing a kind smile. From now on, you can follow Brother Ziyuan, okay? Brother will take good care of you. Lin Yuro almost bit her teeth in anger, glaring at him without saying a word. By the way, there's also a little girl here, Ling, right? Brother heard you just turned 18 this year. Li Ziyuan tugged at Zhao Linger's pigtail, pretending to smile wickedly. From now on, your brother Ziyuan will protect you. Help! Someone save us! Zhao Linger shouted loudly. Humph! The scarred man snorted coldly. Don't bother. Everyone has been knocked out by us. Get lost. You shameless thing. Who's your husband? Li Ziyuan saw Lucy and instantly exploded with rage, kicking her far away. Husband? Who's your husband? You're just Qin Jinhong's plaything, worthless trash. Li Ziyuan's face turned livid with rage. I never considered you my wife. Everything I said to you before was just to deceive you. Hearing this, Lucy collapsed on the ground, her heart filled with despair. Li Ziyuan sneered. But this has served my brother and me well. Today, brother will choose for you. Li Ziyuan laughed maniacally, looking up to the sky. Only children make choices. With so many beauties, my brother and I will take them all. With a rip, Li Ziyuan dropped his long gun, squatted down, and grabbed Lin Yuro's skirt, tearing it forcefully, revealing her snow-white legs, which glimmered in the firelight. Just as Lin Yuro and Chu Wanqing were about to fall into despair, Li Ziyuan let out a scream and fell to the ground. At that moment, just as the scarred man's hand touched the corner of Chu Wanqing's clothing, a shadow flashed out of the darkness, and a dagger glinted coldly as it plunged into the scarred man's waist. Just as he disregarded the pain and bent down to pick up the gun, swoosh, 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 swoosh. For arrows flew out from somewhere, as if they had eyes, two piercing through Li Ziyuan's arms, and the other two striking his legs. Li Ziyuan fell to the ground in agony. This is unfair. Li Ziyuan cried out miserably. Unfair? You beast dare to talk about fairness? Chapter 83. The three beauties are jealous. You know everyone. Everyone's food has been drugged. How did you get in here? Li Ziyuan screamed in pain, his voice hysterical. Oh, aren't you always calm in any situation? What will surprise you is yet to come. The moon hung like a plate, casting a bright silvery light upon the world. The moonlight spilled onto the walls, adding an air of mystery to the grand earthen building. Although it was deep into the night, everyone inside the building certainly couldn't all be asleep. Moreover, those on patrol at the top and third floor windows had not appeared. If it were before, if someone approached the building in the middle of the night, the lookout would have blown the whistle, calling everyone to gather urgently. Such silence and lack of guards. Could something have happened? Hey, if you're not going to knock on the door, what are you going to do? Duan Yu pulled Li Qingyi, who was about to knock, and led her to the side of the building. Something feels off. Follow me. Beneath the wall on the side of the building was a large, flat green lawn. Beneath the grass was a stone slab. Lifting it revealed a narrow tunnel. Gently opening the door, the two concealed themselves behind the pillars in the corridor. At this moment, Li Ziyuan and the scarred man were lost in their own thoughts, preparing to commit their vile acts. Qingyi, you cover me from a distance with your bow and arrow and take out his gun. No problem. Duan Yu had seen Li Qingyi's archery skills. During their hunting trips, she always hit the target without fail. Duan Yu trusted his own abilities even more, knowing that with careful planning, the scarred man would surely be no match for him. Tie them up. After untying the ropes from a few people, they helped everyone sit in the pavilion to rest. Zhang Changjin shook his groggy head and stood up, tightly binding Li Ziyuan and the scarred man. Li Ziyuan shot a cold glance at Lucy and spat on the ground. Everyone could see that Lucy truly loved Li Ziyuan, while Li Ziyuan was truly a beast. What a pitiful person. Duan Yu sighed inwardly. With you here, everyone has a backbone. Professor Li still had faint bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. At his age, being caught in such chaos late at night left him feeling extremely weak. Dad. At this moment, a tall girl rushed out from the corridor. It was Li Qingyi. She dropped her bow and arrows on the ground and ran up to tightly embrace her elderly father. Qingyi, is it you? My good daughter, is it really you? Overjoyed at their reunion, Professor Li wept tears of joy as father and daughter embraced and cried. Chu Wanqing, not knowing where her strength came from, had been ill for so long that she had hardly gotten out of bed. After being drugged again today, It would be difficult for anyone, let alone a sick person, to resist. Why do I feel like this is all a dream? Tell me this is real. Because of you, you will forever be the light in Linger's heart. This. Duan Yu felt his head was about to explode. What trouble was this little girl causing? Don't cry, don't cry. He had never dared to imagine that one day he would witness such a scene. Qingyi, your father has suffered so much. The old man sobbed and beat his chest. Li Qingyi hurriedly helped her father sit down, continuously comforting him softly. Suddenly, Chu Wanqing, Lin Yuro, and Zhao Linger all stopped sobbing and looked at Li Qingyi in unison. In unison, they asked, "Who is she? Why are you all together?" Chapter 84. Do you dare to call me good brother? This is my daughter. Her name is Li Qingyi. Professor Li saw all the women staring at Li Qingyi and hurriedly stepped forward to shield his daughter. Why must you meddle in everything? The air seemed to be filled with gunpowder. He then cautiously asked, Qingyi, how did you all meet? I was swept to the other side of the island by the vortex. It was Sister Qingyi who saved me. The rescuers had finally arrived. The wild warrior Ao and his brothers rushed over after Zhang Changjin had awakened them. Sir, it was our negligence. We failed to protect everyone's safety. Please punish us. He then turned to look at the already unconscious Li Ziyuan and the scarred man on the ground. Drag them away. Ao commanded. And several wild men lifted the two and headed straight for the outside of the building. This is all your own doing. The next day, in the corridor, Li Qingyi held her father's hand and softly asked, This question from his daughter made Professor Li feel a bit embarrassed. I used to say that before, but at that time I thought this kid was quite reliable, quite honest, and he even saved my life, so I impulsively promised him. And now? Li Qingyi smiled slightly. Not angry. Now. No way. Absolutely not. Professor Li shook his head like a rattle drum, his attitude resolute. I admit he is very capable, but now, no matter what, I can't push you into the fire pit. Just look at his current love life. It's a mess. So, are you saying that you plan to deny what you said? What did I say? Professor Li's beard bristled with anger. Even if I said something, so what? When it comes to your lifelong happiness, I will never back down. Even if I don't admit it, what can he do? I can tell him I have 2 daughters and marry the other one off to him. He can just wait. Li Qingyi chuckled, amused by the old man. Professor Li stared suspiciously at Li Qingyi, trying to see something on her face. Unfortunately, this girl has always had an expressionless face since childhood, so it was hard to find any flaws. No, Dad, where are you thinking? We just met a few days ago. Oh, that's good, that's good. By the way, you must stay away from him in the future. To use the current popular term, we all call him a scumbag. Achu. At the dining table, everyone was gathered, laughing and chatting. Even Chu Wanqing, although she hadn't taken her medicine today, had already recovered significantly. In fact, she wasn't seriously ill. Professor Li saw it clearly. The greatest sorrow comes from a dead heart. It was just a matter of heartache. Zhang Changjin ate silently with his head down. What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? Duan Yu saw Li Qingyi sitting opposite, looking at him with a smile. Being stared at by her made him feel uneasy and a bit flustered. He knew that Li Qingyi was a very formidable character, and he didn't want to provoke her if there was nothing going on. Qingyi, what bet did you make with him? Don't be fooled by this kid. He is quite a scumbag. Professor Li quickly stood up, constantly warning her. You dare to bully my daughter. Professor Li picked up a wooden stick. Good for you. Li Qingyi, I didn't expect you to play this trick on me. You're ruthless. Chapter 85. The Poorly Sighted Young Master. Young Master, this way please. A slightly hunchbacked middle-aged man led a young man dressed in splendid clothes to the beach. This place is not bad. From now on, this will be my territory. Although the young man's clothes were luxurious, he was dirty and disheveled. A small row of wooden houses was scattered along the riverbank. This is where the company's employees live. If they continue to stay in the earth building for a long time, they might end up taking over. According to Lin Yuru, this group of employees has become increasingly casual and unruly in the earth building, which could lead to big trouble over time, especially that older woman. What was her name? Sister Li, and 2 young male employees named Lu Er and Zhao Wu, who often initiate some small schemes. Sister Li, I think we're doing pretty well this way. Lu Er moved a small wooden stool and sat beside Zhao Wu and Sister Li. Look, there are mountains and rivers here, and the scenery is nice. It's quite cool with the breeze. Lu Er stretched lazily. Lu Er, what do you know? It seems you have become accustomed to life on this island. In the company, you are just a mediocre sort. Sister Li curled her lips. She was nearly 40 this year and had the most experience among these young people. Although Sister Li was older, she still had charm. However, these little schemes had not escaped Sister Li's eyes. That is true. Let us just endure for now. The one who laughs last is still unknown. Sister Li shifted her position and sat on the stool next to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's face turned red all of a sudden, like a monkey's butt. At least we have food and drink now. To me, it's almost like a vacation. Lu Er said as he took a couple of steps forward to flip the fish being roasted over the fire. Roast fish. Mother, ladies. Ha ha ha. Young Master Hala, must have stepped on dog poop today and walked into good luck. The young man dressed in splendid clothes had a wild hairstyle, with long bangs hanging down like a curtain to his mouth. His entire left eye was covered by hair, while the exposed right eye seemed a bit astigmatic. Mother, what mother? Who is your mother? Sister Lee was almost laughing in anger at him, this inexplicable person who came up shouting mother right away. In terms of dress, he resembled the shamate style from over a decade ago. Roast fish. I want to eat roast fish. The young man called young master was clearly starving. He eagerly reached out towards the riverbank. This left Sister Lee and the others bewildered, staring at him in confusion. The roast fish is clearly over here. Why is he reaching in the opposite direction? Young master, it's this way. The slightly hunchbacked middle-aged man sighed, stretched out his hands, and turned the young master around. Only then did the young man grab the roast fish. Good, it smells so good. The guy didn't care about anything else and immediately started devouring the roast fish, while also not forgetting to compliment, giving Sister Lee a thumbs up. Who are you? Did you ask for the price before you ate? Sister Lee stood up abruptly, rolled up her sleeves, and loudly questioned him. Manager. Mother, the lady is a bit unconvinced. You go take care of her. The young master continued eating, completely disregarding the woman in front of him. Young master, there are many people. I can't beat them. The manager showed a hesitant expression and said awkwardly. What? Many people? Isn't it just one lady? Manager, can't you even handle a lady? Just then, hearing the commotion, other employees from the company rushed over, blocking the two in the middle. The young master raised his head and squinted his astigmatic eyes to take a closer look. It seems to be just one person. He felt a bit puzzled because he knew that this manager was usually honest and wouldn't he lie to him. The young master thought for a moment, lightly pushed aside the hair that covered his left eye. Hiss! He gasped. Now he could finally see clearly that there were dozens of people standing densely around them. Manager. I misjudged the situation. The manager smiled bitterly. My young master, have you ever not misjudged the situation? Quickly, let us run. Seeing that the situation was not right, the young master hurriedly stuffed the remaining half of the roast fish into his arms and was about to shout for the manager to escape. Bang! Ouch! Due to running too hastily, the young master carelessly bumped his head against a pillar of a wooden house, instantly causing a big bump on his head. This way, my young master. The manager was stomping his feet in the opposite direction, so anxious that he even started imitating his young master's stammer. I said, why did you run into their wooden house? I'm really speechless. No, I'm sorry, my hair blocked my eyes. I didn't see clearly which direction to go. The young master covered his head and awkwardly said, Ha! Sister Lee and a group of company employees were left dumbfounded by this series of actions. Then, unable to hold back any longer, they burst into laughter. The outcome was predictable. This unfortunate young master, along with his manager who was so angry he forgot to eat and didn't feel hungry, was captured and became a prisoner. I've said it many times. Young Master Hala. The young master impatiently said, I'm asking for your name. Why are you making such a fuss here? My name is Ha La Xiao. This young master's surname is Ha, and his first name is La Xiao. Just asking for a name. And Sister Lee already feels like she's about to collapse. Is there really such a peculiar name? Then what is your father's name? Zhang Mei Li. Uffed. Sister Lee, who was drinking water, couldn't hold back any longer and spurted water out. Chapter 86. Colluding in Misery. I am called Ha La Xiao. Ha is for Ha Ha, and Xiao is for La Xiao. Is there a problem with that? Ha La Xiao didn't quite understand why. As soon as he announced his name, this group of people burst into laughter. I am called Ha La Xiao. My father is called Zhang Mei Li. Is there a problem with that? Ha La Xiao shrugged his shoulders, feeling that the people around him seemed a bit baffled. The onlookers laughed even harder. Even Sister Lee laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Her previously rising anger seemed to have been thrown to the clouds. Seeing that you are such an interesting person, we won't hold a grudge about you stealing our grilled fish, and we won't hit you either. Sister Lee held her belly, thoroughly amused. It was indeed rare for a father and son to have different surnames. Thank you, friends, and this lady. Hearing that they wouldn't be beaten and that they wouldn't pursue responsibility, the butler finally felt relieved and hurried over to explain. My young master is a foreigner. His father loves Eastern culture, which is why he gave him this name. As for his father, he later grew fond of the name Zhang Mei Li. So now he is called Zhang Mei Li. This family is really interesting. We were originally having fun at sea, but unexpectedly encountered a storm, which is why we drifted to this deserted island. The butler bowed to everyone and then earnestly said, You see, could you please let us stay here? Sister Lee pondered for a moment and remained silent. No, today you stole our grilled fish, and we are lucky enough not to hit you. You actually want to stay here? Lu Er immediately stood up with a frown. Sister Lee, we don't know their identities. We absolutely cannot take them in. Yes. Sister Lee, Having two strangers around is really dangerous. Zhao Wu whispered in Sister Li's ear. Sister Li, we must not keep them. It's too dangerous. There are all kinds of people on this island. A group of employees began to chatter. You should leave. You are not welcome here. Sister Li finally made a decision. Young master, the butler's face darkened. They crossed the beach and walked through the black bear forest. And the two arrived again at the most barren part of the island. Young master, can I have some of your grilled fish? The butler swallowed, staring at the half-grilled fish that Hala Xiao stuffed into his clothes. I can only give you this little bit. I still don't have enough to eat. Hala Xiao reluctantly tore off a small piece and handed it to the butler, looking very reluctant. This kind of hard life, when will it come to an end? Butler, I want to eat well. I want to stay in a hotel. I'm starting to think of my dad and our big villa, Hala Xiao said with a mournful face while eating the grilled fish. Do you want to live a life where you can eat your fill every day? Do you want to become the masters of this deserted island? Then we invite you to join us. Just then, two voices came from the woods. Who? Hala Xiao was so frightened that he almost dropped the grilled fish bone in his hand. Hello. May I ask if you are the famous and handsome Hala Xiao? I have long admired your name. Yes, that's me. Upon hearing others praise him for being handsome, Hala Xiao proudly flipped his hair, pretending to be very cool. I am Park Bu Chung. I am his cousin. I am Park Bu Dao. I am his younger brother. Nice to meet you, Hala Xiao. The two extended one hand each, posing to shake hands. It was the Park brothers who had disappeared for a long time. Nice to meet you. Hala Xiao stuffed the remaining fish bones into his pocket, then wiped his hands on his pants and extended both hands to shake hands with the Park brothers. Wonderful. I feel like your names seem even more interesting. More sophisticated. How about I change my name to Park Bu Zhuang? The butler, although they didn't dare to show their faces. The changes happening on the island these days were observed clearly by the two brothers. It was too brutal. The battle made the Park brothers feel alarmed. Until today, they discovered the existence of Hala Xiao. To be honest, among the rich kids, Hala Xiao is truly unique with his alternative appearance and style. As industry elites who often run international business in Huan, the Park brothers recognized Hala Xiao at a glance. This Hala Xiao is not an ordinary rich kid. His father is a warlord in Southeast Asia, commanding tens of thousands of armed men. That is a real king without a crown. Young master, please come this way. Park Bu Chung respectfully led the way for Hala Xiao. It was located beside a hidden mountain stream, backed by a mountain. Originally, there wasn't much open space to build a house in this area. However, for safety reasons, the Park brothers managed to clear a piece of land deep in the bushes to set up a small hut, which was particularly secretive. You said that if I go with you, there will be endless grilled fish? Hala Xiao looked at the two Parks in confusion. He had just walked so far and only saw a few fish the size of his thumb in the creek. Of course, there will be plenty of fish, Park Bu Chung said with a hint of flattery, looking at Hala Xiao in a pleasing manner. Young master, please look. As they spoke, the group arrived at a low-lying area where beside the creek, the two Parks had created a small pond. The pond's edge was tightly blocked with stones, and inside the pond were densely packed creek fish. The fish were not big. After all, they were creek fish, not too large. However, the entire pond was filled with a dense mass of black, and it was hard to tell how many creek fish were inside. We previously caught so many creek fish that we couldn't eat them all, so we put them in this pond to raise them. Unexpectedly, they have multiplied a lot. Park Bu Chung said excitedly. We even occasionally feed them. The creek fish you see now are much larger than when they were first put in. This is simply beautiful. So Hala Xiao. So impressive. Hala Xiao felt very happy. It was only when he used these few words that he rarely stuttered. Chapter 87. Stay away from my daughter. The failure of the sea trial undoubtedly dealt everyone a heavy blow. Cough. Old man. It's not good to speak ill of others behind their backs. Duan Yu had actually been at the door for a long time. He didn't want to overhear others' conversations. After all, the father and daughter had experienced life and death separation and finally reunited. So they surely had a lot to talk about. You don't know, he recently met a woman, and his eyes were sparkling. Do you remember how honest and sincere he was when he first arrived on the island? How did he become like this? Look at him, flirting with flowers every day. Don't let him lead you astray. Now everyone calls him a scumbag. Don't mention it. Can we even get out of here now? When it comes to going out to sea, Professor Li slapped his thigh, looking very dejected. It seems that this old bone of mine is destined to be buried in a foreign land. But I always feel that there are still many secrets on this island that we have not discovered. For example, those Jinui from hundreds of years ago must have left behind other things. Professor Li slapped his thigh. We can study the whereabouts of the Jinui. You may not notice it, but these ancient artifacts can speak to me. When it comes to archaeological research, Professor Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the current clues are too few. With just your Shochuan knife and that way's token, we can only prove that a Jinui was here and died here. We still lack enough artifacts. Indeed, it's like a wake-up call. Professor Li's expression immediately shifted to one of ecstasy. He laughed heartily, took a magnifying glass from his drawer, and began packing his things, preparing to head to the wild man tribe. Professor Lee overlooked a fundamental point. This Black Sky wild man tribe speaks Eastern languages and has no trouble communicating with them. I remember the Wild Queen mentioned that their ancestors had many grudges with the Ming people, and the language passed down in their tribe was taught to them by the Ming people. Perhaps the ancestors of these wild men recorded those events from hundreds of years ago through murals and writings. I completely overlooked this. When it comes to archaeology, Professor Lee suddenly became animated, and in the blink of an eye, he called over the wild warrior Ao and several wild soldiers, and they hurried off to the wild man tribe. Being with her is not as good as finding Lin Yurua. Although Yurua talks a lot, she is much gentler than her. Are you asking for my opinion? Aren't you forcing me to be your tour guide? Well, Wanqing, how about we go together? Together? Forget it. I have to stand guard, so I won't disturb your good time. Chu Wanqing mocked. Now, he is afraid of Zhao Ling when he sees her, while also feeling a deep resentment, wishing he could kick her. Who would have thought that such a lovely little girl would be such a chatterbox and loudmouth? It's no wonder she gets along so well with Lin Yurua, who is also a talkative person. Sure enough, that little girl in the back is already shouting loudly. Duan Yu. Chapter 88, A Bag Full of Gems. Are you satisfied now? Duan Yu fled the earth building in embarrassment and forcefully shook off Li Qingyi's arm. Isn't this quite interesting? Li Qingyi covered her mouth and chuckled. He originally planned to take Li Qingyi to the riverside to enjoy the breeze and the scenery, while also digging for turtle eggs. So, he decided to take her to the vegetable field to do some work. Cooking and logistics are managed by Lin Yurua, while Lucy is generally responsible for the vegetable field. Of course, everyone usually helps out when they have time. Due to too many changes recently, Lucy has been in low spirits and hasn't recovered from the blow. So the vegetable field has started to become overgrown. What are you doing? My territory doesn't accommodate idlers. You eat fish and meat every day, so you can at least do some work, right? If we're going to do it, let us do it. Who is afraid of whom? I'm not someone who hasn't worked before. Is this how dating is done nowadays? This is too unconventional. In fact, the vegetable field is not far from the earth building. Standing on top of the earth building, you can basically see everything in the vegetable field. Zhao Ling stood on the roof of the earth building, looking shocked. She couldn't believe that these two people had gone to the vegetable field to compete in weeding. Yurua sister, everyone come quickly. That scumbag and Li Qingyi are competing in weeding. Loudmouth Zhao Ling excitedly yelled from the top of the earth building. Stop making a fuss, go help Yurua. Chu Wanqing walked over and tapped Zhao Ling on the head. Oh, Zhao Ling felt a bit scared of this Wanqing sister. After all, the young lady's imposing manner was quite oppressive. Chu Wanqing stood on the roof of the earth building, arms crossed, looking at the two busy weeding in the field, feeling a bit amused and confused. What does Duan Yu want to do? She increasingly could not understand. Zhao Ling who ran down the stairs, originally planned to find Lin Yurua and tell her about the two silly people squatting in the field weeding. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and walked to another room. I am such a clever little girl. Even I am starting to admire myself a little. Zhao Ling smiled proudly, her steps becoming much lighter. Ling what are you doing? I'm here to help you work, Zhao Ling said, opening the package in her hands. The package was made of animal skins, and before it was opened, it was hard to tell what was inside. Well, I'll be your referee, Zhao Ling said with a smile, squatting down and placing her hands on her hips, watching the two work. The hoe was made by tying some sharp stone pieces together. Although it wasn't as good as metal, it was still a useful tool on this deserted island. According to Professor Lee's research, this land was cultivated by the Ming people who came to the island hundreds of years ago, so the overgrown areas were just too many weeds and wild vines spreading. There weren't many large stones, so a stone hoe was completely sufficient for clearing land here. You can actually do farm work? I thought Li Qingyi came from a privileged background, similar to Chu Wanqing, born into a wealthy family. She probably couldn't do this kind of work. Duan Yu even imagined that it wouldn't be long before Li Qingyi's delicate hands would be calloused from hard work. And then she would definitely cry and refuse to do it. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyi swung the hoe like a pro, showing no signs of discomfort. What else is this girl not capable of? Do you think I'm like a young lady who doesn't touch the water? Li Qingyi took out a small handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. I grew up with my grandmother when I was very young. She lived in a mountain village, so I can do all the farm work you can do. Of course, my grandfather was an excellent hunter, and he taught me all these things. Qingyi's sister, what is that under your hoe? While they were talking, Zhao Ling seemed to suddenly discover something. She hurriedly stepped forward, reached under Li Qingyi's hoe, and picked something up. This small stone looks so nice. Zhao Ling wiped the mud off the stone, and when she held it up to the sun, it sparkled. The stone was about the size of a pigeon egg and was entirely blood red. This is not a stone. Li Qingyi took it and examined it closely. This is a ruby, known as the king of gemstones, And this gem is even a top-quality one, blood red. Wow. A gemstone. Qingyi's sister, how much is this worth? Zhao Ling's eyes lit up with excitement when she heard it was a gemstone. Qingyi's sister. Does this mean we're going to get rich? How much is it worth? A priceless treasure. Li Qingyi said lightly, seemingly unfazed. Really? Is it real? We're rich. I found it first. Can you share some with me, sister? Zhao Ling was so excited she was stuttering. After all, ordinary people might never see something like this in their lifetime. Here you go. Li Qingyi tossed the ruby to Zhao Ling without a care. You. Zhao Ling was so excited she could hardly speak, hugging Li Qingyi and giving her a big kiss. Are we about to become the richest people in the world? Zhao Ling was so excited she fainted. Chapter 89. The gem has caught someone's attention. I'm telling you, I'm about to get rich. Zhao Ling arrived at the riverside wooden house, mysteriously whispering to Sister Li. Oh, Sister Li, what are you talking about? So annoying. Zhao Ling stomped her little foot in anger. It's this. Zhao Ling carefully took out a ruby from her pocket. The sparkling, dazzling gem immediately caught Sister Li's attention. TCH, isn't this just a worthless stone? What's so great about it? Sister Li remained non-committal. I'm telling you, this is not a worthless stone. It's the most precious ruby, and it's a top-quality one, a bloodstone. Really? Let me see. Sister Li snatched the ruby and kept examining it in her hand, half believing. Of course it's real. This is what Sister Li Qingyi said, and she's Professor Li's daughter. She's knowledgeable. Moreover, Sister Chu Wanqing also said it's real after seeing it. You know Sister Chu Wanqing, right? She's the eldest daughter of the Chu family, a real high society person. Her judgment is definitely reliable. Really? Hearing Zhao Ling so certain, Sister Li finally lost her composure, and her hand holding the ruby began to tremble slowly. This thing must be worth a lot, right? At least enough to exchange for an apartment in a first-tier city, right? Sister Li asked excitedly. TCH. Zhao Ling smiled noncommittally. Don't talk about just one apartment. 10 or 8 would be enough. And even exchanging for a few villas would be more than ample. Sister Li Qingyi said that this thing is priceless outside. There are hardly any bloodstones as big as a pigeon egg out there. You could say it's a priceless treasure. Linger, you're so lucky. Sister Li looked greedily at the ruby in her hand. She had seen on TV before that indeed, some very small gems had been sold for astronomical prices. Suddenly, she felt a great envy towards Zhao Ling. Reluctantly, Sister Li stretched out her hand and returned the ruby to Zhao Ling. A hint of a teasing smile appeared on Sister Li's face. Come on, tell me, how far have you two developed? Are you planning to talk about marriage? What are you talking about? Not at all. Zhao Ling blushed and hurriedly explained. A lot. So much. A lot of rubies? Sister Li was completely shocked by this news. She felt a little numb all over. Yeah, about a sack full. But we didn't use a sack. We used a bag made of animal skin, which is much larger than a sack. Zhao Ling proudly boasted. A sack? A large animal skin bag. One can exchange for several villas. And you guys have dug up a whole sack of gems. My goodness. Plop. She sat down on the bench, feeling completely numb. A sack. A whole sack of gems. So many gems. Sister Li's eyes glazed over as she muttered to herself. Sister Li, what's wrong with you? Zhao Ling waved her hand in front of Sister Li's eyes. Noticing that Sister Li didn't react. Although she had some doubts in her heart, Zhao Ling did not think too deeply about it. It wasn't until lunchtime was about to start that Lu'er and Zhao Wu noticed something was off. Sister Li hadn't gone out the entire morning. When the two of them came to Sister Li's room together, they were dumbfounded. They saw Sister Li sitting on the ground with her eyes glazed over, muttering to herself. Gems. Rubies. A sack. Villas. Handsome guys. A sack. What's going on? Sister Li hasn't gone crazy, has she? Lu'er, Zhao Wu, you're just in time. I was just about to look for you too. Sister Li jumped up from the ground, startling Lu'er and Zhao Wu. I said, Sister Li, what's wrong with you? You're so jumpy. The food is ready. Let's go eat. Lu'er urged. Eat what? I'm telling you, we're going to get rich. Sister Li said mysteriously. What? Zhao Wu immediately perked up, forgetting about eating. If we manage to get some, won't we be able to spend for a lifetime after going out? Just think about it. Beautiful women, yachts, big villas. The thought of that life is just wonderful. Zhao Wu rubbed his hands, already beginning to dream of a better life. Is this real? Lu'er also had shining eyes, cautiously asking. Of course it's real. Just now, Zhao Ling brought a piece. I even touched it myself. And it's exactly the same as those on TV. Moreover, it's much bigger than those gems on TV. Sister Li said with certainty. Even if we snatch the gems, we might not be able to get out of this deserted island. If we can't get out, what's the use of having gems? Hey, Lu'er, why are you getting more timid? Zhao Wu said, hands on his hips, pointing at Lu'er. Didn't you see that Hala Xiao has also drifted to the island? Moreover, I discovered that on the other side of the island, going north, there is a very high mountain. When we seize the gems, we can find a way to climb over that mountain. Perhaps there's a way out there. Zhao Wu analyzed as he counted on his fingers. making both of them nod frequently. To get the gems, we still have to start with Xiaoling. Sister Li fixed her gaze on the two. Chapter 90. Hala Xiao wants a share of the pie. I am actually a very smart person. Hala Xiao narcissistically tossed his long, flowing hair. For instance, how do you think my grilled fish turned out? For the past few days, Hala Xiao insisted on being self-sufficient, grilling fish for himself. The Park brothers initially wanted to curry favor with this young master, but unexpectedly, they were rejected. It seems that the sons of wealthy families always have some peculiar hobbies. Is it delicious? I'm asking you, is this fish grilled by Hala Xiao or not? Is it better than you two? Absolutely Hala Xiao. Definitely better than you two. The Park brothers held the blackened, charred little fish grilled by Hala Xiao and tried to force out a very delicious expression. Haha. One word, beautiful. Hala Xiao laughed heartily. Young master, that's 2 words, and beautiful is your father's name. You can't say that randomly, the butler said cautiously. I said, you butler. This beautiful I'm talking about doesn't refer to my father. My beautiful means it's really impressive. Let's go. Bring my little brothers, let us take a stroll. This little wooden house is too stuffy, Hala Xiao said while tossing a charred little fish into his mouth, crunching away. Yes, young master. The butler immediately went down to make arrangements, and soon, for strong men dressed in exotic camouflage were gathered. From the moment they recognized Hala Xiao, they had prepared to cling to his leg without hesitation. This young man is the son of a formidable maritime warlord. Quite different from the pure rich kids like Chen Jinhai. When someone like him goes out, it's very likely that he will have soldiers accompanying him. Sure enough, in just a few days, the butler had gathered 4 soldiers on this deserted island. They were all companions who had drifted to the island with them. They originally had hundreds of people accompanying them on this trip, but now it seems that most of them have perished in the shipwreck. Let's go? At Hala Xiao's command, a group of 8 people proudly prepared to start their tour of the deserted island. Splash. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the creek. Hala Xiao fell backward into the water. Young master. The butler helplessly walked forward, reaching out to pull Hala Xiao. It seems that he has become numb to the bad luck he faces. The Park brothers held back their laughter, pretending to be concerned, and quickly stepped forward. Get away. This young master just jumped down to take a bath, because the weather is too hot. This young master has decided to wash up before setting off. The creek water is really comfortable. To avoid embarrassment, Hala Xiao started washing himself right there. Hala Xiao, so exceptionally handsome. Hala Xiao's duck-like voice sang cheerfully as it floated in the creek. A group of people couldn't help but lower their heads and cover their ears. Meanwhile, inside a wooden house by the river, Sister Li and her 2 companions were nervously plotting a kidnapping plan. Is it too early to act now? Lu'er still had some reservations. Lu'er, why are you always so indecisive? Zhao Wu said impatiently. If everyone hesitated like you, the gems would have been taken by someone else. Sister Li sneered. After all, to him, those gems were just a pile of worthless stones. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment. Are you an idiot? Sister Li angrily tapped Zhao Wu on the head. Did you not see how terrifying Chu Wanqing's combat power is? Last time, she took out several security guards. Not to mention she has a gun and a bow and arrow. Even if we went in barehanded, the 3 of us might not be able to take down one Chu Wanqing. Lin Yuruo is not familiar with us at all. I've heard that woman is also quite formidable. There's no way we can deceive her. Right now, we can only kidnap Zhao Linger, that little girl. She's young, naive, and easier to trick. So, Sister Li stared at Lu Er and Zhao Wu, lowering her voice. The colleagues outside are unreliable. Let's not count on others. Tomorrow night, I'll cook a good meal, and you go invite Zhao Linger over for dinner. Sister Li, that's a brilliant idea. Lu Er and Zhao Wu gave Sister Li a thumbs up. Amazing. This strategy is truly clever. It's like Zhuge Liang reborn. Zhang Liang reincarnated. Sister Li smiled shyly. All right. You too, stop flattering me. I learned this from television. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden sound of applause came from the doorway. Halaseo. This idea is simply the same as mine, just as brilliant, just as beautiful. A young man with long hair covering one eye and an explosive hairstyle leaned against the door, clapping his hands incessantly and stuttering praises. The 3 of them were so focused on discussing their scheme that they had no idea when Halaseo had arrived at their doorstep. Halaseo, what are you doing here? You still dare to come after I didn't beat you last time? Sister Li's expression turned dark. I came early. Halaseo leaned against the doorframe, flipping his hair casually. I heard everything you said. You want to kidnap that little girl, right? Why didn't you think of me for such a good thing? Let's cooperate. The gems are yours. And the girl is mine. How about that? Chapter 91. This plan is foolproof. Let's settle it like this. I'm leaving. Halaseo shook his head, burped, and swaggered away with 2 large fish. Now, not only was he full, but he had also reached a conspiracy agreement with Sister Li and the others. This cave was where the Park brothers once lived, and now they used it as a temporary residence. Money is something no one can ever have too much of. Now, Let's get down to business. Haliseo put away his carefree demeanor, as if he had suddenly transformed into a different person. Even his speech was no longer stuttered. They had recently wiped out a dozen pirates and obtained a considerable amount of firearms. If we can't attack head-on, then I'll have to resort to cunning, Haliseo sneered. Is it time? Are they here? Lu'er walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, looking anxious. They should be here. I'll go out and check. Zhao Wu stepped outside and looked towards the earthen building. The sun was setting, its afterglow slanting against the mountain walls of the building. The wild warriors on duty yawned lazily. Taking advantage of the wild warriors' inattention, Zhao Wu waved his arms, signaling. Meanwhile, by the riverside, 4 men crawled out from the grass on the riverbank, the 4 soldiers under Haliseo. At this moment, they were cautiously entering the wooden house where Sister Li and the others were. 4 men, for handguns. They successfully infiltrated the wooden house to assist Sister Li and the others. Sister Li, I feel something's off. At the door, Lu'er leaned close to Sister Li's ear and lowered his voice. This young master Haliseo seems to be no simple character. Collaborating with him is like seeking skin from a tiger, isn't it? I mean, what if? What if we succeed in this job and he turns against us? They have guns too. We need to be careful. You coward, don't worry. Sister has it all figured out, Sister Li said confidently. The next day, Zhao Lingner bounced along, pulling Lin Yurua to work in the vegetable garden. Sister Yurua, you're all here? I'm here to pick some vegetables. Sister Li, holding a bamboo basket, said with a smile. Sister Lingner, I'm preparing a sumptuous dinner tonight, just for you. Sister Li took Zhao Lingner's arm, affectionately as if they were sisters. A dinner for me? Why? Zhao Lingner was thrilled to hear there would be delicious food, especially since it was specially for her. Everyone is very grateful to you. You must come so they can thank you properly, Sister Li said, pulling out a small handkerchief to wipe her tears. Miss Yurua, you should come too. Thank you for taking care of us these days. It's nothing. Let's just say it's settled. If you happen to see Miss Wanqing and that girl in green, please invite them too. Sister Li pretended to be very enthusiastic. In the evening, Zhao Lingner dressed up early. She was in a particularly good mood today and even borrowed Lin Yurua's lipstick to carefully apply it to her lips. In the past, she had never received much attention. But this time, being invited to be thanked by so many people made Zhao Lingner incredibly excited. Chu Wanqing walked back and forth at the earthen building's entrance with her bow and arrow, seemingly lost in thought. All right, let's go. Lin Yurua felt a bit uneasy. In fact, she was more worried about Zhao Lingner. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Haliseo shook his head and swayed, looking like he was strategizing from afar. The first step is to invite Zhao Lingner to the banquet. Yes, young master. Park Budo nodded obediently, like a servant. Young master, didn't you say you only want the girl and not the treasures? The steward asked respectfully. Young master is wise. Young master is wise. This plan is absolutely foolproof. Park Buching quickly flattered. Chapter 92. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To their surprise, Zhao Lingner and Lin Yurua came together. They were about to score big this time. Zhao Wu thought about the red gems that were soon to be in hand, excitedly grinning from ear to ear. Once they come in, we'll immediately go next door and call those 4 soldiers over to control the 2 women. From a distance, he saw Lin Yurua and Zhao Lingner starting to walk this way. Sister Li began her final reminders. Remember, we must not hurt anyone. We only seek treasure. We want them to fight each other, and after we get the gems, we must leave quickly. Inside the wooden house, a lavish banquet was laid out. Almost all the ingredients they could find were here. Ah, Sister Ling and Miss Yurua, you've come. Please take a seat. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon entering the room, Lin Yurua realized that aside from the table full of food and drinks, the room was empty. Weren't we supposed to be together? Where are your other colleagues? Lin Yurua asked in confusion. If you didn't come, they wouldn't dare sit down. I'll go find someone to call them. After saying this, Sister Li exchanged a glance with Lu'er. Lu'er understood and went to the door of the next wooden house to knock. Come out. The guests have arrived, and it's time to eat. Inside the wooden cabin, there are 4 soldiers hiding with pistols. Now, if they are called out, Lin Yuru and Zhao Lingner will surely have no choice but to surrender. Then, they will find a place to hide until they find a way to leave the deserted island, at which point they will have endless money when they go out. Lu'er seemed to see a bright future beckoning him. In fact, someone was indeed beckoning him. The wooden door was ajar, and an arm reached out from the crack, pulling Lu Wu inside with force. What? What is happening? As soon as he entered the room, the door was shut again. Inside the cabin, there were about 7 or 8 people sprawled out. Lying on the ground were the corpses of the 4 soldiers, and the cause of death was clear. Each had a small poison needle stuck in their necks, indicating they didn't even have time to react before being taken out. So, is my fate to be the same? Lu'er suddenly remembered the bald boss who had been dealt with earlier, along with the 3 security guards who had bullied others. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and sat down on the ground. Lu'er, you little rascal, How come you're dragging your feet? The meal is served. Where are the people you called? Zhao Wu said angrily as he pushed the wooden door open. When he saw the person sitting inside the room, his expression suddenly changed. Zhao Wu shouted and prepared to flee. The wild warrior Au and 2 other wild warriors rushed forward, tying both of them up tightly. The story goes back to 2 days ago. The first time Hala Xiao barged into Li Jia's camp, he caught the attention of the young lady patrolling the earthen building. She felt that this person seemed somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him. Hala Xiao. After thinking for a long time, Chu Wanqing finally remembered this young man's name. The Chu family has many businesses overseas, and generally, some prominent families or powerful figures' children have basic profiles available. Chu Wanqing had inadvertently seen Hala Xiao's profile. However, it was loose on the outside but tight on the inside. From the outside, it looked relaxed and casual, but internally, everyone was already on high alert. From Hala Xiao's second entry into the cabin to look for Li Jia, to the 4 soldiers hiding in the cabin at dusk, Li Jia's plan was also overheard by one of their colleagues. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Li Jia cried out in despair, frightened out of her wits. Seeing Au leading people to deal with Lu Er and Zhao Wu, the remaining 8 or 9 employees trembled in fear. 5 or 6 of them quickly grabbed their belongings and ran straight to the Black Bear Forest, too scared to stay any longer. No need. Since these people have no enmity with us, let them fend for themselves. Duan Yu waved his hand. Li Jia, greed is not your fault. You just don't understand me well enough. Duan Yu sighed and snapped his fingers. 2 wild men came out carrying a burlap sack, filled to the brim with rubies. The remaining employees, who did not participate in this matter and did not choose to run away, each received 10 rubies. They were deeply moved and kept expressing their gratitude. Li Jia, do you know that what I truly care about is not these gems? To me, they are just a pile of worthless stones. What I truly care about is the people around me. If you intend to harm them, then you will have crossed my bottom line. At this moment, he could no longer care about face saving. Now, I will give you a chance. Night had fallen, and under the moonlight, Li Jia walked alone in front. Duan Yu and a group of wild warriors followed closely behind. He planned to use this opportunity to lure out Hala Xiao with Li Jia, eliminate him in one blow, and remove this potential threat. Chapter 93, Pursuing Hala Xiao. What is happening? Park Budo was crouched in the grass by the riverbank, secretly observing everything happening at the wooden cabin's entrance. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see clearly, but he noticed shadows moving at the cabin door, looking densely packed with a lot of people. Something is off. Park Budo's instincts told him that something might have changed. Could it be? Did Li Jia's plan fail? That's impossible. Those 4 soldiers were strong and robust. They couldn't have been wiped out without firing a shot. Suddenly, he felt a slight tightening around his ankles. Brother, stop it. Park Budo instinctively thought it was his brother Park Buching pulling him. But no, his brother didn't come with him this time. Park Budo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. So, who was pulling at his pant leg? Before he could react, he was grabbed by the ankle and flipped upside down, captured. The captors were wild men, led by Zhang Changjian. You little rascal. Last time I Zhang showed mercy and let you go, but I didn't expect you to collude with others and want to put us to death. Zhang Changjian was so angry that his teeth itched, and without saying a word, he slapped Park Budo hard. Take him and Li Jia to find that Hala Xiao. Eliminate them all. Go. Although Park Budo had never seen Li Jia, he knew in his heart that this was the woman conspiring with Hala Xiao. The two exchanged grim smiles. And at this point, they had no choice but to brace themselves and move forward. They passed through the Black Bear Forest and arrived at the temporary residence near the cave. Based on the time, they should have succeeded by now. No, something might have gone wrong. Let us hurry and leave here, Hala Xiao said, grabbing a micro-submachine gun and leading the butler and Park Buching outside. They had a total of 2 submachine guns, both taken from the soldiers. Just then, Li Jia and Park Budo had already reached not far from the cave entrance. Behind them, a dark mass of people followed closely. Bang, bang. Hala Xiao angrily fired his gun, and Li Jia let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a rain of arrows flew in, with Park Budo at the front. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, Park Budo slowly fell down. Park Buching, seeing his brother shot and falling, was furious and was about to rush out to fight. He knew that if the butler hadn't pulled Hala Xiao back just now, the one who had killed his brother would definitely have been Hala Xiao. Park, don't be impulsive. Going out now is a dead end. The butler reached out again to hold Park Buching back. It's time. This Park Budo should have died long ago, Zhang Changjin said angrily. This brat hasn't spoken the truth until now. The fact that Hala Xiao still has a gun and didn't tell us is clearly intentional. I am Hala Xiao. My father is the famous maritime overlord, Zhang Meili. If you dare to touch me today, I can guarantee that my father will not let you go. Do you know that my father has tens of thousands of soldiers under him, dominating the seas? Who would dare not give our family some face? Our family is not something you can provoke. Just let me go, and I promise not to pursue this matter again. Besides, we could even become friends in the future. Hala Xiao said with great confidence. Although it had come to this point, he was not particularly nervous. In the past, no matter the situation, as long as he tossed out these words, the other party would usually back down. After all, who wouldn't he give his father a bit of face? However, today he was mistaken. That wastrel named Chen Jinhai was already buried at the bottom of the sea. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your family has some money. Let me tell you, that doesn't work here. If you want to touch my woman, if you want to touch the people around me, you must pay the price. Around the cave, 10 wild men were drawing their bows and knocking arrows, ready to shoot. Duan Yu and Zhang Chongjian, holding long guns, aimed at the cave entrance. At this moment, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. As long as the people inside the cave dared to come out, they would definitely be shot to pieces. And those outside the cave also dared not enter. The situation had once fallen into a stalemate. They could wait until the people inside the cave ran out of water and food, and then they could easily catch them all. Hala Xiao, at this moment, had a face like ashes. He was almost in despair. This was the first time for this young master from a prestigious family that mentioning his father's name was of no use. This time, he could not rely on his father. He finally felt the sensation of calling out to heaven and getting no response. Calling out to the earth and it not being effective. Oh, take a few people and get some firewood. Duan Yu instructed. Don't worry about the details. I have my own clever use. Duan Yu pulled out a lighter from his pocket and lit the firewood. Bundles of burning wood were thrown not far from the cave entrance. Now, not only did it thoroughly illuminate the darkness at the cave entrance, but thick smoke also began to spread inside the cave. Cough, cough, cough. Hala Xiao and the others were almost unable to speak due to the smoke. Just as they were about to run out of the cave, suddenly, the sound of gunfire shattered the quiet night sky. Oh, gasped, panicking. I didn't see how many people there were, just felt a black mass. My several wild brothers, they are all dead. Chapter 94. There must be a master here. Retreat, retreat. It only needed to hold on for a little longer to drag Hala Xiao and the others out of the cave and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Eliminating future troubles. Right now, of course, preserving their strength was the priority. They could no longer afford to eliminate Hala Xiao and the others. Quick, faster. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell how many people the enemy had. They only heard the thunderous gunfire behind them, and through the dim moonlight, they saw shadows moving all over the mountains and fields. Under these circumstances, the wild men's bows and arrows could hardly play any role. The more than 10 wild warrior followers who had gone with them to pursue were all gone. Chase! Bang, 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 bang. The noise of voices and the sound of bullets being fired echoed endlessly behind them. They could even feel the bullets whizzing past their scalps, adrenaline surging rapidly. Truly feeling a tingling sensation on their heads. A large group of unidentified armed men had crossed the Black Bear Forest, past the beach, and had already chased them to the seaside. In fact, when it came to life and death, fear was useless. Seeing the enemy truly pursuing them, they calmed down instead. Zhang Chongjian fired a shot, then quickly lowered his head and whispered, "What?" He threw the rifle to the ground, drew a pistol seized from a wooden house at his waist, and continued to fight. How many people are there on the other side? They seem not to fear death at all. They seem to be out of bullets. Let's charge. Capture them alive. A loud shout came from the opposite side. But the Mandarin spoken was quite poor, indicating they were likely foreigners. Having been impoverished in childhood and having traveled thousands of miles in adulthood, suffering disdain and hardship, the relief of surviving after being stranded on a deserted island, the willfulness of Chu Wanqing, the gentleness of Lin Yuru, the calmness of Li Qingyi. I still don't have a girlfriend. I still don't have a partner. I regret it so much. At this moment, he remembered a lot. Duan Yu suddenly perked up, discarded the empty pistol, and took out a dagger from his waist. Even if I die, I will take a couple of you down with me. The general has something to say. Capture them alive. Everyone go up. Don't let a single one escape. The enemy's voice was already very close. Duan Yu gripped the dagger tightly, preparing for a desperate strike. Just at that moment, an unexpected change arose. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, 10 long guns emerged in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, dense gunfire filled everyone's eardrums. Thud, thud, thud. He only heard the gunfire pouring down like rain, and combined with the deep night, he could barely see the people around him crying out for their parents, then falling down in rows. For a moment, he did not know how many ambushers were hidden on the other side. Caught off guard, dozens of people fell like cut straw, collapsing in large numbers. Retreat. Quick retreat. We've been ambushed. With a clatter, a group of enemies abandoned their fallen comrades' bodies and fled in panic along the path they came from. This was no place to talk. It was too dangerous. To survive now, The most important thing was to have enough guns and ammunition. The beauty of this ambush lay in the fact that Chu Wanqing waited until the enemy got close enough before suddenly opening fire, resulting in most people not having time to evade. After this battle, at least 40 or 50 corpses lay on the ground. As dawn broke, a foreigner with a hooked nose and broad mouth, dressed in military attire, quietly arrived by the riverbank. Looking at the large pile of corpses on the ground, he seemed very surprised, as if he could not understand why his well-trained soldiers had suffered such a thorough defeat. Until he lifted his head and saw the earthen building quietly standing by the river, looking tall and indestructible under the sunlight. The hooked-nosed man seemed to suddenly understand, as if he had found the answer in his heart. Even his eyes could not help but reveal shock and admiration. Truly, a tiger hidden in the mountains. A Chilan buried in the wilderness. I never expected that there would be such a master on this deserted island. Chapter 95. Moments in the friend circle are only visible for 3 days. Just when Hala Xiao and the others were being blinded by the thick smoke, life and death were a matter of an instant. Staying in the cave would surely lead to suffocation. Leaving the cave, the outcome could be imagined. A person's endurance is limited. At this point, even knowing it was a dead end, Hala Xiao could only brace himself and rush out. He could even imagine the tragic scene of being shot dead by a rain of bullets, or even pierced by countless arrows. I, Hala Xiao, am really unlucky. Why am I running to this damned place, risking my life? Hala Xiao shouted to the sky, tears streaming down. A gust of mountain wind blew, and Hala Xiao felt refreshed, his spirits lifted. Just then, he saw bright torches and flickering shadows not far away. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the cold stone ground, losing all courage to escape. Young master, I'm late. You've suffered. Just when Hala Xiao thought he was doomed, that brightly lit group arrived at the cave entrance. A tall leader with a hooked nose bent down and helped Hala Xiao up. Pulling aside the hair that blocked his left eye, Hala Xiao looked seriously for a while, then hugged the newcomer and laughed out loud. General Wang, you are General Wang. You've come. Now we're saved. Hala Xiao excitedly embraced the hooked-nosed man, feeling a surge of confidence. Cough. The hooked-nosed man coughed and pulled Hala Xiao up. Young master, it's me. I'm your subordinate, Wang Wenjing. Huffed. Originally secretly wiping tears, Park Buching could not help but laugh out loud in an instant. Wang Wenjing, look at you, with a back like a tiger, a hooked nose, broad shoulders, and a stout figure. Where do you see any gentleness? What are you laughing at? Seeking death, seeing a stranger mocking their general. The soldiers behind the hooked-nosed man surged forward, aiming their guns at Park Buching. Put it down, we are all on the same side. Hala Xiao quickly waved his hands. The soldiers lowered their guns only after hearing their young master speak. General Wang, where is my father? Has he come? Is it the old man who sent you to save us? Hala Xiao was filled with questions, but didn't know where to start. General Wang, please take us away from this cursed place. I really don't want to stay here for another moment. Hala Xiao felt overjoyed to see his father's general, Wang Wenjing, appear on the deserted island. A sense of pride and superiority surged within him once again. It really pays to have a good father. Just look. No matter where in the world we are, even on such a desolate island, my dad can send someone to find us. Truly, Hala Xiao. Truly. Beauty is better than the best. Wang Wenjing smiled bitterly and shook his head. We don't even know how we ended up on this island. Could it be that this is an island we can never escape from? From hope to despair, from ecstasy to hopelessness. Hala Xiao could no longer remain calm and sat down heavily on the ground. Wait, you can't have just coincidentally arrived here, right? Did you also encounter the whirlpool? Where did you encounter it? Hala Xiao asked. The hook-nosed Wang Wenjing stroked his prominent nose and smiled wryly again. Of course, it was through your moments. My moments? Didn't you post a moment while sailing on a yacht? We followed the location from your moment and ran into the storm whirlpool. Although Wang Wenjing appeared to be helplessly smiling, in his heart, he had cursed Hala Xiao's ancestors 18 generations. It was this useless young master whose one-moment location led to the destruction of 10 warships and tens of thousands of soldiers. The survivors gathered so far would definitely not exceed 1,000. Thinking of this, Wang Mei's heart bled. He wished he could kick this young master to death. Why did you post a moment when you were fine? Hala Xiao suddenly regained his spirit. If General Wang didn't mention it, he would have almost forgotten about it. Doesn't this mean that his father, Zhang Mei, can also find the location of the whirlpool before he was stranded on the deserted island? If that's the case, then he would be saved. In his heart, Dad Zhang Mei was an all-powerful presence. So, did you send the location to my dad? Hala Xiao asked weakly. What the hell? The hook-nosed Wang Wenjing was speechless and directly cursed. I really don't know what's wrong with this old man. General Wang, you must have a backup of the location, right? The butler interjected. They all knew that Zhang Mei had too many enemies at sea, so the young master's location was usually kept secret. General Wang Wenjing, apart from the commander, couldn't he casually share the young master's location with ordinary soldiers. However, he would keep a backup of the location stored in a small box, and these backups could only be decrypted by the commander with a password. Usually, important documents were handled this way. The ship has sunk. The ship has sunk. Where is there still a backup? What about you? Can't your dad see your moments? Did you block him too? Wang Wenjing asked angrily. Not at all. I just like to go out and play. And I don't want him to see, so I blocked him. Hala Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. You. Wang Wenjing was utterly speechless. This Hala Xiao and Zhang Meili were definitely father and son. It must be hereditary. Young master, don't you have 3 girlfriends? I believe they will tell your dad where we were before the shipwreck. The butler spoke up at this time. Well, one of the 3 girlfriends had a fight, and I deleted her. Butler, Wang Wenjing, what about the second one? The second one is the one who was with me on the yacht. She fell into the whirlpool and can't be found. All right. The third girlfriend should be able to see your moments and know your location before the accident, right? The third girlfriend can see my moments, but she rarely checks them. Usually only once a week. Well, she should still be able to see it. I set my moments to only be visible for 3 days. Wang Wenjing, I want to kill you. Chapter 96. The general subdues the enemy without fighting. Hi. Truly hi. The hook-nosed Wang Wenjing stood far away on the shore at the river's mouth, gazing at the grand earthen building. To construct such a monumental structure in such a place, this person must be a genius. This building holds significance for this island comparable to that of the pyramids in ancient Egypt. It is simply a world miracle. Wang Wenjing felt a stir of excitement. He wanted to see what kind of people lived inside that earthen building, possessing such great ambition. As a warlord who had traversed the seas for many years and a general leading troops, he still had this common sense. This place is wonderful. Looking at the riverbank, filled with turtles and eggshells, countless crabs, and densely packed fish and shrimp in the water, Wang Wenjing was suddenly moved. Now, he had over 1,000 men under him who needed to eat, and he could only spend a lot of manpower to fish in the sea to make ends meet. Due to the lack of suitable fishing tools, not only was the efficiency low, but he also could not guarantee that every soldier would be fed. This place, Duan, is truly a treasure. Just the fish and shellfish in this big river could sustain his army of 1,000. However, he understood that over a dozen guns had already been set up in the windows of the earthen building. Although the resources of the big river were abundant, they wouldn't be able to take any. Gather all these brothers' bodies. General, this was the order you gave last night. Bastard. How could I give such a stupid order? Before the adjutant could finish speaking, Wang Wenjing scolded him. Then he slapped him, sending the adjutant's hat flying to the ground. It wasn't you who gave it. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. It was I who gave it. I'm foolish. I deserve to die. The adjutant knew how formidable Wang Wenjing was and trembled in fear, repeatedly slapping his own mouth hard. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Wang Wenjing stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the earthen building, deep in thought. Then, General, do you think I should send orders to attack and seize the earthen building? Another adjutant, sensing an opportunity to show off, eagerly rubbed his fists. As long as Wang Wenjing gives the order, he would lead the team to storm the earthen building. Bastard! Wang Wenjing exploded in anger, slapping this adjutant so hard he spun 3 times. Dizzy, do you think? Just rushing in like this, even if we take the earthen building, how many of my soldiers will be left? Have you all been fighting with me for so many years and not brought your brains with you? Wang Wenjing, as a general leading troops, was experienced. Within a very short time, he had already made meticulous preparations. He decided to use the strategy of encirclement. Hundreds of soldiers were stealthily lurking around the earthen building and the dense forest on the opposite bank of the river, closely monitoring the movements of the people in the earthen building. Hi, General Wang. You are truly remarkable. No wonder my dad always praises you as the undefeated general. Hala Xiao looked at Wang Wenjing with admiration, not sparing any words of praise. He understood that although he was the young master, this General Wang now had absolute authority on the deserted island. Little huh? Learn from this in the future. Wang Wenjing proudly raised his head, looking quite pleased. Do you know there is a magical military strategy in the East? Do you know what the highest realm of military strategy is? What is it? Pu Buchan pretended to look scholarly. The highest realm of military strategy is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Wang Wenjing pointed at the earthen building with his nose in the air, starting to outline the situation. Today, it's not that I, Wang Wenjing, am boasting. As long as we encircle this earthen building, it won't be long before they obediently come out to surrender. People are iron. Food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you'll feel anxious. As long as we surround them for 10 days or half a month, if that doesn't work, then a month, when they are starving, will they still have the strength to fight? Even if they can endure hunger, can they survive without water? You should know that a person can't survive even a week without water. At that time, I will send someone over to launch a psychological attack. appealing to their emotions and offering them benefits. I believe that by then, even if we just give them a cup of water or a meal, they will be so moved that they will cry and open the door to surrender. Wow, truly deserving of the title of a general who always wins. Hala Xiao timely offered his praise. Listening to the general's words is better than reading for several years, indeed. Pu Buqing quickly flattered him. Inside the earthen building, Hala Xiao's father, Zhang Meili, is a well-known warlord at sea who has been roaming for years with tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. This person seems to resemble the famous general, Wang Wenjing. PFF, PFF, PFF. Several people in the room, who were drinking water, burst into laughter at the same time. What? The great general is a man named Wang Wenjing? Zhao Linger laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back, which eased the tense atmosphere considerably. It is said that others used to call him Eagle-Nose Man, and he found it too ugly, so he eventually chose an Eastern name for himself, Wang Wenjing, which he often took pride in. Chu Wanqing introduced him seriously, and even Professor Li was amused. Look at this situation. Are these bad guys planning to surround us here until we run out of ammunition and food before striking? However, Duan Yu was not worried at all and laughed heartily. Linger, come calculate. There are more than a dozen of us. How much food can we consume in a day? And how much food do those thousands of people need in a day? Chapter 97, will they just be getting up now? It is valuable for a person to know their own limits. At least he is sensible enough to know he is no match for this general. Encountering this general is his misfortune. He can only shrink back inside the castle, not daring to come out. Humph, I want to see how long you can hide. Serve the dishes. Fortunately, Wang Wenjing and Hala Xiao directly stationed their camp and troops in the Black Bear Forest, where the location is convenient and is a critical route. They can attack when necessary and defend when needed. As for the remaining black bear in the forest, its fate is predictable before it could show its power. It became their meal. Wang Wenjing and Hala Xiao were enjoying roasted bear paws on the beach, greedily devouring them. He believed that from the height of the earthen building, the people inside could see what was happening here. After a few days of surrounding them, they would be honest. Zhao Linger blinked her big, watery eyes, filled with admiration. Even Li Qingyi, who was nearby helping to chop vegetables, felt deeply incredulous. In the courtyard, there were two ponds. One pond had water, and the other pond also had water. However, one pond served as a drinking water source, while the other was filled with fish and shrimp. The dozens of empty rooms in the earthen building had long been piled high with countless firewood and fodder. There were more than a dozen rooms filled with chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. In fact, this work had been completed before the last pirate invasion. Conservatively estimating, with just these few people, they could last a year without any problems. You want to wear me down? I want to see who exhausts their resources first. In the pavilion in the courtyard, several people sat together, leisurely enjoying hot pot. It's a pity that there isn't much stock of vegetables. In a few days, we can only eat big fish and meat. Lin Yuro lamented. Yes. If we had known earlier, we should have planted some vegetables in the courtyard. Zhao Linger quickly agreed. However, Li Qingyi was deeply troubled, and a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. Now that the enemy is at the city's gates and the army is pressing down, she, who usually remained calm and unyielding, finally began to feel anxious, knowing that her elderly father was still here. Duan Yu, you must not disappoint me. If you can't get through this, then everyone will be finished. Li Qingyi clenched her delicate fists, unable to hide her excitement and unease. But she knew even more that the man sitting in front of her, who seemed completely unbothered, was already shouldering all the pressure. How about over there in the earthen building? What's the situation? Wang Wenjing lay on the beach, picking his teeth with a stick, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Report to the general. Everything in the earthen building is still quiet as usual. The adjutant quickly stepped forward with a smile, holding a large banana leaf to shield the leader from the sun. Strange. It's already been 10 days. Could they still have food? Wang Wenjing looked surprised. Report to the general. According to my observation, there is smoke rising from their earthen building 3 times a day, which seems to indicate they are cooking. Another adjutant stood at attention and saluted. Are you saying they still have food to eat? Wang Wenjing looked incredulous. More than just having food. My subordinate saw a large plume of smoke rising into the sky last night during the night shift, and I estimate. Wang Wenjing looked impatient. Estimate what? Speak. I estimate they are having a midnight snack. The adjutant cautiously finished his sentence and quickly stepped back, fearing the general might suddenly slap him. It drives me crazy. Wang Wenjing sat up from the beach and punched the ground hard, creating a large pit in the sand. Then let us endure. Let us see who can outlast whom. As long as they dare to show their heads, hit them hard. We absolutely cannot let them receive any supplies. As long as there are no supplies, I want to see how long they can hold out. Wang Wenjing stood up and suddenly burst into laughter. And we have all the resources on this island. We have this sea. How can we not outlast them? Wang Wenjing comforted himself, telling himself to stay calm. He must remain calm. As a hunter, you must be more patient than your prey. And at this moment, he considered himself to be that hunter. The sun rose and set, and time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 20 days since they sent people to surround the earthen building. General Wang, how is the situation now? Hala Xiao was already impatient. If it weren't for General Wang Wenjing insisting on achieving victory without battle, the young master would have long directed the soldiers to rush in. He didn't believe that over 1,000 soldiers couldn't break into a mere earthen building. According to my observations, it should be soon. Oh, what makes you think so, General? Hala Xiao asked eagerly. Wang Wenjing proudly said with his nostrils in the air. In recent days, they have only been cooking 2 meals a day. What does this indicate? It indicates that their food supply is not much. Ha. The general is brilliant, able to discern enemy conditions through these small details. I truly admire you. Pu Buqing appropriately offered a compliment. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing became even prouder and laughed heartily. I estimate that they should be unable to eat today. Look at the sun. It is already close to noon, so it can be confirmed that they are basically out of supplies. Just as Wang Wenjing was self-satisfied and boasting. Before his words could finish, a huge column of smoke rose from the earthen building, swaying gently in the wind. Seeing the slap in the face come so quickly, Wang Wenjing was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. General, I know. Could it be that they overslept and just got up to cook? The left side adjutant suddenly looked as if he thought he was very clever. I mean, if, General, do you think them eating 2 meals a day could be because for the 3rd meal, they are having cold dishes? I just love cold dishes. They don't need to cook at all. Get lost. Wang Wenjing was furious and chased the adjutant, driving him into the sea. Chapter 98. Endure until you are out of supplies. Soon, it will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I must stay calm. I am not in a hurry. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a full month since the earthen building was surrounded. Yet inside the earthen building, there were still 3 meals a day, as usual. Truly strange, how much supplies do they have? Wang Wenjing scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that this time, I miscalculated? No way. Even if I really miscalculated, I absolutely must carry on, or else, as a dignified general, I will surely become a laughingstock in front of my subordinates in the future. Where will I put my face then? Who would still listen to my orders? This matter must continue. Perhaps we are just one step away from success. Young master, steward, look. Inside that earthen building, there are usually 3 smoke signals, but yesterday, there was only 1. What does this indicate? It means they have truly run out of supplies. We just need to hold on for a few more days. And we will definitely succeed. Wang Wenjing once again used the smoke signal method to deduce the situation inside the earthen building. Hala Xiao, the steward, and Park Buqing did not refute him and nodded repeatedly. Although they did not particularly believe Wang Wenjing's words at this point, they had no choice but to wait a little longer. General, 1 smoke signal might mean they had 2 cold dishes yesterday. Cold dishes are quite delicious. Sometimes I can eat 3 meals a day. That low emotional intelligence deputy officer, Henry, popped up again to voice his opinion. Henry, get the hell out of here. Wang Wenjing could no longer tolerate this guy, who always thought he was clever and undermined him in front of everyone, actually having low emotional intelligence. Wang Wenjing was furious and kicked Henry into the sea. At that moment, a wisp of smoke rose, particularly conspicuous in the wilderness. This is the breakfast smoke. Humph. I don't believe you have much food left, and still dare to have breakfast. Wang Wenjing stared at the rising smoke from the earthen building, looking baffled. They are just putting on a show, trying to deceive us. Pass the order down to tighten the encirclement and prevent their escape. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock noon. I say, General Wang, how accurate is your prediction? Look, the smoke has risen again. The steward cautiously pointed at the smoke and asked, cooking at 11 o'clock? I haven't even had my meal yet. Hala Xiao complained in dissatisfaction. At 5 p.m., the smoke rose again, and the glow of the sunset enveloped the land. What? They are having dinner this early? Even Park Buqing began to doubt life. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. Wang Wenjing could only awkwardly say. At 8 p.m., the moonlight was especially bright tonight, and Hala Xiao and the others were discussing matters in the camp. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. General, today, the 4th smoke signal has risen from inside the earthen building. Damn it. Wang Wenjing couldn't help but curse. Is there any justice in this world? I guess they are having a late-night snack. The low emotional intelligence deputy officer, Henry, popped up at just the right moment, and then was immediately given a beating by Wang Wenjing. By midnight, Henry and Hala Xiao and the others had already fallen asleep. Although the wooden hut camp was simple, it could shelter them from wind and rain. Their camp was relatively spacious. To facilitate discussions, the 4 of them lived in one wooden hut. Report to the general. There is new information from the earthen building. At that moment, the messenger's shout startled Hala Xiao and Wang Meili awake. What happened? It's the middle of the night. Wang Wenjing was disturbed from a sweet dream and was about to explode in anger when he remembered it was his own order. As long as there is any situation, no matter the time, let the subordinates report immediately. What happened? Hala Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. The fifth smoke signal of the day has risen from the earthen building. What? Wang Wenjing jumped out of bed, and a group of people rushed out of the camp to the seaside, looking towards the earthen building. Sure enough, a thick column of smoke was rising happily. Damn it! Wang Wenjing secretly spat on the ground, feeling embarrassed. He had really miscalculated this time. His smoke signal deduction method seemed to have completely failed. However, as a general, one cannot easily admit defeat. Since he had chosen this path, he could only continue down it. It's okay. The rising smoke every day does not necessarily mean they have other supplies. Perhaps they have plenty of firewood. This is just to confuse us. Even if they have food. Do they have water? They have nearly 20 people. How much water do they need in a day? And they have no resupply. Trust me. Victory is right in front of us. Just wait 2 more days. Just wait 2 more days, and maybe they will be out of food, Wang Wenjing said with determination. However, he could only say this for others to hear. Even he himself didn't dare to believe what he was saying now. General, we can't wait any longer. Another deputy officer, Bide, said with a bitter face. Brothers have been relying on fishing in the sea for food these days. At first, they could barely fill their stomachs. Now, all the fish, shrimp, and crabs in this sea area have almost been eaten by us. Wang Wenjing looked incredulous. Is there such a thing? Usually, as a general, he would definitely prioritize supplying the best food. As for the soldiers not being able to fill their stomachs, he hadn't cared about that. Of course it's true. Haven't you noticed that I've lost a lot of weight? The deputy officer said, lifting his shirt to reveal his small belly, which was almost just skin and bones. Before I came to the island, I weighed a full 180 pounds. And now, according to experienced soldiers, 75. Wang Wenjing, that seems to be a bit thin. Bide. Chapter 99, a gift for General Wang. I am here to negotiate, do not shoot. Park Buching raised his hands high, trembling as he walked along the riverbank towards the earthen building. He pretended to be calm, but inside he was extremely anxious. And his trembling legs had already revealed his tension. I didn't bring any weapons, please don't shoot. Park Buching's scalp tingled. He really did not want to come on this errand, but now that he was assigned to it, he could only brace himself. Bang! A gunshot rang out beside him, and Park Buching was so scared that he nearly wet himself. Looking down, he saw that the bullet had hit the ground beneath his feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. No, please don't. Park Buching trembled again. Park Buching came on behalf of Wang Wenjing. In wartime, envoys are not to be harmed. If Park Buching were killed now, it would lead to an irreconcilable outcome. Although both sides had already torn apart their faces, Wang Wenjing's thousands of soldiers were not to be trifled with. It would be better to leave a glimmer of hope. Park Buching swallowed hard and said cautiously, fearing a bullet might fly out from the earthen building and take him out. General Wang has surrounded the city with thousands of soldiers. And the reason for not launching an attack is to give you a chance. General Wang said that as long as you are willing to surrender, he is willing to appoint you as vice general and grant you all the best treatment on the island. Moreover, you have no food or water supply. How long can you hold out? Yes, you have held out for more than a month, but then what? How much food do you have? How much longer can you last? At this point, Park Buching had also laid it all on the line. Although a bit scared, he surprisingly started to speak at length about the benefits and disadvantages. Duan Yu has only a few followers. Once they fall into internal strife, the entire earthen building will collapse without a fight. I am really amazing. Park Buching secretly praised himself. This is what General Wang said. Attacking the city is secondary. Attacking the heart is primary. Only he was mistaken. The people inside the earthen building were still well-fed and well-armed, living comfortably, and would not be swayed by his few words. Slap. An object was thrown to the ground not far from Park Buching, bouncing continuously. Park Buching focused and saw it was a big fish. Roughly estimated, it weighed at least 10 pounds. Tell General Wang, we have food and drink. So there's no need for them to worry. Bang. Another wild boar leg was thrown out. This leg of pork weighs at least 30 pounds. A gift for you. General Wang, take it and scram. Zhang Changjin laughed heartily. Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. In the camp, Wang Wenjing was furious, seething with rage. Wang Wenjing pointed at Park Buching's nose and shouted angrily. No. Wang Wenjing suddenly realized that everyone in the room was looking at him with strange expressions. He quickly came to his senses. What a loss of composure. Now, judging hastily that the earthen building has plenty of soldiers and food, isn't that contradictory? Where will I put my face as a general? Ha! Wang Wenjing awkwardly laughed twice. Look at him flaunting the pig leg and big fish. Intentionally showing off to prove that they still have plenty to eat. In reality, this only proves they have something to hide. This is just to confuse us. while the truth is they are likely out of food. Ignoring the surprised looks from others, Wang Wenjing continued with a thick face. Gurgle. At that moment, everyone's stomachs involuntarily growled, especially Park Buching, who hadn't filled his stomach for several days. So what about these fish and meat? Park Buching asked cautiously. Let's roast them. All right. Park Buching was overjoyed. This trip wasn't in vain. The soldiers lay in the dense forest across the river, enduring the scorching heat and mosquito bites, suffering greatly. Looking at the banks of the great river, crabs were rampant, and countless sea turtles lazily basked in the sun on the shore. They watched the plump fish jumping in the river. The soldiers felt a wave of sadness, silently swallowing their saliva. No matter how abundant the resources on the riverbank and in the river, as long as they dared to approach, the bullets from the earthen building would pierce their chests mercilessly. Damn it! Who is really besieging whom? All the soldiers silently shouted in their hearts, lamenting their plight. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, charge with me. A small leader leading 100 men had already been so hungry that his front was glued to his back. And his brothers, who seemed to be lying in the woods keeping watch, were actually so hungry they were almost falling asleep. Finally, they could bear it no longer, and, without General Wang Wenjing's orders, prepared to go around the river and launch an attack. Chapter 100. I have a plan to capture Duan Yu. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Wang Wenjing was once again furious in the camp, and everyone fell silent. Even the esteemed young Master Hala Xiao did not dare to step forward at this moment. As a result, the 100-man squad was completely wiped out, corpses lying everywhere. A tragic sight. Duan Yu, right under his nose, used bows and arrows to tie ropes and hooks, pulling the guns one by one into the earthen building. Report to the general, lunch is not settled today. Sharks have appeared in the area near the seaside, and the brothers dare not go into the water. The aide bide came to report. Useless. You are truly useless. Wang Wenjing roared, burning with anger. Can't living people starve to death? You personally lead a group of brothers to lure the sharks. If there is no food, catch sharks to eat. Hala Xiao hung his head in dejection. These past few days, even he, the young master, had barely eaten enough. If this life continues, he wouldn't even think about jewels and beauties. As long as he doesn't starve to death, he'd be grateful. It seems that General Wang's methods aren't working. But now what good plan can there be? Suddenly, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Park Buching sitting in the corner. Park Buching's eyes shifted, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Little Park, do you have a plan? I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Park Buching stammered. Speak. Wang Wenjing shouted, almost scaring Park Buching into falling to the ground. Since we can't assault directly, why not approach from another angle? What do you mean? Hala Xiao pushed aside his long hair that obstructed his left eye and seriously looked at Park Buching. Just a few days ago, I heard that the brothers besieging the earthen building were repeatedly attacked by a group of wild men. Is that so? Wang Wenjing finally calmed down and nodded seriously. Those wild men are vicious and ruthless, launching surprise attacks, resulting in the loss of over 20 of our brothers. I know that. Hala Xiao slapped his thigh and stood up. Even the earthen building was built with the help of the wild men. Wang Wenjing also suddenly realized. Right. The night I led people to rescue the young master, we exterminated more than a dozen wild men. I was puzzled at the time about why the young master was fighting with wild men. But knowing this, what use is it? The steward interjected with his hands behind his back. Don't speak, let little Park talk. Hala Xiao quickly glared at the steward. The steward shrank his neck and stopped talking. Young master, general, do you think we could target the wild men-esque tribe? Take a roundabout route to save the country? He hadn't noticed before. But this young man actually had such wisdom. Park Buching's mouth curled up slightly. What if we hold the wild men-esque tribe hostage? Then let us give it a try. Wang Wenjing thought this idea was not bad and immediately approved it. Mainly because if this continued, even he himself wouldn't be able to eat enough. On the opposite bank of the earthen building, in the desolate jungle, hundreds of people were struggling to make their way through. This group of soldiers was now all thin and emaciated, skin and bones. If they went hungry for a few more days, they might not even be able to lift their guns. Move. Pick up the pace. Park Buching led the way, with the skinny aide bide behind him. Behind them, there were about 200 soldiers. It was Park Buching's first time experiencing the feeling of leading so many people. He held his head high, feeling somewhat proud. Thinking about avenging his brother Park Beauties soon, Park Buching felt particularly exhilarated, and even his steps became lighter. Just then, a scream suddenly came from beside him, and Park Buching was startled. He saw a soldier crouching on the ground in pain. A long wooden stake piercing through the sole of his foot, blood gushing out in an instant. You all go ahead. Park Buching didn't care about the life or death of a soldier. He waved his hand and ordered the troops to continue moving forward. However, he himself shrank to the back of the line. A group of soldiers glared at him in anger, but thinking of General Wang Wenjing's brutality, they dared not speak out and could only lower their heads and hurry along, being much more cautious. Along the way, they didn't know how many traps they had gone through. At least dozens of soldiers were injured, but this couldn't stop Park Buching's pace. The wild men's tribe had already been alerted. Groups of wild men warriors roared, wielding bows and arrows and spears, trying to block these intruders. However, in the face of absolute firepower suppression, their bows and arrows and spears were as useless as ordinary firewood sticks. Park Buching and the others didn't need to fight up close. They only needed to surround the wild men's tribe from a distance. Every time they pulled the trigger, a wild man would scream and fall. The entire Haitian tribe had barely over 200 wild men. Less than an hour into the battle, nearly 100 wild men had died, and dozens were injured. This was almost a battle of extermination for the wild men's tribe, the greatest crisis they had ever faced. Die or surrender. Choose for yourselves. At this moment, in the eyes of the wild tribe, Park Buching seemed to have transformed into a visitor from hell. Finally, the proud wild queen, who had been unyielding, lowered her noble head in tears. On this day, the gates of the wild tribe opened wide, and the queen, with tearful tiger eyes, knelt down with her entire clan to surrender. Chapter 101: Unexpected Betrayal. The soldiers who had besieged the city for several dozen days suddenly dispersed on that morning, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never appeared at all. Duan Yu observed carefully and found no abnormalities even in the jungle across the river. Not a single shadow remained. Had the enemy really retreated? What were Hala Xiao and the others plotting? Were they preparing some kind of scheme? Or had they found a way to leave the deserted island and collectively departed? Duan Yu was at a loss for a moment. However, everyone's tense nerves had relaxed considerably. Although they had food and drink these days, over 1,000 armed militants had been surrounding them, ready to attack at any moment, which had made anyone extremely anxious. It seemed they had really left. Lin Yurua patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. But why did they leave? Zhao Linger blinked her big eyes, confused. Of course, they ran away because they were hungry. Li Qingyi said with an expression of knowing everything, casually. It really is true that 3 women make a play. Wanqing, what are you looking at? She stood alone on the rooftop, arms crossed over her chest, gazing westward with a serious expression. To the west of the earthen building, a cloud of dust rose. A group of people gradually emerged from the dust. It was the wild queen and her subordinates. They brought a large amount of game and food, which were carried into the earthen building piece by piece. I'm sorry, we are late, the queen said sincerely, with a look of shame. Okay, I'll be careful. Duan Yu never imagined that his most ironclad ally, the queen of the wild tribe, had now become his enemy, and he knew nothing about it. What do you think is the reason for the sudden retreat of those soldiers attacking us? Duan Yu pointed to the distant camp of Hala Xiao and General Wang, asking the wild queen. It had always been bustling with activity, but now it was empty, without a single figure. Maybe they encountered some tricky situation. Perhaps they thought of some other way since they couldn't take the earthen building. Just then, the queen suddenly opened her mouth wide, and 3 small wooden spikes shot out rapidly. I'm sorry, I have no choice, the queen said with a hint of guilt and apology. Yu. Before Duan Yu could finish his sentence, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, and everything suddenly went dark before he slowly fell down. Today, a wild soldier was on guard at the west side of the earthen building. After all, it was betraying a friend, and the queen felt quite guilty. She was sweating profusely and tried to calm herself before leading her people to the gate. Sister Ome, are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Yurua hurried out to see off the queen as she prepared to leave. Their relationship was extremely close, like the best of friends. Watching the wild queen leave in a hurry, Lin Yurua sensed something was off. Oh, Lin Yurua seemed to ponder. It was only then that she realized. The group responsible for guarding the west side of the earthen building was Ao and his group of wild people. On the rooftop to the west, a thick and long vine was firmly secured, and it seemed that these people had escaped along these vines. Chase, quickly follow me. Chu Wanqing immediately gathered the troops, armed with guns and weapons, and headed in the direction the queen had disappeared. Zhang Changjin, Li Qingyi, Lin Yurua, Lucy, and the 3 employees who stayed behind quickly assembled. In fact, Ao and those wild warriors had already slipped away from the rooftop to the west along the vines. Except for the elderly professor. These were all their remaining forces. The situation had become unprecedentedly severe. Quick, a little faster. The wild tribe must have encountered a change. They might have colluded with that group of bandit soldiers. In just a few words, Chu Wanqing pointed out the crux of the matter. Oh my, how clever. A voice with a strange tone suddenly sounded. Who? Chu Wanqing raised her gun and fired in the direction of the voice. Ouch. A scream was heard. Someone had clearly been shot, but it was evident that the person shot was not the one who had just spoken. Don't move. Put down your guns. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers holding long guns rushed out from the nearby woods and the riverbank, filled with murderous intent. If Chu Wanqing dared to make any move, she would be riddled with bullets in the next moment. Chapter 102. The situation changes drastically. Chu Wanqing was anxious and rushed to the front. Unexpectedly, she was the first to fall into the enemy's encirclement. The feeling of having hundreds of guns pointed at her head was truly not pleasant. Now, the only option was to proceed step by step. She knew what kind of fate awaited her if she fell into the hands of this group. If it were normal times, she would probably prefer to raise her gun and fight them to the bitter end, even if her life would end the next second. But now she couldn't. Duan Yu's life or death was unknown, and she couldn't accept it. "Miss Chu, come and see who he is." At that moment, the voice hidden in the dark spoke again. As soon as the words fell, two soldiers dragged out a man who was unconscious. From afar, Lin Yurua's heart-wrenching cries echoed. "Hurry!" Li Qingyi pulled Lin Yurua, who was about to rush forward. "Did you see clearly? Anyone who rushes up now will be shot to pieces. Hurry up, quick." "I won't." Lin Yurua struggled. Li Qingyi really couldn't hold her back. "Shoot for me, but you all be careful. Those delicate girls must not be harmed. I still have use for them." Among the crowd, a cautious head popped out. It was none other than the young master Hala Xiao. With his order, hundreds of soldiers opened fire in unison. In an instant, several employees fell to the ground. As for Lin Yurua and the others, it was thanks to Hala Xiao's instructions that they were spared from gunfire. "Young master, we don't understand why you won't let us shoot them. We clearly had the chance to eliminate them all just now." A young soldier scratched his head in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, he received a heavy slap on the head. "Does the young master need you to question his orders?" Hala Xiao clapped his somewhat numb palm and then revealed a lewd smile. "Cherishing beauty, don't you understand? I keep them for a big purpose." Hala Xiao had long since calculated in his heart. He knew the beauty of Chu Wanqing, the daughter of the Chu family, was well known internationally. He had long coveted her. It seemed today was truly a stroke of luck. Perhaps he could get a taste of her beauty. As for the other young ladies who appeared later, Hala Xiao's eyes widened the moment he saw them. This was no deserted island. It was simply a gathering of beauties. Even the international supermodels and stars were far inferior in looks compared to these girls. Therefore, he decided to play the long game. "Haha, Miss Chu, this young master is getting a bit impatient." Moreover, he left dozens of brothers here to keep watch, ensuring that those girls in the earthen building wouldn't escape. Inside the earthen building, Lin Yuru cried out loud, rushing towards the door. Zhao Linger squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Changjin, anxious and red-faced, paced back and forth holding a gun. "I'm going to fight them. Don't move, listen to me." Li Qingyi shouted, and everyone immediately quieted down, watching her intently. "It's just our earthen building, our gem, our resources, and, to put it bluntly, our few girls. So what should we do? Sister Wanqing, will there be danger? We have to save her." After hearing Li Qingyi's words, Lin Yuru's heart calmed down a little. "Of course, we have to save her. However, we need to leave the earthen building first. It's too big of a target right now. With our strength, it's already very difficult to hold this place. Staying here will only put us in more danger." Li Qingyi calmly laid out the pros and cons of the situation, which prevented everyone from descending into chaos. In fact, in such circumstances, a calm person was indeed needed to maintain order. There are still people watching us outside. If we want to break out, we can only wait until night. Tonight, we will break out immediately. As for everything else, we'll talk about it after we succeed in breaking out. Everyone, just take the essential food items. Everything else, throw it away, including the gems. If you like, take one or two, but if you take too many, they will just be a burden. Night fell. In General Wang's camp, the bonfire blazed brightly, and the sounds of revelry were incessant. Chapter 103. Do you know who I am? Beauty, I'm here. Hala Xiao, having eaten to his fill, patted his belly and entered a separate tent. After finishing his meal, he couldn't wait to get to the room. At this moment, the stunning beauty Chu Wanqing was lying on the wooden bed. "Humph, after taking my medicine. No matter how virtuous you are, you will have to comply." Hala Xiao drooled with a lewd grin. As a spoiled rich kid, he had plenty of strange drugs with him. Chu Wanqing felt her entire body heat up, an odd sensation making her extremely uncomfortable. However, her hands and feet were tightly bound, allowing her only to struggle desperately. Next door, the wooden door was gently opened. Park Buching walked into the wooden house with a gloomy expression. He didn't have a gun but tightly gripped a dagger. Yet he couldn't help but recall the scene of his cousin Park Budu being shot dead, as if it were still before his eyes. Today, the moment for revenge had finally come. "I told you, you're just a brick mover. You've lost your mind coming to this deserted island. Do you think this deserted island is your home? Anyone can provoke you. Now, everything is over. In your next life, never provoke someone you shouldn't. Someone ran out. Fire." Outside the earthen building, the soldiers on guard finally spotted the figures of the group. Without time to say more, Li Qingyi led everyone to quickly hide behind a large rock and began to fight back. The intense gunfire was particularly jarring in the silent night sky. If they couldn't resolve the battle quickly, The soldiers hiding to the east and north of the earthen building would rush over and join the fight, and none of them would survive. In an instant, sweat poured down Li Qingyi's forehead. The young master said not to hurt those girls. What should we do? A young soldier asked the veteran beside him, somewhat frustrated. Are you stupid? Those girls are holding weapons that don't have eyes. Just shoot. In a fight, it's either you die or I live. Hurry, go to the west and support them. They started fighting over there. Just then, two teams of hundreds of people ambushed from the north and east, charging towards the place where the battle was raging in the west. It's over. It seems today we will all die here. Li Qingyi sighed deeply, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She wasn't afraid of dying. She was afraid that her elderly father and these friends who had supported each other through thick and thin would die here. But now what hope was there? Where was the slightest chance of survival? Duan Yu was not a god. Even he couldn't predict life and death at this moment. On this deserted island, where would there be any rescuers? A desperate atmosphere spread among the group. Even if we die, we will fight bravely until the last moment. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is a profit. Come on, you bandits. Li Qingyi knew she couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, they had to fight to the death for a glimmer of hope. Inspired by her, the atmosphere in the group quickly shifted from despair to heroic determination. Everyone stood up, ready to charge with their lives on the line. We're being ambushed. Just at that critical moment, the enemy in front suddenly fell into chaos. Cries of anguish filled the air as a group of soldiers fell one after another. Behind these soldiers, a group of tall figures charged out. In the darkness, the faces of the newcomers were not visible. Li Xiansheng, Miss Lin, Miss Li, come with me. At this moment, he led a group of wild soldiers in a surprise attack, rescuing everyone. After all, everything that happened now was due to the betrayal of the wild people. Charge! Kill! Quickly catch them! Don't let the people inside the earthen building escape. The shouts grew louder and closer, and it was unclear how many people had come. The situation was extremely urgent. Let us go. We'll talk about other things later. Indeed, Li Qingyi's words hit the nail on the head. Everyone followed rushing through the night and running away rapidly. How is this possible? The arrow tip, like a needle, concealed a deadly poison that sealed the throat upon contact with blood. Park Buching's face instantly turned black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He struggled hard. And sure enough, the seemingly tightly bound vines quickly loosened. This was a highly skilled binding technique of the wild people, no matter how hard you tried from the outside. It took a long time to untie, while the bound person only needed to exert a little force for the ropes to loosen. Miss Chu, tonight, you will be mine. Hala Xiao laughed loudly, impatiently beginning to take off his pants. Hey, do you know who I am? Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. A voice filled with killing intent suddenly sounded from behind. Chapter 104. Can I not shake the earth while I flirt? At this moment, he realized he was in the enemy's main camp. As for Park Buching, he got what he deserved. He was not innocent in this matter. However, this place was too dangerous, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. Strangely, there were no soldiers guarding the door. Duan Yu didn't know that Hala Xiao had already sent those soldiers far away to carry out his plan. Ha ha. Laughter from the next room was heard. The person was laughing maniacally while spouting lewd words. It was clear he was not a good person. Duan Yu picked up the dagger on the ground, gently cut the latch of the next wooden house, and slipped inside. Miss Chu, becoming Hala Xiao's woman is also your good fortune. Huh? It's Wan Qing. How did she get captured by Hala Xiao? Fortunately, he woke up in time. If he had been a moment later, it would have turned into a tragedy. Who? Come here. Then, the dagger swiftly struck, and Hala Xiao collapsed to the ground. What a pity. Duan Yu originally wanted to extract some information from Hala Xiao, or take him hostage. Unexpectedly, this guy shouted immediately. He had no choice but to deal with him first. Just like that, the biggest problem became how to get out. Wan Qing, are you okay? She couldn't help but let out a low hum, seemingly in great pain. What to do? Her eyes were tightly closed. Although she was conscious, she didn't want to say a word. The young master made a big profit this time. Let me tell you, that girl was right on point today. Yes, that figure is simply incredible. Our young master stands in front of her and still doesn't reach her ears. I heard she is the daughter of a big multinational corporation's boss. She's really beautiful. Shoo, don't let the young master hear. We're just following the general's orders to patrol and ensure safety. Let's listen in on the gossip. Just then, two soldiers' voices came from outside the door. Duan Yu quickly thought of something and whispered a couple of sentences in Chu Wanqing's ear, then quietly made his way to the door. Chu Wanqing tried hard to maintain a bit of awareness. She shook the wooden bed vigorously, and it creaked loudly. The two soldiers outside the door were thrilled. Suddenly, the wooden door was opened from the inside. One of the soldiers, who had been leaning against the door, lost his balance and fell inside. Then, the wooden door was shut. The two soldiers were firmly grasped by the throat by two large hands. Since you came to me on your own, I can't be blamed. 10 minutes later, the wooden door was gently opened again. Two soldiers, carrying rifles, walked out of the wooden house and headed towards the edge of the camp. However, one of the taller soldiers was trembling uncontrollably, as if he was shivering. As they passed the camp, several soldiers glanced over. However, the cold weather at sea at night, coupled with several days of not having enough to eat, made it quite normal for someone to catch a chill. The two soldiers chose to move through less crowded areas. There were nearly 1,000 soldiers on this island, many of whom didn't know each other. Plus, with the night being dark, they walked in the shadows, so they weren't suspected at all. Finally, they walked out of the Black Bear Woods, which was the camp of General Wang and his men. Once they confirmed there was no one nearby, Chu Wanqing could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Father, the pursuing soldiers are getting closer. Where should we escape? Li Qingyi urged the people around her to quicken their pace while asking Professor Li. Ahead. Yes, just in that direction not far away. Professor Li confidently pointed to a valley ahead. This is the forbidden area of our Haitian tribe, which is usually not allowed to enter casually. How do you know about this? Ao asked in surprise. Remember a few days ago when my old man visited your tribe to study some murals? I learned a little from that. There is a high possibility that there are secret passages beneath this valley, if what is recorded on that mural is true. Professor Li looked at Ao with a complicated expression. Now that we are at this point, if we can't find this secret passage, there will be no place for us on this deserted island, and all of us will be doomed. Then, all right. Ao hesitated for a moment, but then made up his mind. Today, he secretly led so many people to help Lin Euro and the others without the consent of the elders and the queen in the tribe. Acting on his own already violated tribal rules, and now, faced with life and death, he didn't care about breaking one more. Go to the forbidden area. A group of people rushed into the valley as fast as they could. Am I going to die? It hurts so much. At this moment, they were deep in the mountains, and it was exceptionally quiet. Duan Yu had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, his blood was boiling. Soon, the two of them rolled into a pile. Can't endure it anymore. No more endurance needed. Moreover, it is said that if the poison from this drug is not resolved in time, there will be serious consequences. Besides, didn't he already consider the young lady as his dream lover? Thinking of this, he hesitated no longer, drew his bow, and charged into the fray. Just then, a shocking sound came from afar. Boom, boom. Could it be an earthquake? Am I that powerful? Chapter 105, The Underground World. This is too thrilling. Duan Yu sighed deeply, opened his eyes, and found everything around him was dark, covered in dirt and dust. Others have car shakes or boat shakes. You directly gave me an earthquake. Am I really that strong? God, are you playing tricks on me? How are you? I'm fine, just my leg hurts a lot. This is great. We have directly become a pair of doomed lovers, saving the trouble of digging a pit. Duan Yu gave a bitter smile, muttering. But his hands were not idle. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the oil lighter he carried with him. In fact, there wasn't much oil left in the lighter. This seemed to belong underground, but from the structure of this space, it seemed similar to a cave. After taking a few steps forward, he found an open path, not knowing where it led. Chu Wanqing took the lighter and checked the surroundings. They had fallen from the grass as the ground collapsed, free falling for about 10 seconds. Behind their position, countless mud and stones had already covered them. Now, it seemed they could only explore slowly along this discovered passage. Duan Yu picked up Chu Wanqing and cautiously felt his way forward. It hurts. Be gentler. Chu Wanqing let out a soft hum, her voice filled with grievance. Professor Li, what should we do now? Lin Euro's anxious voice came from the darkness. It's over. We're done for. Now we can't get out. Old man, you led us well. Zhao Linger's angry voice also rang out. To escape the pursuit, Professor Li suddenly remembered the murals he had seen on the stone walls of the Wild People's tribe. According to his research, there might be a secret passage in this Wild People's valley. It turned out Professor Li was right. After their group arrived in the valley, Professor Li kept searching on a stone the size of a grinding disc. Finally, he reached out and pressed on a protruding part, causing the stone to rotate and reveal an old staircase. Everyone descended the staircase, just as Professor Li began to study how to restore the mechanism below. What? It was an earthquake. Professor Li, with his rich experience, quickly understood what had happened. Everyone, don't panic. I have already studied the route on that mural. I know it like the back of my hand. The front has air circulation, which means we won't run out of oxygen. Just follow me and walk forward with confidence. Qingyi, light the lamp. Yes, father. Li Qingyi responded, taking out a pig-fat lamp from behind. But how do we light it? We don't have a lighter. And there are no conditions for starting a fire by friction here, Zhao Linger asked in confusion. You don't need to worry about that. Li Qingyi chuckled lightly, taking out a small bamboo tube from her backpack. She opened the lid and gently blew into it, causing a small flame to slowly rise, flickering continuously. This, a fire starter? I've only seen this in martial arts dramas. Qingyi, you are too amazing. Zhang Changjin suddenly began to admire Li Qingyi. This girl usually seems calm and unflappable, always appearing composed, doing everything with such confidence. In reality, she is truly impressive. Just to say, in the rush to escape, she made sure everyone didn't forget to bring simple food and water, and even prepared fire starters for emergencies. Haha, of course, that's impressive. Just look at whose daughter she is. Like father, like daughter. Professor Li laughed heartily. In fact, everyone was already convinced by the abilities of this father-daughter duo and agreed wholeheartedly. The truth is, some women, even if they are usually very opinionated, can turn into little girls when they encounter someone they can rely on, hardly thinking about problems anymore. Right now, there was no water and no food. It was pitch black, and the only lighter they had was one they were afraid to use unless it was a dire emergency. The two of them were utterly in the dark, and Chu Wanqing couldn't think of any way for them to get out. She suddenly felt that as long as she was with him, no matter what huge difficulties they faced, he would definitely be able to keep her safe and sound. Walking underground, normal people seemed like blind men. The darkness was so intense it made one's scalp tingle. It was truly a situation where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Moreover, they wouldn't know what lay ahead. Was it a big pit? A cave? A cliff? Or a precipice? Don't doubt it. These all genuinely exist in underground passages. To be precise, the passage they were on seemed artificially adjusted, even though it had been a long time and no artificial traces could be seen. Just the smoothness of the path was already quite telling. Was there an unknown civilization underground? Or perhaps a base established by aliens? Duan Yu shook off these chaotic thoughts in his head and continued to move forward steadily. He held a handful of stones and dirt, and every few steps, he would throw a couple forward. This method was called throwing stones to ask the way. They could judge the situation ahead based on the sound made when the stones hit the ground. His stomach had long been protesting with loud growls. But that wasn't the most critical issue. The most pressing problem was that they hadn't had water for a long time, and their throats felt parched. Thud. Duan Yu sat on the ground, gasping heavily. He grabbed a stone and threw it ahead. It sounded like a stone hitting the water. We're saved. Chapter 106. Reunion after calamity. There's an underground river. Not far away, there was indeed a river, but this seemed to be the end of it. The water surface was very calm, and there was no sound of flowing water. We're saved. Duan Yu excitedly pulled Chu Wanqing to the water's edge. The water wasn't deep and was crystal clear. At that moment, both of them, thirsty, hungry, and tired, saw the water source, which was like rain after a long drought. They couldn't be happier. Looking at the quality of the water, it was almost comparable to mineral water, without thinking about anything else. The two of them scooped up the water and drank. The cool river water instantly refreshed them. There seemed to be fish in the water. You stay still. I'll go catch a few. Be careful. Duan Yu took off his shoes and gently stepped into the water, in the pitch blackness. He could only feel his way with his hands. After much effort, he finally caught 4 or 5 stream fish that were about half the size of his palm. Unable to start a fire, they had to make do with eating them raw. The taste was surprisingly good. The fish was cold, tender, and quite delicious. Chu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad. I'm going to take a bath. You better not peek." After finishing her sashimi, Chu Wanqing felt the urge to wash up. After all, she was covered in dirt and dust, which was quite uncomfortable. Besides, you're already mine. Is there really a need to guard against me? After a rustling sound of clothes being removed, Chu Wanqing stepped into the water. Duan Yu opened his eyes wide. But unfortunately, the absolute darkness here made it impossible to see anything. He could only sit down with a sigh and take the opportunity to rest. After a long while, she said, "I'm done. You should wash up too. You smell terrible." "Then I'll go wash. Do you want to help me scrub my back?" "Get lost. Do you believe I'll hit you?" Taking a cold shower indeed felt much refreshing, and the fatigue of the past few days was almost wiped away. Just now, Chu Wanqing hadn't used any shampoo, and it seemed that the young lady genuinely had a body fragrance. "How do you want to rest? Where are you touching? You know?" "Hee. No, it still hurts. I'll be gentle." This part omits over 10,000 words. After a long time, the two embraced and fell sweetly asleep. "Professor Li, where are we now? Why aren't we moving forward?" Lin Yuru asked. "According to the murals, this place should be beneath the Black Bear Forest. Unfortunately, the exit is blocked by rubble caused by the earthquake. Then what should we do?" Zhao Linger looked anxious. "Change direction. We can only continue deeper." Professor Li made the decision. "Deeper? Can we find an exit?" The wild warrior, Ah Wu, also spoke. "It's uncertain, but moving forward might yield a glimmer of hope." Professor Li said, stroking his beard, deep in thought. In fact, only about half of the wild tribe's murals were intact, the rest, exposed to the elements, had long been weathered and blurred. Even he didn't have an idea at this moment, and could only take it step by step. "Everyone, look, I have a new discovery." Li Qingyi, holding the pig oil lamp, had been leading the way, and at this moment, she seemed to have found something and squatted down. "What is it?" Footprints. Professor Lee stepped forward to examine them closely. Ah, is this real? How did you see that, old man? Professor Lee, don't trick us. Hearing what Professor Lee said, everyone immediately became excited. This was truly the best news. We both wear size 42 shoes. The sizes match. Sure enough, Zhang Changjin stretched out his foot to compare with the footprint on the ground, and the sizes were almost identical. Look, this shoe sole pattern belongs to sneakers. You all recognize this sole imprint, right? Think about whether you've seen it somewhere before. Also, these footprints are evenly pressed into the ground, with no deep or shallow impressions. What does that mean? Awu scratched his head. Of course, you want to be unfamiliar with the other footprint beside it. This is a woman's footprint. There's no need to think. It's definitely Miss Chu Wanqing. Such a large footprint can only belong to her, the tall girl who is 1.8 meters. Amazing. Truly amazing. Awu was utterly impressed. No wonder everyone calls you an old immortal. I, Awu, truly admire you. However, it seemed that Chu Wanqing's footprints appeared uneven, suggesting she might have been injured. We need to hurry. Everyone perked up and quickly sped up. Suddenly, Li Qingyi, who was leading the way, blew out the pig oil lamp. Cough, cough. Li Qingyi coughed lightly out of helplessness. She had seen some rather unrefined scenes while being at the front. Although it wasn't a long-awaited reunion, it was at least a survival after calamity, and the excitement of seeing an old friend was palpable. Chapter 107, A Hidden Paradise. Honey, what should we do now? When Chu Wanqing called out honey, it was like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Lighting the lamp again, the scene before them was laid bare. The two were shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. Wasn't that just a sweet little couple? The other girls quickly turned away. Zhao Linger blushed deeply and hurriedly covered her eyes. But couldn't resist peeking through a gap in her fingers. Lin Yuru quietly moved to the back of the line, squatting down, and soon low sobs were heard. Duan Yu took the coat Zhang Changjin handed him and wrapped it around himself. Duan Yu felt he should say something to comfort Lin Yuru. But for a moment, it felt as if his throat had been blocked, and he didn't know what to say. All right, you all focus on planning the next course of action. I will take care of Sister Yuru. Chu Wanqing smiled sweetly, knowing that at this moment, there could be no slightest concession. Not to mention that the road they came from was already blocked. Even if it opened later, what could they do? Since that's the case, they could only move forward. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope ahead. After a rest, the group continued their journey. Fortunately, when Li Qingyi came out of the earth building, he had made thorough arrangements, and everyone had some food and supplies, so in the short term, there were no issues with eating and drinking. Each person carried their own thoughts, and along the way, no one spoke. Hey, it seems there is light ahead. Could it be the exit? Zhao Linger exclaimed, and everyone quickly looked up towards the front. It seemed that a breeze was blowing. Li Qingyi, walking in front, reacted quickly. Let us speed up. We might have found the exit. Perhaps they had been in darkness for too long. When a large expanse of white light flashed before them, everyone momentarily couldn't open their eyes. What they saw was a flat piece of land, about 20 meters wide, resembling a large courtyard. On this flat land, many unknown wild grasses grew, along with some low shrubs. What is going on? Zhang Changjin also opened his mouth wide, surveying everything around him with the others. Beneath the ground, there was actually such a lush meadow. Surrounding the flat land were steep, knife-like stone walls, covered in moss, with water droplets trickling down. Looking further up, about 200 meters high, a patch of blue sky was revealed. Standing here and looking up felt like sitting in a well and gazing at the sky. This is a sinkhole. It's a geological feature formed by a volcanic eruption many years ago. As an archaeologist, Professor Lee was excited and immediately answered everyone's questions. So beautiful. Zhao Linger gazed dreamily at the sky. If we climb up from here, can we get out? Don't even think about it. Such a steep and slippery stone wall. And it's at least 200 meters high. Without professional climbing gear, no one can get out. Professor Lee's words undoubtedly struck everyone like a bolt from the blue, and the glimmer of hope they had just raised was instantly shattered. A few people hung their heads, quietly sitting down on the grass. Professor Lee, come and take a look at this. On the stone wall, there was a small protrusion, about the size of an egg. When the moss on the outside was pulled away, a small round disc, nearly the size of an egg, was revealed. It seemed to have some characters carved on it. A door. This is a door. Professor Lee exclaimed in surprise after seeing the characters on the protrusion. He then pressed his palm firmly against the protrusion, and a creaking sound came from the stone wall, revealing a passageway. What is this? A stone chamber? Duan Yu stared in astonishment at everything inside the stone wall. On both sides of the passage were 2 stone chambers, complete with stone tables, stone chairs, and stone beds. Wow, we're looking for martial arts manuals. Zhao Linger, the quirky girl, immediately rushed inside, her curiosity piqued. However, apart from the empty stone rooms, there was nothing else. Hey, what is this? A wooden box? There won't be any traps, right? I've seen this in TV dramas. In the corner, Zhao Ling discovered a wooden box. No worries. This box isn't locked. It probably doesn't have any traps. Professor Li gently stroked the wooden box, and his face showed shock. This is Nanhai agarwood. Moreover, the carvings on the box are extremely exquisite, with dragons and phoenixes engraved on it. Just this box alone, if taken outside, would be priceless. What kind of person could possess such a precious item? Professor Li murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had studied antiquities all his life and thought he had seen countless rare treasures, but at this moment, just seeing a box had shocked him beyond measure. If a box was so valuable, what could be inside it? Thinking of this, Professor Li trembled as he gently opened the box lid. Chapter 108, Duan Yu in the Yellow Robe. Professor Li could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the wooden box with trembling hands. Inside the box was only one item, a golden dragon robe, shining brightly. This is the Emperor's dragon robe, the old man exclaimed, almost in tears from excitement. And everyone quickly gathered around. The robe was embroidered with 9 exquisitely detailed golden dragons, each with 5 giant claws. The supreme ruler, a generation of emperors. Professor Li murmured. Not only that, but it was also densely embroidered with the characters Fu, Lu, Shou, Shi. However, there was no record of any emperor having run to a deserted island overseas. I don't understand. Zhao Ling shook her head like a rattle drum. Duan Yu knew that the old man was just waiting for him to make a fool of himself before lecturing him. This emperor, I've traveled tens of thousands of miles, not knowing how many life-and-death situations I've gone through, just to arrive on this deserted island. The only ones left by my side are just a few servants. I originally planned to live in seclusion here, no longer concerning myself with the outside world. But who would have thought that the Jinyui would appear here again? Zhu Di, oh Zhu Di, is our feud really so deep? Duan Yu easily translated the ancient text on the stone wall into modern vernacular, but the reactions of the crowd were varied. Zhang Changjin rested his chin on his hand. How did this emperor end up so miserable? Yeah, so miserable. Why would an emperor be chased for tens of thousands of miles, even on a deserted island? They wouldn't let him go. Zhao Ling quickly agreed. Indeed, Professor Li nodded in approval. The Jiangwen Emperor Zhu Yunwen was the grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Because his father, Zhu Biao, died early, Zhu Yunwen ascended to the throne. Later, he began to reduce the power of the feudal lords, dealing with several of his uncles. Ultimately, Zhu Yuanzhang's 4th son, who was also Jiangwen's 4th uncle, raised an army to seize the capital and took over the world. Some say Zhu Yunwen died in a great fire in the palace. But it's unexpected that he traveled across the ocean to this deserted island. Hey, I say, old man, why do you talk like you're giving a lecture? It's so boring, I'm not listening. Zhao Ling covered her ears, taking Lin Yuru's hand, and the two ran to the flat ground to study the wild grasses. Lucy had no idea what they were talking about, and also stood up to walk out. Au and the 3 wild men scratched their heads, completely unaware of what they were saying. Zhang Changjin was still bare-chested. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. In fact, for someone who loves archaeology, this dragon robe could be considered more important than life itself. But right now, beneath the dragon robe, there was a jade belt. Wearing this dragon robe made him look spirited and seemed to carry an air of authority. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Chu Wanqing smiled sweetly, offering a graceful bow, which instantly amused everyone. The group rested in the stone chamber for 2 days, but apart from the dragon robe, they found nothing else. The bottom of the sinkhole was far too distant from the exit above. Relying solely on human strength, it was impossible to ascend. Therefore, everyone had to give up the idea of going up from the sinkhole. After packing their limited belongings, they had to continue moving forward in search of a way out. In a valley, there was a sea of people gathered, densely packed, but upon closer inspection, they were divided into 2 distinct camps, separated by several meters, clearly defined. At a slightly elevated position, there was a wide platform, behind which stood a smooth and flat stone wall. On the platform, there was a large offering table, adorned with some fruits and a pig's head, resembling offerings. Looking closely, the people in the 2 camps below were each holding knives and guns. Although they hadn't yet acted, there was an atmosphere of tension. Beside the offering table stood 2 individuals, one fat and one thin, both dressed in luxurious robes. The fat man looked at the thin man with mockery. I say, Zhu Laoda, don't try to play tricks or deceive me with some ancestral words, claiming that the destined child will descend. Put away your ghostly antics. Today, no one can stop me, Zhu Laosan, from becoming the lord of this island. The man referred to as Zhu Laoda, a tall and thin figure, merely smiled coldly, remaining silent and noncommittal. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly emanated from the stone wall opposite the offering table. The gods are manifesting. The destined child has arrived. The crowd below erupted into thunderous cheers, quickly kneeling down in unison. Long live our emperor. Chapter 109, Fleeing in Dragon Ropes. At the end of the underground passage was a spacious hall. However, this hall was not square. It had 8 sides, and at its center, a pattern of the yin-yang fish was embedded with stones. This is actually a Chimin Duanjia 8 trigrams formation. Professor Li's voice trembled, but this time it was not out of excitement, but out of fear. The 8 trigrams formation is one of the strongest formations throughout history, belonging to Chimin Duanjia. Even he, an archaeologist, did not understand its mysteries. Rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, scenic gate, death gate, shock gate, open gate. Duan Yu, using the light from a pig oil lamp, finally made out the words written on the 8 doors of the hall's walls. What is going on? Zhang Chang'an's face was wooden, filled with confusion. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone was puzzled. They hadn't found an exit. Instead, they encountered this strange 8 trigrams formation. What use is this? The 8 trigrams formation has 8 gates, a legendary formation. It seems that Zhu Yunjian, the Jiangwen emperor, is indeed a genius. This is merely a dead formation. It won't move, but none of us can break it. Among the 8 doors, perhaps only one offers a path to life. If we choose wrong, we might trigger a mechanism and lose our lives. Then just choose the life gate. Professor Li shook his head with a bitter smile. The life gate doesn't guarantee survival, and the death gate doesn't mean death. Any door cannot ensure absolute safety. Everyone, choose freely. At this moment, the atmosphere turned very heavy. Whether only one door is safe or if all doors are safe, no one knew. For hundreds of years, these mechanisms might not even trigger. No one could say for certain. With so many people, they definitely couldn't all go through the same door. If they made a mistake, it would be over for everyone. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing exchanged a smile, their hands tightly clasped together. Chu Wanqing said little, but her determined gaze revealed everything. Where you go, I will go. In heaven or on earth, I will follow you. Rather than this, it would be better to take a gamble. Who knows? Maybe behind the door lies an entirely new world? Then, let's go for the death gate. To live through death. Perhaps the death gate might also lead to a path of life? Everyone gritted their teeth and stepped into their chosen doors. At this moment, life and death were left to fate. Duan Yu held Chu Wanqing's hand, and after walking for a while, he discovered that the imagined rain of arrows and mechanisms had not been triggered. Not far ahead, there was actually a large door ring. With a gentle pull, a rumbling sound echoed, and the stone wall opened up, allowing them to step out. Just then, they found themselves on a platform halfway up a mountain, overlooking a valley filled with people. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Is this a movie? Zhu Laosan, the destined child, has appeared. Why aren't you quickly paying your respects to the new emperor? Zhu Laoda brushed the dust off his clothes and bowed. What new emperor? This island hasn't had an emperor for hundreds of years. What destined child? Don't listen to Zhu Laoda's nonsense. How can the throne of the Zhu family be given to someone from another family? What destined child? It's simply a huge joke. Then, Zhu Laosan waved his sleeves. Come, capture them for me. Execute them. He pinched his thigh hard. It doesn't hurt. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a punch on his back from Chu Wanqing. Hey, why did you hit me? Of course it doesn't hurt. You pinched the thigh of Lady Chu. A group of soldiers, armed with red tassel spears, charged toward the platform. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the other camp picked up their weapons and blocked their way. Run. If they didn't run now, when would they? The two exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, ran toward the other side of the mountain. Behind them, there were earth-shattering shouts and sounds of pursuit. What is wrong with them? First, they shout long live the emperor, and in the blink of an eye, they want to kill me? Duan Yu was utterly speechless. Even if it were a movie, it wouldn't be this absurd. Whoosh. The sound of an arrow cutting through the air rang out, grazing Chu Wanqing's cheek and leaving a blood mark on her beautiful face. Bang. With a gunshot, the soldier who had charged in front and shot Chu Wanqing fell to the ground. Hiss. What kind of arrow is this? So terrifying. Duan Yu then discovered that the arrow shot earlier was actually a wooden arrow, which was now firmly embedded in a large tree, 3 inches deep. What kind of luck do we have? We just escaped the tiger's den, and now we've entered the wolf's mouth. In the dense thicket and forest, a young man in dragon robes and a beautiful young woman skillfully maneuvered through the terrain, occasionally ambushing and shooting down several pursuers. Chapter 110, The Small Fishing Village by the Sea. As they fled, their hearts raced. On this day, they arrived at a valley. This valley was not far from the sea. Standing halfway up the mountain, they could see the turbulent waves. The reason for describing the sea as fierce was that the waves here were terrifying. Even without wind, the waves reached several meters high. Not to mention the rocks and whirlpools hidden in the water. With such harsh sea conditions, it was hard to believe that any boat could safely navigate through. Is this still the deserted island we were on before? Chu Wanqing was also puzzled. In this valley, there were scattered stone houses, resembling a small fishing village. Over the past 2 days, they had been inexplicably chased, leaving them both in a state of disarray and exhaustion. During these days, they had not dared to light a fire for fear of attracting pursuers, and with little food to eat, they had been living almost like savages. Although seeking a meal from the fishermen's homes was somewhat risky, they had no choice but to try. The urgent need was not only to fill their bellies, but also to understand the current situation. This was a fenced courtyard with 3 stone-built bungalows. In the center of the yard, numerous dried fish and fishing nets were hanging out to dry. At a glance, it was a typical mountain village fishing family. Gently knocking on the wooden door, before long, a woman in her 30s walked out from the house. The woman, dressed in simple coarse cloth clothes with several patches, looked like her family's conditions were not very good. "Sister, we are just passing by. May we ask for some water at your home?" "Of course, come in quickly." Unexpectedly, this sister was very warm and directly led the two into the living room. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing entered the room and glanced around. Although the house was simple and dilapidated, it was kept clean and tidy inside, indicating that it was a hard-working woman. "Please have some tea." "Thank you, sister." Chu Wanqing picked up a bowl and took a small sip, instantly feeling a fragrant aroma. Unexpectedly, there was such good tea in this remote mountain village. Chu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. "It's all tea leaves picked from my own field. I'm just a poor housewife, and I don't know how to brew tea or have any tea utensils. I hope you don't laugh at me." In reality, she didn't understand tea tasting at all. To her, no matter how good the tea leaves were, they were basically like a cow chewing on peonies. Duan Yu picked up the bowl and gulped down half of it. He didn't know if the tea was good or not, but it was certainly very thirst-quenching. "You must be hungry. Let me make you something to eat," the woman said, taking an apron from the wall and heading to the kitchen. "Sister, we don't have any money on us. If possible, we can help you with some work. Would that be all right?" Duan Yu felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't just eat for free. "It's fine. It's just a meal. We villagers have plenty of home-cooked meals, so don't mind it," the woman said as she busied herself in the kitchen. The kitchen was just a small open wooden shed set up in a corner of the yard. In the small yard, there was a table with 4 small dishes, a steamed sea fish, some stir-fried bamboo shoots, a plate of wild vegetables, and a pot of fish soup. "There isn't much else at home. Please make do with these, dear guests." The woman smiled. It had been a long time since they had eaten hot meals, and the simple dishes tasted even more delicious than delicacies at that moment. Just then, a man's voice came from the doorway. A middle-aged man of medium build and dark complexion walked in, holding a few large fish. "Oh, we have guests. Hello, welcome. Wife. I say, why are you so stingy? Quickly make another big fish so the guests won't go hungry. As a housewife, if I don't entertain well, please don't take offense." "Oh no, big brother. You are too polite. We feel very embarrassed to trouble you like this." Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing quickly stood up, greeted him, exchanged pleasantries, and then sat down again to eat and talk. "Where are you two from? What is your surname?" the man asked, his eyes rolling. If she had looked up, with her keen observation, the woman would have noticed a hint of complexity in the man's eyes. After a long conversation, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, a fierce argument broke out in the owner's room. However, the voices were low and high, making it hard to hear clearly. "I won't allow you to do this." The sharp voice was clearly that of the woman. "We don't need to fish or farm to get rich anymore." The low voice should be that of the man, but he seemed to deliberately lower his voice, making it hard to hear. "All right, let's sleep. After all this running around. Aren't you tired?" Duan Yu felt that Chu Wanqing was a bit suspicious. "No, that man went out at night." Chu Wanqing suddenly sat up, as if she had discovered something. It's normal for people to go out at night in their own village. Besides, there is no electricity or entertainment. Maybe he went to find someone to drink with. Chapter 111. Trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. According to Chu Wanqing, since they had just arrived in this unfamiliar environment, they needed to be careful about everything. Caution is wise. Under Chu Wanqing's insistence, the two quietly slipped out and hid on a hillside where they could see the situation in the yard. "Dear guests, have you settled down?" The moonlight was bright, and the mountain village was particularly quiet at night. Even on the hillside, the two could faintly hear the woman's voice. Just then, there was a dense sound of footsteps outside the yard. "Right here at my house, village chief, we're going to get rich." "Ha ha." The man who was the house owner was walking at the front. "Hi, are you sure? Are these two the ones that the town sea king is looking for?" a tall man in the crowd asked, presumably the village chief mentioned by Ahai. Behind them, there was a large crowd of no less than 100 people. "Village chief, although I can't recognize the dragon robe, I still recognize the 9 dragons embroidered on that golden robe. There have never been these 2 surnames on our island. So, they must be the ones that the town sea king wants to capture. Also, when we were having breakfast and chatting, he even asked me what kind of boat we usually use to go fishing." Ha ha. Upon hearing Ahai's analysis, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. Everyone knew that in our fishing village, and even on the entire island, fishing was never done with boats. The waters around the island were full of rough waves, and no one dared to go out to sea. These two must be outsiders. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing were puzzled on the hillside. Fishing without a boat? How do they fish? However, the island was surrounded by big waves, so it seemed that boats couldn't even enter the sea. Someone else said, "Ahai, you're going to get rich now." The town sea king said that capturing these two would earn a reward of 1,000,000 copper coins. Yes. We fish for a year, and even if we don't eat or drink, we can only earn about 10,000 copper coins. If you get rich, don't forget the brothers. Hee. All the brothers who came today will share in the spoils. The tall village chief reminded, everyone be careful. Although capturing them earns 1,000,000 copper coins, if we catch them dead, it's only 50,000 coins, which isn't worth it. Village chief. I heard they have two dark things in their hands, more sinister than bows and arrows. It seems to be some kind of firearm. We need to be careful. Yes. We must not end up not capturing them and getting our own people hurt. That wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry, I'm well prepared. The tall village chief waved his hand. Bring it over. Two strong men pushed out something that looked like a handcart. The cart was shaped like a huge box, and in front of the box were several long tubes sticking out. This is a 100-shot crossbow cart. I just borrowed it from the Linghai Wangfu a few days ago. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. You all take the gear, spread out, and surround the yard. Ahai. You and I will lead a team to push in through the front door. With this divine crossbow, we can fire 100 shots in succession. No matter what kind of firearm they have, not even a god can escape. The village chief coldly smiled. If they resist, then we can only shoot them with 1,000 arrows. Let us consider it a reward of 50,000 copper coins. This kind of crossbow was indeed terrifying. The previous Zhuge crossbow could only shoot 10 arrows at a time, but unexpectedly, in this small fishing village on a deserted island, there was a crossbow capable of firing 100 arrows in succession. This was simply an improved version of the Zhuge crossbow. If it weren't for Chu Wanqing insisting on hiding to observe, the two might have already become victims by now. Indeed, human hearts are the most treacherous. What? Empty? Ahai, what do you mean? Are you making fun of us? A group of people was furious, collectively blaming Ahai. Did you inform them and let them escape? I didn't, Ahai. Don't slander me. His wife was visibly angry, deeply disappointed in Ahai. Ahai, you should know the consequences of releasing a prisoner of the state. If I report this to King Linhai and King Zhenhai, you and your wife will either be executed or face several years in prison. You should be clear about that. Ahai's face turned ashen. He had been thinking he was about to rise to fame, but unexpectedly faced such a result. He knew very well what kind of person the village chief was, and that he might turn the tables on him, leaving Ahai with no way out. Considering that we grew up together, I beg you, village chief, don't escalate this matter. Ahai lowered his head and pleaded desperately. If I let you go, it's not difficult. What about your family's 2 acres of orchard? What do you think? The village chief said with a cold smile, rubbing his hands together. It's yours. I'll transfer it to your name tomorrow. Ahai's heart bled. Those 2 acres were the most precious inheritance of his family. Now, he could only smile through tears as he relinquished them to the village chief. Get out. The village chief nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. And in the blink of an eye, the group left without a trace. Damn woman, how dare you ruin my plans? Do you know? I almost got killed because of you. Even my ancestral orchard was taken away by the village chief. Ahai was furious and found a rope, hanging his wife from a crooked tree in the yard, whipping her mercilessly. Ahai, this is all your own doing. What wrong did I do? Unexpectedly, his wife was also stubborn and refused to back down. Bitch, I'll kill you. Beast, don't you dare stop. Chapter 112. 10 princes on one island? Hitting a woman, what kind of skill is that? Just as Ahai was going crazy, fiercely punishing his wife, a cold long knife was suddenly pressed against his neck. Ahai was instantly scared to death, and the whip in his hand fell to the ground. Big brother, spare me, I was wrong. Big brother, no? Older brother. Ahai smiled apologetically, constantly flattering, as at this moment, his life was the priority. Big brother, please spare me for my wife's sake. She cooked for you too. I was wrong. I'm worse than a pig or dog. I won't dare again. Ahai knelt on the ground. While saying this, he kept slapping his own face hard, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for your wife's sake, I would have shot you long ago. Chu Wanqing came over with a rifle from the hillside. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help take your wife down. Chu Wanqing said coldly. Men, there are hardly any good ones. Duan Yu, lying down and getting shot. Under Chu Wanqing's supervision, Ahai obediently treated his wife's wounds and squatted in the corner of the room, not daring to say another word. Big brother, miss, thank you for today. The woman leaned against the head of the bed, her expression calm, without a trace of resentment. Actually, I was planning to talk to you about something and give you a warning, but you had already gone out. Although things have come to this, I still want to advise you a few things. Hometown. To be precise, it's the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty no longer exists. Our ancestors are the Jiangwen Emperor, who was hunted down and ended up on this deserted island. Do you know Jiangwen Emperor Zhu Yunwen? Duan Yu nodded. We call this island Ming Island. The Ming Dynasty has not been extinguished. Jiangwen's bloodline has been passed down for generations here. Duan Yu didn't expect that a fisherman's wife would know so much. Don't be surprised. This is common knowledge here, everyone knows. In 1399, our ancestor Zhu Yunwen changed the era to Jiangwen. It has continued to this day, and we still use the Jiangwen era name. This year is Jiangwen 624. Chu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Generally, after an emperor passes on the throne, they would change the era name. It's impossible for an era name to last over 600 years. So that means it's 2023? After Jiangwen, there were no more emperors on the island. Initially, there was only Jiangwen, a few guards, and several palace maids. At that time, everyone struggled to fill their stomachs. And there were very few people, so being an emperor was not as powerful as being a village chief. The descendants of the Jiangwen emperor did not inherit the throne. It wasn't until about 100 or 200 years ago that the Zhu family's descendants became prosperous and started the game of power struggle. They fought back and forth, dividing the island into 10 regions, but the leaders of these forces only dared to call themselves kings. No one dared to claim the title of emperor. For example, the altar where you appeared is in the south of the island. That is the territory of King Weihai, Zhu Laoda. We are located in the southeast of the island, which is the territory of King Linhai, Zhu Qi. The most ridiculous thing is that among these 10 kings, 8 are from the Zhu family, and only 2 are from other families. The fishing village you came from belongs to the territory of King Linhai, Zhu Qi. This King Linhai, Zhu Qi, is actually ranked second to last among the 10 kings in terms of strength, with only 2 small counties and 8 mountain villages under his command. How can he call himself a king? The reason King Linhai has not been swallowed by others is entirely due to his good temper. The king ranked last has lost his territory and is said to have only 3 subordinates left, not knowing where they have gone. What a mess. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. Such a small island has such a complex web of relationships, making it really hard to navigate. Ahai, who had been silent in the corner, spoke up at this time. King Jinhai, Zhu Laosan, controls the central area, and his strength is the greatest. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to force the other forces to submit and claim the title of emperor. Unexpectedly, King Weihai, Zhu Laoda, somehow dug up an old prophecy from his ancestors, saying that the Son of Heaven would appear soon, and then, coincidentally, you appeared in a dragon robe at the altar. So my appearance just happened to confirm that prophecy, which is why King Jinhai, Zhu Laosan, can't become emperor and has been sending people to hunt me down. Now, you two can't wear those clothes anymore. It's dangerous. If you don't mind, change into our coarse cloth clothes. Also, big brother, you need to hide that knife. It can't be used anymore. The woman reminded. The Jinui and the people on our island are sworn enemies. As long as you carry that knife, you will encounter endless trouble. In the end, the two changed into ordinary coarse clothes, wrapping the clothes they had changed out of and the embroidered spring knife on their backs. It wasn't that they were reluctant to part with these items. It was just that they were sources of trouble. If left with the couple, it would only bring them harm. I swear, I will treat her well from now on. I will never hit her again. Humph. Chu Wanqing scoffed. Then, she raised her hand, aimed the gun, and pulled the trigger. A small tree 500 meters away broke in response. Ahai was so frightened that he shrank his neck and almost wet himself. Remember to treat your wife better, or we can take your life at any time. Big sister, see you next time. I will repay you in the future. Chapter 113. Looking for ways to make money. Amidst the green mountains and clear waters, there was an ancient small county hidden away. This small town was located halfway up a mountain. It was not large, but it was neatly planned. Tall trees lined the sidewalks on both sides of the main street, and the dense shade blocked the summer sun, providing a refreshing feeling. This small town was called Linyue, with Yu meaning mountain. One day, a young man and woman dressed in rough cloth arrived in the small town of Linyue. Although their clothing was simple, the man looked spirited, and the woman appeared handsome. Their tattered clothes could not conceal their elegance. After leaving the small fishing village, they had been traveling and camping out, finally arriving at Linyue. Linyue, being coastal, was part of the territory of the coastal king, Zhu Qi. He had always thought that the Bagua Formation was merely a display, likely without any hidden mechanisms or traps, and that others would be safe as well. In those small fishing villages, it was impossible to stay. The villages were small, and the people all knew each other. The appearance of two strangers would surely raise suspicion. They were currently wanted criminals, valuable ones at that. However, cities like Linyue were different. They had a large population with a variety of people. So even if they were newcomers, they wouldn't attract too much suspicion. If the soldier at the gate knew that these two were the wanted criminals on the notice board at the city gate, worth 1,000,000 copper coins, he would surely regret it. It almost made the two of them laugh to tears. They couldn't help but wonder how their artist managed to graduate. They entered the city, which was quite lively. However, they were currently facing a dilemma. The streets were bustling with traffic, and there were numerous shops. Each food stall emitted enticing aromas. Feeling their stomachs, they realized they were indeed a bit hungry. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero, which is true throughout history. Here, people use copper coins for transactions, and sometimes larger purchases involved silver. It might be better not to use silver. They didn't know if this small town accepted it. And if they did, it could cause a commotion. If someone recognized them, that would be a disaster. Chu Wanqing had become very cautious. With no other option, they strolled aimlessly through the city, hoping to make some new discoveries or hear news of acquaintances. At a small meat shop at the end of an alley, two big men entered. These two were tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a fierce appearance, their dark hair making them look intimidating. Some younger children cried out in fear at the sight of them. Their skin was even darker than that of a wild boar. Thud! The two big men threw a wild boar and 2 wild rabbits in front of the meat shop owner, freshly hunted from the mountains. Pure wild and harmless boar meat. Name your price. The boar's appearance wasn't great. It probably had been sick and wasn't worth much. The meat shop owner blinked his shrewd little eyes, pretended to examine the boar on the ground, and said to the two dark-faced men, "If I must give a price." Considering the 2 rabbits as well, a total of 1 string of cash. One of the dark-faced men sneered, 1 string of cash? That's just 1 tael of silver, which is 1,000 copper coins. Boss, are you kidding me? What a joke. Pork is selling for over 20 copper coins a pound now. This boar must weigh over 100 pounds. You could sell it for at least 2,000 copper coins, plus the 2 rabbits. You could sell it for around 3,000 copper coins. That's 3 taels of silver. Give me 1,000 copper coins. Are you sending me off with alms? Do you believe I'll hit you? The dark-faced man said as he raised his large hand as if to strike. Come on, hit me if you dare. I remind you, you're an outsider. Just next door is the county office of Linwo. Dare to try? The other dark-faced man quickly pulled his brother back. Boss, my brother has never been out. Hasn't he seen the world? Please don't be angry. 1 string of cash is fine. We'll sell it. Consider yourselves wise. Next time you have game, feel free to bring it. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing stood at the alley entrance, witnessing the entire event. Brother, why did you stop me? If you hadn't pulled me back, I would have given that kid a good beating. Third brother, do you not see the situation? We must learn to be patient. We need to wait until we find elder brother and fourth brother. Fine, but I still feel like I can't swallow this anger. Endure for a while, and the wind will be calm. Right. We can also hunt to exchange for copper coins. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing's eyes lit up. It seemed their trip hadn't been in vain, as they had grasped the basic situation here. With their archery skills and abilities, they should have no problem making a living through hunting. Duan Yu vaguely felt that these 2 dark-faced men were not simple. Based on what he observed, they were likely not locals, but came from somewhere else. I think those 2 are quite interesting, Chu Wanqing agreed. Then let us follow them and see if we can find anything else. Chapter 114, The Chubby Kid Making Fake Certificates. Boss, 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles. Make them big. I don't want coriander or vinegar, just add more spice. And don't add sesame at all. I want more vinegar and coriander. Add more sesame, but don't add spice. The 2 dark-faced men exchanged the wild boar meat for money and happily walked to a noodle stall, ordering 2 large bowls of noodles. The noodle stall owner was momentarily confused. Did they want sesame or spice? More coriander or more vinegar? The owner felt his head wasn't working properly. Sesame, spice? Go eat next door? The owner initially appeared puzzled, then angrily pointed to the next stall, which was also a noodle shop. Duan Yu suspected the owner was cursing but felt uncertain. On the island, all the descendants of the Ming were growing wheat, which was not surprising. The next noodle stall was run by an old man who was both deaf and blind. In the noodle soup for the 2 dark-faced men, he forgot to add sesame and spice but dumped in a large amount of salt instead. The 2 men wandered around, stopping at homes that had small red papers posted on the doors. Duan Yu carefully looked at the content on the red paper and suddenly realized they were here to rent a house. Indeed, having a place to stay would mean they were truly settled. Just then, the 2 dark-faced men arrived at the next shop with small red papers posted on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the dark-faced men knocked on the door, the homeowner came out. What? 500 copper coins a month? That's half a tael of silver. That's too expensive. This is a standalone courtyard, fully furnished. This price is already very favorable. Rent it, rent it. Do you have your yellow booklet? If not, I can't rent it to you. The yellow booklet is back home. I forgot to bring it. Can you make an exception? Without the yellow booklet, it's like having no identity. I can't rent it to you. Who knows if you're fugitives? If you have a certificate from your county office, that would work. The homeowner said, You bastard. I'm giving you money, and you want to rent to me? Do you believe I'll tear you apart? The dark-faced man began to lose his temper again. Third brother, don't cause trouble. The homeowner, angered, stomped his foot and slammed the door, ignoring their continued knocking. The two dark-faced men, feeling helpless, could only leave dejectedly. Two big brothers? Do you need to get some certificates? Just as the two were feeling dejected, a chubby little boy mysteriously blocked their path. The man with the black face, known as Sandy, seemed to have a fondness for children, and as he looked at the boy before him, who was nearly round, he even reached out to pinch the child's cheek. The child was neither afraid nor angry. Yellow book. We can make the introduction letter and certificate from the county office, including the badge. Do you two big brothers need it? Duan Yu then realized that it wasn't just them following the two big men. This little boy had been trailing them all along. It seemed the child had long seen that these two were from out of town and did not seem like proper people. They probably didn't have identification. So the child had come here to seek work. You're just a little kid? You already know how to handle certificates? The two big men didn't believe it. Of course not. My master is the expert in this area. How about 200 copper coins? For 200 copper coins, we can provide you with your certificates. The price is very favorable, fair to everyone. We also operate on thin margins for high sales. If you don't believe me, go ask around in Linyu City. We are the only ones doing this business. Just us, no branches. The reason my master didn't come out is that, as you know, this kind of thing can lead to lawsuits if not handled carefully, so he thinks it's better to be cautious. This chubby little boy looked to be about 10 years old, but unexpectedly, he was quite the salesperson. He left the two big men dumbfounded. All right, we'll do it. It's just 200 copper coins. We'll pay. The black-faced second brother thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Money wasn't a problem for them. After all, if they ran out of money, they could always go hunting to exchange for cash. And if they got new identities, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. Otherwise, they would be terrified of the patrolling soldiers while walking on the street, as they were too conspicuous. You wait here, I'll be right back. The chubby boy took the two men's money and turned into an alley, disappearing from sight in no time. Ergo, this little boy can't be a fraud, right? San. At this point, we can only wait and see. Time passed, and the two black-faced men were already anxiously waiting. Even if they lost the 200 copper coins, it wouldn't matter. What if the chubby boy brought the county's officials over? That would be trouble. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing sat quietly under a tree, pretending to cool off. After all, if these two big men succeeded, they could also follow suit and settle down in this small town. Soon, the chubby boy came running back, holding a small box in his hands. Gentlemen, I have what you wanted. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing watched as the two big men successfully rented a house using the makeshift ID they obtained. Everything was clear now. It was time to leave the city to hunt in exchange for money. On the roadside, an old man was sitting cross-legged on the grass. The old man was dressed in Taoist robes, with white hair and beard that flowed down to his chest, looking very ethereal. In front of the old Taoist was a small table, on which sat a small fortune-telling jar. Next to the table, a long banner fluttered in the wind. The front of the banner read, Great Spirit Fortune, foreseeing the future. The back read, Iron Mouth Direct Judgment, no luck, no charge. Little brother, I see your brow is dark. You must have bloodshed disaster coming soon. Chapter 115. Foreseeing the future, Iron Mouth Direct Judgment, no luck, no charge. Little brother, your brow is dark. I observe that your brow is dark, your complexion is poor. You must be plagued by bad luck recently, and there will surely be bloodshed disaster. Come, just 51. I can calculate the rain from the sky, the earth shaking, and in between, wealth and relationships. How many calves a cow will give birth to, fair to everyone. Whoever calculates will profit. In the past, the Chu family believed more than anyone in fate and fortune-telling. But now, the young lady clearly had no interest in such things. This is just a wandering swindler. Let's move on and not provoke him. Given their situation, it was better to keep a low profile. Bloodshed disaster. Certain death. Once, twice, but not thrice. Everything must have a limit. Who can stand this? Come, old Taoist. You tell me clearly, who has a bloodshed disaster? That's simple. For 50 copper coins, I can calculate anything. You. Duan Yu was so angry he nearly jumped up, but to be honest, neither of them had a single copper coin on them. Duan Yu raised his fist, shook it, and finally thought better of it considering the old Taoist's age. Wanqing, let's go. Duan Yu took Chu Wanqing's hand and was about to turn to leave. Alas, just when we were about to be a couple, we might become a pair of wronged souls. Bloodshed disaster, certain death. Come, old Taoist. Duan Yu picked up a stone from the ground and slapped it down on the old Taoist's small table with a loud bang, causing the table to shake violently. The fortune-telling jar to fall, and bamboo sticks to scatter everywhere. Gathering of heroes, chaos of demons. The heavens are about to change. The old Taoist looked down at the scattered bamboo sticks, muttering to himself. Iron Mouth Direct Judgment? Yes. So you say you are very accurate? I am a divine calculator. Every hexagram must be effective. Sometimes, when dealing with scoundrels, reasoning doesn't work. One must use some scoundrel methods to achieve miraculous effects. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. Then, he stroked his long beard and burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting. The old Taoist felt he hadn't encountered such an interesting person in many years. Duan Yu sat across from him, holding a board stone. Cough. Aren't you supposed to be iron-mouthed direct judgment, foreseeing the future? Then let me ask you, will you get beaten today? If you say yes, I won't hit you, proving you are inaccurate, and your sign will be ruined. If you say no, then today I will definitely hit you, and you will still be inaccurate. Chu Wanqing crossed her arms and curiously watched what reaction the old Taoist would have. In fact, this was just a set of nonsense to deceive people. I calculated it. I won't get beaten today. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist smiled lightly. Old Taoist, do you think I am respectful to the elderly and love the young? So I won't hit you? Duan Yu felt like he was being ignored by the old Taoist at that moment. No, I think you can't beat me. The old Taoist extended a hand and slowly shook it. Even if I do move, it would just be a spar, a gentle touch. Duan Yu was just about to reach out to flip his table and then tear down his sign. Duan Yu suddenly felt as if a giant claw had tightly gripped his arm, causing a sharp pain. This is a master. Only then did Duan Yu realize he had been careless. The old man, with his white hair and beard, was actually a martial arts expert. The young lady rolled up her sleeves, ready to join the fight. Chu Wanqing was also a master in Taekwondo, although she was a woman. Dealing with ordinary people was not a problem. You girl, no martial ethics. Wah. Old Taoist. The old Taoist was so angry he puffed up his cheeks. To their shame. The two of them thought their skills were impressive and believed their combat power was strong, but in the end, the two of them together couldn't even defeat an old Taoist with white hair. Fortunately, the old Taoist did not harm them. He just knocked them unconscious and then left. Since he said we have a bloodshed disaster, did the old Taoist not leave any way to resolve it? The two sat up and then discovered that at their feet on the grass lay 2 bows and dozens of arrows. Aside from that, there was nothing else. These 2 bows and arrows were just ordinary ones, with nothing particularly outstanding about them. Here, almost everyone carries such bows and arrows when they go out. The facts have already proven that this old Taoist priest is indeed a master. Since he is a master, what he said about the disaster of bloodshed can't be true. Right? What about my embroidered spring knife and dragon robe? It was only at this moment that the two realized that the packages they were carrying had vanished without a trace. Chapter 116, Me Too. The package is already lost. That old Taoist must know our identities. Will he bring people to catch us? It seems that the old Taoist knew our identities from the very beginning. If he wanted to oppose us, with his abilities, he could have just taken us away directly. There was no need to give us 2 bows. As for the dragon robe and embroidered spring knife, they were a burden to carry now, but they were reluctant to part with them. They were just a waste. If the old Taoist took them, then so be it. This actually saves us some trouble. In comparison, right now, those things are less useful than these 2 bows and arrows. I remember those 2 black-faced men muttering that they hunted in the west of the city. Let's head west and take a look. The two walked along the mountain path towards the west. How can this be right? When did this forest become your family's? I didn't know. A loud commotion came from within the woods. As Duan Yu and the others approached, they discovered that the black-faced man was arguing with another group of people. I find it puzzling. This is clearly a wasteland that everyone shares. Why can't we hunt here? Shared? Are you from Linyua City? If it's shared, then our people from Linyua City should hunt first. It's south, not your place as outsiders. From now on, no one except the people from Xiangfu Tavern can hunt on this hill. The leader appeared to be a steward, and behind him stood more than a dozen young men in waiter uniforms, each holding knives, guns, and clubs, carrying bows and arrows on their backs, glaring angrily. When did this wasteland become your Xiangfu Tavern's backyard? Don't bully people. If you push me too hard, you'll get to see my strength. The black-faced man shouted fiercely. He had a fierce look with a leopard head and ringed eyes, and his face was covered in dark hair, making him look particularly menacing. The waiters were so frightened by his shout that they instinctively took 2 steps back. Brother, let's talk it out. The black-faced man, who was the second brother, knew his brother had a bad temper and quickly stepped in to mediate. I'm Zhu Yun, and this is my third brother Zhu Fei. We all share the surname Zhu. Over 600 years ago, we were one family. Can't we sit down and talk things over? Zhu Yun said with a smile. Before entering the city, he had already inquired and found out that most people in Linyua City shared the surname Zhu. They were all related. Stop trying to get close to me. Do you know what our boss does? The steward sneered. Our Xiangfu Tavern's boss is the little brother of the current county magistrate, who gets the hunting rights to this wasteland. ISNT at the magistrate who decides? Outsiders. I advise you not to seek trouble. Who are you pointing at? Come, let me teach you a lesson. Zhu Fei had a hot temper. Upon hearing this, he swung his fist at the steward's nose. The dozen or so waiters of the tavern couldn't just stand by. They rushed in, surrounding the two black men. Although they were all armed, they still maintained a degree of restraint. After all, this was still Lin US City's territory. If someone died, they would all be in trouble. The two big men were quite skilled, and with their 4 fists, they made the dozen or so waiters cry out for their mothers. Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing stood not far away, enjoying the show. At that moment, from the trees not far away, 2 bows and arrows emerged from the dense foliage. "Be careful," Duan Yu shouted, then quickly picked up a stone and threw it hard. It struck the wrist of the person drawing the bow, causing him to lose his aim. The arrow shot off at an angle and landed at Zhu Fei's feet. "Retreat. You wait for me. We'll settle this score slowly." The steward of Xiangfu Tavern, along with the dozen waiters, left with a harsh word and ran off in embarrassment. "So your name is Zhu Yu, then we are family. This is your sister-in-law? Her name is Wanqing? Not bad, not bad. She really is good-looking, and her name sounds nice too." Duan Yu didn't dare to reveal his true name and had to lie, saying his name was Zhu Yu, while Chu Wanqing became Wanqing. The Wang surname is also a prominent one on this island. Zhu Fei wasn't as eloquent as his second brother Zhu Yun. He could only awkwardly grin and laugh. "Hee, me too. Hee. What I want to say is the same as my second brother. What you just said is right, me too." No wonder those from Xiangfu Tavern insisted on occupying this territory. It seems there are indeed many wild animals around here. This can be considered the first pot of gold since coming to Ming Island. "Boss, bring me 4 bowls of noodles. Put whatever you want in them. I haven't eaten for several meals. I'm really starving." The two ate 4 large bowls and finally patted their bellies in satisfaction, finally full. After finishing their meal, the next step was to get a yellow book, which is a fake certificate. Duan Yu decided to try his luck on the 2 streets from yesterday. Sure enough, luck was on their side. Just as they reached the big tree at the alley entrance, a chubby little boy walked over. "Need a certificate? 200 copper coins. With after-sales service, 7 days no questions asked return policy. Zhu Yu, Wanqing. Zhu Yu, Wanqing." The chubby boy kept repeating these 2 names, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chapter 117, Zhu Daba is a good child. The chubby boy kept muttering and suddenly had a thought. Ever since the cruise ship sank, over 1,000 people on a big cruise ship just sank like that. The storm that day was so fierce that he still shivers at the thought. Having drifted to this island for so long, he hadn't seen a single familiar face. Those old acquaintances must have perished at the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, tears welled up in the chubby boy's eyes. Opening a jar of good wine, there's no food. The chubby boy sat alone in the room, drinking in silence. "Master, the task is completed." At that moment, a little chubby boy ran in excitedly. This little chubby boy was a child he had adopted a few days ago. He was an orphan, and the chubby boy, seeing him so pitiful, took pity on him and took him as a disciple. He remembered when he first adopted him. The little chubby boy was so hungry, he was skin and bones, not looking like a child at all. After a few days of proper nutrition, he had turned into a little chubby kid. Those who didn't know would think they were father and son. "Master, here is the payment for this job." Although the little chubby boy loved to eat, he had a good trait. He never hid anything. Whatever money he received, he would hand over to his master. "All right, you've worked hard. Take this copper coin to buy some food and toys." The chubby boy generously waved his hand, giving all 200 copper coins to the little chubby boy. "Thank you, master. You're the best." The little chubby boy happily pocketed the money, starting to think about where to go for fun with his group of little friends. "By the way, little chubby boy, keep an eye out for Zhu Yu and Wanqing. Let me know where they are staying as soon as you find out." The little chubby boy, holding a string of candied haws, was followed by a group of half-grown children, all staring eagerly at the candied haws in his hand. There were a few more, slurping their snot while wiping their mouths with dirty sleeves. Zhu Dabayog had not come again. The chubby boy scanned the group of children and noticed one was missing. That Zhu Dabayog had not played with his friends for a long time. Well, fine. The chubby boy distributed the candied hawthorns one by one, then took a group of friends to play happily. Bang, bang, bang. "It's here." The knock on the door sounded 3 times, and a childish voice immediately came from the yard. A boy about 12 or 13 years old came out. "Little brother, where are your adults?" Duan Yu was surprised to see that the one who opened the door was a child. The boy was tall and thin, almost like a bamboo pole. His face was waxy yellow, clearly a sign of long-term malnutrition. "My family has no adults, just me and my sister." The boy lowered his head, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his waxy little face. "Come sit in the yard." The little boy quickly ran into the house, took out 2 large bowls, filled them with warm water, and placed them on the table. "We can't afford tea at home, so you two can just drink some water. Is your house for rent?" "Yes." The little boy nodded seriously, like a small adult. 3 simple brick and tile houses. It was very rudimentary. It was rudimentary because aside from a bed, the room was almost empty, with no decent furniture at all. A delicate little girl, biting her finger, looked timidly at the two. She looked about 6 or 7 years old. This is my sister, Zhu Ning. The rent can be negotiated, 101 will do. 101 is just 100 copper coins, which can only buy 10 bowls of noodles at a stall outside. How about you give me 91? The boy's eyes flashed with urgency, showing that he really needed the money. Little brother, where are your parents? Chu Wanqing couldn't help but squat down to touch the little girl's head and looked up at the boy. This touch startled Chu Wanqing. The little girl felt burning hot. This little girl was actually running a fever, and it seemed quite serious. So, have you been taking care of your sister this past year? The corners of Chu Wanqing's eyes began to moisten. Yes, but she seems to have a high fever since yesterday, and I have no money to treat her. Sister, you're so pretty. Can you help me? If you rent the house, I will have money to take my sister to the doctor. Okay, I'll rent it. And I'll give you 501 for a month. Duan Yu said, taking out his money pouch and pulling out a large portion to put in the boy's pocket, which was more than 500 coins. This child has it too hard. He wanted to help these two poor little ones. Thank you, brother. I'll go get medicine for my sister right now. Saying this, the boy hurriedly ran out of the house, heading straight for the pharmacy. Before long, a bowl of steaming herbal medicine came out of the pot. Brother and sister, I will never forget your life-saving kindness. This is the remaining copper coins. I'll return them to you. He gave himself a new life. At such a young age, he secretly told himself, to be a person, one must be like an older brother. To be a person, one must understand gratitude. Chapter 118, Capture his sister for me. Zhu Dabeog had been working washing dishes in a restaurant called Xiangfu Restaurant for the past year to support his sister. People bullied him because he was a child, calling him around all day, either beating or scolding him. What was most infuriating was that he only earned 101 a month. A bowl of noodles costs 10 won. What can one do with 101? Dabeog could only buy some steamed buns to barely get by with his sister. Occasionally, when he saved a few won, he would buy something delicious for his sister. That's why he was so thin and malnourished. Dabeog, from today on, you don't have to work in the restaurant anymore. From now on, you will follow me. What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and kowtow to your master. Chu Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed from the side. Why you really want to take me as a disciple? Zhu Dabeog was stunned. If he had such great skills, who would dare to bully him or his sister in the future? This child was too practical. He was secretly envious and very eager to learn. But he didn't dare to speak up. He even sneaked out to practice in the yard at midnight. When Duan Yu and Chu Wanqing saw this, they were shocked. With some guidance, he would definitely be a good seedling. Dabeog greets his master. Dabeog greets his mistress. In the evening, Dabeog came in with his head down, tears streaming down his face, without saying a word. What's wrong, Dabeog? Chu Wanqing, being observant, immediately noticed that Dabeog's face seemed a bit swollen, as if he had been beaten. After repeated questioning from the master and mistress, Zhu Dabeog finally revealed the truth. It turned out that Zhu Dabeog had quit his job at the restaurant and decided to learn martial arts well from his master. But the restaurant's steward refused to pay him. Dabeog only argued with them for a moment, but they held him down and beat him up. Dabeog was sad in his heart, which was why he didn't want to say anything. We shouldn't stay here for long. You went over today to settle things with them. Once our identities are exposed, we will have to run for our lives. What will happen to those two children then? At that time, who can protect them? Even if it's not for ourselves, we must consider Dabeog and Ninger. This account will be remembered for them. Zhu Dabeog was indeed a gifted child, particularly suited for martial arts. In a short time, he was already practicing well. Although he couldn't always catch a lot of prey, besides maintaining the living expenses of a few people, there were also quite a few surplus. Before long, Zhu Dabeog completely shed the yellowish skin tone caused by malnutrition. He began to become strong. Unfortunately, after such a long time, he still hadn't learned anything about their news. Drink, drink. Over time, they became excellent friends. I said, Brother Yu. Back in the day when we followed my elder brother, he was also a remarkable figure. How glamorous and splendid it was. Who would have thought that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, and I, Zhu Fei, have fallen to such a state, relying on hunting to maintain a living. Third brother, you've drunk too much, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Yun was a cautious person, not only controlling his drinking, but also being careful with his words, afraid of saying something wrong. I've had enough of this life. What business? Let me hear it. Have you seen the notice at the city gate? It's offering a reward for 2 people, 1 million coins. 1 million coins is a whole 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver is definitely a huge sum. Although the Zhu brothers previously exchanged a wild boar for 1 ding of silver, which is only 1 tael, that was already considered a big harvest. It's hard to achieve that much in a month. 1,000 silver here is a fortune. No one has ever seen that much money. However, strangely enough, the notice only mentioned that the wanted criminal was wearing a yellow robe and had killed countless people. But it didn't provide the person's name. I've never seen such a thing. How can there be a wanted criminal without a name? Duan Yu understood in his heart that it seemed the forces on this island had a different attitude toward his appearance. Although they wanted to capture him, there should be a faction that didn't want everyone to know that the destined child who fulfilled their ancestors' prophecy was not surnamed Zhu Dabayog. You get your ass out here. Bang. The dilapidated wooden door of Zhu Dabayog's house was kicked open by a person dressed in steward's clothing. The main door had seen better days. It was truly dilapidated. With just one kick, the wooden door fell straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Quickly pack your things. From now on, come with me to Xiangfu Tavern to work, the steward said, brushing the dust off his pants and speaking in a haughty manner. Behind him followed two young assistants, one carrying tea and the other holding a teacup, looking timid. Why should I go? What if I refuse? Zhu Daba clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. Refuse? You think you can get away with that? How many lives do you have? Someone, grab his sister. Chapter 119. Who's brother-in-law? Steward, if you dare to touch my sister, I will fight you. Zhu Daba maintained his restraint and calm, but inside, his anger was already boiling. An adult's monthly salary is around 7 to 800 won. Yet this damn steward only paid Daba 100 won a month and often deducted it for no reason. Not to mention he would often hit and scold him. Daba worked as hard as any other assistant. Last time, when Daba quit and went to the tavern to demand his wages, they not only refused to pay him, but also gave him a good beating. Daba had long remembered this debt. Recently, the tavern's business had been good. So the steward naturally thought of Daba, thinking it was good to have an employee like him who wouldn't dare to retaliate or speak back. Little brat, I don't believe you would abandon your sister. The steward felt he had Zhu Daba under control. After all, he was just a child. Two unaccompanied orphans, he thought. What could he do to bully them? The two assistants put down the tea and teapot in their hands and moved to grab Zhu Ning, who was playing in the yard. Get lost, Daba shouted. His sister was his life. Anyone who dared to touch her, he would fight to the death. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Daba picked up a wooden stick and swung it at the two assistants. Hey Daba, you've grown some guts. You dare to fight back? The two assistants, who usually bullied Daba, found it amusing that the lamb they were used to bullying dared to fight back now. They rushed forward, one grabbing the wooden stick from Daba's hand while the other wrapped his arms around Daba's waist, preventing him from moving. However, Daba bent down and used his waist to throw off the assistant who was holding him, then snatched the wooden stick back, swinging it wildly and hitting the two assistants until their faces were swollen. They were so frightened that they hid behind the steward. This little beast is rebelling against me. The steward glared at Zhu Daba, who was now approaching him with fire in his eyes. Don't come any closer. If you do, I won't be polite. The steward suddenly realized he was being intimidated by a child. Oh my, that look is a bit scary, he thought. Fortunately, before Zhu Daba completely lost control, the assistants, panting heavily, rushed over with a group of people. The Xiangfu Tavern was not far from here, just a couple of streets away. Everyone who came was holding sticks, and judging by their clothing, they were all tavern workers. Get him. The steward, feeling emboldened again, didn't care how others looked at him and commanded over a dozen adults to attack a child, something they often did. Daba was about to be beaten to death. Shoo! Keep your voices down. The Xiangfu Tavern has a lot of power. We can't afford to offend them. The onlookers watched from afar, none daring to intervene. So many people bullying two kids, how shameless. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman carrying a basket of vegetables stood at the entrance and spoke coldly. Teacher, they are bullying me, insisting on taking me to work at the tavern and trying to take my sister away. All right, with me here, no one can bully you. Chu Wanqing gently patted the heads of the two children, then turned to the group of bullies, her pretty face already filled with frost. Wow, a young lady has come. The young lady is so beautiful. Are you here to seek justice? Oh, I recognize her. She was the one who ruined the master's plans while hunting in the wild. The steward's eyes were narrowed as he stared at Chu Wanqing. Shameless. Chu Wanqing could no longer endure it. The temperament of the young lady was not to be trifled with. Before the group of bullies could act, Chu Wanqing dashed into the crowd, snatched a wooden stick, and then began to strike with a flurry of blows. The group of bullies was stunned. How could such a beautiful young lady have such high combat skills? Caught off guard, 5 or 6 bullies fell to the ground, wailing, unable to get up for a while. Taekwondo. Chu Wanqing had trained hard for many years. Dealing with these ordinary people was no problem at all. Heroine. The heroine has great skills. At that moment, the crowd erupted into cheers and thunderous applause. The steward of Xiangfu Tavern, who usually bullied the neighbors and acted with impunity, had finally met someone who would confront him. You, don't come any closer. The steward's face was filled with fear. Around him were 7 or 8 bullies, all holding sticks, trembling as they stepped back. At this point, they had retreated to the corner of the alley. One of the bullies shouted and, mustering courage, swung the stick at Chu Wanqing, only to be knocked down by her with one blow. The remaining few were even more terrified. Heroine, let's talk this over. The steward forced a smile. Today's matter is our fault. If you let us go, we are willing to offer generous compensation. Chu Wanqing sneered, but took a step forward. Do you know who I am? The steward suddenly raised his voice, sounding somewhat cowardly. I am the brother-in-law of the manager of Xiangfu Tavern. If you dare to touch me, my brother-in-law won't let you go. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? He is the manager of Xiangfu Tavern and also the brother-in-law of the magistrate of Linhua County. Do you know whose brother-in-law the magistrate is? The magistrate is the brother-in-law of King Zhu Qi of Linhai. So now, do you understand what my relationship with King Zhu Qi is? The steward said triumphantly. We are not to be trifled with. Chu Wanqing. Is this some kind of tongue twister? Chapter 120. Duan Yu is captured. Steward, don't panic. We're here. Just as the steward was trembling in fear, cornered with nowhere to escape, a team of constables rushed in from the alley. Behind them followed several soldiers. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in official clothing and carrying a large knife. They were the constables patrolling the streets today. Having received a report from the tavern workers, they rushed over at the first opportunity. Arrest this woman. As soon as the leading constable arrived, he immediately ordered his men to draw their long knives and capture Chu Wanqing. You will just take someone without asking for the rights and wrongs. Is there no reason? Chu Wanqing was furious, her voice trembling slightly. Constable, you're right on time. Seeing reinforcements, the steward became arrogant again. This woman looks somewhat familiar. The constable rubbed his eyes, finding Chu Wanqing familiar but unable to recall where he had seen her. At this critical moment, a young man rushed to the scene at breakneck speed. Arriving at the entrance, he saw that Chu Wanqing and the two children were safe and sound, and only then did Duan Yu breathe a sigh of relief. What is going on? Chu Wanqing quickly explained the situation. Duan Yu frowned tightly, realizing that the situation was a bit dire. Since things had escalated to this point, there was basically no room for reconciliation. There was no point in talking. They had to fight. You take the two kids and leave first. I'll handle things here. Once we get out of the city, we'll meet at the place where we fought the rabbit last time. It's safe there, and no one knows about it. Be careful. The young lady never does things half-heartedly. Let us go. Duan Yu picked up a wooden stick from the ground and charged out first. When Duan Yu struck, it was not something Chu Wanqing could compare to. The wooden stick whistled through the air, and anyone who got in the way would find their bones broken in an instant. He was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, carving a bloody path through the crowd in no time. Go. Hurry up and leave. Duan Yu turned around and fought with the head constable and a few constables. Chu Wanqing gritted her teeth, picked up the little girl Zhu Ninger, and took Zhu Daba's hand, quickly weaving through the alley. Is it you? No wonder he looks familiar. Isn't this the young man who suddenly appeared at the ancestors' altar that day? This guy appeared wearing a dragon robe, coincidentally fulfilling the ancestors' prophecy. But for some reason, in the blink of an eye, he was hunted down by the king of Zhunhai, Zhu Laosan. Even now, there is still a bounty of 1 million copper coins on the notice. Brothers, he is the wanted criminal. Hold him down. We're going to get rich. When I came over just now, I already notified the government. Reinforcements will arrive soon. These soldiers, upon hearing there is a reward, fought with all their might. The head constable, with the few remaining constables who could still fight, closely pursued from behind. However, at this moment, the alley entrance was already filled with dense soldiers. These soldiers had all taken their positions, bowmen lined up, arrows drawn. If there was any movement, it would immediately result in a rain of arrows. Duan Yu smiled bitterly, tossed away the wooden stick, and sat down dejectedly on the ground. There is a woman and 2 children. Searched the entire city for them. In an instant, the whole city was in an uproar, chaos everywhere. Chu Wanqing, with the 2 children, had barely run out for a while when she arrived at the city gate, only to see that the gate had suddenly been blocked by soldiers. A chubby little boy suddenly popped up from nowhere. It was the little chubby kid who sold fake certificates. Daba, follow me, the chubby kid said, leading the way ahead. In no time, the 4 of them entered a secluded courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there was a secret room, and in the secret room was a big fat man. At this moment, the fat man was anxiously pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. Through inquiries, he had already figured out the addresses of Zhu Yu and Wang Qing. Upon finding out, he learned that Chu Wanqing had taken the 2 little ones and had already escaped. Just because the constables couldn't find Chu Wanqing didn't mean the fat man couldn't. With a command from the little chubby kid, a group of little kids began to wander around the streets. That is how they discovered Chu Wanqing and brought her into the secret room to take refuge. Who are you? Chu Wanqing didn't have any impression of the fat man in front of her. Oh, I remember now. Chu Wanqing suddenly realized. I didn't expect to end up directly on Ming Island. No, I must go rescue him. Chapter 121. A single person stirs the winds and clouds in all directions. Duan Yu was captured, and the city of Linhua erupted. Wasn't he that young man wearing a dragon robe when he appeared? Everyone thought the emperor had manifested. Some even said he was the son of destiny, fulfilling the ancestors' prophecy. What a pity, this young man, who knows where he came from. But since his surname isn't Zhu, no one would support him if he wanted to be emperor. Of course, the king of Jinhai, Zhu Laosan, used this as an excuse to capture him and set a bounty of 1 million copper coins. Naturally, some wanted to keep the fact that he didn't have the surname Zhu a secret. You don't understand. It's not just about how much money. Did you see the back? There are additional rewards. That must mean fertile land, beautiful wives, and promotions. You should know, gaining the favor of King Jinhai is something that money cannot measure. Certainly, no one dares to offend our king of Linghai, let alone the most powerful prince, King Jinhai. In tea houses, noodle stalls, taverns, and alleys, after all, very few people who stand in the way of King Jinhai's path to the throne survive. At once, carrier pigeons flew like rain, covering the skies above Linghua City and heading in all directions toward the deserted island. Sister-in-law, don't get excited. I'll come up with a plan. The fat man first dispatched an intelligence team to start working, then came up with a rescue plan. Of course, the so-called intelligence team consisted of the little chubby kid and his group of little friends, all kids from a few years old to just over 10. No one would notice them. On the island, in a magnificent mansion, a middle-aged woman sat in the main hall. My lord, the young ladies have all arrived. A servant reported softly beside her. This woman was actually a princess. 3 young women walked quickly side by side. The one in the middle had big watery eyes, 2 curved willow leaf brows, and a cherry-like mouth, with a slender figure and a tiny waist that could be grasped with one hand. Saying she was a beauty capable of bringing down a city would not be an exaggeration. The one on the left was also of a delicate figure, with long jade legs and a pretty face that seemed to always carry a hint of playfulness, her hair styled in 2 adorable horn braids. The one on the right, however, was a foreign woman, with a voluptuous figure, resembling a ripe peach, exuding exotic charm with every smile and frown, presenting a completely different allure. The 3 beautiful women standing together could certainly be considered stunning. Along the way, in the mansion, all the servants and guards were almost dumbfounded. Especially today. These 3 ladies were not wearing dresses. Instead, they donned armor like Hua Mulan, clad in battle armor with swords hanging at their waists. They appeared quite valiant and striking as they walked. Godmother. Yurua pays respects to Godmother. Linger pays respects to Godmother. Shier pays respects to Godmother. The 3 beauties were none other than Lin Yurua, Zhao Linger, and Lucy. And sitting in the main hall, the powerful and beautiful woman was a princess, also their godmother. Have you all made up your minds to find him? The woman smiled faintly, her expression seemingly a bit melancholic. Mother, when I came here, I told you that once I had news of him, no matter where he was, I would find him. Lin Yurua's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. But now that I finally have news of him, he is going to die. No matter what, I must go save him. The princess looked at Lin Yurua and shook her head with regret. It seemed she was reminded of some past events from her youth. After all, who hasn't he been young? Yurua has no regrets. As long as he can be safe and happy, Yurua will be content. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. The princess let out a sigh. Send orders to mobilize 300 armored troops, giving Princess Yurua full command. The 3 girls were overjoyed. They knew what 300 armored troops meant. The armored troops were well equipped, each capable of taking on 10. Their godmother, this princess, only had a mere 1,000 armored troops in her hands. Daughter bids farewell. In a seaside town, a small stall by the roadside was bustling with people. Have you heard? This old man has a miraculous way of treating illnesses. It is said that the medicine he prescribes shows immediate effects. Really? That is amazing. Then I'll give it a try. I've been feeling a bit weak lately. I wonder if he can cure it. Why not? My brother-in-law's sister-in-law was cured here. This is a small stall, so small that it only has a table. In front of the table sits an elderly gentleman with graying hair. While taking the pulse, he prescribes medicine for his patients. On the right side, there is a sign that reads, "A healer's benevolence." Better to let the medicine gather dust on the shelf. A slender girl dressed in green attire, with dignified and graceful manners, exudes an ethereal aura, attracting countless young men who gather their gazes upon her. At this moment, the girl in green is tidying up the medicinal herbs, all of which are packed in a snakeskin bag, collected painstakingly by the father and daughter duo during their time in the wild. For minor ailments, the girl can directly prepare the required herbs. If there are more serious illnesses and the herbs are insufficient, the elderly gentleman will write a prescription for the patient to fetch medicine from the pharmacy. These 2 are truly Professor Li and his daughter Li Qingyi. Suddenly, Li Qingyi's delicate body trembles, and the herbs in her hands scatter all over the ground. Yet she remains oblivious. Tears slowly flow from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 122. Duan Yu is on the verge of death. The world is in shock. The news of Duan Yu's impending death spread throughout the entire Ming Island within a few days. In a mountain village, 2 men, one black and one white, are performing acrobatics at the village entrance. A large group of villagers is curiously watching. The man with black skin is a wild man, performing various comical actions under the guidance of his paler companion, flipping and bowing repeatedly. The villagers, having never seen such a performance, are laughing so hard they almost fall over, continuously tossing coins into the iron basin at the feet of the two performers. These two are the wild warrior Ao and Zhang Changjin. Upon arriving at this deserted island, they discovered that in some areas, hunting has been monopolized. If outsiders dare to hunt even a single wild animal, they face imprisonment. Expecting Ao, the wild man, to come up with a way to solve their livelihood issues is akin to dreaming. Good old Zhang, holding his head, pondered for 2 days and nights before coming up with the brilliant idea of performing acrobatics. It turned out to be quite effective. The local people had never seen such a performance. They earned quite a bit of money from it, enough for their food and expenses. Upon hearing this news, old Zhang jumped up high. There are 10 princes on Ming Island, 8 of whom share the surname Zhu, and only 2 are of different surnames. Among them, one is the Wang clan. Dawei, there is something interesting happening these days. I want to go take a look. Do you want to come along? A young man dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse said to a chubby man beside him, I, Dawei, am willing to serve the young master, risking my life without hesitation. This Dawei is Wang Dawei, nicknamed Wang Papai. Originally, the Wang clan was his own family, all sharing the surname Wang. But this kid managed to secure a foothold in the Wang family through flattery and deception. Recently, he has transformed into a young master's sidekick, managing the family's treasury and provisions. It's worth noting that this kid is nicknamed Wang Papai. The soldiers and common folk were still able to eat well and live decently. However, with this kid's arrival, hard times began. On a rural dirt road, a dozen horse-drawn carts loaded with heavy goods are slowly moving forward. This is a merchant convoy of about 20 people, led by a thin young man. Yes, the Wang of Jinhai will never allow someone like you to live in this world. Stop. The young man waved his hand, and the entire convoy immediately halted. The young man, leading the merchant group, gritted his teeth, his fists cracking. I, Qin Jinhai, want to see how you die. Get this batch of goods handled, and head to Linhai. This young merchant is none other than Qin Jinhai, the second young master of the Qin family. He fell into the water with Wang Papai, but was swept away by the whirlpool. When he woke up, he found no one around and struggled to survive. Later, he chose to engage in business. As a young master from a large consortium, Qin Jinhai, despite being a wastrel, is not entirely useless. So, he had a bright idea and started a business in salt and seasonings. By now, he has developed a merchant convoy of over 20 people. This is truly wonderful. In Linhai City, within the residence of the Linhai King, a young man is pacing back and forth in the backyard, displaying a range of emotions from happiness to sadness. At times, his expression shifts from cloudy to sunny. It is evident that he is particularly conflicted at this moment. After an unknown period, a servant arrived and brought the young man before the Linhai King. Godfather. The young man feels anxious, unable to meet the Linhai King's gaze. You urged your mother to persuade me, didn't you? The Linhai King was not angry. However, my little Linhai residence only consists of the 2 small counties of Linhai and Linyue, plus 8 small mountain villages. It can only be considered a tiny territory. If the Wang of Jinhai gets angry, he can wipe out my Linhai residence in half a month. Zhu Xiaoqiang, I saved your life. And you don't think to repay me. Do you want to bring harm to everyone in Linhai for your sake? Take him away and keep a close watch on him. No one is allowed to approach him. In a valley, an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard sits cross-legged, holding a bagua plate and muttering to himself. Forget it, you all go down the mountain. Go and lend him a hand. As you command, master. 13 Taoists of various sizes promptly descended the mountain. Chapter 123, Wang Dazhuang smartly saves Duan Yu. To the south, at the Wei Hai King's residence. Gather the troops, prepare the horses. I want to see Zhu Laosan and Linhai's Zhu Qi. In a mountain wilderness, a man in a white robe bursts into laughter. Big brother, what are you laughing at? A slightly younger lad beside him asks in confusion. Zhu Laosan, do you also have someone you fear? Whoever you want to kill, I will protect. In this life and this world, the enmity of destroying families and exterminating clans is irreconcilable. Achoo! In Linyue City, Zhu Fei, with his leopard head and ringed eyes, suddenly sneezes. Who is thinking of me? Is it my big brother? Zhu Fei picks up the wine jug on the table and tilts it directly to his mouth, downing it in one go. Soon, he finishes the entire jug of wine. Smack! Zhu Fei shakes the empty jug and tosses it to the ground. He strides into the room, takes down a long red tassel spear from the wall, and rushes towards the door. Third brother, what are you doing? Zhu Yun helplessly steps in to stop him. I'm telling you, Zhu Yun, I can't do it. Third brother, you misunderstood. Zhu Yun blushes, but his dark skin makes it hard for others to notice. You know my temper. How could I stand by and do nothing? But you're being too reckless. How many soldiers and constables are in the county office? How many powerful bows and crossbows? What should we do then? You've been talking for ages, and aren't you still standing by and doing nothing? Third brother, I think we should do this. Zhu Yan leans close to Zhu Fei's ear and whispers a few words. Soon, a smile spreads across Zhu Fei's face. Excellent. Second brother, you really think things through. Come on, second brother, let us drink. Today, we won't stop until we're drunk. No, since we're already in the room. We don't need to go anywhere when we're drunk. As they speak, the two begin to drink again. This is Duan Yu's first time in prison, especially in a prison on a deserted island. Who would have thought there would be a prison on a deserted island? But upon reflection, with 10 princes on the island, it's not absurd to have a prison. This wood is not ordinary wood. It is a material called ironwood. Ordinary iron can rust, but iron would become stronger and more durable over time. The prison warden treats other prisoners by exploiting and extorting them, resorting to beatings and scolding at the slightest provocation. Duan Yu originally thought he would definitely face difficulties and would inevitably be beaten. However, the anticipated events did not occur. Not only did the warden not hit him, but he also provided 3 meals a day, taking good care of him. The person wanted by the king of Jinhai was not someone others could touch. After finishing his meal, Duan Yu lay down directly on the straw and fell into a deep sleep, which left the warden and a group of guards astonished. Others in such situations would be terrified, begging for mercy and unable to sleep day and night. Linyu City is only a few dozen miles from Linhai Prefecture, but the mountainous roads in between make traveling between the two places sometimes quite laborious. However, even if it takes longer, news should have reached the Linhai Wangfu by now, right? Where is County Magistrate Zhu Zheng? Why hasn't he come out to welcome them yet? Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the county office. The voice traveled a long distance. The soldiers guarding the gate hurried in to report. County Magistrate, someone from Linhai Prefecture has come to take over the prisoners. Zhu Zheng did not dare to delay and quickly led a group of clerks and constables to welcome them. As soon as he saw the newcomers, County Magistrate Zhu Zheng was taken aback. The leader was a fat man with a round face and big ears, who at first glance seemed to have a certain official authority, but upon closer inspection, he looked like a rogue. Most importantly, Zhu Zheng did not recognize him. The king of Linhai governs 1 prefecture, 1 county, and 8 villages. Linhai Prefecture is not much larger than Linyu County. Zhu Zheng knew several of the commanding officers, but he was sure he had never seen this fat man before. Behind the fat man were 2 or 3 dozen soldiers, all tall and strong, with arms thicker than ordinary people, clearly elite soldiers. I am Zhu Dazhuang. I come on the orders of the kings of Jinhai and Linhai. It seemed that the fat man noticed County Magistrate Zhu Zheng's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Saying this, the fat man took out 2 envelopes and handed them to Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng recognized the handwriting of King Linhai Zhu Qi, and moreover, the end of the letter was stamped with the seal of King Linhai, so it couldn't be wrong. The second letter was written by King Jinhai, and its content was similar, entrusting Zhu Dazhuang with full responsibility, and it was also sealed. Suddenly, a change arose. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass here, leave some money for the road. 2 burly men with dark faces jumped out from the roadside, blocking the way. Chapter 124. Kind-hearted help turns into trouble. No. County Magistrate Zhu Zheng was pacing back and forth in the county office with his hands behind his back. He felt something was off, but for a moment, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. My lord, they haven't given the reward money. At this moment, the clerk's words awakened him. Yes. If they really came on behalf of King Jinhai, why didn't they bring the reward and gifts along? County Magistrate Zhu Zheng suddenly realized. Could it be that he had been tricked? My lord, I see that some of the officers behind that fat man look very familiar. Especially the one with a birthmark on his arm and the one with a scar on his face. They look a lot like. Like who? Speak. Seeing the clerk hesitating, Zhu Zheng began to feel impatient. They look a lot like the bandit Wang who committed crimes here before. Then gather the men and go chase them immediately. Yes, my lord. The regret in Zhu Zheng's heart was beyond words. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed issues with those 2 letters. The wording was too official and too rigid. In their usual communications, they had never been so formal. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. In fact, there was no need to block the way. The originally flat road had already been dug up by the 2 men in advance, and they had also covered it with some leaves to disguise it. The fat man behind exclaimed, "You come over here, let me deal with you." Zhu Fei said as he held a spear, went around the pit, and shot a spear. With a wave of his hand, over 20 burly men behind him rushed in with their weapons, surrounding Zhu Fei and his brother. Stop! Duan Yu, sitting in the prisoner cart, fell into the pit, landing in a muddle and eating a mouthful of dirt. Both groups were here to rescue him, but in the end, It was like the flood hitting the Dragon King temple, and they ended up fighting amongst themselves. The clothes were all bought at a high price, and those fake soldiers were mercenaries he had hired from nearby bandit dens. Stop. Everyone stop. We are all on the same side, the fat man said. You really have guts, pretending to be an officer and coming into the county office to demand people. I admire you, Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei laughed heartily, clapping the fat man's shoulder. Zhu Fei, you too are quite brave. You dare to plan to rob officers here. The fat man also admired the black giant's courage. Mutual admiration, haha. The two chatted happily. This pit was indeed not shallow. It was unclear how many days Zhu Fei and Zhu Yun had struggled to dig it. Kill. Capture the bandits. Catch that fat man. At this critical moment, a large group of people surged out from the direction of the Linyu city gate. With at least a few hundred people, each of them held long knives and sharp blades, and carried strong bows and crossbows on their backs. It seemed that the city's defense forces were almost fully mobilized. Fire. Before they arrived, a volley of arrows shot over. Several burly men were already injured. Boss, we promised you we'd go to the county office, but we didn't promise to fight against these officers. A leading burly man waved his hand, and the 20 or so men quickly retreated. What? What to do? Should we fight or not? In the blink of an eye, only Zhu Fei, Zhu Yun, and the fat man remained active at the scene. Fight. Can we win? The fat man looked furious, pointing his finger at Zhu Fei and Zhu Yun, cursing. What are you two doing? Digging a pit and digging it so deep. You better hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you don't. Although Duan Yu was in the pit, he could hear the situation outside clearly. You guys should run first. We will find a chance to come back and rescue you. The three exchanged glances and quickly dove into the mountains. After all, staying behind would only lead to death. Just as the prisoner cart was pulled up, the sound of galloping hooves rang out from the opposite road. A group of soldiers clad in armor, riding tall horses, had already approached. Form ranks, draw swords. Prepare for battle. County Magistrate, we are here to take over the prisoners on behalf of the King of Linhai. What do you mean by this? Seeing Zhu Zheng and his group of hundreds of men armed with sharp blades, the opposing soldiers all drew their swords in anger. The leader was a young commander. I don't believe it. Zhu Zheng had been bitten by a snake before and was now psychologically scarred. This time, he shook his head vigorously as if shaking a rattle. Do you think I will believe you again? Chapter 125. Has your mouth been blessed? County Magistrate, I think you are being overly cautious. The leading young commander, named Zhu Yi, was proud and self-satisfied at a young age. Commander, please don't take offense. Zhu Zheng has suffered losses before, and this matter is significant. So I must act cautiously. Zhu Yi had waited for so long and was already impatient, scoffing at the side. Although the handover had been completed, Zhu Zheng still felt somewhat uneasy. Zhu Yi sat on his horse, holding a long sword in his hand, with an expression of indifference on his face. Thinking that County Magistrate Zhu Zheng was making a big deal out of nothing, as if he looked down on his abilities. At such a young age, having risen to such a high position, he was indeed one of the few on the entire Ming Island, and Zhu Yi had the capital to be proud. I said, County Magistrate, what are you afraid of? If anyone dares to act against me, Zhu Yi, they must be out of their minds, not knowing my power. The group moved forward slowly and soon encountered a wide, turbulent river. This was the narrowest part of the river, with a wooden bridge spanning across it. Zhu Yi and his large troop had come from here. As long as they crossed this wooden bridge, they would be close to the Linhai Wangfu. Ha ha. Zhu Yi laughed loudly at the bridgehead, because here was the best ambush point. In fact, all they needed to do was cut the bridge, and they could effectively block the enemies here. These enemies were really too stupid. Ha ha. Crack. Crack. What sound is that? As soon as they stepped onto the bridge, everyone was taken aback. Then, some quick reacting ones immediately noticed the problem. Oh no, the bridge is going to collapse. Everyone was horrified. With a huge crash, the wooden bridge broke in half and fell into the river. Dozens of soldiers walking in front fell into the water at once. Quick, pull me up. Zhu Yi's horse was now losing its footing and was about to tumble into the river. Several soldiers desperately clung to the horse's leg, managing to pull both the horse and Zhu Yi back up. However, the group of soldiers at the front had already been swept away by the current. They were all local soldiers, so their lives were likely not in danger. However, the escort team had suddenly lost dozens of men. This was definitely sabotage. If I had known, I should have sent someone to guard this place when I arrived. Zhu Yi's face was full of anger. County Magistrate Zhu Zheng had realized that Zhu Yi was just a young lad who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and he was also a backseat driver. Such an important place, and yet he didn't arrange for anyone to guard it. Without the bridge, they could not cross the river and could only take a detour. The road was already difficult, and the horses could not pass. Along the way, several soldiers took turns carrying a wooden cage, which severely slowed down their progress. The group slowly advanced into a canyon over 100 meters long, a narrow path, in the middle of the canyon. There was only a narrow path over a meter wide. The canyon rose high above, over 100 meters. Ha! When Zhu reached this point, he laughed wildly. If I were them, I would ambush a group of people at the top of this canyon or at the canyon's exit. It seems that they are not as good as me, Zhu. Thud. Boom. Before Zhu finished speaking, several stones the size of millstones rolled down from the top of the canyon. The soldiers below were frightened and cried for help. Quick, run. Above the canyon. There were only 5 people, the fat Wang Dezhuang, Zhu Yun, Zhu Fei, and the last to arrive, Chu Wanqing and the little fatty. The 5 of them were indeed outnumbered, and even though they had climbed to the top of the canyon, they could not stop the advance of the troop. By now, County Magistrate Zhu Zheng and his men were truly afraid of Zhu Yi's mouth. This kid seemed to have a mouth that could predict the future. Whatever he said would come true. If it weren't for all these situations, they wouldn't have taken so many unnecessary detours. By now, they would have probably reached Linhai Wangfu. Indeed, he was all talk and no action. County Magistrate Zhu Zheng shook his head helplessly, and seeing the darkening sky and the mountains, he could only look for a place to set up camp. Fortunately, not far ahead, there was a large open area where these hundreds of people could settle down. And there was enough space. Zhu made arrangements, and the officials set up the military tents in a large circle, with soldiers standing guard in layers outside. Now they could finally rest easy. Stretching his tired body, Zhu planned to have a good sleep first. With that, Zhu felt completely at ease and went to sleep soundly. The surroundings of the open space were filled with towering ancient trees, with 2 tall ancient trees extending countless branches outward. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, when the sky was dim and the guards were almost too sleepy to open their eyes, a huge hook swayed down from one of the tall ancient trees. An old Taoist priest, swaying the rope in his hand, seemed to have eyes on the hook, which accurately caught the wooden cage. The old Taoist waved his hand, and in the dense forest in the distance, a group of young Taoists pulled hard on a sliding tool, and the wooden cage slowly left the ground. Duan Yu, sleeping inside the cage, felt it suddenly start to sway, and when he opened his eyes, he was already dozens of meters above the ground. As the sky brightened, Zhu Zheng, and hundreds of soldiers all looked at the empty ground, all with bewildered expressions. Chapter 126. From now on, you are Duan Yu. Where is he? Zhu Yi's eyes were blazing with fury, almost going mad. Sir, we stood guard honestly all night without leaving our posts, and we didn't notice anything unusual or any movement. That wooden cage just disappeared into thin air. It must be a ghost. Now that things had gone wrong, it was uncertain whether the official hat on their heads could be kept. You didn't slack off? Do you think I would believe that? At this moment, hearing Zhu Yi's words, County Magistrate Zhu Zheng slightly raised his head to look at the sky. This crow's mouth. He really hit the nail on the head. The wooden cage was hanging perfectly above their heads, caught in the branches of a towering tree. This meant they had just left here less than half an hour ago. They shouldn't have gone far. Catch up with them, Zhu commanded, dividing the hundreds of people into several teams to begin the search. This area is all mountain roads and dense forests. I just need to guard a few exits and then launch a carpet search. And it would be hard for them to escape. County Magistrate Zhu Zheng stood beside Zhu wanting to see what this young leader would say next that would shock the world. If I were the enemy, I would just set a fire. Then everyone would be in chaos, and no one would care about anyone else. Zhu Zheng looked at Zhu with a strange expression. He was beginning to feel a bit afraid of this young leader. Although this one was a crow's mouth and a backseat driver, his intelligence was definitely not low. It seemed he could think of almost everything the enemy could think of. It was fortunate that he was on their side. If he were the enemy, it would indeed be a headache. Report. Commander, flames have risen in all directions in the forest, and the fire is about to spread. There will be no way out soon. What should we do? What else can we do? Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. County Magistrate Zhu Zheng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This crow's mouth had struck again. How can you play with teammates like this? It's all my fault for being meddlesome. I should have just handed over the task and not gotten involved, but I had to escort them along the way. Wasn't I just asking for trouble? Originally intending to go to Linhai Mansion to take credit, Zhu Zheng would naturally be happy to receive rewards. But now this matter had turned into a blunder, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush into the gunfire. Far away, Zhu Yi's conversation with his subordinates was still carried by the wind. Sir, I don't understand. If we guard the key paths and they set fire to the forest, wouldn't they be forcing themselves into a dead end? Cough. You don't understand this. Zhu cleared his throat. Think about it. If this group of people first burns a clearing in the forest, then stands in the clearing and sets fires in all directions, the big fire should not reach them. The county magistrate, who was about to leave, stumbled again upon hearing this. This Zhu is really not simple. Everyone looked at the oldest gray-robed Taoist. It's fine. He just fainted. I've already massaged him a bit. He will wake up soon. Senior brother, what exactly is the task that Master entrusted to us? This group of Taoists all stared at the senior brother, hoping to get an answer from him. Just wait and see. The senior brother sighed. What kind of task is this? The Taoists were all puzzled. So we don't need to care about him usually, and just help him when it comes to a life and death crisis? What if this kid has bad luck and gets caught and beheaded right after we leave? The way of Tao is natural. Everything is left to fate. If he can't even withstand some small setbacks, he naturally won't achieve great things. So why should we save him? The senior brother flicked his dust whisk. Leave that armor and short knife for him. The rest of the journey. He has to walk himself. Yes, senior brother. A young Taoist with a delicate face quickly bowed. At the mountain road's exit, not far ahead, after passing through 2 villages, is Linghai Prefecture City. Captain, didn't you say that people can't be caught anymore? Then what are we still waiting for here? A little soldier bravely asked. Some people can't be caught, but some still have to come on their own. Zhu Yi looked in the direction of the mountain path, murmuring to himself. Sir, your words are somewhat profound. We don't understand what you mean. You don't need to understand. You will know soon. Before the words fell, several figures stumbled out from the mountain path, their faces covered in soot, looking unrecognizable from the smoke of the fire. Zhu Yi coldly smiled and ordered several of his trusted subordinates. Wu. Shen Jinhong was about to explain when his mouth was suddenly stuffed with a handkerchief, sealing it tight. In fact, he had already discovered the existence of these passers-by last night. Today, they just happened to be pulled over as scapegoats. I'm so clever. Ha. Anyway, it's so dark now that no one will recognize them. Regardless, let's take the lead and deal with the rest step by step. If anyone dares to say a word about today's events, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Chapter 127, The Shy Little Taoist. The wilderness was empty, and the mountains were silent. Where the great fire burned, everything was charred, a scene of devastation. Sin, to save one person's life. Who knows how many innocent little beings have suffered? The little Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground, mumbling something, seemingly praying for some small beings. Not far away, the fire continued to spread, illuminating half the sky. As if touched by the little Taoist's kind thoughts, a thunderclap suddenly broke the silence of the sky. A torrential rain fell without warning. This great fire was about to end. What to do? The little Taoist didn't understand. He couldn't think it through. However, he knew that this person could make Master break the rules and allow the disciples of the Divine Machine Pavilion to come down the mountain to intervene in worldly matters. This person could make the senior brother, who never kills, ignite a raging fire. Duan Yu. No matter what kind of person he is, he absolutely cannot die here. At least not in front of this little Taoist in this desolate wilderness. This is too heavy. It's almost like a pig. You're awake? Here, have something to eat. When rescuing him from the wooden cage, the senior brother was afraid he would make a noise, so he knocked him out first. I believe that as long as he gets some food and water, he will recover quickly. But the poor little Taoist only had one steamed bun and a pot of water. If I had known, I should have asked the senior brothers for some food. Now I'm in deep trouble. To avoid the remaining steamed bun getting wet, the little Taoist quickly tucked it into his robe. Duan Yu reached out to take the bun, which seemed to still carry a hint of warmth. The little Taoist's hands were slender and delicate, clean and white, even more beautiful than a young girl's hands. At the same time, 2 large blushes immediately flew onto his fair face. Not enough to eat, and then he stared fixedly at the little Taoist's robe. There. It looked like there were still 2 steamed buns. None left. I have none. The little Taoist's panicked expression seemed to have a hint of cuteness. Cough. Cough. Duan Yu kept coughing, and at the same time, his face began to turn red. Are you running a fever? At night, in the cave, it was pitch black. Outside, the wind and rain were raging, with thunder and lightning. Duan Yu lay on the stone floor of the cave, feeling cold and shivering due to his thin clothes, many of which were torn, and after being soaked in the rain today and running a fever, he couldn't help but tremble. Alas, forget it. Who told me to promise, Master? Now, we can only use our body heat to warm each other. Facts prove that in many cases, this is indeed a very good method. The high fever had just subsided, and his head was still slightly dizzy. The most uncomfortable feeling was the hunger in his stomach. It was unbearable. Duan Yu vaguely remembered that this little Taoist seemed to have 2 steamed buns hidden. At this moment, although he couldn't see anything, the little Taoist was sleeping right next to him, pressed closely against him. We're all men. Is it too much for me to take a steamed bun to eat? Afraid of waking the little Taoist and disturbing his rest, Duan Yu gently reached out, estimating the position where the little Taoist had taken out the bun during the day, and felt his way over. Why is this bun still warm? Duan Yu felt puzzled, but at this moment, his stomach was growling with hunger, and he couldn't care about anything else. So he grabbed it and pulled it out with force. A sharp, clear, and angry scream pierced the night sky, cutting through the dense curtain of rain. Wait, from this sound, it's a woman? Duan Yu's face turned red, and before he could explain, he was knocked to the ground by the little Taoist, receiving a beating. After a long time, the little Taoist's anger gradually subsided. At this moment, the sky began to brighten slightly, and everything in the cave became clear. He looked nervously at the little Taoist sitting opposite him, only to see her long hair cascading down her chest like a waterfall, with two dark, shiny eyes that were clear like jewels. This was clearly a lovely girl. Both her eyes were almost sealed shut. Change your clothes. Senior brother will take you to eat. Senior sister, this is your clothes. It doesn't fit, does it? Call me senior brother. Duan Yu was speechless. She was clearly a delicate little girl, yet she insisted on disguising herself as a man. Isn't this little Taoist tired? At noon, two travel-worn young Taoists arrived in Linghai City, then walked through the streets and alleys, finally stopping in front of the Linghai Wangfu. Please inform them that disciples of the Divine Machine Pavilion are here to visit the prince. Chapter 128. Your mansion recently has bloodshed. He still remembered the little Taoist's surprised expression when he said this. Her mouth agape, as if it could fit a steamed bun. The Linghai prince is searching the world for you, and you actually want to throw yourself into the net? What kind of logic is this? The little Taoist blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze sparkling. Do you know the meaning of the lamp under the bed? She had lived for 20 years, but had never heard such words. However, it sounded somewhat reasonable. Then, should we give it a try? I didn't know the two immortals were visiting. Zhu Qi has failed to welcome you properly. Not long after, the main gate of the Wangfu opened wide, and a loud laughter echoed as a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing strode out. The Tianji Pavilion is the most mysterious organization on the island, knowledgeable in feng shui and well-versed in the 8 trigrams and yin-yang. The current head of the Tianji Pavilion, Tian Xuanzai, is a mysterious old man with white hair. Since Zhu Qi was a child, he had heard stories and legends about Tian Xuanzai from his grandfather. The disciples of the Tianji Pavilion rarely descend the mountain, and if they do, it must be for something significant. Therefore, the king of Lihai, Zhu Qi, was extremely respectful and did not dare to treat them lightly. These people are not easily swayed by wealth and can hardly be invited on ordinary days. I am Qing Wei, the 13th disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, and this is Qing Xian, my junior brother, the 14th disciple of the Tianji Pavilion. Please, esteemed immortals, come inside. If it were about appearances, one would see nothing. Isn't your Tianji Pavilion known for its accurate predictions and unmatched divination? The Tianji Pavilion has 13 disciples, known throughout the world. But Zhu Qi had no knowledge of this 14th disciple. This is a new closed-door disciple recently accepted by my master, the young Taoist Qing, we quickly explained. May I ask what brings you two esteemed immortals here? Zhu Qi welcomed the two into the living room and offered them tea before speaking. Your Highness, I see that your brow is dark and your spirit is wandering. This is not good at all. Duan Yu had already made up his mind, standing up with his hands behind his back, speaking as if it were a matter of great importance. Just now outside, I observed that the area around your royal residence is thick with malevolent energy and bad luck. It seems that your esteemed residence is bound to face bloodshed soon. What should we do? Immortal Master, you must help me resolve this. Generally, people like him, who have enjoyed wealth and nobility, are the most likely to believe such things. Moreover, with the Tianji Pavilion's reputation for divination, it is said that every Taoist possesses semi-divine abilities. To resolve this is not difficult. Just need to. I've struck it rich. The young Taoist's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the silver notes and tucked them into his bosom. What? Isn't it rumored that you ascetics don't love money? Ascetics don't love money. The more, the better. Qing Wei grinned sweetly, revealing a cute little tiger tooth. Let me count. I've broken 8 precepts today, all because of you. The young Taoist pouted in complaint. Duan Yu stared at the place where the young Taoist hid the silver notes, where 2 plump, undulating shapes looked very appealing. Just last time, he mistook them for steamed buns. What are you looking at? Pervert. Qing Wei realized that he was staring at the place where he hid the silver notes, almost drooling, and remembered that this pervert had grabbed him there last time. And it still hurt a bit. Recently, the king of Lihai's residence had become noticeably livelier. Zhu Qi felt that selling a big favor to the king of Jinhai was worth it no matter what. Among the forces on the island, apart from the little prince who was left with only 4 people after being beaten by the king of Jinhai, Zhu Qi had the weakest strength. He thought that as long as he could keep his territory, everything was worth it, nothing was too much. Yes, make the eyebrows a bit thicker, just like that. Looks extremely like. The prince has arrived. Zhu Yi quickly signaled, and the jailer and several guards immediately understood, calmly putting away the makeup pins. If this matter were to be exposed, it could only be due to someone leaking information. At this moment, Chen Jinhua was tied to a chair with something stuffed in his mouth, unable to say a word. Zhu Qi curiously looked at Chen Jinhua, sizing him up. This is bad. Zhu Yi was sweating profusely. If the criminal spoke, wouldn't that be the end for him? Sigh, if I had known. Zhu Yi's face was anxious, and his brain was racing to find an excuse to deflect. Suddenly, He heard hurried footsteps entering the prison. Report to the prince, bad news. 3 women, leading hundreds of armored soldiers, are about to storm into Lehigh City. What? 3 women? Yes, the west gate is about to fall. And the prince must make a quick decision. It's over. It's over. The bloodshed is coming. Zhu Qi smiled bitterly. Quick, invite the 2 Taoists. Chapter 129. Lin Euro charges into Lehigh City on a white horse with a silver spear. Quick, quick, close the city gate. There's enemy activity. Below Lehigh City, several soldiers were excitedly shaking dice. Empty wine bottles littered the ground beneath the table, which was piled high with copper coins. A ding, it's bad. The enemy is attacking. A young soldier rushed in from outside the city, shouting anxiously. At the city gate, 4 soldiers were gathered around. One of them, looking like the leader, had a foot on a long bench, downing a bowl of liquor in front of him. Big. I'm betting big. I'm betting all of it. The leading soldier had been having bad luck today, losing several rounds, feeling extremely unlucky. Thus, he drank a few bowls of liquor in frustration, wanting to go all in for a final gamble to determine his fate. A ding. Stop playing, the enemy is attacking. Quick. Pull up the drawbridge and close the city gate. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. The young soldier who came to report grabbed the leader A Ding's arm, shaking it anxiously. Get lost. Now is the critical moment of revealing the dice. And A Ding angrily threw the young soldier to the ground. Big, big, big. The crowd watching erupted in cheers, all eyes fixed on the result of the dice. The lid was opened, and several dice were revealed, causing the crowd to break into cheers. Ha! My last round can still turn my luck around. I'm going to make a small fortune. A Ding swept the copper coins on the table toward himself, then happily drank a large bowl of liquor, finally noticing the young soldier who had fallen on the ground. Asan, why are you here? A Ding asked, slightly drunk. A Ding. Bad news. The enemy is attacking. Enemy? What enemy? It's 3 women, leading hundreds of armored soldiers, charging over with killing intent. Asan lay on the ground, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he had no hope left for the gatekeepers in front of him. Ha! What a joke. Listen to this, Asan. What a joker. Has our Lehigh mansion ever been attacked by the enemy? Which one of you has been in a battle? Lehigh City is located at the southeast corner of Daming Island, with the territory of Wei Hai King Zhu Laoda to the west, which is twice the size of Lehigh King's territory. However, this person never engages in aggression. To the north, it is tightly surrounded by the territory of the Jinhai King, and currently, the king of Lehigh is the Jinhai King's closest little brother. So the Jinhai King would definitely not attack Lehigh. The Jinhai King Zhu Laosan is the overlord among several kings, and it is believed that no one would dare to lead troops through his territory to sneak attack Lehigh City. Backed by 2 powerful neighbors, this has allowed Lehigh City to sleep soundly without worry for a long time. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. The younger generation of Lehigh people has hardly seen a battlefield, yet they all believe they are invincible. They think no one would dare to provoke them. 3 women leading the charge? Women? How is that possible? Ha! Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen women leading troops in a battle? Shouldn't women be at home taking care of children, washing clothes, and teaching their husbands? A Ding, having won some money, was in high spirits, holding a bowl of liquor, feeling pleased with himself. I'm telling you, women. Women should just take care of children. What enemies? What battles? Is that possible? Just as he was about to continue, suddenly, a cloud of dust rose on the dirt road outside the city. Rumble, rumble. The sound was like the booming of war drums, beating on the earth, and landing on everyone's hearts. The ground seemed to tremble. Just as the saying goes, it was but a moment, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of tall horses, like a whirlwind, charged to the foot of Lehigh City. Quick, quick, close the city gate, pull up the drawbridge. A Ding shivered, and the alcohol immediately sobered him up a bit. At that moment, he could no longer care about the copper coins. Oh no! Before A Ding could finish his sentence, a long spear heavily struck his back, knocking him down to the ground. Just now, it seemed like he heard you say that women cannot fight. A Ding slowly lifted his head from the ground, and the sunlight shone on the face of the rider. He saw that the leading woman was dressed in armor, wearing a military cloak, with elegant hair and a heroic demeanor. She rode a tall white horse, holding a long red-tasseled spear in her hand. The sunlight illuminated her stunning face, and that slightly delicate face, under the sunlight, added a touch of heroism. He had never seen such a beautiful, feminine, and heroic woman before. For a moment, he forgot to respond. Leave a team to take over the city gate. The others, follow me. The woman urged her horse forward with her long spear, leading the way into the city, followed by 300 armored soldiers. The street in front of the Linghai Duke's residence was eerily quiet. The armored soldiers were the elite of the elite. Each one had the ability to take on 10 opponents, and in a battlefield, they could face 100. These armored soldiers, not to mention their outstanding strength, had armor that was very costly to produce. This armor was made from special materials, neither too heavy nor flammable, and could resist blades and arrows. Ordinary swords could not cut through it at all. Regular bows and crossbows could not penetrate it either. The horses were also equipped with protective gear. This armored army was more accurately described as heavy cavalry. However, the disadvantages of heavy cavalry were perfectly avoided by the armored soldiers. Such a force was virtually invincible on a deserted island. Who are the subordinates of the opposing side? How many people do they have? Where did they come from? Where are they now? Zhu Qi was flustered and hurriedly gathered a team to head to the city gate to find out what was happening. Report to the prince. They have already entered the city and are now heading towards the royal residence. A small soldier knelt in the street, blocking Zhu Qi's path. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhu Qi felt his vision darken, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. A look of panic flashed in his eyes, and he almost became incoherent. Quick, quick, run. No, summon the immortal. Zhu Qi suddenly remembered that he still had 2 Taoist priests from the Tiangong pavilion in his residence. It seemed that this calamity of blood was indeed real. At this moment, what he was thinking was not how to organize the troops to resist, but rather, he was in a hurry to find the 2 Taoist priests to resolve the issue. The armored soldiers entered the street without killing anyone, not harming a soul. Even so, the common people hurriedly hid in their homes, too afraid to come out. The 300 armored soldiers surrounded the Linghai Duke's residence, making it impossible to enter or exit. Armored. Invincible. Armored. Invincible. The roar echoed. The collective shout of 300 people was overwhelming. In the center of the crowd, 3 female generals donned in armor appeared heroic. The woman in the middle had a beautiful face, but bore a frosty expression as she glared at the Linghai Duke's residence, her anger palpable. Lin Yuro waved her spear and shouted angrily at the gate. The 300 armored soldiers became a traditional drum and an amplifier. Their united roar shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 130. Please, Taoist, save me. Lin Yuro, clad in battle robes and wielding a long spear while seated on her horse, exuded a heroic spirit reminiscent of a female hero. The last time they parted, Lin Yuro and the others thought they were undoubtedly doomed, perhaps never to meet again. Unexpectedly, she and Zhao Linger and Lucy encountered no traps in the stone cave, and after walking for a while, they came across a stone door. After exiting the stone door, they arrived at the western side of the island. Exhausted and hungry, they ultimately met a middle-aged woman who, seeing their plight, took them in as adopted daughters since she had no children of her own. It wasn't until they entered the city that they learned their adoptive mother was actually the queen of a city known as the Queen of the West Sea, a significant figure on this island. When the news of Duan Yu being captured and to be taken to the Linghai Duke's residence for execution reached Lin Yuro's ears, she felt a mix of joy and sorrow. No matter what, this time I am not the Lin Yuro who only follows behind you, relying on your protection. This time, let me protect you. Stranded on a deserted island, when I was at my loneliest and most helpless, you were the first to appear and help me survive. Fight against scoundrels and pirates. However, due to a twist of fate, Chu Wanqing took the lead. What does it matter if he is Chu Wanqing? Liking someone is not wrong. Loving someone, does it mean you must possess them? Lin Yuro thought, and then the gentleness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute determination. Immortal, immortal, you were right. The calamity of blood has indeed arrived. Please teach me how to resolve this calamity. Ahem. The young Taoist Qinghui cleared his throat. Well, this is quite complicated. We need to plan carefully and unfold it slowly. Zhu Qi was nearly in tears from anxiety. My immortal, my little ancestor, can we take our time? They are already at the city walls. No, at my house's walls. How can I not panic? Well, ahem. Qinghui revealed his delicate white hand, rubbed 2 fingers together in front of Zhu Qi. Here, I'll give you whatever you want. Please, immortal, guide me quickly. Zhu Qi had no choice but to take out a silver note from his purse and hand it to the young Taoist. How to resolve this will depend on Shitty Shirsi, Qingxian. He is the best at handling such matters. Damn, Duan Yu couldn't help but almost curse. This little girl had been a Taoist for 20 years, yet it seemed she had no real skills. However, how could you take the money and let me do the work? That is too unfair. Did you hear? He said he would go. If he goes, it will be resolved. Just then, outside, the 300 armored soldiers shouted in unison, Yuro? Is that Yuro coming? Duan Yu felt a surge of joy, never having expected that it would be Lin Yuro leading people to rescue him. Since it was Yuro, then things would be easier. This matter is manageable. Let me implement a small strategy, and I can win without fighting. Duan Yu pretended to calculate for a while, then opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining in them. Let us go. I'll show you how I make the troops retreat. Duan Yu appeared confident, unafraid. Although he couldn't understand what was happening on Lin Yuro's side, it wasn't the time to reminisce. The Linghai Duke Zhu Qi had also thought for a long time about this matter. He didn't know how the Western Sea Queen's force, these 300 armored soldiers, managed to traverse the territories of the Jinhai Duke or the Weihai Duke right to the foot of Linghai City. These armored soldiers were killing machines. If they got serious, the thousands of people in Linghai City would not be enough for them to deal with. Zhu Qi was puzzled, and it wasn't until now that he realized he had stepped into the biggest storm in Daming Island in 600 years, and there was no way to withdraw. You say I'm just messing around with these 2 small cities and a few villages. Why am I doing this? Zhu Qi wished he could slap himself hard. But now, he could only place his hopes on the 2 Tiangong Pavilion disciples, Qing Hui and Qing Xian. After all, the Tiangong Pavilion was known for its accurate foresight, and major powers generally gave them face. Creak. The gate of the Linghai Duke's residence slowly opened. Behind the door, hundreds of soldiers, armed with swords and guns, and several repeating crossbows, aimed at the outside, all looking tense as if facing a great enemy. Outside, the 300 armored soldiers raised their long spears and shouted in unison. The atmosphere was filled with murderous intent, causing hearts to tremble at the sight. King Zhu Qi of the Linhai province staggered in fright, nearly falling to the ground, and hurriedly hid among the crowd, no longer daring to show his face. 2 young Taoist priests chuckled lightly and stepped outside. I am Qing Hui, the 13th disciple of the Tianji Pavilion. I have met the young lady. I am Qing Xian, the 14th disciple of the Tianji Pavilion. Greetings, Sister Yuru. Did you find that this 14th disciple looks a bit familiar? Zhao Linger, clad in armor, immediately stood beside Lin Yuru, looking quite impressive. Moreover, this voice seems somewhat familiar. Zhao Linger remarked again. Although Qing Hui had a delicate appearance and did not look much like a man, there was nothing strange about it. However, this 14th disciple, Qing Xian, despite his swollen face, with 2 large eyes and a mouth that was still puffy, wore a Taoist robe. But looking at his thick eyebrows and big eyes, his figure, and his voice, isn't it just? At this moment, the 300 armored soldiers, filled with murderous intent, looked somewhat dumbfounded. They originally thought that with the gates of the Linhai King's residence wide open, a battle was inevitable. However, they didn't expect that the young Taoist priest coming out of the palace was making all sorts of gestures to their young lady. What kind of tactic is this? The armored soldiers, who had fought all their lives, had never encountered such a situation. Was it some kind of beauty strategy? Young lady, I have calculated. Today is not a good day for fighting. I wonder if you would give the young Taoist Qing Xian some face and temporarily hold back? Duan Yu's words left everyone present stunned. What? They had come out to fight, swords raised, and were already at the doorstep. Yet they could withdraw just because today is not a good day? Whether others believed it or not, King Zhu Qi of Linhai certainly did not. This is bad. Encountering unreliable people. Finding 2 little charlatans, it seems that today, Linhai City will face total annihilation. Zhu Qi smiled bitterly and sat down heavily on the ground. All right, then I will choose a good day. To everyone's astonishment, the female General Lin Yuru on the white horse smiled sweetly and actually agreed.